Chapter 1, My girlfriend broke up with me, and the system gave me SSS rank. The sun is scorching hot. In the West China war zone of Longhua country, the playground of Wuzhou City No. 2 Middle School is crowded with nearly 1,000 newly admitted high school students with awakened talents, and a grand freshman awakening ceremony is in full swing. Everyone, look! There are snowflakes in the sky. Oh my goodness, it's snowing in such a hot day. I wonder if there's some kind of injustice involved in snowing in June. A bunch of idiots who have never seen the world. This is a sign from heaven. Everyone, look at the awakening stage. Wuzhou City No. 2 Middle School has produced another genius. On the awakening platform, an elegant girl was slowly manifesting the power she had sensed. Her expression was pious and her eyes were clear. She was wearing a long white dress and a pair of snow-white silk stockings that glowed with a holy light in the sunlight. Only the cry of a phoenix was heard, and the girl slowly spread her arms and looked up at the sky. A huge ice phoenix phantom emerged from the girl's body and soared into the sky. Oh my god, it's a phantom. It looks like it's at least S rank or above. Fuck, this must be an illusion. Son, slap your daddy right now. My dear son, this is not an illusion. Don't you feel that the temperature has cooled down a lot? Student Li Shui from the Martyr class has awakened an SS level ice attribute phantom spirit, the Polar Ice Phoenix. After the instructor made the announcement with great excitement, the playground suddenly exploded. It's actually a double S rank. I didn't expect to see the awakening of a double S rank this year. This is so lucky. It's a rare ice attribute. Xiaoxiao Middle School has produced another double S level genius. S level awakeners are extremely rare in the entire Wuzhou city. It's okay that she awakened 2 S rank phantoms, but she's also so beautiful. The worst part is, my heart is beating fast. No matter how powerful a phantom spirit warrior is, if she cannot sign a spirit control contract with a stronger or equally powerful spirit warrior, she will not be able to exert her full strength. You're right, but this is a double S rank. To put it mildly, at least a high-quality S rank spiritual warrior is qualified to sign a contract with her. The pressure is on us boys. At this moment, in a cool corner beside the playground, Yan Zhang was watching all this with a smile on his face. Yan Xiu is a time traveler. When he first traveled through time, he happened to catch up with the Battle of Wuzhou City. The original owner's parents died in the battle against the invasion of the demon beast Tide. After waking up from the martyr's orphanage, Yan Xiu found himself in this fantastical world. This is a broken world, with alien demons invading and monsters running rampant. Humanity is in danger. Fortunately, humans have awakened the power to fight against monsters. In this world, after activating their awakening talent, everyone can complete their awakening through the awakening ceremony at the age of 15. Girls can awaken various phantoms and become phantom girls who control elemental spiritual power. Boys can awaken various magical weapons and become spiritual warriors. The phantom spirit can also sign a contract with the spirit warrior. When the degree of compatibility reaches a certain level, the phantom spirit can completely transform into the spirit of the magic weapon, thereby making the magic weapon burst out with super combat power. It is precisely with this power that humans have been able to survive in this world occupied by demons, and under the leadership of the great pioneers, gradually regain the territories that originally belonged to humans. Today is the day for those freshmen who are fortunate enough to activate their awakening talents to awaken their magic weapons and phantom spirits. It is also the day when the system is about to be activated, and Yan Xiu can't wait to enjoy the benefits that belong to time travelers. So you were hiding here, Yan Xiu. Did you see the 2S level phantoms I just awakened? A beautiful voice sounded in Yan Xiu's ears, and he looked at Li Shui with a little surprise. Li Shui is Yan Xiu's girlfriend whom he has known since junior high school. She is like Yan Xiu's little fangirl and always likes to ask Yan Xiu for knowledge about activating awakening talents. As a time traveler, Yan Xiu possesses wisdom beyond his peers, often ranks among the top in his studies, and does not mind teaching this innocent girl. Over time, the two established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It can be said that Li Shui was able to successfully activate her awakening talent and participate in today's freshman awakening ceremony thanks to Yan Xiu. Of course I saw Shui. You were great today. Yan Zhang said as he was about to give Li Shui a celebratory hug. Unexpectedly, Li Shui actually took a few steps back. Her expression suddenly changed and became extremely cold. I'm afraid you can't call me Shui anymore. I came to you because I have something to say to you. We think we can stop here. Li Shui said coldly. Shui, you don't think I'm not worthy of you, do you? Yan Xiu widened his eyes in disbelief. Facing Yan Xiu's questioning, Li Shui straightened her chest without hesitation and said seriously, "You're right. I'm now a double S level phantom. Such talent is rare in the entire Huaxi Warzone. My future is bright. I still like you who is better than me, but you should know that it is almost impossible for you to surpass me. I used to be the one who admired you, but now it's your turn to admire me." Looking at Li Shui's arrogant and domineering attitude, Yan Xiu said with a hint of regret on his face, "I originally thought that our friendship would not be affected by anything. Are you going to completely turn against me just because you awakened 2S level phantoms? Have you forgotten those words you said when you threw yourself into my arms? What about wanting to sign a spirit control contract with me and stay together for the rest of my life? Don't you remember that?" Seeing that Yan Xiu still had such an extremely naive idea, Li Shui couldn't help laughing. "How can you take the casual words spoken when you were young seriously? I think you should just give up on this idea. You know, it's not that I want to break up with you, but you're no longer worthy of me. Are you so eager to break up with me? I haven't even completed my awakening yet, and you've already started to think that I'm not worthy of you, right?" When Li Shui heard what Yan Xiu said, she chuckled again in disapproval. "You're just trying to cling to me, being stubborn like a dead duck. I want to see what kind of magical weapon you can finally awaken." Chapter 2 Jun Xiao's highlight moment. Who is the protagonist? 2 hours later, the awakening ceremony for the girls on the awakening platform was over. There has never been another phantom that can match Li Shui's, not even an S-level phantom. Even though more than 10 lucky girls awakened to level A later on, no one praised them anymore. Because Li Shui's brilliance had already overshadowed everyone present and became the only focus of the whole audience. When the instructor was about to go on stage to announce the start of the awakening ceremony for boys, several military vehicles hurriedly drove into the field from the road outside the playground. This scene interrupted the instructor's progress and attracted the attention of all teachers and students. Under the guard of several soldiers, a young man in military uniform slowly got out of the car. He adjusted his military cap solemnly, glanced around casually, and a hint of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh shit, it's Senior Lu. Foolish young man, please watch your words. We can't call him Senior Lu. This is the distinguished young Master Lu. You're from another province, right? Do you know who he is? He's the son of the famous Wuzhou City Defense Commander Lu Li. Moreover, young Master Lu Jun was one of the few S-level awakeners from last year. You don't know, but according to gossip, Master Lu Jun has recently successfully upgraded his S rank to double SS. His SS level? Are you sure? Only 1 year. Compared to the boys' simple shock, the girls were in even greater chaos. Young Master Lu Jun actually came to number 2 middle school. This is simply. The military uniform is so handsome, it gives me a sense of security. Mr. Jun, look at me, look at me. I'm an A-rank phantom user. Ah, no one, don't argue with me. I want to go crazy for him, I want to bang my head against the wall for him." Upon seeing Lu Junshao's arrival, the director of the academy in charge of this awakening conference immediately ran up to greet him. "I am the person in charge of this freshman awakening conference. Welcome young Master Lu Jun to visit our school." Young Master Lu Jun glanced at him, plopped down in the center seat on the podium, and said straight to the point, "Director Ma, I heard that your school just produced a double S-level Phantom Spirit Master. I really want to meet her." "Ha, of course. I'll go get her right away." He climbed onto the awakening platform and snatched the microphone from the instructor. "Please ask Li Shui to come to the podium. Young Master Lu Jun wants to see you." The sound of the microphone spread throughout the playground and the crowd began to boil again. Sure enough, I knew that young Master Lu came here for Goddess Li. Hey, you know, young Master Lu was supposed to sign a contract with an S-rank phantom last year, but after investigation, he discovered that the woman had lost her virginity. Young Master Lu thought she was not clean, so he didn't sign her. Goddess Li is so lucky. She's also caught up with young Master Lu's favor. Now she's really taking off. When Li Shui saw Lu Junxiao, her reaction was similar to that of other girls. It was only when she heard that Lu Junxiao wanted to summon her that she reacted belatedly. I am now a double S-level person, and I have the opportunity to become Master Lu Jun's woman. Li Xuanyan could not hide her joy as she walked to the podium. She was worried that she might get too carried away and leave a bad impression on young Master Lu, so she put on a calm demeanor and tentatively called out, "Senior Lu, are you looking for me?" After Lu Li looked at Li Shui carefully, he was quite satisfied with her appearance and couldn't help but smile. He stood up, stretched out his hand and slowly lifted Li Shui's wrist, then asked gently, "Beautiful lady, are you willing to sign a spirit-controlled contract with me, become my phantom girl, and serve the military?" This scene is so seductive. This made the girls go crazy, and nearly half of them collapsed and sat on the ground, as if young Master Lu Jun was flirting with them. At this moment, Li Shui had already forgotten Yan Xiu. She leaned against the edge of the awakening platform with a blushing face and replied weakly, "I do." These 3 words seemed to push the freshman awakening conference to a climax. On the boys' side, there was a cry of despair as they couldn't get what they wanted. "Damn it, my youth is over. The new goddess has been taken, everyone, please disperse, please disperse." The girls were even more jealous. "Tell me, this isn't real, this isn't real, this is a domineering CEO drama, right? Is it the feeling of heartbreak? I feel like I will never love again." When Yan Xiu saw this scene, his face was filled with black lines. "Why do I feel like I'm the villain? Is he the protagonist, or am I the protagonist? And this Li Shui, it seems she's determined to cheat on me. Damn it! I'm going to let this pair of bastards open their eyes." Yan Xiu clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. At this time, Director Ma, who was standing by, learned that the two were going to sign a spirit control contract. He first thought of what happened last year, so he carefully reminded them. "Master Lu Jun, Li Shui seems to have an ex-boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Lu Junshao's expression immediately became serious. "Do you really have an ex-boyfriend?" Li Shui was a little flustered for a moment, and immediately explained sincerely. "Yes, his name is Yan Xiu. I've already decided to break up with him, but he seems to still want to cling to me. Senior Lu, don't worry. He and I have never had any physical relationship. I am clean." "Very good. If you are truly innocent, I will definitely not treat you unfairly." After saying this, Lu Li gave Director Ma a look, and Director Ma immediately understood. He didn't dare to delay at all and picked up the microphone and shouted, "Who's Yan Xiu? Come to the podium immediately after hearing the announcement. Young Master Lu wants to lecture you." As soon as he finished speaking, the playground became noisy again. "Shoo! Oh no, this guy is useless. He should have admitted that he was unworthy long ago. He deserved to have offended young Master Lu." The sound, along with the size of the crowd, reached Yan Xiu's ears, and Yan Xiu was so angry that his teeth were itching. When notifying Li Shui, his words were so friendly, but when it came to notifying the laborers, the tone seemed to have changed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yan Xiu walked to the podium with a calm and indifferent expression, neither humble nor arrogant, and said bluntly, "I am Yan Xiu. What do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Li leaned back in his chair very leisurely, even with one leg on the table. He glanced at Yan Xiu with disdain. "I just want to tell you one thing, you don't deserve her. Get out of here if you know what's best for you." Chapter 3, I don't want this woman anymore, you can take her if you want. The harsh words flowed into Yan Xiu's ears, and Yan Xiu responded coldly. "It's too early to say who is unworthy of whom." As he spoke, Yan Xiu stared at Lu Li, looking down at him with a condescending attitude, and sneered. "But one thing is for sure, I don't want a girlfriend like this anymore." "You can have her if you want." Lu Li's face changed drastically. He suddenly jumped up from his chair and slammed his hands on the table. "What did you say?" Yan Xiu is not easily frightened. He has the SSS level magic weapon in his hand as his confidence. As the saying goes, women are like clothes. I don't like this tattered dress anymore. If you want to keep it, just take it. Yan Xiu's voice was not loud, but the students in the front row could still hear what he said. For a moment, everyone was shocked. I'm afraid he's been upset and can't think straight for a moment. I think he's probably crazy. What shocked them was that Yan Xiu actually dared to confront Lu Junshao and speak to him like that. What shocked them even more was that it seemed that an SS-level phantom was nothing in Yan Xiu's eyes. Just like throwing away a piece of rags, you can just say you don't want it. How arrogant! Seeing Yan Xiu being so arrogant, Li Shui was also a little angry, but soon she smiled disapprovingly. She thought Yan Xiu was just being stubborn and she believed it was almost impossible for Yan Xiu to turn the tide by awakening. Wait until he finishes awakening, then slap him hard in the face. When Lu Li heard clearly what Yan Xiu said, his face quickly darkened. Noticing the strangeness on young Master Lu Jun's face, Director Ma was the first to lose his composure. When he thought about the students from his college who had offended young Master Lu Jun, he suddenly felt that disaster was imminent. So he hurried to Lu Li, bowed and apologized. "I didn't expect there would be such an arrogant student in this class of freshmen. It's my fault for not disciplining him well. Please don't take it to heart, young Master Lu. As long as you ask, I will immediately expel this ignorant student." After saying that, he pulled Yan Xiu in front of Lu Li with one hand. "Yan Xiu, why don't you apologize to young Master Lu and try to get leniency?" "Apologize? Why should I apologize?" Yan Xiu touched the bridge of his nose and shrugged. "Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu, I've already given all my ex-girlfriends to you, so there's no need to thank me." Seeing Yan Xiu's rude words, Director Ma was immediately disappointed with him. He turned around and said to Lu Li in a humble tone, "I'm extremely sorry. I'm going to fire this guy right now. Please don't take it to heart, Master Jun." At this moment, Lu Li waved his hand to signal Director Ma to postpone the execution. His original intention was to teach Yan Xiu a lesson, but when he realized Yan Xiu's extremely arrogant attitude, he didn't get angry but laughed. There's no need to fire him. After all, he's the descendant of a martyr. Don't let him down. Arrange an awakening ceremony for him immediately. I really want to see what kind of magical weapon he can awaken. At this time, Li Shui, who was standing by, also stepped forward and echoed, "Senior Lu is right. People like him won't cry until they see the coffin. Only when he truly awakens will he wake up and recognize the gap between him and me. Yan Xiu, let's have a good bet today in front of young Master Lu Jun. Let's bet on whether the quality of the divine weapon you awaken can match that of my phantom spirit. If it can't, then in light of your offense against me, I want you to kneel down and apologize in public. What do you think?" Yan Xiu, however, acted fearless, looked at Li Shui coldly, and said, "All right, I agree to bet with you. But to be fair, if your talent isn't worthy of mine, I want you to kneel down and apologize." When Yan Xiu said this, the whole audience was shocked. Can he still be described as stimulated? In the eyes of everyone, he was simply crazy and terminally ill. Li Shui smiled frivolously and asked Lu Li for instructions. Then, "Senior Lu, please testify on my bet with them." Young Master Lu Jun also knew that it was pointless to argue with Yan Xiu. Everything depended on what kind of magic weapon he could awaken. He replied, "Don't worry, Li Shui Ma. With this young master as witness, he won't dare to cheat. Arrange the awakening ceremony for him immediately. Let's put an end to this farce as soon as possible." After receiving instructions from Lu Junxiao, Director Ma looked at Yan Xiu as if he were a corpse and said to him slowly, "Oh, come with me. It's really hard to persuade that damned ghost with kind words." Following Director Ma's guidance, Yan Xiu came to the awakening platform. Everyone's eyes were focused on the awakening platform, and there were many different opinions on the playground. What kind of magical weapon do you think he can awaken? Let's just wait and see a joke. Awakening is a matter of 99% talent and 10% perspiration. With his character, he can't get any higher than B rank. You have a point, but no matter what, as long as he's not S rank or above, he'll become a laughingstock. How is that possible? I think it's a clown. Well, I bet. With such a thick skin, maybe he'll even dare to deny his debt to young Master Lu. Great minds think alike, brother. After all, this kid is so arrogant that he doesn't even give young Master Lu any respect. Yan Xiu couldn't hear the speeches from the audience, and he was even less aware that they had already sentenced him to death. There was a sparkling crystal ball on the awakening platform, and Yan Xiu tentatively placed his hands on it. He closed his eyes, recalled the mental methods and mantras he had learned in junior high school for awakening, and slowly entered a meditative state. Ding, the system is loading, randomly generating a certain bloodline. Ding, the ancient bloodline has been loaded, and the ancient spirit control system has been activated. Trait 1, Ancient Master. When the contracted phantom possesses ancient bloodline, the combat power of both parties increases by 200%. Characteristic 2, Bloodline Enhancement. When signing a spirit control contract with a phantom spirit with ancient bloodline, automatically raise the contracted person's talent to S level. You can also continue to improve your talent by upgrading your contract achievement level later on. Feature 3, the Eye of the Master, can see the quality, realm, and skills of all people, demons, or other things. Features of the 4 Imperial Spirit Masters. When signing a contract with an ethereal being of ancient bloodline, the contract cannot be broken, and there is no upper limit on the number of people who can be contracted. Unlock Divine Weapon. Ancient Divine Axe SSS level. The holder automatically obtains the bloodline of the Ancient Lord God, and all attribute element affinity plus 20%. The damage to monsters is permanently increased by 200%. At the same time, it can sense phantom girls with ancient bloodlines who have not signed a contract within a certain range. It was the sound of the system being activated, and Yan Xiu felt excited. Then, Yan Xiu looked at these characteristics carefully. The first three are bonus-type characteristics, which can only take effect after signing a contract with a phantom with ancient blood. The fourth characteristic, the unlimited limit of the spirit control contract, is amazing, which means that he will be the first person to conclude unlimited contracts. Unexpectedly, he also gave me a 3S level magic weapon, Ancient Divine Axe, which looks like a giant axe. In this world where monsters are rampant, the importance of possessing a magical weapon that increases damage to monsters is self-evident. It has affinity for all elemental attributes, which means that no matter what attribute of phantom you sign a contract with, there will be an additional combat power bonus. Now that I have this magical weapon, I can go jungle and clear dungeons without any pressure. Chapter 4 D-level magic weapon, ridiculed. After a moment, there was a strange movement in the crystal ball, and some light appeared inside. A vague projection of a magic weapon slowly appeared in the crystal ball. Everyone present widened their eyes, wanting to see its true appearance with their own eyes. However, the imagined strange phenomena from the sky or the crystal ball flashing violently did not happen. The crystal ball only flashed a few points of light before slowly returning to calm. At this time, some students close to the awakening platform could clearly see that a projection that looked like a wooden shield was slowly emerging in the crystal ball. One of the boys couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that? Is it a pot lid?" Upon hearing this, everyone crowded forward, wanting to get closer to find out what was going on. When everyone saw the projection in the crystal ball clearly, the playground suddenly exploded. Is this a magical weapon? To put it nicely, it looks like a shield, but someone who doesn't know would mistake it for a pot lid. The crystal ball's reaction isn't as strong as mine, a B rank weapon. It's undoubtedly a rubbish weapon. Calm down, calm down. Let's wait and see what the instructor announces. At everyone's urging, the instructor stepped forward. After repeatedly checking the relevant spiritual power index and the projection in the crystal ball, she immediately picked up the microphone and announced, "Martyr class, Yan Xiu. Awakened D-rank divine weapon, hardwood shield. Shoo." For a moment, the atmosphere on the playground was like an uproar. It's a D-level divine weapon, the lowest level of divine weapon that is completely useless. That's it. The slap in the face came so fast, like a tornado. I thought he was going to give everyone a big shit, but he ended up pooping a huge shit. Is this the divine weapon he mentioned, one that even Li Shui is not worthy of? What did I say? He's not even worthy of carrying Goddess Li's shoes. It's so embarrassing. If I were him, I'd dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of my ass with my feet, crawl inside, and bury myself. With this kind of talent, I might as well just go back to being an ordinary person, farming and catching snails for the rest of my life. In addition to the laughter, more and more students who supported Li Shui began to accuse Yan Xiu. "You, a piece of shit, what right do you have to offend my goddess? Why don't you apologize to Goddess Li? Yan, why don't you go kneel down before Goddess Li?" I don't know who took the lead, but the students on the playground were divided into two groups. A group of people shouted in unison, "Apologize, apologize." The other group shouted in unison, "Kneel down, kneel down." Amidst cheers, Li Shui slowly walked to the front of the stage. "Yan Xiu, I was really blind to date you. Do you still think you are superior to me now?" At this moment, she was in high spirits and as proud as a queen who was about to become the mother of the country. Even her tone had a hint of command. Lu Li also came over, staring at Yan Xiu with disdain, and said sarcastically, "Is this your magic weapon? How ridiculous. I never thought that after becoming a martyr, the divine weapon you awakened would be so weak. If your father knew about this, he would probably die with regret. Be smart and kneel down and admit your mistake." Facing the two's ridicule, Yan Xiu laughed arrogantly. Just now, he didn't awaken the SSS level magic weapon at all. He just wanted to see what the magic weapon that should have belonged to the original owner was. But he didn't expect that it would be a lowest level D-grade magic weapon. However, Yan Xiu discovered through the system's characteristic master's eye that although this shield was only D rank, it contained enormous potential. As long as you work hard, there is a chance that you can cultivate it into a higher quality magic weapon, even S level or above. Yan Xiu thought to himself, if he didn't possess the eye of the master, this magical weapon with huge potential might have been buried. You're willing to accept defeat. Why don't you kneel down in front of her? Are you going to cheat in front of me? At this moment, Lu Li's angry rebuke once again interrupted Yan Xiu's thoughts. Facing the aggressive Lu Li, Yan Xiu simply replied calmly, "Why are you panicking? I haven't fully awakened yet." After saying that, he turned back to Director Ma and said, "Director Ma, my awakening ceremony is not yet complete. I would like to apply for another awakening." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into curses. What did I say? He really dares to cheat. This is so fucking infuriating. I simply can't find words to describe his shamelessness. When Director Ma learned of Yan Xiu's request, he was furious. Nonsense. Yan Xiu, I gave you face, didn't I? Awakening consumes spiritual stones. Everyone only has one chance. We've already given you this opportunity. Awakening is no joke. You can't just do it whenever you want. Seeing Yan Xiu still refuse to kneel and admit his fault, Lu Li felt that his authority was being challenged. Anger suddenly ignited in his eyes. He shouted angrily, "Yan Xiu, do you want me to send someone to force you to kneel?" However, under Lu Li's threat, Yan Xiu remained unmoved and replied confidently, "I just said that my awakening ceremony is not complete yet. I haven't lost yet." Director Ma couldn't stand it any longer. He immediately ran over, pointed at Yan Xiu's nose, and retorted, "Face the reality. Your magic weapon has already awakened. Participating in the awakening process won't change the fact that it's only a D-class magic weapon. Obey Lu Juanxiu's orders and kneel down to admit your mistake." Yan Xiu refused to give in and instead asked Director Ma without showing any weakness, "Director Ma is right, but who stipulated that people can only awaken one magic weapon? What did you say?" Director Ma thought he had misheard. Facing Director Ma's questioning, Yan Xiu once again answered confidently, "I say, if I can awaken two magical weapons, how will you respond?" Hearing this, Director Ma took a few steps back in disbelief. He muttered, "This is impossible." For hundreds of years, apart from the first year of the disaster, when evil spirits arose in great numbers, there has never been another person with dual divine weapons awakened. There is absolutely no way you can be a dual divine weapon. Although the two people's argument was not loud, many people in the front row could still hear it clearly. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples. Yan Xiu's shameless and unscrupulous remarks again and again aroused the contempt of the public. He thinks he can awaken two divine weapons. This is simply a pipe dream. Does this guy have any bottom line? He's simply changing my worldview. If we had used his face to stop the beast tide, our Wuzhou city would have definitely won a great victory. Yan Xiu, stop dreaming. Is it so hard to admit that I'm better than you and that you're not worthy of me? I'm warning you one last time. This isn't the place for you to seek attention. If you refuse to kneel and admit your mistake, I will charge you with spreading rumors and misleading the public." After witnessing Yan Xiu's seemingly unscrupulous behavior, Lu Li and the others, like everyone else, had almost reached their limit of patience with him. In his 2 lives, Yan Xiu had never attracted so much attention. In order to relieve the pressure, he let out a long sigh, then slowly looked at Li Shui with a winning attitude. "Li Shui, how about we make one last bet?" Chapter 5 Awakening SSS level, shocking the audience? When Li Shui looked at Yan Xiu again, she was completely shocked by Yan Xiu's aura. Even in the face of the scorn and ridicule of thousands of teachers and students throughout the school, and even in front of Lu Junxiao, the son of the city defense commander, Yan Xiu still maintained the attitude of a victor. What gave him the courage? This doubt was magnified infinitely in Li Shui's mind, to the point that she began to doubt whether a miracle would really happen to Yan Xiu. This change in her mindset made her question Yan Xiu, "Why haven't you apologized to me yet? You know it's almost impossible for you to win against me." Yan Xiu explained solemnly, "Because you just want to see me make a fool of myself so that you can show off your own nobility, but I'm destined not to let you do that. I just want to let you know what it means to be blind and fail to recognize a great man. I just want to give you a good slap in the face. If you don't agree, then bet with me." Yan Xiu's words were like a thunderbolt, shocking everyone present. Stimulated by Yan Xiu's words, Li Shui couldn't help but clench her fists. That's right, she was not convinced. She really wanted to make this last bet with Yan Xiu. She looked at Lu Li hoping to get his support, and Lu Li nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll bet with you. If you can truly awaken a second divine weapon, and your talent is no less than mine, I will apologize to you and publicly admit that I, Li Shui, am not worthy of you." But if you fail, in addition to kneeling down and apologizing to me, I will also follow Senior Lu's instructions and subject you to military court. Very good, I'll remember what you said. Yan Xiao turned around confidently, went to the awakening platform again, and signaled Director Ma to start the awakening ceremony again. Logically speaking, there was no precedent in the academy for a person awakening twice, but since young Master Lu Jun had acquiesced, he had no choice but to do as he was told. Soon, as the crystal ball was activated again with the blessing of spiritual power, everyone's eyes were once again focused on him. This time Yan Xiao no longer hid his strength. He silently recited the mental method and spell in his heart, and then the ancient divine weapon was completely activated. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew across the playground, and the sky, which was clear a second ago, became covered with dark clouds in an instant. What's going on? Is the world going to change? It's so bright, look at that crystal ball. Hearing the sound, everyone looked towards the stage, only to see that the crystal ball became dazzlingly bright, with so much spiritual power inside that it seemed to be about to overflow, as if it would not be able to withstand the might of the ancient divine axe exploding in the next second. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock, only to see the image of a giant axe weapon that was 10,000 feet long gradually emerging in the sky. As another bolt of lightning fell, the giant axe suddenly fell to the ground at a high speed as if it was going to split the sky. There was a terrifying and chilling pressure in the air. Everyone looked at the giant axe in panic, as if the axe was coming towards everyone. Oh my God, is this a sign from heaven? Wow, it's so big. Surprisingly, it's even more spectacular than Li Shui's. At the same time, at the Wuzhou City Defense Force Command Headquarters, an obese middle-aged man sensed something strange outside the window. He looked towards number 2 middle school in shock, holding a pipe in his mouth. Then a beautiful woman slowly snuggled up to him and said with a look of joy, "Such a peerless genius must not fall into the hands of the city construction group. If the commander wants to recruit him into the city defense army, the young master is right there." The young woman's words immediately woke Commander Lu up. He hurriedly took a puff of his cigarette and shouted to the housekeeper, "Contact Luli right now." At the same time, the city lord was on his way back home in a special car. What are you talking about? We just released an SS-level Phantom Spirit user, and now we have an SSS-level Spirit Warrior. After receiving the telepathic message, the middle-aged man with a haggard face looked out the window at the strange scene. His eyes sparkled, and he immediately ordered the driver, "Turn around immediately. I want to go to Wuzhou number 2 middle school myself." Oh my God, it's SSS level. Student Yan Xiao from the Martyr class has awakened an SSS-level divine weapon, the ancient divine axe. At Wuzhou number 2 middle school, as the instructor announced the results, the entire audience was excited. It's SSS level. It's the legendary SSS level. I never dreamed that in my humble life, I would have the honor of witnessing the birth of an SSS level. And they have 2 divine weapons, this is too incredible. I suddenly realized that he is actually quite handsome. Yes, I seem to have found the love of my life again. I won't say anything more. I admit my guilt. I just spoke a little too loudly. Hey, whoever just said they wanted to eat aioli gay, it's time to fulfill their promise. Is this a mistake? How could it be SSS level? Li Shui couldn't believe it and she hurried to the awakening platform. After seeing the evaluation panel on the awakening platform, she took a few steps back nervously. He hurriedly retreated to Lu Li's side and asked anxiously, "Senior Lu, he actually awakened to the SSS level. What should I do now?" Lu Li had just recovered from his shock. He forced himself to calm down and then comforted her, "Don't worry, you are the woman I like. If he asks you to kneel, it would be a slap in my face." After Yan Xiao retracted his magic weapon, he came in front of the 2 of them. He looked sharply at Li Shui, who was hiding beside Lu Li, and said with a smug smile, "Humph, Li Shui, kneel down." At this moment, Lu Li stepped forward to stand in front of Yan Xiao. "Yan Xiao, although you have awakened to the SSS level, you are just a commoner. Li Shui is the woman I am looking after. She will become the young lady of the city defense army in the future. In terms of status, she is probably no less than you. So, Xu Emily has not lost. She does not need to apologize to you at all. I never thought that even the mighty Lu Junxiao of the city defense army would go back on his word. Since you want to protect her, I won't force you. But there's one thing you must admit, she's no longer worthy of me." Yan Xiao now only regretted that he had no status, so he stopped arguing with the 2 of them. Director Ma came forward immediately. Facing Yen Xiu, who had just awakened 2 SSS-level magic weapons, he once again acted in a fawning manner, and his flattery was performed to the fullest. "Student Yen, I apologize to you. Please forgive my rudeness just now. Our school is so lucky to have a genius like you." "Humph." Yen Xiu snorted coldly. He was too lazy to even look at this snob. Just now, after Yen Xiu successfully awakened the 3rd level S-level Ancient Divine Axe, an attribute panel slowly emerged for everyone on the playground. Yen Xiu specifically observed the attribute panels of Li Shui and Lu Li. Name, Lu Li. Magical weapon, Wandering Dragon Spear SS level. Attributes, Water plus 20%. Realm, Early stage of the 3rd stage. Martial skill 1, Coiling Dragon Spear technique heavenly rank. Name, Li Shui. Phantom, Polar Ice Phoenix SS. Attribute, Ice Water variant. Realm, Early stage 1. Ancient bloodline, none. Illusion, none. Chapter 6 The SS level goddess knelt down. After observing the two people's attribute panels, Yen Xiu left the awakening platform and came to the stage. Yen Xiu glanced at the crowd on the playground and knew the approximate awakening results of the boys on the field. There was not even one above S level. There was nothing worth paying attention to on the boys' side, so Yen Xiu walked towards the girls' side. He now has something important to do, which is to use the blood of the ancient god to sense whether there is a phantom girl with ancient blood within a certain range around him. After seeing Yen Xiu coming, many girls became crazy about him. "Isn't Yen Shen looking for a contract partner? God Yen is looking at me, he is looking at me." What's more, some of them even ran up to Yen Xiu to act cute. "Choose me, Yen Shen. I'm an A-level phantom fluffy bunny. I'm furry enough to warm your bed. I'm also an A-rank phantom cat. I can sing and meow. Choose me, choose me." Seeing the two girls so enthusiastic, Yen Xiu decided to chat with them. "Are you serious?" When Yen Xiu asked this, the two girls thought there was a chance and nodded. "Warm the bed and meow like a cat? Actually, I'd love to have someone warm the bed and meow beside me in the hot summer. But I'm sorry, if the above services require a contract to unlock, I don't think I have such needs." After Yen Xiu rejected the two girls, he expanded his perception range, hoping to find a contract partner with ancient bloodline. When Yen Xiu expanded his perception range to the limit, he did feel a trace of blood induction in the bodies of several girls. Unfortunately, their ancient bloodline concentration is less than 10%, which is too low. Considering that the purity of bloodline would inevitably affect the combat power bonus, he instantly gave up the idea of signing a contract with them. Yen Xiu was about to leave in disappointment when he noticed that Lu Li suddenly received a telepathic message, and then he looked embarrassed. He didn't know what he and Li Shui had underestimated, but he saw the two of them walking towards him with unwillingness on their faces. Lu Li changed his attitude and said in a lowered tone, "Brother Yen Xiu, please stay. I was wrong just now. I will ask my schoolmate Li to kneel down and apologize to you right now. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Yen." After saying that, he did not forget to pull Li Shui to his side and signaled with his eyes that Li Shui should kneel down in front of Yen Xiu. Considering the benefits Lu Li promised her, Li Shui hesitated, but finally gritted her teeth and knelt down to Yen Xiu. "Yen Xiu, I'm sorry. I don't have the right to break up with you. It's me who's not worthy of you. Please forgive me." Li Shui's kneeling made everyone present go crazy. "I saw it right, Goddess Li knelt down for him. Is this still the same proud goddess from before?" As expected, in front of the SSS class, even the SS class can only yield. I think everyone should keep their voices down. No matter what, Li Shui is still the SS rank goddess that you and I can only look up to. Looking at Li Shui kneeling down in front of him, Yen Xiu felt contempt. Although she didn't know why the two of them changed their attitudes 180 degrees, since they had already knelt down to her, there was no need for her to be unreasonable. He shook his sleeves and said with satisfaction, "Very good, I accept your apology." After Lu Junxiao helped her up, he politely said to Yen Xiu, "I wonder if junior brother Yen Xiu would be interested in coming to my house for a chat and discussing joining our city defense forces?" Yen Xiu glanced at him, feeling puzzled. One second he wants to put me under military court, and the next second he shamelessly invites me to join? Sorry, I'm not interested. Unexpectedly, Yen Xiu didn't even give face to the city defense army. Lu Li's fists hidden behind his back suddenly tightened, but he finally suppressed the anger in his heart. "Brother Yen Xiu, why don't you think about this carefully? The city defense army now has absolute say in the entire Wuzhou city, and even holds a pivotal position in the entire Huaxi province. As a resident of Wuzhou city, there's nothing more cost-effective than receiving support from the city defense forces. As long as you perform well, you'll definitely be rewarded with a high position and generous salary in the future. As everyone knows, higher quality phantom spirits and divine weapons require more cultivation resources to cultivate. Even if you're a gifted spiritual warrior with an SSS-level divine weapon, without a powerful backer and abundant cultivation resources, you can't become a peerless spiritual warrior. This young master can't bear to see a genius buried because of insufficient cultivation resources. Lu Junshao's words were very convincing. If he had invited other people present, I believe no one would have refused. But Yan Shou still had no interest in this. To be more precise, he did not want to pledge allegiance to any force too early. After all, the most important task at hand is to find a phantom with high purity ancient blood and sign a contract with him. What's more, once you join the city defense army, wouldn't you have to obey these two people based on your status? This is something Yan Shou cannot accept. He doesn't want to obey anyone. Thinking of this, Yan Shou said firmly, "Young Master Lu Jun is very considerate, but I don't want to join any organization yet." After receiving Yan Shou's negative answer, Lu Li could no longer hold back his anger. Seeing this, Li Shui, already feeling dissatisfied, decisively ran over to add fuel to the fire. "Senior Lu, Yan Shou must still be upset about what just happened. It shows that he is a narrow-minded person." The implication was to tell Lu Junshao that Yan Shou must still be angry with him. After hearing this, Lu Junshao could no longer control his anger. His face turned livid and he shouted at Yan Shou, "Yan Shou, Li Shui has already apologized to you. Don't be so shameless. If you insist on feeling bad about what happened just now, then we'll just have to wait and see. The city defense forces have already given you a chance." Lu Li said this angrily, and without waiting for Yan Shou to respond, he strode away with Li Shui. For a moment, everyone present felt sorry for Yan Shou. You know, once you get the support of the city defense army, the available training resources alone will be several orders of magnitude higher than those of the academy, not to mention the status and other preferential treatment. Yan Shou twisted his neck nonchalantly, thinking that these two were really self-righteous. As soon as Lu Li and the other two left, Director Ma came over again. "Student Yan Shou, apart from student Li Shui, there is no other phantom spirit master who matches you among this year's freshmen. If you are looking for a contract partner, I will arrange for you to meet the city lord right away." Yan Shou thought about it and felt that the city lord might not be able to help him find a contract partner of his choice, because what Yan Shou valued was not the quality of the phantom spirit, but whether the contract partner possessed ancient bloodline. "It would be better to visit the other two middle schools, hoping to find the person I want to contract with." Yan Shou thought about this and asked, "Director Ma, please report to the city lord for me. I want to go to the other two middle schools to find contract partners." "Of course, no problem. You are a distinguished SSS-level awakener. The city lord will definitely agree to such a request. Unexpectedly, speak of the devil and he will appear." Just as Director Ma was about to contact the city lord's special car drove into the school. Almost at the same time, Yan Shou also sensed the breath of the ancient girl. As soon as City Lord Song got out of the car, he ran into Lu Li and the other man who were about to leave. After seeing the girl beside Lu Li, City Lord Song knew that the SS-level phantom must be her. When he thought that this SS-level girl had been taken away by the city defense army, City Lord Song couldn't help but look worried. If that SSS-level spiritual warrior is also recruited by the city defense army, it will undoubtedly be a huge piece of bad news for the city construction team. Just as City Lord Song was stunned, Lu Li greeted him. "Uncle Song, how are you?" Chapter 7 Contract Object, City Lord's Daughter. "It seems that my nephew Lu has found his ideal contract partner." "Congratulations." "Yes, I originally hoped that Miss Song would give me a contract opportunity. Then the city defense army and the city construction group will be one family. But I heard that Miss Song's awakening performance this time wasn't ideal. Unfortunately, the difference in talent between hers and mine is so great that we're not compatible. It seems Miss Song doesn't think highly of me, Lu." Young Master Lu Jun had a weird look on his face. He nervously walked around City Lord Song and looked inside the car. Sure enough, the information was true. Song Chiwei was in the car at this moment. Seeing that he could no longer hide, Song Chiwei decisively got out of the car and confronted Lu Li. Song Chiwei wore a white student shirt with a black waisted pleated skirt. There was a hint of melancholy on her delicate face, and her beauty made everyone present marvel. Wow, another goddess. I've heard for a long time that the city lord has a beautiful daughter studying in the provincial capital. It seems the rumors are true. I heard she's always had good grades. I wonder what kind of talent she's awakened. Normally, a dragon begets a dragon, and a phoenix begets a phoenix. The city lord and his deceased wife both possessed considerable talent. I imagine hers would likely be no less than S rank. The beautiful girl who got out of the car also attracted Yan Xiu's attention. When Yan Xiu looked closely, a smile immediately appeared on his face. A panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Song Qiwei. Phantom, Phantom Fox D. Attribute, Fire. Realm, Early Stage 1. Ancient Bloodline, 96%. Although the quality is only D grade, the important thing is that it possesses Ancient Bloodline. He, isn't the contract partner here? Yan Xiu was overjoyed and immediately decided to make her his first contract partner. When City Lord Song saw Song Qiwei get out of the car, he remembered what happened to him in the school in the neighboring province. He angrily whispered, "Why did you get out of the car? Don't you think you didn't lose face enough in the school in the other province?" Hearing City Lord Song's accusation, Song Qiwei stomped her feet in grievance, tears flashing in her eyes. "How can a father like you not speak up for me? Didn't you see Lu Li mocking me? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not doing your best. Hurry and get back in the car. Do you want more people to know? So what if more people find out? I won't give up. You can't put me under house arrest. This is not the place for you to mess around. Butler, please invite Miss Song to the car. Miss, please. Humph, I don't have a father like you. Bang. Without waiting for the butler to take action, Song Qiwei jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. Lu Li couldn't help but smile, and came up to joke, "Miss Song is very dignified." It seems that the future of the city building team is promising. City Lord Song's eyes tightened and he secretly made a decision. He knew clearly that his daughter's talent was only D level, and it would be almost impossible for her to take over the city building team in the future. Rather than letting the city building group be swallowed up by the city defense forces, it is better to train them to someone who is capable and has a future. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, walked past Lu Li and walked towards Director Ma. Director Ma immediately went to meet him. "Lord City Lord, our school is holding a freshman awakening meeting. We welcome your guidance." City Lord Song didn't hesitate and said directly, "Hurry and inform that SSS level genius boy. I'm here for him." When Yan Xiu heard this, he realized that this was his chance and stepped forward decisively. Junior Yan Xiu pays homage to the City Lord. Your Excellency, he is our school's new SSS level genius. He just told me that he hopes the City Lord can help him resolve his contract issue. City Lord Song looked at the handsome young man in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Student Yan Xiu, the contract is of course no problem. Tomorrow I will gather all the S rank and above people in Wuzhou City who have not yet signed a spirit control contract. How about you choose? Lord City Lord, there's no need to go to so much trouble. I think I just found the person I want to sign a contract with. I hope you can help me. Ha ha ha, classmate Yan Xiu is joking. How can I say that I am helping you? This City Lord naturally respects your choice. I wonder which lucky girl will be favored by classmate Yan Xiu. Lord City Lord, I think the person to whom the contract is signed is your daughter. Regarding Yan Xiu's answer, the crowd began to discuss again. This is definitely connections. No wonder he doesn't even look down on SS rank. Turns out he wants to climb up the social ladder. I didn't expect that he would hide so deeply. In comparison, the City Lord was even more shocked. What did you say, my daughter Song Qiwei? My Lord City Lord, I am serious. No, this matter. The City Lord hesitated to speak. Even if he is the City Lord, he cannot let his daughter who only has D-level talent contract an SSS-level genius. If we really agree to this contract, how will the people view us? The City Lord, for the sake of his own daughter, forcibly ruined the future of a genius? Lord City Lord, is it that I am not worthy? Yan Xiu urged. Student Yan Xiu, you misunderstood. My daughter absolutely cannot enter into a contract with you. Why? Can we talk in private? The City Lord replied anxiously. Just then, Lu Li came forward. Let me explain. As soon as he heard that Yan Xiu wanted to sign a contract with Song Qiyu, Luli was sure that Yan Xiu was trying to make things difficult for him. Otherwise, he would not have openly rejected the city defense army and actively sided with the city construction group. This made him very unhappy with Yan Xiu. Thinking further ahead, once he joins the city building team, he will surely become a formidable enemy of the city defense forces. With his talent, he is very likely to receive training from the city lord, and maybe even become the new city lord in the future. Originally, City Lord Song had no other children, and his daughter Song Qiyu was too poorly talented to take on such a big responsibility. If everything went well, Luli would be able to become the city lord and complete the annexation of the city building group. By then, the city defense army will take full control of Wuzhou City and be the only one in the world. Now it seems that Yan Xiu is clearly determined to go against him, so Luli doesn't want to show any mercy. Yan Xiu, do you know how talented Miss Song is? Why are you so eager to get close to the city building team? Seeing that Luli was about to tell the truth, City Lord Song hurriedly pulled Yan Xiu aside. Student Yan Xiu, I wonder if I could invite you to my house for a chat. I'll discuss this with you in detail then. Lord City Lord, what are you afraid of? Regardless of Miss Song's talent, I have decided to sign a contract with her. Nonsense. Signing a contract is one of the most important things in life. You made such a hasty decision. Aren't you afraid that it will affect your future? Before the two could come to a conclusion, Luli explained. Yan Xiu, I'll tell you the truth. Just the day before, City Lord Song's daughter, Song Qiyu, completed the freshman awakening ceremony at a provincial middle school. And her talent is only D rank. Chapter 8 Ancient Girl, Song Qiyu. What? The City Lord's daughter's talent is only D level. D rank? Is it that lowest grade talent that's as rare as S rank? I originally thought that the City Lord's daughter's talent would be no less than S level, but I didn't expect it to be so inferior. Keep your voice down, or the City Lord might find out. What are we afraid of? As long as we support young Master Lu, why should we be afraid of retaliation from the city building corps? You're right. Miss Song's talent is so poor that the city building team will have no successors. Originally, Song Qiyu's appearance made Li Shui feel very unhappy, but when she learned about Song Qiyu's talent, she smiled disapprovingly. With an attitude of watching the fun and not minding the trouble, Li Shui walked out from behind Luli proudly. You must be dumbfounded, Yan Xiu. I was wondering why you didn't even care about an SS rank like me. So you were trying to take a shortcut and get in touch with the city building group. Now, you sign a contract with her. You can't go back on your words in front of City Lord Song. Luli also pretended to be kind and reminded him. As everyone knows, when a spirit warrior and a phantom spirit warrior sign a spirit control contract, the qualities and talents of both parties must match. Otherwise, the combat power and potential of the higher quality party will be forcibly lowered. You must consider this carefully. Luli and the other two looked at Yan Xiu with a completely ridiculous attitude, waiting to see how Yan Xiu would end up. It depends on whether he will disregard the city lord's feelings and treat his previous decision as bullshit, or keep his promise and be willing to destroy his future to complete the contract with Song Qiyu. Yan Xiu patted his chest and looked at Luli with contempt. I, Yan Xiu, am a man of my word. I'm not like some people who don't keep their word. Of course I have to sign a contract with Miss Song, and I can sign it immediately, on the spot. When everyone was wondering how Yan Xiu would apologize to City Lord Song for his impulsive decision, the reality made them all drop their jaws. They never expected that Yan Xiu's attitude would be so resolute. Even though he knew that Song Qiyu's talent was only D level, he still chose to sign the contract. Oh my god, this world is crazy. SSS class is going to sign a contract with D class. A real man keeps his word. Don't you think he's very manly? That's bullshit. He's wasting his SSS level talent like that. I think he's just stupid. Even Luli and the other two were so shocked that they were speechless. They stared at Yan Xiu in a daze, and it took them a long time to react. This guy. Li Shui took a breath. At this moment, she felt that Yan Xiu in front of her was extremely unfamiliar. But then I thought about it and felt an inexplicable anger. He actually gave up his SS level and didn't try to retain it, but chose a D level. Luli was also incredulous. He never expected that Yan Xiu would disregard his own future and unite with Jiansheng, so he silently regarded Yan Xiu as a potential enemy in his heart. City Lord Song glanced at Yan Xiu, his expression solemn. He sighed deeply and said, "Student Yenshio, this city lord absolutely does not approve of you and Yuer signing a spirit control contract. I originally wanted to support you, so how can I let Yuer lower your future? Lord City Lord, do you have so little confidence in your daughter? It's true that there are awakened people with inferior talents in this world who can change their fate through their own efforts and some opportunities, but they are a very small minority. Yuer's talent is only D level. Even if I believe she can achieve a comeback, she can only become a mediocre phantom at best. Her future is still a million miles away from yours." Yenshio knew that he could not defeat the city lord, so he changed his target. In a sense, the spirit control contract is one of the most important decisions in life. "Lord City Lord, why don't you let Miss Song decide for herself?" Song Chiyue in the car heard the conversation between Yenshio and the city lord clearly. When she learned that Yenshio, who possessed SSS-level talent, wanted to sign a contract with her, she could hardly believe her ears. Ever since she awakened her D-level talent, she has been ridiculed by her classmates and teachers. Even her father, who had always loved her, began to ignore her, which made her feel depressed. The fact that Yenshio wanted to sign a contract with her undoubtedly caused a great shock to her pure heart. After calming down, Song Chiyue was left with only confusion in her heart. Her mind was full of thoughts. Why did he choose her? Confused, she slowly jumped out of the car and came to Yenshio. Looking up, she saw a tall young man of about 1.78 meters with an extraordinary demeanor. His handsome face made Song Chiyue feel moved. "Yenshio, do you really want to sign a contract with me?" Yenshio turned around when he heard the voice, and Song Chiyue was right in front of him. The girl's fragrance was intoxicating, and she looked even more beautiful up close. Yenshio didn't hesitate at all, he wanted to hold her hand. "Yes, Miss Song Chiyue, are you willing to sign a contract with me?" Song Chiyue avoided it slightly, and her eyes became a little blurry. "Why, my talent is only D rank." Yenshio paused and said casually, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" A few dark lines flashed across his delicate face, and Song Chiyue replied solemnly, "Tell the truth." "Because I want to train you." Yenshio leaned close to Song Chiyue's ear and whispered softly. Song Chiyue was shocked after hearing this. "What do you mean by training me? Anyway, I can feel that there is an energy resonating between you and me. I have a way to make you stronger, and only I can make you stronger, as long as you become my phantom girl." Song Chiyue walked back and forth with her head down. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly looked serious. "Then swear you're not lying to me." "All right, I swear. If Miss Song Chiyue signs a contract with me, then from now on you will be my woman." Song Chiyue immediately felt that Yenshio's words were not right. Her face flushed slightly, and she stamped her feet in anger and said, "Bah, what do you mean by your woman? Although I agree to sign a contract with you, we can only be considered allies at best." Hearing all this, City Lord Song was overjoyed, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Song Chiyue was full of relief. He really didn't expect that his daughter, who had a D-level talent, could so easily sign a contract with an SSS genius. Although the spiritual warrior insisted on signing a contract with his daughter, this would forcibly lower his combat power and potential. But as Yuer's contracted partner, he can also be a potential ally. If we grit our teeth and give him more resources, it won't be irreparable. Since you agreed, let's sign the contract now. Yenshio stretched out his hands and made a sincere invitation to Song Chiyue. Chapter 9 SSS class and D class have concluded a contract. If she was still wondering if Yenshio had ulterior motives a second ago, now she had nothing to worry about. She was eager to complete the contract immediately, fearing that Yenshio would suddenly change his mind. Anyway, signing a contract with him will not harm the interests of the city building group. The only one who will suffer will be him, while I can get great benefits. So Song Chiyue raised her hands without hesitation. She was now completely unable to resist the temptation of signing a contract with an SSS-level genius spiritual warrior, let alone with the handsome young man in front of her. The contract ceremony is a compulsory course before entering higher education. It only requires two people to put their hands together, silently recite the oath of the contract in their hearts, and then achieve telepathy between each other to reach the conclusion of the contract. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two of them slowly leaned towards each other hand in hand, and the scene made the whole audience boil. Fuck, God, Yen can't do this. Impulsiveness is the devil. God, please open your eyes and look at this. Is there still law and justice? He was given an SSS-level talent, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. If I were him, I would carefully select a phantom above S rank. Even if she's the daughter of a superstar, I wouldn't even bother looking at her if she's below S rank. There are plenty of beautiful women above S rank, why did he have to choose a D rank? The two people running towards each other had completely disregarded the feelings of the people present. Yan Xiaojin held Song Qiyue's soft and flawless little hand and pulled her into his arms. Song Qiyue's face was as red as an apple. She obediently leaned against Yan Xiu's chest and could feel Yan Xiu's hot heartbeat. The two of them interlocked their fingers and pressed together, feeling each other's breath. As they silently recited the oath of the contract in their hearts, a mysterious formation pattern appeared under their feet. The two phantom spirits and the virtual images of the magic weapons merged into a pattern in the formation pattern. From then on, the fate of the two was tied together. Everyone was dumbfounded. These two people actually reached a contract in front of everyone. All sorts of emotions emerged in everyone's hearts at once. Some people envied Song Qiyue's luck, some were jealous of Song Qiyue's luck, and more people felt sorry for Yan Xiu. The two people who could least accept this result were Lu Li and Li Shui. Li Shui had a bitter look on her face. Compared to her hatred towards Yan Xiu, she felt more jealous. She was jealous of why Song Qiyue was so lucky. She even began to regret that it would have been great if she had signed the contract with Yan Xiu. Lu Li's expression was as gloomy as a coffin lid. He stared at Yan Xiu with his eyes, secretly clenching his fists. According to his father's instructions, he was supposed to persuade Yan Xiu to join the city defense army, but Yan Xiu not only did not give him face, but also broke off relations with Jianqing Tuanjie in front of him. As the captain of the city defense army, he has always been arrogant in Wuzhou City. When has he ever felt such frustration? Li Shui, let's go. He didn't want to stay here any longer, and there was no point in staying to watch the show. Yan Xiu, let's just wait and see. After saying these harsh words, Lu Li roughly pulled Li Shui's hand and walked onto the military vehicle. The convoy quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Yan Xiuzai didn't have time to pay attention to the two people who left, because just now, a system voice came into his head again. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting an ancient girl. First reward. Ancient Martial Arts, Heavenly Punishment Thunder Blade Divine Rank Martial Arts charge for a certain period of time to launch an extremely powerful attack, focusing on defeating the enemy with a single move. When releasing this martial arts technique, it will have a certain suppressing effect on the enemy. The contract achievement system has been opened. The points task system has been opened. Achievement points, 10,000. Martial arts and illusions are equivalent to the skills of spiritual warriors and illusionists. The quality of skills is divided into 6 levels: mortal level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, god level, and world destroying level, with world destroying level being the highest level. Yan Xiu was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that just by signing a spirit control contract, he could directly comprehend a divine level martial art. Yan Xiu was overjoyed that he did not expect that his first martial art would come so easily, and that it was even of divine grade. Seeing that there were 2 more contract achievement systems and task systems, Yan Xiu couldn't wait to open them in his mind. Contract achievement system: the host can earn contract achievement points and upgrade their achievement level by fighting with the contract partner, improving intimacy, realm, and tacit understanding. Upgrading to the corresponding level can help the contracted party upgrade their talents and comprehend ancient skills. The contracted party can no longer awaken and learn the second and third skills, and instead awaken ancient skills by increasing the achievement level. Contract object, Song Qiyue. Current level, 1. Current reward, both parties' cultivation speed increased by 50%. The contracted party awakens an ancient illusion god level. Level 2 cumulative points with current contract partner, 10,000 100,000. Reward, both parties' cultivation speed increases by 100%. The contracted party awakens an ancient illusion god level. Improve the talent of the corresponding contract object to SS level. The ancient divine axe gains 50% elemental affinity with the corresponding contracted object. Level 3 cumulative points with current contract partner, 10,000 1 million. Award. Unlock the contract stage soulmate. The cultivation speed of both parties increased by 200%. Improve the talent of the corresponding contract object to SSS level. The contracted party awakens an ancient illusion god level. The ancient divine axe gains 50% elemental affinity with the corresponding contracted object. Explain the unique combined attack skill world destroying level. Points task system. Task 1, cumulative achievement points with all contracted parties, 10,000 30,000. Reward, awaken an ancient martial art god level. Task 2, cumulative achievement points with all contracted parties, 10,150,000. Reward, awaken an ancient martial art god level. Mission 3, cumulative achievement points with all contracted parties, 10,600,000. Reward, awaken an ancient martial art divine level. Mission 4, cumulative achievement points with all contracted parties, 10,003 million. Reward, awaken an ancient martial art world destroying level. Mission 5, cumulative achievement points with all contracted parties, 10,001 million. Award. The host's magic weapon has been upgraded to SSS. All skills upgraded to the world destroying level. The first thing Yan Xiu saw was that the magic weapon was upgraded to SSS level. You know, except for the first year of the disaster, when the world-destroying Demon King was rated as SSS by humans, there has never been an SSS among humans. But when Yan Xiu saw the required points, he knew that things were not as simple as he thought. Wow, 10 million, how long will it take to save up that much money? Chapter 10 God-level illusion charm spirit clone. However, what surprised Yan Xiu even more was: complete 5 tasks and you will gain 5 world-destroying skills. However, you should know that ordinary awakeners can awaken and learn 3 skills at most in their lifetime, and only a very small number of people can awaken 3 skills. For ordinary awakeners, except for the first skill that can be comprehended through the skill awakening stone, understanding, luck and talent are all indispensable for learning and comprehending skills in the future. Let go, how long are you going to hold me? Yan Xiu was completely immersed in the surprise and had completely forgotten that he was still holding Song Qiwei in his arms. Song Qiwei was the first to feel the strange looks from other people on the field. She pinched Yan Xiu's shoulder shyly. Yan Xiu felt pain and finally reacted and let Song Qiwei go. Snort! Song Qiwei snorted coldly, trying to cover up her shyness with anger. After giving Yan Xiu an angry look as a warning, she returned to City Lord Song. Dad, I've signed a contract with Yan Xiu now. Can I go back to school now? Because she awakened her D-level talent, her father had expelled her from school and was planning to imprison her at home. Now she had a reason to make her father give up this idea. City Lord Song smiled ashamedly and immediately called Director Ma, who was following behind him, to his side. Before he could say anything, Director Ma immediately understood and said, Miss Song should be studying in the same school as Yan Xiu. I will go and handle the admission procedures for Miss Song right away. City Lord Song nodded with satisfaction, and led Song Qiwei to Yan Xiu. He took out another storage ring and handed it to Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu, your willingness to sign a contract with the dog girl shows your sincerity towards the city building group. Ever since Yuer's mother died in battle, my realm has greatly decreased. I'm old and useless now. This storage ring has too much space, so it would be a waste for me to keep it. I don't have anything good to give you, so take this ring. Yan Xiu gladly accepted it, and then he said earnestly, Yan Xiu, it's a great blessing for Yuer to be able to sign a contract with you. I hope you can get along well, fight side by side, and make progress together. Now I hand her over to you. Song Qiwei felt a wave of nausea and quickly joked, Alright, you're talking like you're getting married. And you, with your D-level talent, you should never have a chance to make a name for yourself. So you'd better work hard and don't let Yan Xiu down. Okay, I got it. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, Miss Yuer and I will definitely move forward hand in hand. After the City Lord left, the awakening ceremony for boys was officially held. Yan Xiu already knew the result of the awakening and was not going to stay here and waste time. It's better to find a place to practice and take a look at Song Qiwei as a tribute interface. What's going on? You're so sneaky. Yan Xiu didn't say anything, but took Song Qiwei to a quiet place and observed the changes in her talent. Name, Song Qiwei. Phantom, three-tailed fox S. Attribute, fire. Realm, early stage 1. Ancient illusion, charm spirit clone. Achievement level, 10100,000. After careful observation, Yan Xiu discovered that Song Qiwei's talent had also been upgraded to S level. He also awakened a divine level illusion called charm spirit clone. Yan Xiu carefully observed the effect of this illusion. Effect 1, the main body can exchange positions with the clone. Effect 2, the clone can synchronize attacks with the main body. After seeing the effect, Yan Xiu exclaimed it was a magical skill. The first effect is the pulling skill. The second effect could double the damage. Feel it carefully and see if there are any changes. Yan Xiu said in surprise. Hiss, what happened? Why did I suddenly feel a flash of inspiration in my head? This is the surprise I gave you. Don't you feel like there's something extra in your mind? Song Chi-wei touched her head in confusion, and the next second she was ecstatic. No way, is this my phantom? Yes, now you are an S-level phantom. Yan Xiu affirmed. Before Song Chi-wei could be shocked, she felt that there were many more abilities in her mind, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. Oh my god, is this an illusion? You're right, and it's a divine-level illusion. What, god level? How is this possible? Yan Xiu, what on earth is going on? Why did my phantom spirit become S-level and suddenly comprehend a divine-level illusion technique? There's no need to ask why. Isn't this exactly why I'm willing to sign a contract with you? After hearing what Yan Xiu said, there was only gratitude in her eyes. Yan Xiu, thank you. If it weren't for you, my life would be so dull and bleak. Ding, intimacy increased, achievement points plus 500. After activating Song Chi-yue's bloodline, the two found a place to practice. Your father is so generous. The spirit stones in the ring are enough for the two of us to consume for at least a month. Of course. Even though the city building group is declining, they still have this little bit of wealth. I remember when I was a kid, the city building corps was the most powerful force in Wuzhou City. Why are they now ranked behind the city defense army? Just talking about this makes me angry. Remember the Battle of Wuzhou? The city defense army, as reinforcements, should have arrived at the battlefield at noon, but they betrayed us. The elite soldiers of the city construction group were wiped out in that defense. My mother died in the defense. You know what happened next without her saying anything. The city defense army showed their ambition and gradually annexed the power of the city construction group. The various forces and dignitaries in the city slowly turned to the city defense army. If I had to say it, the parents of the students in the martyrs class were once members of our city construction corps. It's just that the city defense army suppressed the news, so basically no one knows about it. They only see the present. The city defense army's contribution far exceeds that of the city construction corps, which is why they keep supporting the current city defense army. Trying to win back public support by revealing the truth won't work now. The city building group must make tangible contributions to regain the support of the people of Wuzhou City. Faced with the current predicament of the city building team, Song Chi-yue's expression was gloomy. Seeing this, Yan Xiu patted Song Chi-yue on the shoulder and encouraged her. The good news is, you don't have to fight alone anymore. Now you have me. You and I have signed a spirit control contract. The city defense forces will definitely find a way to target you. Then we will work hard to improve our strength and let our absolute strength speak for itself. Well, I must work hard and try not to hold you back. Chapter 11 The first lesson of the Martyrs class. The early morning sun shines into the classroom, and the students in the Martyrs class are preparing for their first class. When a graceful figure walked into the classroom, Song Chi-yue became a little excited, and Yan Xiu couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at her. Song Chi-yue came over secretly and explained, my father said he was afraid that we would suffer injustice because all walks of life in Wuzhou City are now members of the city defense army, so he would send a new teacher. I didn't expect it to be Sister Yair. She was very kind to me when I was little. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiu simply nodded, thinking that the city lord was very thoughtful. Hello, students. My name is Chenya. From today on, I will be your homeroom teacher and training instructor. Before the Skill Awakening Conference, I'd like to ask which students have already signed a contract with a partner of their choice? For a moment, the classroom was filled with chatter again. Many boys started to answer actively without caring about anything else. After roughly understanding the situation, Chenya immediately signaled everyone to come down. All right. If you haven't found a partner to sign a contract with, just come to me after class to register. Okay, for this first class, I'd like to review some of the knowledge points regarding the spirit control contract with everyone. After Chenya's eyes wandered among the crowd, they finally fixed their gaze on Song Chi-yue. She smiled slightly and said, Student, please tell me about the compatibility of the spirit control contract. Teacher Chen, compatibility is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, tacit cooperation. The second stage, telepathy. The third stage, soulmates. Each stage has a different degree of combat power bonus, which increases with the stage. In the first stage, both parties to the contract will fight side by side to gain a combat power boost, and both parties will be immune to each other's attack damage. The second stage achieves telepathic communication, greatly improving tacit understanding and enabling the exchange of spiritual power. The attacks of spiritual warriors can add elemental damage. The third stage, the Divine Weapon Spirit, the Phantom will completely transform into the Divine Weapon Spirit, allowing the Divine Weapon to burst out with the strongest combat power. There are two main ways to advance, one is to fight together, and the other is to continuously improve intimacy. Student Song is right. Shenya nodded with satisfaction and continued, the increase in strength brought about by the Yuling contract is obvious. The sooner the contract is concluded, the more helpful it will be for increasing strength. Okay, I've said what I need to say. Tomorrow's new skill awakening ceremony will also be a crucial one that will determine your future. Everyone will be able to awaken their first skill by touching the Divine Stone. The strength of this first skill will directly impact your subsequent training progress. I hope everyone performs well. After listening to Teacher Chen's speech, Yan Xiu became somewhat expectant. Because the system does not affect the awakening of the first skill, in addition to having the newly awakened God-level ancient skill, Song Qiwa, and he can immediately awaken a regular skill. On the second day, the skill awakening ceremony for freshmen was held in the martial arts hall, and all freshmen gathered there. In the center of the martial arts hall stands a huge oval-shaped dark blue sacred stone. As the director announced the start of the freshman skills awakening ceremony, all freshmen took turns according to their classes. First up was the Martyrs class. Because of the presence of two special individuals, Yan Xiu and Song Qiwa, they quickly sparked discussion among the entire audience. What level of skills do you think Yan Xiu can awaken? If he hadn't signed a contract with Song Qiwa, his skills would have at least started at the Earth level. As for the current situation, it's hard to say. As an SSS level genius, it's unacceptable if he can't even awaken an Earth level skill. But that's his own fault. As time passed, more than half of the students in the Martyrs class had completed their awakening. The results were not very ideal, as most of the students were between the mortal and profound levels, with mostly ordinary skills like fireballs and basic moves. As the registrar announced Song Qiua's appearance with the awakening skill, the whole audience fell silent and everyone turned their eyes to the awakening stone. Song Qiua smiled calmly at Yan Xiu, then walked towards the awakening stone with a calm and brisk look on his face. She thought that she already possessed the divine-level illusion technique of Charm Spirit Clone, so no matter how bad the awakening results today were, she could accept it. As Song Qiua slowly placed her delicate hand on the awakening stone emitted a faint blue light. Song Qiua closed his eyes calmly, feeling the changes brought about by the skill mark. Soon the blue light disappeared, and at the same time, Song Qiua's mind gained a new understanding. The registrar quickly came forward to check the awakening data, and then she announced with a somewhat surprised expression, Martyr class, Song Qiua has awakened the Earth-level illusion technique Exploding Fireball. When everyone heard this, they immediately started discussing it. What? She's actually Earth-level? I have to say, for a D-level awakening to Earth-level, it's really a waste of money. Humph, if Yan Xiu hadn't raised her upper limit, she would definitely be destined to be immortal. That's outrageous, okay? Even if Yan Xiu raised the upper limit, it wouldn't be this high, right? Why rush? You should believe in the principle of matching contracts. Yan Xiu will pay for her good fortune. Chapter 12 Skill Awakening Conference. What they didn't know was that Song Qiua's talent was no longer D-level but S-level, and would not affect Yan Xiu's talent at all. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Song Qiua walked off the stage with a happy look on her face. Song Qiua was very satisfied with the result of awakening the Earth-level skills. You have to know that even with an S-level talent, the probability of awakening to the Earth level is not high. This is already lucky enough. Yan Xiu, I really don't know how to thank you. Ever since I signed the contract with you, good things have happened one after another. Song Qiua hugged Yan Xiu's arm tightly, with a happy smile on her face. Yan Xiu caressed Song Qiua's head lovingly, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. Silly girl, you deserve all this. As long as you stay with me forever, there will be more surprises waiting for you. The sweet couple, their every move fell into Li Shue's eyes. Looking at their intimacy, a hint of jealousy appeared on Li Shue's face. The fact that Jun Xiao was unable to come and accompany her had already made her doubt Lu Li. Now seeing Yan Xiu and the other person being so close, she felt very uncomfortable. The more this happened, the more she wanted to surpass Yan Xiu and the others, and this desire became stronger and stronger. Martyr class, Yan Xiu, please come to the stage to receive your skill awakening. As the registrar announced, everyone's eyes turned to the skill awakening platform again. Yan Xiu strode onto the stage and casually placed his palm on the skill awakening stone. After a faint blue light flashed, the registrar walked forward. Martyr class, student Yen Xiao, awakened the mortal level martial arts shield defense. Everyone was stunned at first, but then they realized that Yen Xiao had 2 magic weapons, and he was probably showing off his second magic weapon. Even the registrar smiled and gestured for Yen Xiao to continue. Yen Xiao smiled confidently and pressed his hand on the sacred stone again. This time, a brighter blue light shone, and even the registrar couldn't help but show a hint of shock when he saw it. Student Yen Xiao from the Martyr class has once again awakened his Earth-level martial art Flying Axe Meteor. Now, everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck, this isn't scientific. Koro, what are you talking about? The god's contract is a matter of comparison. I, Yenshin, will not be affected, okay? When Yen Xiao learned that the martial art he had just awakened was only an Earth-level martial art, he was not disappointed. After thinking about it carefully, he shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Because Yen Xiao suddenly thought that this was a very practical long-range attack martial art. As a spiritual warrior, he lacks the means to attack targets from a distance. With this Flying Axe Meteor martial art, he can make up for the shortcomings in long-range attacks. When Li Shui saw Yen Xiaoye awaken his Earth-level skills, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She clenched her fists so tightly that her crystal-clear nails dug into her flesh. No, I must surpass them. She made up her mind and took out a purple medicine bottle from her storage ring. This was Lu Li's compensation for her kneeling down to Yen Xiao's skill enhancement potion. It can increase the probability of awakening high-grade skills, but the price is that it will have a serious impact on the awakening of subsequent skills. If you are unlucky, you will never be able to comprehend the second skill in this lifetime. But she no longer cared about that, she wanted to surpass them now. Time passed minute by minute, and finally it was Li Shui's turn to go on stage to awaken her skills. The SS-level genius girl is also attracting attention. Although SS is not as good as SSS, it also has the talent to awaken the starting skills of the Earth rank. Li Shui had already taken the potion in a corner where no one knew, and walked slowly onto the stage with a determined expression. The moment she pressed her white and tender hands down, the divine stone immediately responded. As the strong blue light appeared, everyone present became excited. They looked at the registrar eagerly, wanting to know the results of their awakening. It's a heavenly illusion. Elite class, Li Shui awakened the heavenly illusion technique Extremely Cold Feather Blade. The registrar announced with a look of shock, causing excitement in the audience. As expected of a goddess, this talent is simply too strong. The SSS class awakened the Earth rank, while the SS class awakened the Heaven rank. Now, do you still dare to say that there is no contract to match? It turns out that Yen Xiao's decision to sign a contract with the Song family was a mistake. Li Shui's awakening of a heavenly skill undoubtedly brought fighting spirit to all freshmen. Although fighting spirit wasn't enough to change the destined outcome, it could speed up the skill awakening ceremony. The entire ceremony was completed in just half a day. Afternoon, College Park. The news of Li Shui's heavenly level illusion technique has been spread consciously by herself. When everyone was discussing Li Shui's heavenly skills, Yen Xiao and Song Qiyu just smiled at each other. What can I say about her? It's just a heavenly illusion, but she wants to let the whole world know about it. Song Qiyu smiled with disdain. No need to bother with her, let's just keep a low profile. Yen Xiao said lightly. At this moment, the two of them were walking on the campus lawn like a couple in love. It was a beautiful day here, and there were many other couples who had signed contracts. At this time, Li Shui wandered here with a group of noble children. All of these followers following Li Shui are children from powerful families in Wuzhou City. Because Li Shui and Lu Li signed a contract, she was assigned to the powerful team. These noble children were all lackeys of the city defense army, so they were very polite to Li Shui. And because Li Shui had awakened the heavenly level illusion, they admired Li Shui even more. Li Shui now has a proud look on her face, she really enjoys the feeling of being sought after. However, after walking a few steps, when Li Shui discovered two people walking on the lawn, her expression suddenly fell. Seeing Yen Xiao and the other person holding hands, talking and laughing, looking so intimate, Li Shui suddenly felt unhappy and immediately decided to take everyone to mock the two of them. Now, it is common knowledge that Yen Xiao, who is an SSS-level person, chose to sign a contract with a D-level person. Without exception, all the students in the powerful group scoffed at Yen Xiao's actions. It's not just because they are all from the city defense faction, but what they can't stand is that Yen Xiao has wasted such a good talent. In the blink of an eye, Li Shui and everyone else blocked their way. Chapter 13 Testing Conference officially begins. Yan Xiao, I originally thought you only wanted to join the city building team, so you chose to sign a contract with a D rank loser. Now I think I overestimated you. I didn't expect you to actually be with her. How can an SSS class person fall in love with a D class person? How shameless. How could God allow someone like you to awaken an SSS class talent? Li Shui's words seemed to touch everyone's heart, and everyone responded. Student Li Shui is right. This kind of self-degradation is simply shameless. And Song Qiyue is the same. She has no self-awareness at all. Doesn't she know her own character? With a mere D-level talent, she has the nerve to sign a contract with an SSS level. Don't think you can turn things around just by tying up an SSS level guy. With such talent, all it does is hold others back. It's nothing more than trash. That's right. I advise you to disperse as soon as possible. Faced with the group's aggressive attitude, Song Qiyue felt like she was facing a formidable enemy. Yan Xiao held her in his arms. Yue, what do you think of what they said? I don't really care, it's more about what you think. I don't care what a bunch of idiots are saying. After hearing Yan Xiao calling them idiots, everyone rushed to Yan Xiao and started to fight back. Yan Xiao, we kindly tried to persuade you to change your ways, but you refused to repent and even dared to scold us? You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Do you really think that the city building group is a reliable backer? I'm telling you, the city building team will be finished sooner or later, and you will pay the price for your impulsive choice. Li Shui also came to Yan Xiao. She first looked at the two of them with disdain. When she thought about the trap that Lu Junxiao was going to set for him, she smiled meaningfully. Tomorrow we'll have the simulated mechanical beast test. Let's see what the results say. I hope you won't regret signing the contract with her then. Yan Xiao said without showing any weakness, Student Li Shui, I hope you won't flatter yourself anymore. From the moment you knelt before me, I no longer bothered to compare myself to you, because you don't deserve it. You simply don't deserve it. After saying that, Yan Xiao took Song Qiyue's hand. Yue, let's go. There's no need to bother with these people. You Yan Xiao, I wonder how long you can keep being so arrogant. Yan Xiao simply chose to ignore Li Shui's anger. He turned to Song Qiyue and said, for tomorrow's test, how about we go back home and practice more tonight? Great. I already feel like I'm about to break through a small realm. Inside the control room of a mechanical beast in number 2 middle school. Luli said with a sinister look on his face, with Yan Xiao's current strength, if he were to sign a contract with a legitimate S rank or higher phantom spirit, he might even be able to challenge a second rank mechanical beast. If you want to blame someone, blame him for choosing a D rank. Forget about that loser Song Qiyue. Yan Xiao alone can only unleash the strength of a late-stage first-rank monster. I can't wait to see how miserable he gets when facing a mid-stage second-rank mechanical beast. When Li Shui learned of Lu Li's plan, she was shocked. If we raise the mechanical beast's strength to the middle stage of the second stage, it won't kill Yan Xiao, right? Shui, are you worried about your ex-boyfriend? Lu Li said dissatisfiedly. Li Shui was afraid that he would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, no, I didn't. I wanted to see him embarrassed, but I didn't want to kill him. It would be best if I could cripple him. Then I could humiliate him properly. That would be so satisfying. Lu Li nodded with satisfaction, then took out a water-attributed spirit stone from his space ring and handed it to Li Shui. This water spirit stone is a reward for you. It matches your phantom spirit attributes and can quickly help you improve your realm. As long as you improve your realm and remain loyal to me, I will give you more benefits later. Li Shui understands. Thank you, Master Jun. I'll accept it. After Li Shui took the water spirit stone, her delicate face was filled with joy. A few days later, the simulated mechanical beast testing conference finally arrived as scheduled, and the venue was set up in the martial arts hall within the academy. At this moment in the martial arts hall, the freshmen of this year were arranged in the audience seats outside the arena according to their classes. For some unknown reason, the test order of Lu Li and Li Shui and Yan Xiao and Song Qiyue was arranged to be the last. Media inside and outside the school also put these two tests on the front page headlines, dubbing them as the two most anticipated freshman test competitions. Honestly, I have a feeling this test is going to be really exciting. Of course, I can't wait to see Goddess Li perform her heavenly illusion. It's bound to be amazing. Brother, I want to see that Yan Xiao and see what kind of combat power he can unleash after signing a contract with a D rank. I guess his grades won't be too bad, but I think he'll regret it later. A shy female voice said, "You still have time to discuss others?" I'm so nervous. There are so many people watching. I'm really worried that I won't perform well. After a week of training, Yan Xiao has raised his realm to the late first stage, and is showing signs of being able to break through to the second stage. Song Qiyue was a little short of that, but she also reached the middle stage of the first level through her own efforts. Advancing to a small realm in a week was a result that far exceeded Song Qiyue's expectations. She always attributed this achievement to the improvement brought by Yan Xiao's talent. Yan Xiao looked at Lu Li and Li Shui. A week passed, and Lu Li's realm was still the early stage of the third level. Li Shui, like himself, had also reached the late stage of the first level. Furthermore, Yan Xiao used the Master's Eye to look at her panel. Name, Li Shui. Phantom, Polar Ice Phoenix SS. Attribute, Ice. Realm, late first stage. Illusion, Frost Feather Blade Heavenly rank. It seems that this is indeed a heavenly level martial art. After observing the strength of Lu Li and the other two, Yan Xiao looked at Song Qiyue beside him. Yue, are you nervous? A little bit. Song Qiyue nodded truthfully. Don't be nervous, don't worry, I'm here. Seeing Yan Xiao's confident look, Song Qiyue suddenly felt more confident. As the senior members of the academy took their seats on the judging panel, a senior middle-aged instructor who appeared to be a military veteran announced to everyone. Hello new students, we will now conduct a simulated mechanical beast test. This test will serve as a test of the results of the past week's training. It will also serve as a test to determine the list of candidates who will participate in the monthly field combat assessment. I hope that you will give your all in this test, work closely with your teammates, and strive to achieve good results. Chapter 14 Simulated Mechanical Beast Testing Conference. Now, let me tell you about the precautions for this simulated mechanical beast test. First, the demonic beast simulated by the simulated mechanical beast is random. Second, the realm of the simulated mechanical beast fluctuates between the middle and late stages of the first stage. Third, during this test, no external objects, such as potions or hidden weapons, can be used. You must rely on your own strength to fight. The scoring rules for the simulated mechanical beast assessment are as follows: each test lasts 10 minutes. Those who defeat the mechanical beast within 10 minutes will be scored based on their time. Those who fail to defeat the mechanical beast within 10 minutes will be scored based on their performance. Those who are defeated by the mechanical beast will not receive any score. After senior instructor Qin Hong announced the test rules, discussions broke out again on the field. I just broke through to the middle stage of the first level last night. If I meet someone in the late stage of the first level, I don't know if I can handle it. You have to hold on even if you can't. Even if you can't defeat the mechanical beast, you have to hold on for 10 minutes, otherwise you won't get any points. Everyone, listen to me. Don't you think Li Shui got a great deal? Oh, that's right. His contract partner is young Master Lu Jun, and Senior Lu seems to have broken through to the third level. With just one move from young Master Lu, wouldn't a mere first-level mechanical beast be easily defeated in seconds? Is this reasonable? I'm so envious. According to the rules, those with contract partners must participate in the test together. It's actually quite reasonable for young Master Lu Jun to participate in the test. On the other hand, Lu Li had no interest in this mechanical beast test. He just wanted to wait and see the scene where Yan Xiao was beaten into a cripple by the mechanical beast. Li Shui also heard voices around her commenting on herself and Lu Li. She turned her eyes and seemed to have thought of a way to avoid being criticized. Senior Lu, when it's our turn to test, could you please not take any action? Just help me stop the mechanical beast and let me defeat it myself. Lu Li became a little impatient after hearing this. It's just a first level one. I can just go up and kill it in seconds. Is it really necessary to go through so much trouble? Li Shui explained, if Senior Lu did that, they would say that I won unfairly. But if I personally used the heavenly illusion technique to defeat the mechanical beast, they wouldn't say that to me. Then they'll just say that Senior Lu has great vision and signed a contract with a genius at first sight. While they praise Senior Lu, I can also get some credit. Okay, I'll do as you say. Ha, thank you, Senior Lu. Now, I declare the simulated mechanical beast testing conference officially open. At a command from Master Qin, the central area of the martial arts hall was divided into 4 basketball court-sized arenas, and an aura barrier descended from the air above each arena. Before everyone could react, they saw several instructors outside the venue bringing in a few wooden men. Those wooden figures seemed to have been cursed and suddenly came alive and jumped up onto the stage. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, these wooden men were shattered into piles of wooden parts under the pull of spiritual power. Following the first batch, 8 trainees taking the test stepped onto the stage one by one. Those wooden parts came back to life again, and just like building blocks, they randomly generated all kinds of strange mechanical beasts. Yan Xiu turned her gaze towards the nearest arena, where they were facing a mechanical wooden bull. On the ring, the first 2 people to come on stage were obviously very nervous. They seemed to have not figured out the situation yet. Before they were ready, the mechanical wooden bull rushed towards them. The 2 of them hadn't even formed the most basic formation yet they were standing side by side. And as a front row player, the boy didn't even have time to summon his own magic weapon. The result is predictable. The boy was only concerned with dodging himself, and the mechanical wooden bull turned its head and pushed the girl out. It looked like she was seriously injured, so the girl instantly lost her ability to fight, and the boy was also knocked to the ground. Ring number 3, test failed. Instructor Qin announced the result without mercy. No one expected that defeat would come so quickly. As one of the 8 test students in the first batch, the team was eliminated. As the mechanical wooden ox was disassembled into a pile of parts, the 2 failed to give this freshman class a good start and were unfortunately defeated. The boy was clearly dissatisfied and said, "Teacher, this is not fair. I want to retest because we are not ready yet. Your application is invalid. Your instructor should have taught you that once you enter the battlefield, you must be ready to fight immediately. If this were a real battlefield, do you think the monster would wait until you were ready before attacking you?" Teacher Qin's words immediately left the boy speechless, and he and his partner could only swallow their frustration and accept the failure. With the 2 people on the number 3 ring setting an example, the students who took the test later became much smarter and showed off their magic weapons and phantoms the moment they stepped onto the ring. Yan Xiu discovered that among the groups being tested, there were couples who had already signed a contract, groups that were temporarily put together, and even strange groups of 2 men or 2 women. The 2 boys were understandable. If they attacked the monster from both sides, one in front and one behind, they would have a chance of winning. The combination of 2 girls will most likely be defeated, unless they are in a higher realm or have excellent physical skills, and can keep the attack distance from the mechanical beast and fight back to win. Of course, Yan Xiu further discovered that the mechanical beasts did not just rush around recklessly. Many of them also knew how to release elements to attack the testers. This shows how realistic these mechanical beasts were in simulating real monsters. After reviewing many tests, Yan Xiu finally understood why the academy encouraged the active signing of contracts. In comparison, combinations that have concluded a contract have better tacit understanding than combinations that have not concluded a contract, and with the added combat power of the contract formation, their scores are generally much higher than those combinations that have not yet concluded a contract. Thousands of freshmen in the school were divided into more than 500 or 600 groups. Although not every group could fight until the end of the 10-minute timer, the test still lasted from morning to night. Although the battles are fierce, they are also monotonous, like playing Honor of Kings without any skills. Because not everyone can awaken illusion in the first week after awakening like Li Shui. Finally, with the completion of another batch of tests, the tests for the last 2 groups finally arrived. I don't know if it was intentional on the part of the tutors, or if it was due to traffic requirements on the part of the major campus media outlets. They divided Lu Li and Li Shui and Yan Xiu and Song Qiwei into 2 separate groups. The first to bear the brunt is the combination of Lu Li and Li Shui. Chapter 15 Heavenly Illusion, Li Shui amazes the audience. The moment Lu Li and Li Shui stepped onto the stage, they instantly became the focus of the entire audience. Even the testers deliberately did not activate the mechanical wooden man immediately. Military master, military master. Goddess, goddess. Facing the cheers and admiration from the audience, Lu Li appeared exceptionally calm, as if he felt that this kind of scene was natural. On the other hand, Li Shui was so proud that she felt a little dizzy at the moment. The thought that she would use her latest heavenly illusion to astonish the whole audience and personally end the test to win applause from the whole house made her smile rise with pride. However, this is not the point. The point is that she must let Yan Xiu know how wrong he was for not trying to keep her. Thinking of this, she looked at Yan Xiu in the audience with a proud look, and her eyes seemed to say, "I'll let you see in a moment who is not worthy of whom." The wooden parts were reassembled again like building blocks, this time forming a mechanical tiger. At the moment the mechanical tiger appeared, Lu Li summoned his magic weapon, a majestic spear. There is a golden dragon on top of this spear, which looks very domineering. Is this the military officer's magic weapon? It's so cool. I bet that Jun Xiao only needs one strike to kill the mechanical tiger in front of us. The mechanical tiger pounced on Luli, and everyone thought that Luli was about to take action to end the test. Luli calmly raised his magic weapon and moved forward to block, with a long spear placed directly on the mouth of the mechanical tiger. Due to the difference in realm, the mechanical tiger was suppressed by Luli and could not move forward. Mechanical beasts do not have the mind of real monsters. They are set to attack only the enemy closest to them. So even when the mechanical tiger knew that it was suppressed by Luli, it did not retreat, but instead bit Luli's magic weapon and refused to let go. After seeing the battle situation on the ring, some students couldn't help but have doubts. What is the senior doing? Is he teasing this mechanical tiger? Oh, I see. Goddess Li hasn't made a move yet. Are you saying that young Master Lu wants Li Shui to end this test? On the ring, Luli had a look of indifference on his face. After he completely suppressed the mechanical beast, he shouted at Li Shui impatiently. Shuier, hurry up and do it. It's my turn to perform, Li Shui smiled slightly. Then Li Shui put her hands together, as if she was praying devoutly, and then the power of extreme ice gathered in her body. Suddenly, a phoenix cry resounded throughout the martial arts hall. The freshmen who had never seen the world could not help but open their eyes wide and let out sounds of surprise. Under everyone's attention, Li Shui summoned out her phantom polar ice phoenix. The holy ice phoenix flew around Li Shui for a circle and then merged into one with her. Immediately afterwards, a pair of ice crystal wings suddenly appeared behind Li Shui. On the ring, the girl was wearing a white dress like a wedding gown, and with a pair of sparkling ice crystal wings as the backdrop, she looked like an angel descending from the sky. For a moment, it seemed as if the air in the martial arts hall became fresh. Seeing this scene, the whole audience was instantly shocked, and everyone present exclaimed excitedly. It's so stunning, it's like a fairy descending from heaven. Is this Goddess Li? She's so beautiful. I feel like I'd be guilty just looking at her. I don't know what Yin Xiu thinks. If I were him, I would cry my heart out if I lost a girlfriend like this. Not to mention the new students who had never seen the world, even the tutors couldn't help but look at Li Shui with admiration. Congratulations, Professor Qin. Your elite class has produced a talented student. Awakening the heavenly illusion technique in just 1 week, truly worthy of being an SS-level genius. This girl is both talented and beautiful. Her future is unpredictable. Even Luli seemed to be attracted by her, but when he thought that she was just a consumable material for improving the quality of his magic weapon, his heart hardened and his expression became cold again. The whole audience was cheering for her, and tears of excitement welled up in Li Shui's eyes. She simply wiped away her tears, which moved many boys. Then Li Shui smiled triumphantly and looked coldly in Yin Xiu's direction with the attitude of a winner. If it weren't for the noise in the room, she really wanted to tell Yin Xiu loudly. What is so great about an SSS-level magic weapon? I, Li Shui, am still better than you. Next, open your eyes and watch carefully. This is the power of the heavenly rank illusion. Thinking of this, Li Shui suddenly took off into the air and completed several gorgeous turns in the air. At the same time, she cried out, "Extremely cold feather blade." The pair of ice crystal wings fanned out a biting cold wind, and the biting cold wind rolled up countless sharp ice blades and shot towards the mechanical beast. The mechanical beast was soon caught in a storm formed by ice blades. It was cut and penetrated, and soon lost its combat effectiveness and shattered into pieces on the ground. The mechanical beast was defeated, and Li Shui only used one move. Everyone thought that Luli would help her pass the test easily, but they didn't expect that Li Shui could defeat the mechanical beast without Luli's help at all. It turns out that Goddess Li can easily win without the help of young Master Lu. When everyone saw this, they turned their kind eyes to the boy who dared to question Li Shui in the morning. He quickly admitted his mistake. "I am guilty. I shouldn't have questioned Goddess Li. I thought she would just follow Lu Li and win, but I didn't expect her to choose to use her own strength to pass the test." He admitted his mistake quickly and indeed avoided a beating. As expected, Li Shui and her partner became the fastest team to complete the test, and therefore received the highest score in this test conference. Because the last group is Yin Xiu and Song Qiwei. Even if there is Yin Xiu, an SSS-level spiritual warrior, no one would think that Yin Xiu and the other two will be rated higher than Li Shui. After all, there is Song Qiwei, who is there to lower their combat effectiveness. This test also attracted much attention, because everyone wanted to see how much impact the contract with a D-level person would have on Yin Xiu's combat power. To be more precise, they wanted to see Yin Xiu make a fool of himself and then see him regret his past actions. From envy and admiration to jealousy and hatred, many freshmen' attitudes towards him have changed 180 degrees. Who made him awaken the SSS level magic weapon that everyone envied, but chose to sign a contract with a useless D-level phantom, wasting this most powerful talent that everyone desired. After witnessing the performance of Li Shui and the other girl, Song Qiyu said with a hint of jealousy, "Your ex-girlfriend is truly dazzling." Yan Xiu shook his head and smiled disapprovingly. Hee, no matter how glamorous and beautiful I am, I'm still far from being able to catch up with you. Song Qiyu looked arrogant after hearing this. When did you learn to be so smooth talking? Yan Xiu touched Song Qiyue's head lovingly and smiled with interest. Honestly, if you could hold out a little longer, I wouldn't trade you for 10 of them. Chapter 16. There's something wrong with the mechanical wooden man. Someone wants to mess with me. It was last night that Song Qiyu tried to use her ancient illusion charming spirit clone. Unexpectedly, in the state of the spirit clone, she turned into a real animal-eared girl. It's a pity that before Yan Xiu could get enough of it, her spiritual power was exhausted. Good on you, Yan Xiu, you treat me like a pet, don't you? Song Qiyu reacted and remembered what happened last night. Her arrogant expression instantly turned into shyness. How could I treat you as a pet? Blame it on your fox ears. They feel amazing to the touch. Song Qiyu suddenly became angry, hateful. You still say you don't have it? Yan Xiu argued cunningly, I just treated you as my beast-eared mother, what did I do wrong? Beast-eared girl? There is no such concept as animal-eared girls in this world, so Song Qiyu naturally doesn't understand. How should I put it? A beast-eared girl is a well-behaved, cute, and beautiful girl who deserves to be pampered. Touching the ears of the beast-eared girl is a way of expressing your affection for her. Where did you learn this nonsense? I learned this in my previous life. Do you believe it? Okay, I'll trust you for once. Ding, intimacy increased, achievement points plus 500. However, Yan Xiu continued to push his luck and asked, in that case, when can I play with your tail? What did you say? This is absolutely not allowed. Why? Okay, please stop talking, the test is about to begin. Song Qiyu immediately slipped away under the pretext of taking a test, but unexpectedly ran to Chenya to complain. Teacher Chen, Yan Xiu bullied me. Woo. Song Qiyu pretended to cry and successfully attracted Chenya's attention. What? How could he be like this? Teacher Chen looked at Song Qiyue's sad expression and a trace of anger rose in his heart. Yan Xiu, come here. The test is coming up soon. Why are you still bullying your partner? Hearing Teacher Chen's scolding, Yan Xiu rushed over with an innocent look on his face. Teacher Chen, I'm innocent. I just care about her. Do you still have the confidence to help Yuer pass the test? Teacher Chen asked seriously. Yan Xiu rubbed his head and said with some embarrassment, Teacher Chen, this might be a little difficult. Why, Yan Xiu, haven't we already discussed the tactics? Song Qiyu couldn't help but frown when she heard it, and stopped pretending to cry. She walked forward and asked with confusion. Obviously, because you just reported the teacher, our current compatibility is no longer good enough, unless you can kiss me to increase the intimacy. Yan Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a wicked smile. Teacher Chen, Sister Yair. Look, he is still bullying me. Yuer stomped her feet in anger when she heard this, and real tears began to well up in her eyes. Okay, you two, stop messing around and adjust your state quickly. It will be your turn soon. Teacher Chen shook his head helplessly and urged. The last pair, Yan Xiu and Song Qiyu, please come to the arena to be tested. After hearing their names being called, Yan Xiu and Song Qiyu walked slowly towards the stage hand in hand, which immediately sparked a heated discussion in the audience. It's finally their turn. I can't wait to see their performance. I secretly watched Song Qiyue's training. She's not very good at elemental attacks. It all depends on whether that Yen guy can turn the tide. This Yan Xiu really doesn't dislike the less talented Song Qiyu at all. He even holds her hand. You two, arena number 1. Instructor Qin smiled coldly at the two of them, then turned around and looked at Luli in the audience. Luli nodded with satisfaction, and then his face was filled with gloom. On the number 1 ring, a staff member in charge of repairing the mechanical wooden man, after checking the mechanical wooden man on the ring, suddenly asked Instructor Qin to replace the mechanical wooden man with a new one on the grounds that some parts were damaged. After Teacher Qin agreed, a new mechanical wooden man was carried up by them. No one knew that this mechanical wooden man was a trap set by Luli specifically for Yan Xiu. However, they deceived everyone except Yin Xiu. The characteristic of masters I allowed Yin Xiu to see the clue. Second stage mid-stage. Yin Xiu couldn't help but be shocked. Doesn't the rule say that the realm of the mechanical beast is set between the middle and late stages of the first level? Damn, someone is trying to mess with me. After realizing this, Yin Xiu hurriedly reached out to stop Song Qiwei and said in a low voice, "Don't go up to the arena. There seems to be something wrong with this mechanical wooden man." Song Qiwei paused, looking at the mechanical wooden figure on the stage that looked no different from the others, and asked doubtfully, "Really? What's wrong?" Yin Xiu said solemnly, "Listen to me, this is a second-level mechanical wooden mannequin. Someone wants to kill us. How could this happen? Who wants to frame us?" Song Qiwei's face turned pale after hearing this. She was frightened and couldn't help but be alert to her surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Xiu said coldly, "Humph, apart from Lu Li, the commander of the city defense army, I can't think of anyone else. What should we do now?" Song Qiwei was a little panicked. If nothing unexpected happens, the instructors here are already members of the city defense army. Yin Xiu glanced coldly at the instructors in the distance. This is a mid-stage second-level mechanical wooden mannequin. If we want to defeat it, we can no longer hide it. We must use our ancient skills. Yin Xiu is very confident in his ancient martial arts Heavenly Punishment Thundercut, and he has every chance of killing it by using his god-level martial arts. How long are you two going to dawdle? Do you still want to take the test? Instructor Qin urged impatiently when he saw that the two had not yet stepped onto the stage. Yin Xiu replied seriously, "Teacher Qin, Miss Song and I would like to apply to exchange our mechanical figurine for another one." Could it be that Yin Xiu knew that there was something wrong with this mechanical wooden man? Teacher Qin frowned and quickly dismissed the idea. "Humph, your application is invalid. Please continue to complete the test." "Why?" Yin Xiu asked, somewhat unconvinced. "Why? Then tell me why you replaced the mechanical wooden mannequin?" "Because there's something wrong with this mechanical figurine." "What's the problem? Are you more professional than the maintenance instructor? Or do you think you are not strong enough and want to find an easier opponent?" Instructor Qin questioned the two in a stern tone. Teacher Qin's words immediately resonated with all the freshmen. I think he probably regretted it and felt he couldn't pass the test, so he didn't even dare to enter the ring. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Even if he had signed a contract with an AB rank, let alone an S rank or higher, he would have easily passed the test. You can survive the misfortunes sent by heaven, but you cannot survive the misfortunes you bring upon yourself. It's too late to regret now. Chapter 17 The God-level illusion is activated. This is simply a miracle. Teacher Qin, this arena is so gloomy and I feel like the feng shui here is not very good. Can we apply to change the arena? Yin Xiu smiled flatteringly and looked at Teacher Qin in front of him cautiously. Teacher Qin frowned and said unhappily, "Your application is invalid. Hurry up and go on stage to take the test." "Don't give me these nonsense." He glared at Yin Xiu, who wanted to change the venue on the stage, and said in a serious tone, "Ouch, I suddenly feel a pain in my stomach." Yin Xiu suddenly covered his stomach with his hands, a painful expression on his face, then sat down on the ground, groaning in pain. Teacher Qin glanced at him, his brows furrowed. His expression grew increasingly uglier, and his voice became stern. "Yin Xiu, how long are you going to keep making such a fuss? I've warned you many times. Now you must step up and take the test. Otherwise, we'll treat this matter as a forfeit." "Then there's nothing to talk about?" Yin Xiu stopped pretending when he heard what Teacher Qin said. He stood up and said bluntly, "Humph, I know you guys secretly increased the intensity of me and Miss Song, but it doesn't matter. I'm afraid we're going to disappoint you. You error, let's go." Yin Xiu turned around and called out, "Yeah." Song Qiwei followed closely behind. Teacher Qin looked at the two people who stepped onto the stage with a serious expression. He was wondering what went wrong that allowed Yin Xiu to notice it. Could it be a spy? More importantly, Yin Xiu knew that he had tampered with the mechanical wooden man, so why did he still go there? He should know that with his current realm and his low-level contract partner, if he crossed the realm to face such a mechanical beast, he would either die or be injured. After the two men stood on the stage, the mechanical wooden man shattered into parts on the ground and was ready to be randomly reassembled. Yin Xiu didn't wait for the mechanical wooden man to appear, but summoned the ancient divine axe and stuck it on the ground. He seemed to be in a daze, but in fact he was secretly accumulating strength. Yanxiu thought about it and felt that he could accumulate strength while holding back the giant mechanical ape, and then kill it instantly after the strength was accumulated. However, Yanxiu still decided to give Yuer a chance to perform. Yuer, release your divine level illusion and open the eyes of those who look down on you. Thinking of this, Yanxiu looked at Song Qiyue with trust. I won't let you down. Song Qiyue answered confidently. After wasting so long, it's finally about to begin. Do you think Yanxiu will be like he was at the Awakening Conference, holding a special move or something? What the hell is that ultimate move? Everyone, look at the arena. Someone suddenly cried out in surprise, and everyone looked over. Wow, what kind of positioning is this? Doesn't this guy even understand the most basic formation? He actually let Song Qiyue stand in front of him. Is he still a man? Oh my god, hurry up and adjust your position, or else. To everyone's amazement, the mechanical parts were reassembled and it turned out to be a giant mechanical ape. The giant ape is a monster with thick skin and flesh, very good at close combat, and extremely violent. The moment the mechanical giant ape was reassembled, it jumped up and pounced towards Song Qiyue, who was closest to it. What a fast speed! When everyone saw this scene, their hearts tightened. Some timid girls even closed their eyes nervously. It's over. Just when everyone thought that Song Qiyue was going to be ruthlessly killed instantly by the mechanical beast, she easily turned around and avoided the attack. Bang! The giant mechanical ape's attack slammed heavily onto the ring, actually creating a crack in the smooth surface. Before everyone had time to marvel at the lethality of this mechanical giant ape, the mechanical giant ape threw another punch at Song Qiyue. When the first punch came, Song Qiyue was shocked and dodged it carefully. The second punch was even faster, and Song Qiyue almost didn't have time to react. Although she dodged as much as possible, she was still hit by the fist of the mechanical giant ape, and she almost fell down because of her unstable center of balance. By the time she had steadied herself, the mechanical giant ape's third punch had already struck her in the face. She has finished. Someone is going to die. After all, even the ground was cracked by the mechanical giant ape, and there was no possibility of survival for Song Qiyue's weak and petite body. Everyone held their breath, thinking that Song Qiyue was going to die on the spot. Song Qiyue originally wanted to figure out the attack pattern of the mechanical giant ape, but then he realized that he was a little too arrogant, so he took out his trump card without reservation. The ancient illusion Charming Spirit Clone is activated. It was at this moment that everyone was extremely shocked to find that two Song Qiyue suddenly appeared on the ring. Holy shit, can someone tell me what's going on? Am I hallucinating? Why do I see two identical people? This is not an illusion, this is an illusion. How is this possible? She's just a D-rank illusionist. How could she possibly awaken this kind of illusion? This is outrageous. How did she manage to awaken two skills in just a few days? At this time, Song Qiyue had already transformed into a ghost clone. A pair of furry animal ears emerged from her head, and even more fascinating were the three purple tails sticking out from under her skirt, dancing playfully with her movements. I don't know how many boys are fascinated by this scene. Hey everyone, am I the only one who thinks she's beautiful now? You are not alone. I suddenly understand Yenshen. No wonder he doesn't dislike Song Qiyue at all. You understand God Yen, and I understand King Zhou. Even the mentors were shocked by Song Qiyue's performance. Being able to swap positions with one's clone, judging solely by this fact, the quality of this skill is at least heavenly grade or above. It seems like the city building team spent a fortune to allow her to awaken her second skill early. This is simply a miracle. Even if the city building team spent a huge amount of money, how could she awaken this level of illusion with her D-level talent? Although she only has D-level talent, I wouldn't mind training her well just because she can awaken heaven-level illusions. It's a pity that she's from the city building corps. No, I think her phantom is already far beyond D-rank, but I don't know why it improved so quickly. When Shenya saw this scene, she covered her mouth and nose excitedly, and tears of surprise rolled down her eyes. By the time she discovered that there was something wrong with the mechanical giant ape's realm, it was too late to stop it. When she thought Song Qiyue was going to die, Song Qiyue gave everyone a surprise. On the ring, Song Qiyue used the power of clone exchange to play with the giant mechanical ape in the palm of his hand. Every time the mechanical giant ape attacks, it hits the illusion of its clone. No matter how destructive its power is, it cannot hurt the real body at all. However, after just over 10 seconds, she gradually began to feel overwhelmed, because she had just completed no less than 20 exchanges. Are you okay? My spiritual power is almost unbearable. Song Chi-yue frowned and shouted. Actually I've been prepared for a long time. I just want to take a closer look at the status of your spirit clone. Yan Xiao smiled wickedly. At this moment, the divine axe in Yan Xiao's hand has reached the strongest state that can be accumulated in the current realm. The terrifying power boiled in the divine axe, which hummed and was ready to strike. Chapter 18 Lu's father and son plotted something illegal. Li Shui felt extremely regretful. It's time to end it. Yan Xiao held the magic axe in his hand and strode towards his target. Martial arts, heavenly punishment Raikiri. He muttered something in his mind, raised the magic axe high and chopped it towards the mechanical giant ape. The mechanical giant ape was immediately suppressed by the heavenly punishment thunder blade, and its movements became slow. Boom! When the divine axe fell, it was as if a thunderclap struck out of nowhere in the martial arts hall. When everyone reacted to the thunder, they found that the giant mechanical ape had been beheaded. I think this giant mechanical ape is much stronger than other mechanical beasts, but I didn't expect that Yenshin only needed one move to kill him. Is this the power of Yenshin? If he doesn't make a sound, he will make a stunning debut. Now, let's see who dares to question God Yen. In just a few days, these two have both awakened secondary skills. One awakened the clone technique, and the other awakened the strongest killer move. It's unbelievable that a D rank and an SSS rank can create such sparks. Seeing this, the expressions of the mentors in the audience seemed a little uneasy. The powerful strength displayed by Yan Xiao and Song Chi-yue far exceeded everyone's expectations. Their performance was shocking and made everyone present feel unbelievable. Teacher Qin looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. Lu Li's face was filled with anger. His eyes were wide open and his whole body was shaking with anger. He originally wanted to use the mechanical beast to cripple Yan Xiao, but now he was slapped hard in the face by reality. Li Shui had not yet recovered from the shock of the thunder, and she could not accept this fact. Even though he had awakened the heavenly stage illusion technique, he still couldn't surpass Yan Xiao. After defeating the mechanical giant ape, a system prompt came to Yan Xiao's mind. First battle reward, 1000 points. Kill reward, 500 points. Reward for challenging a higher level, 500 points. An extra 2000 points, not bad. It seems that I still need to go out of school and kill monsters in the wild to accumulate points faster. Yan Xiao thought to himself. Sister Yair, we passed the test. After stepping down from the stage, Song Chi-yue ran to Chenya to take credit. When I found out there was something wrong with the mechanical beast, I thought you and Yair were in danger. Fortunately, you are fine. Chenya felt relieved when she saw the two people returning victoriously. Song Chi-yue was delighted. Actually, Yan Xiao had already noticed the problem. If we weren't sure of victory, we wouldn't have gone ahead. Chenya held Song Chi-yue's hand with relief. I never thought that in just 1 week, you two would have such strength. If the city lord knew, he would definitely be pleased with you. I should really thank Yan Xiao. Without him, I wouldn't be able to achieve what I have now. Come to think of it, how did you awaken your second skill? Chenya asked puzzledly. Song Chi-yue stuck out her tongue and said, this is a secret between me and brother Yan Xiao. Chenya smiled helplessly, then said seriously, since you're already so capable, I can consider letting you do the mission. The city building team is already short on manpower. Song Chi-yue turned around and looked at Yan Xiao. Are you going to join the city construction team? Yan Xiao was very pleased when he heard this and immediately replied, go ahead. The monthly practical assessment is still half a month away. Then it's settled. I'll report to the city lord right away. She took only 2 steps before turning back. By the way, someone tampered with the giant mechanical ape. I think you should know who did it, right? Yan Xiao snorted coldly, we know who it was without even investigating. It was Lu Li who ordered the people in the academy to do it. Chenya said with some regret, since you already know, you should also know that Lu Li has the entire city defense army behind him. The city construction group is powerless to do anything about this matter now. The test results were announced soon, and Li Shui and the other two won first place as expected. Yan Xiao and his companion took more than 20 seconds and ranked second, qualifying for the monthly field combat assessment. City Defense Force Headquarters. After listening to Lu Li's narration, Commander Lu refilled his cigar and looked at Lu Li with a questioning look. You're saying that her D-level talent not only didn't lower Yan Xiu's combat power, but both of them awakened skills above the heavenly rank? No, father. I'm afraid her talent is already far above D rank. It seems the city construction corps is putting all their efforts into training them. If they continue to grow like this, these two will become formidable opponents for our city defense forces. At this time, outside the office, Li Shui was secretly putting her ear to the door. Ever since Commander Lu had touched her last time, she would never follow Lu Li to see his father. Commander Lu calmly took 2 puffs of his cigarette and said, "The people in the Demonic Spirit Society are ruthless and merciless. Let's leave these 2 people to them." After saying that, Commander Lu felt like something was missing, so he asked again, "By the way, where is that beautiful Li Shui?" She said she was feeling a little unwell and is resting in the guest room. "When are you going to kill her?" "I plan to do it in the wild during the monthly assessment competition, where there's no one around. We've already bribed the real-time monitoring personnel during the competition, so no one will know about my actions. Then we can say she died in an accident. The more high-profile the competition, the less likely people will suspect. Remember to secretly send her to me when you're done." Little did he know that Li Shui outside the door heard it clearly. When she heard that Lu Li and the other 2 were about to attack her, she almost screamed. In order to avoid being discovered, she had to quickly retreat to the guest room. She never imagined that she would accidentally learn through eavesdropping that Commander Lu and his son had evil intentions towards her. Although she didn't know what Lu Li was going to do to her, her intuition told her that it would definitely not be a good thing. She suddenly realized that the contract Lu Li signed with her might just be a scam. For a moment, fear and panic enveloped Li Shui's heart. Li Shui had inadvertently stepped into a trap. She couldn't help but blame herself for trusting Lu Li so easily, which led to her falling into a conspiracy. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. She paced back and forth on the floor of the room, not knowing what to do for a moment. "What should I do?" she muttered to herself anxiously. "Should I try to escape from here?" But she quickly rejected this idea because the entire Wuzhou city was under strict surveillance by the city defense forces and she had nowhere to escape. However, she could not find any force or person she could rely on in Wuzhou city to help her out of the predicament. Li Shui suddenly thought of Yan Xiu, but then shook her head. "No, there's no way he would help me. After all, I was the one who insisted on breaking up with him." But, although she knew it was a risky decision, she had no other choice at the moment. "I hope he can remember that we were classmates for 3 years. Chapter 19 Li Shui expresses her position. After the simulated mechanical beast test was over, most people had a new attitude towards Song Qiyue. The famous scene of her using her clones to play with the mechanical beast was talked about by the students, and no one questioned her D-level talent anymore. So Li Shui and Song Qiyue transformed themselves and became the new campus beauties. "I'm so envious. Look at Yenshin, it's Principal Song who personally prepares his meals for him. It's normal to serve him food." If Yanxiu hadn't raised her potential, she might not have been able to awaken her illusion clone. Song Qiyue was not used to this kind of atmosphere where people were discussing things wherever she went, so she turned around and left after finishing her meal. Song Qiyue returned to the corridor of the training building, carrying the lunch she had just packed, and was about to give it to Yanxiu who was practicing. However, when she walked to the door of training hall number 3, she suddenly noticed a figure wandering there. Song Qiyue looked at her in confusion and was surprised to find that it was Li Shui. Li Shui was holding 2 cups of chocolate milk tea in her hands, her eyes full of confusion and hesitation. Her expression fluctuated, as if she was making a difficult decision. Song Qiyue was surprised. She walked forward and asked seriously, "It's you. What are you doing here?" Li Shui raised her head, and when she saw that it was Song Qiyue, a hint of evasion appeared on her face. I was just passing by." Li Shui's eyes flickered and she stammered, hiding the milk tea in her hand behind her. Song Qiyue looked at Li Shui's behavior and felt increasingly puzzled. She hurriedly asked, "Are you sure you were just passing by?" Li Shui's face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She was so nervous that her lips were a little dry. She looked down at her toes, not daring to meet Song Qiyue's gaze, and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, I was just passing by. It's really nothing." However, Song Qiyue did not believe her words. She frowned and stared at Li Shui sharply. She noticed that Li Shui was holding a cup of milk tea tightly in her hand. The cup of milk tea seemed to have just been bought and was still steaming. "Then what are you holding in your hand?" Song Qiyue suddenly asked. Li Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally slowly stretched out her hand and handed the cup of milk tea to Song Chiyue. Milk tea? Song Chiyue looked at the cup of milk tea and asked puzzledly. Li Shue's face turned even paler, and she stammered as she explained, I ordered 2 cups of chocolate milk tea. Jun Xiao doesn't like this flavor, so I thought it would be a shame to throw it away. Why don't you give it to Yin Xiu for me? I remember he loved this flavor when we were in junior high school. What? Song Chiyue was shocked, wondering why she would send milk tea to Yin Xiu for no reason. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. When she thought about how Luli had tried to kill Yin Xiu and herself at the test meeting, she couldn't help but start to wonder if there was something wrong with the milk tea. She frowned and asked Li Shui in a serious tone, Did you add anything to this milk tea? Hearing this, Li Shui panicked instantly and quickly waved her hands to explain, No, absolutely not. I can drink it and show you. As she said that, she hurriedly picked up a straw, inserted it into one of the cups of milk tea and drank it in big gulps. Seeing this scene, Song Chiyue was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and shook her head helplessly. Then, she pointed at the other cup of milk tea in Li Shui's hand and continued to ask, Then how do you prove that there's nothing added to this cup? Li Shui was speechless when asked, but she was more afraid that Yin Xiu would misunderstand her. I really am here to deliver milk tea. If you don't believe me, I'll drink it and show you. In order to prove her innocence, Li Shui decisively inserted the straw into another cup of milk tea and took a big gulp. Okay, I believe you now, but are you still planning to give the remaining milk tea to Yin Xiu? Li Shui's face, which had been pale just now turned red with shame. No need. What on earth do you want to do? Haven't you already decided to follow Jun Xiao and cut off ties with Yin Xiu? Why did you think of sending him milk tea today? I just want to apologize for offending you before. The words for help were stuck in her throat because she was afraid that saying them would only make Yin Xiu dislike her even more. It was my own choice to break up with him. At that time, I didn't care about his feelings at all. Why should I seek his help in times of crisis? He must hate me for being like this. Watching Li Shui leave in disappointment, Song Chiyue felt more and more surprised. Why did Li Shui seem like a different person today? The key to the number 3 training hall was in the care of Chenya, who opened a back door for them, allowing Yin Xiu and the other 2 to practice in it at will. When Song Chiyue pushed open the door of the training hall, she found Yin Xiu still meditating in the meditation room. Song Chiyue placed 2 pink cartoon lunchboxes on the table and urged softly, Stop practicing, it's time to eat. Yin Xiuxing hurried to the table and asked immediately, Is that Li Shui the one who was outside just now? Yes, you may not believe it, but Li Shui actually brought chocolate milk tea just for you. She sent me milk tea for no reason. What tricks is she trying to play? Yin Xiu frowned and said suspiciously. Song Chiyue shook her head. Yeah, I find it strange too. She only said she was apologizing for the previous offense, but she seemed hesitant to speak, as if she had something on her mind. Li Shui returned to the dormitory and slapped herself hard. She was extremely disappointed with her own cowardice. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind, perhaps only by stating her position to Yin Xiu in person can she win Yin Xiu's trust. So she decided to find Yin Xiu and prove to him that she had drawn a clear line between herself and Lu Li. The next day, Li Shui secretly found Song Chiyue again. This time, she did not hesitate like last time, but directly knocked on the door of training hall number 3. After the door opened, Song Chiyue saw that it was Li Shui, and his expression suddenly turned gloomy. Why are you here again? What do you want to do? Li Shui took a deep breath and mustered her courage to speak. Miss Song, I came to you today to tell you something. The city defense forces have sent members of the Demonic Spirit Society to assassinate you. If you plan to go out in the near future, please be extremely cautious. Upon hearing this news, Song Chiyue frowned and asked, Why are you telling me this? Aren't you also a member of the City Defense Army? Li Shui took a deep breath and said, I used to think so, but now I just want to get rid of it. Chapter 20, Going Undercover to Protect Myself. Li Shui looked around the corridor and confirmed that no one had spotted her. She pleaded, Can I talk to Yin Xiu in person? Song Chiyue was really curious, she also wanted to see what Li Shui was intending to do. After closing the door of training hall number 3, Song Chiyue signaled Li Shui to lower her voice. Yin Zhang is practicing. If you really want to see him, just wait a little longer. After saying this, Song Chiyue walked into a meditation room and started practicing. Yin Zhang was meditating and practicing in the meditation room, holding a fire spirit stone he had taken out of his storage ring in his hand. I saw wisps of fire elemental spiritual power flying out from the fire spirit stone and slowly injected into the phantom of the magic weapon above Yanxiu's head. The fire spirit stone is made by refining the inner elixir of fire attributed monsters above the 3rd level. It is the most ideal training material for fire attributed phantom spirits. At the same time, it can also enable spiritual warriors to increase their affinity for fire attributes. When a spiritual warrior has a higher attribute affinity, he can obtain a higher combat power bonus after signing a contract with a phantom warrior with the corresponding attribute. As the fire elemental spiritual power was absorbed by Yanxiu, the fire spirit stone gradually became dim. Within the time it took to stick an incense stick of time, Yanxiu had completed the fusion of the fire element in the fire spirit stone, bringing the bonus to the fire attribute phantom spirit to 30%, and the strength of both of them was further improved. As soon as Yanxiu walked out of the meditation room, he saw Li Shui, who had been waiting for a long time. Li Shui, why are you coming to me instead of just following your master Lu? His tone was very rude and his eyes were full of vigilance. Li Shui looked at Yanxiu, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, and then she said humbly, Yanxiu, after all, we are classmates for 3 years in junior high school. Can you please help me for this reason? She paused, then continued, that day, after Lu Li and I returned to headquarters, we overheard Commander Lu and his son plotting something. I couldn't quite hear the specifics, but I knew they were planning to murder me during the field combat assessment. I personally heard the conversation between Commander Lu and Lu Li. He said something like, once you've dealt with me, you'll hand me over to him. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm really scared and don't know what to do, so I came to you for help. Yanxiu frowned and fell into deep thought. Now he doesn't like Li Shui. Since the day she broke up with him, he even felt a little disgusted with her. Li Shui, don't you think your request is naive? Why should I take the risk to help you escape? Yanxiu asked indifferently with a cold expression. Li Shui's face was filled with regret, tears of despair streaming from her eyes. Please, in this Wuzhou city, apart from you and the city construction team, no one can help me. Seeing Li Shui's pitiful face and tears in her eyes, Yanxiu shook his head helplessly. Although Yanxiu doesn't like her now, she is his classmate who spent 3 years in junior high school together. It is hard for him to bear watching her being harmed by Lu Li and his son. Yanxiu put on an embarrassment and said seriously, you want me to help you seek refuge with the city building group? I have a way that might work. Really? What's the solution? When Li Shui heard this, she seemed to see hope. It's very simple, just be an undercover agent. Yanxiu said in one sentence. Undercover. Li Shui couldn't help but be shocked. Yanxiu explained, that's right. Since Lu Li and his son don't know you've learned the truth yet, you can continue to stay by Lu Li's side and act as an undercover agent for the city building group. If you can obtain some valuable intelligence for the city building group and gain their trust, the city building group won't mind having another SS-level genius. In order to avoid falling into the trap set by Lu Li and his son, Li Shui nodded cautiously, if I can survive this crisis, I'm willing to be an undercover agent for the city construction corps. It was a difficult decision, but one she had to accept in order to protect herself. In that case, come with me to see Teacher Chen. The two reached a consensus and secretly came to Chenya's office. After Chenya learned the purpose of Li Shui and the others' visit, she looked at Li Shui seriously. Seeing that Li Shui's attitude was quite sincere, she took out a list from her briefcase and handed it to her. This is the list of intelligence the city building group is desperate to obtain. You can hand over the intelligence you have collected to me as soon as you have the chance. Now is your chance, I hope you will take good care of yourself. Li Shui took the list, which was filled with blank information. It actually covers the City Defense Army's military deployment, business layout, personnel information, industrial distribution, etc. I understand, Teacher Chen. I will work hard. Looking at such a large amount of required information, Li Shui had no choice but to agree in order to escape the clutches of Lu Li and his son. After Li Shui left, Chenya looked at Yanxiu and said, the city lord has agreed to let you take Miss Song out on a commission. However, considering that this is your first time going out for actual combat, the city lord wants you to start with the most basic D-level commissions. This is the detailed list of this mission. Take a good look at it first. After Yanxiu took the detailed list and looked at it, he found out that it was actually a mission to guard the farm. It turned out that the city construction team had opened a new farm in the south of the city. In addition to growing fruits, vegetables and grains, the farm also raised a lot of broiler chickens and prepared to transport them to the city in the near future. As monsters have been attacking broiler chickens frequently recently, the main task this time is to protect the broiler chickens on the farm from monster attacks until all the broiler chickens are transported away. The mission rating is D, and the monster realm is generally no more than level 2. The mission reward is a small amount of spirit stones. Don't worry, Teacher Chen, Yue and I will complete the task. Yan Xiu replied happily. Although the task was simple, Yan Xiu didn't mind at all, as long as he could kill the monster. Shenya smiled with relief, then said with concern, "This mission is within the scope of our city building group. The people from the Poison Spirit Society won't dare to cause trouble in our area of influence. I will also report this to the city lord and ask him to send someone to monitor the Poison Spirit Society's every move. You two just need to complete the mission with peace of mind." Yan Xiu said with gratitude, "Thank you, Teacher Chen. I will never forget the kindness shown to me by the city building group. Why bother thanking me? You're the one the city lord specifically asked to be trained. The city construction team will naturally protect you." After receiving the task from Chunya, Yan Xiu and Song Qiyue set off for Changnan Farm without any delay. Changnan Farm is located on the southern edge of the city, surrounded by wire mesh fences and adjacent to the endless mountains on one side. When Yan Xiu stepped into the farm entrance, he suddenly felt a slight induction from the blood of the ancient god in his body. This startled him, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "No way. Could it be that there exists a phantom girl with ancient bloodline here?" Chapter 21 Ancient Girl, Tang Xini. After Yan Xiu entered the farm, he looked around but did not see anyone working in the fields. It was sunset at this time, and he thought that perhaps the workers had gone back to rest, so he didn't think about it anymore. Suddenly, a discordant evening breeze blew in my face. Yan Xiu couldn't help but frown. He smelled an unusual smell in the wind, a faint smell of blood. The smell of blood made him alert and a feeling of unease welled up in his heart. Yan Xiu did not dare to delay and immediately took Song Qiyue to the front of the farm. As Yan Xiu got closer to the chicken farm, he heard the roars of demonic wolves from afar. Judging from the sound, there are probably no less than dozens of these demon wolves. This does not match the description in the mission, which states that a small number of low-level demon wolves attacked the chicken farm. Yan Xiu concluded that this might be an emergency, so he did not dare to delay and quickly summoned his magic weapon. While charging the magic weapon, he looked at Song Qiyue, "Yue, prepare for battle." The two of them summoned their magic weapons and phantom spirits one after another and quickly rushed to the chicken farm. On one side of the wire fence, a large gap was created by the demon wolf at some point. All the workers on the farm were guarding this gap, holding various farm tools in their hands and looking nervous. The chicken coop was right behind them, and they had no way to retreat, otherwise their months of hard work would be taken away by the wolves. As the owner of the farm, Captain Liang took the lead and stood at the front. He was one of the only two awakened people among everyone present. Holding the magical black iron hammer, he smashed every wolf that rushed in, as if he was standing alone against 10,000 enemies. The other awakened person is a young girl, Tang Xini. Tang Xini stood with the crowd. She condensed magic balls and shot them at the demon wolves that were lucky enough not to be killed by the black iron hammer, giving them the final blow. Soon, there were 7 or 8 corpses of demon wolves left at the gap, but compared with the total number of wolves in the pack, it was only 1 in 10. The demon wolves obviously won't give up easily, they continue to launch more fierce attacks on the chicken farm. Faced with the demon wolf's more rapid attack, Captain Liang suddenly felt the pressure increase dramatically. Although he kept hitting the wolf with his hammer, he was still unable to withstand the wolf's continuous attacks. Finally, 2 demon wolves broke through his obstruction and rushed into the chicken farm. Captain Liang thought to himself that this was not good, but he had to guard the gap, otherwise more demon wolves would take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. 2 demon wolves rushed into the chicken farm and attacked the crowd, but they were stopped by the girl again. However, Tang Xini's strength was not enough, and her attack was not enough to kill the demon wolves in the first place, so the 2 demon wolves still came to the front of everyone. Faced with the ferocious wolf, more than a dozen workers showed panic on their faces and waved their sickles and hoes. But even a first-level demon wolf has strength that ordinary people cannot resist. As expected, someone was seriously injured in just a few rounds. Seeing that someone was about to die in the wolf's mouth, Tang Xini's heart tightened, and she frantically urged the magic ball to shoot at the 2 demon wolves. The 2 demon wolves felt the pain and stopped attacking the seriously injured worker. Instead, they attacked the girl. Xeni. Captain Liang was shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't care about the demon wolves in the gap, he immediately flew backwards, stood in front of Tang Xini, and swung the hammer with all his strength. Only then did he kill both demon wolves. Despite this, Captain Liang was accidentally injured by the demon wolf, and blood slowly seeped out of his shoulder. "Uncle Liang, are you okay?" Seeing this scene, Tang Xini was anxious. She immediately walked quickly to Captain Liang and asked with a worried look on her face. "It's just a minor injury, it's nothing serious." Captain Liang forced a smile and said calmly. He just patted his chest lightly to show that he could still continue fighting, but his injured hand was already trembling slightly. However, in order to save Tang Xini, Captain Liang lost the gap, and more demon wolves quickly poured into the chicken farm. The situation became increasingly critical. In order to prevent more demon wolves from rushing in, Captain Liang ignored his wounds and charged forward again. He struck the two wolves that had just rushed in one by one with his hammer, and sent them flying again. Everyone was encouraged and fought the wolves even harder. However, with the continuous influx of demon wolves, even though Captain Liang had tried his best, the gap was completely lost. "Everyone, listen to me." Seeing that he was powerless to save the situation, Captain Liang prepared to give the order to retreat. However, at this moment, suddenly, a fireball exploded from behind them, and an unlucky demon wolf was killed instantly. Everyone looked behind them along the trajectory of the fireball and saw Yan Xiu and Song Qiwei had already arrived in front of them. Yan Xiu glanced at the wolves in front of him and found that their realm was only 1 or 2 levels, so he didn't say anything and quickly rushed forward to kill them. The ancient divine axe in his hand had been charging for a long time. He swung the axe forward and easily killed several demon wolves. With Yan Xiu's joining, Captain Liang's pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. No more demon wolves could break through the two people's defense and enter the chicken farm through the gap. In the rear, Song Qiwei also cleared out the remaining enemies in the chicken farm. Her strength in the late first stage, combined with the combat power bonus from the various contracts with Yan Xiu, gave her the power to kill these first stage demon wolves in seconds. Soon, the wolf pack's losses reached 1/3. Seeing that they could not break into the chicken farm, they retreated towards the mountains behind. After the wolves retreated, Yan Xiu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Name, Liang Yi. Magical weapon, Black Iron Hammer B. Attribute, Gold plus 10%. Realm, late second stage. Martial arts, none. Seeing him fighting with injuries again, Yan Xiu's eyes showed more respect. "We were assigned by the city construction group to carry out this mission. Sorry, Captain Liang, we're late." "No, you came at the right time. If you hadn't arrived in time, the chicken farm might have been lost." Captain Liang showed a sense of relief on his face. After exchanging a few words with Captain Liang, the induction of the bloodline of the ancient god drove Yan Xiu to look at the girl in the crowd. She was wearing a simple yet elegant petal dress, the hem of which fluttered gently in the evening breeze, making her look like a pastoral girl next door. She wore a pair of exquisite red leather shoes, which made her look playful and cute. At this moment, her face was filled with joy as if she had survived a disaster. Yan Xiu couldn't wait to check her attribute panel. Name, Tang Xini. Phantom, Spirit Deer D. Attribute, Wood. Realm, mid-first stage. Ancient bloodline, 95%. Illusion, Elemental Orb Wood Mortal. Yan Xiu was ecstatic. Sure enough, the phantom girl with ancient bloodline was none other than her. Chapter 22, No sleeping on the sofa from now on. After the wolves completely disappeared from sight, Captain Liang was busy directing the laborers to clean up the battlefield and repair the wire fence. Tang Xini took the two of them back to the residential area and brewed 2 cups of hot tea for Yan Xiu and the other two. When Tang Xini found that Yan Zhang was looking at her carefully, her cheeks flushed slightly, and then she walked up to Yan Xiu with light steps. You guys are awesome. I guess you're also freshmen this year, right?" Tang Xini's voice was clear and pleasant. Her eyes fell on Yan Xiu, and there was an inexplicable sense of intimacy in her eyes. Then Tang Xini raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a bright smile, and introduced herself. "By the way, my name is Tang Xini, from Wuzhou City No. 1 Middle School, nice to meet you." Yan Xiu smiled slightly and responded politely, "My name is Yan Xiu, and this is my contract partner, Song Qiwei." "Nice to meet you." Song Qiwei also nodded slightly and gestured to Tang Xini. When Tang Xini learned of their identities, her originally calm expression suddenly brightened, and her eyes sparkled with surprise. "So you're the god of strictness. Your performance at the test conference was beyond expectations. Goddess Song, who can perform illusions of splitting herself into two, and god of strictness, who can kill with one strike, are all being reported on by all the major campus media outlets. Her face flushed slightly, and her tone was full of excitement and admiration. I never thought I would meet you here. When Yan Xiu saw her admiration, he was delighted. He thought she would definitely not refuse to sign a contract with him. Song Chiyue also asked with a look of joy, so you are also a freshman this year? Why are you here? Are you here to complete a mission as well? I'm not here to complete a mission. I didn't perform well in this test conference and failed the test, so I came here to gain some experience with Uncle Liang. As she spoke, Tang Xinyi's face showed some disappointment. Yan Xiu asked again with a half smile, do you have a contract partner? Not yet. My talent is only D level, which puts me at the bottom of the list. That's why we haven't signed a contract yet. Tang Xinyi looked at Yan Xiu with a somewhat humble expression. Don't be discouraged, you will find the contract partner you like. Song Chiyue comforted. Tang Xinyi's expression eased slightly, and she said calmly, I hope so. As night fell, Captain Liang led everyone back to the residential area, and they gathered around a bonfire to celebrate today's victory. Only Captain Liang knew that the wolves had not been completely defeated. They had only retreated temporarily and would definitely come back later. Captain Liang couldn't help but recall that the mission level he reported to his superiors was only D level, but the danger level here was obviously far beyond D level. He felt deeply guilty about this, so he walked up to Yan Xiu and Song Chiyue and said apologetically, I'm truly sorry. I never expected to encounter such an unexpected incident as a wolf attack. I've already requested support from higher-ups. Captain Liang then said sincerely, the mission level here can no longer be measured by D level. If you two do not want to continue this mission, we completely understand and will absolutely not complain. After listening to this, Yan Xiu turned to look at Song Chiyue, wanting to ask for her opinion. Song Chiyue just smiled faintly and replied softly, Yan Xiu, I will listen to you. Yan Xiu thought to himself that he was now eager to kill more monsters. He nodded with satisfaction, Captain Liang, we have decided to continue the mission and protect the farm with you. Good boy, you are very courageous. Captain Liang showed great respect to Yan Xiu. Tang Xinyi, who was standing by, heard that Yan Xiu and the other two would stay and continue to fight alongside them. She looked at Yan Xiu with even more respect. After returning to the BB, Yan Xiu discovered that he had begun to show signs of a breakthrough in his realm by killing the demon wolf today. Song Chiyue said that she also felt that she was about to break through the bottleneck. The two of them practiced in the same room for a night. Song Chiyue successfully advanced to the early second stage, and Yan Xiu also advanced to the middle second stage. And by improving his realm and killing the demon wolf, his achievement points with Song Chiyue reached more than 20,000. You will soon be able to complete the points task 1 and comprehend the second ancient martial art. Yan Xiu tasted the sweetness, and he looked forward to killing the monster even more. The next morning, soft sunlight poured into the room through the window. Song Chiyue gently lifted the quilt, slowly opened her eyes, felt the strength in her body, and an indescribable excitement surged in her heart. Thinking of the breakthrough last night, Song Chiyue was so happy that she could hardly close her mouth, and her eyes were shining with joy. In just less than 2 weeks, she had successfully advanced to the early stage of the second level. This speed was beyond imagination. When she looked at Yan Xiu, who was napping on the sofa, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. Yan Xiu, it's great to have you. There was a hint of magnetism in Song Chiyue's voice, and she slowly leaned on Yan Xiu's shoulder. Ding, intimacy increased, achievement points plus 500. Yan Xiu took the delicate Song Chiyue into his arms and gently hooked her nose, where, since you agreed to be my phantom girl, I will never treat you unfairly. Song Chiyue's eyes flashed with a hint of shyness and tenderness. She buried her head slightly in Yan Xiu's arms and said in an inaudible voice, actually, I really don't mind. Why don't you sleep in bed with me? If you catch a cold because of this, I'll be distressed. Hearing this, Yan Xiu felt a warm feeling in his heart. He stared at Song Chiyue intently, his eyes full of affection and doting. When I was about to rest, you were already fast asleep. I really didn't have the heart to wake you up, so I had no choice but to sleep on the sofa. Besides, you are so beautiful and charming. Aren't you afraid that if I lose control of myself, I will do something excessive to you? Song Chiyue blushed immediately and said coquettishly, what's so excessive? I don't care. Anyway, you are not allowed to sleep on the sofa anymore. You must not humiliate yourself because of me. Seeing her reaction, Yan Xiu's heart was immediately filled with joy, and he doted on Song Chiyue even more. Under the warm morning sun, the two hugged each other warmly. However, unfortunately, just then, Tang Xini walked in with a basin of water for washing face. Seeing this scene, she was shocked. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were." She immediately turned around and avoided it, spilling most of the water in the basin for washing her face. Song Chiwe blushed and quickly broke free from Yan Xiu's embrace. She asked softly, "Tang Xini, what's wrong?" "Oh, nothing. I just brought you some clean water for washing your face. Breakfast is ready for you, too. Captain Liang wants to talk to you after breakfast." Chapter 23. Tang Xini, let us sign a contract. To their surprise, the breakfast was unexpectedly rich, with golden fried eggs, fragrant hot milk, steaming steamed buns and some exquisite desserts. It not only looked tempting but also tasted delicious. When the two asked, they found out that this breakfast was made for them by Tang Xini herself. While enjoying the delicious food, the two expressed their gratitude to Tang Xini. After hearing this, Tang Xini showed a satisfied smile on her face. After breakfast, Tang Xini took the two of them to find Liang Yi. Liang Yi got straight to the point and said, "I'm here to discuss the commission. Now that this mission is rated above D, I think your commission should be increased. What do you think is a reasonable amount?" "No need, Captain Liang. I know you were once a member of the city building team. It's not easy for you to run a farm now that you are retired. In fact, for us, it doesn't matter whether you get a commission or not." Song Chiwe waved his hand. Yan Xiu also agreed, "Yue is right. The most important thing for us now is to hunt monsters and hone ourselves in actual combat. We are here simply for the experience." Captain Liang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be people who didn't care about the commission when doing tasks. Tang Xini came up to his ear and whispered, "Hee, Uncle Liang, you don't know who this girl is, right? She's Miss Song Chiwe, the daughter of the head of the city building group. So that's how it is. I'm Liang Yi, the former captain of the second team of the first mercenary group of the city building group. Nice to meet you, Miss Song." When he heard that she was the daughter of the group leader, Liang Yi immediately showed humility. Song Chiwe waved her hands again and again, "Uncle Liang, you're welcome. We're just two newbies doing a mission for the first time. Dear Miss Song, I'll leave the security of the farm to you. Tang Xini and I will be patrolling the area to prevent the demon wolves from destroying the barbed wire again." After Captain Liang learned of Song Chiyue's identity, he was indeed hesitant to entrust the two of them with a more dangerous task. After all, he was the one who reported the mission's danger level incorrectly, and Song Chiyue was the daughter of the team leader. If anything went wrong, he would have a hard time explaining himself. Yan Xiu didn't think so. He just wanted to hunt more monsters to gain achievement points. "Captain Liang, you saw our strength yesterday. Let us take over the patrol mission. But you are not familiar with the surrounding environment yet, so let's Xini and I go." Captain Liang was still a little worried. Yan Xiu glanced at Tang Xini standing beside him, and already had an idea in mind. "Captain Liang, how about this, why don't we let Xini come with us?" Captain Liang looked back at Tang Xini, who had an expectant expression on her face. "Okay." Captain Liang nodded helplessly. He turned back and instructed Tang Xini, "Xini, you must obey Yan Xiu and Song Chiyue's instructions. Don't cause any trouble for them." After hearing this, Song Chiyue interrupted hurriedly, "Xini, don't listen to Uncle Liang. I don't want to act like a young lady. We just want to be friends on an equal footing. Make friends. I'm so bad, can I do it?" Tang Xini looked delighted. She never thought that the dignified Yenshin and Miss Song would be willing to make friends with her. "It's no problem, just like Yan Xiu never despised my talent." Song Chiyue gave her a warm smile. For the whole morning, Yan Xiu took the two of them to patrol around the farm and killed many low-level demon wolves again. These demon wolves seemed to be coming for reconnaissance. They were not large enough and posed no threat to the three people. After spending a morning together, Tang Xini completely put aside her worries and became friends with the two men. She poured out her heart to them without reservation. She proudly told them that she was one of the three most beautiful girls in Changnan Junior High School and had a good relationship with the top student in the school. However, after talking about the Awakening Conference, she fell silent. She suffered a heavy blow at that Awakening Conference. The academically gifted boyfriend who had loved her so much actually ruthlessly abandoned her in front of everyone. It turns out that her academically gifted boyfriend has awakened an A-level divine weapon. The proud and complacent academic master no longer looks down on her. This sudden change broke her heart, as if the whole world was about to collapse. She said that her life had hit rock bottom since that day. Her broken heart made her lose interest in subsequent training, and she ended up among the last few in the test meeting. She was once again ridiculed by her classmates, especially by the two girls who were once the three most beautiful girls in the school, which made her feel ashamed. After hearing about Tang Xinyi's experience, Song Chiyue was deeply touched. She understood Tang Xinyi's feelings very well, because she had also suffered ridicule from teachers and classmates, and even neglect from her father. But the only thing she could be thankful for was that she met Yan Xiu. Not only did he improve his talent through that mysterious energy, but he also became stronger time and time again. Song Chiyue looked at Tang Xinyi with eyes full of envy for her. She didn't know how to comfort the girl in front of her. If possible, she wouldn't mind Yan Xiu signing a contract with her and leading her out of the haze. Yue, I know what you are thinking. Are you thinking that if Xinyi could also sign a contract with me? Yan Xiu seemed to understand Song Chiyue's thoughts, and he laughed with satisfaction. Song Chiyue nodded without denying it. I do have this idea, although it's not very realistic. If I hadn't met you, I would probably be the same as her. So no one understands Xinyi's feelings better than me. I hope she can get better. In that case. Yan Xiu paused, then looked straight at Tang Xinyi with a sharp gaze. He looked serious again and said solemnly, Tang Xinyi, let's sign a contract. What? As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Not only was Tang Xinyi stunned on the spot, but even Song Chiyue beside her also stayed where she was. Yan Xiu, you must be joking. Although I really want to be with you. Tang Xinyi came back to her senses, a wry smile appeared on her face, and she shook her head helplessly. But that's impossible, because you've already made a contract with Yue, right? That's right, Yan Xiu. A spiritual warrior can only sign a contract with one phantom warrior, unless. Suddenly, Song Chiyue seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but exclaimed, Ha, I remember now, I almost forgot that you are a double divine soldier. Yan Xiu smiled disapprovingly. He gently stroked Song Chiyue's docile head and said softly, It's true that I have two divine weapons, but Xinyi deserves the best just like you. I want to sign a contract with her with an SSS-level divine weapon. Hearing this, Tang Xinyi's heart was shocked and a warm feeling surged in her heart. However, the next moment, Song Chiyue's face showed fear, and he asked in panic, But, how is that possible? Are you going to terminate the contract with me? Chapter 24, Divine Illusion, Angry Wood Guardian. Silly Yue, when did I say I wanted to terminate the contract with you? I can still sign a contract with Xinyi without terminating the contract with you. This is my unique talent. Yan Xiu explained with a smile. Hearing this, Song Chiyue showed a hint of hesitation on her face. She tilted her head and asked, Is there really such a talent? Yan Xiu walked over to her, gently touched her head, and then slowly said, Tang Xinyi, like you, also has that mysterious power flowing through her body, which means she is also one of my best candidates for a contract. You are all special phantoms. There is no limit on the number of people we can sign a contract with, and it will be of great benefit to both parties. After listening to Yan Xiu's explanation, Song Chiyue calmed down, and she also understood Yan Xiu's plan. She suddenly realized that if Tang Xinyi signed a contract with him, Tang Xinyi could get a huge improvement like herself, and Yan Xiu himself would also benefit greatly. Yan Xiu signed contracts with phantoms with special energy like himself and Tang Xinyi in order to increase his strength. So she smiled calmly, I will support you no matter what you do. You know I can't live without you. As long as you don't abandon me, that's all. Yan Xiu gently embraced Song Chiyue in his arms, his eyes full of doting, and said softly, Little fool, even if I make a contract with the gods, my love for you will never diminish in the slightest. Tang Xinyi quietly watched the heart-warming scene in front of her, and a hint of hesitation arose in her heart. Xinyi didn't mean to intrude into your world of two people. If Miss Song doesn't want to accept it, then I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Tang Xinyi said softly. Song Chiyue smiled slightly, left Yan Xiu's arms, came to her side, and said gently, Who said I don't want to? Your joining will make Yan Xiu stronger, and I will also have another good sister. Isn't this great? Yan Xiu nodded, looked at Tang Xinyi affectionately, and said firmly, Yue is right, I need you to join us, let us become stronger together. Tang Xinyi's eyes sparkled with tears, she was deeply moved and choked up, Thank you. Yan Xiu came to Tang Xinyi and gently held her soft hand. Tang Xinyi, let's sign a contract. Yeah. Tang Xinyi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded heavily. Then Yan Xiu slowly put his arms around Tang Xinyi's shoulders and said, close your eyes and feel it with your heart. Upon hearing this, Tang Xini and Yan Xiu slowly closed their eyes. The two of them quickly established a connection with each other in the deepest part of their hearts, and the spirit control contract was reached. The two did not recover from the contract state, but instead felt each other's changes in their bodies. The moment the contract was concluded, Tang Xini felt that her phantom had undergone significant changes, and the spiritual power in her body became more abundant. He really didn't lie to himself, and there really was a mysterious power that brought him improvement. Tang Xini felt the changes brought about by the phantom spirit, which at least improved her by an unknown number of levels. She felt a strong sense of gratitude towards Yan Xiu in her heart. Driven by gratitude, she hugged Yan Xiu's shoulders and stood on tiptoe. Before Yan Xiu could react, he felt moisture at the corner of his mouth. He immediately realized that Tang Xini was kissing him. But Yan Xiu did not resist, but quietly enjoyed the sweetness until Tang Xini slowly put her feet back on the ground. Tang Xini's face flushed. She broke free from Yan Xiu's embrace and consciously avoided Yan Xiu's eyes. This is my first kiss, the most precious thing for a girl. Since you gave me your first kiss, I will be responsible for you from now on. Yan Xiu touched the corner of his mouth, which was still warm. At this moment, he felt that he had a new mission. Song Qiwei on the side smiled lightly. Seeing Tang Xini regain her confidence, she felt sincerely relieved. Sister Xini, come and see what kind of illusion you have obtained. When Tang Xini heard Song Qiwei calling her sister, her eyes lit up. When she thought that it was Song Qiwei who had reached a contract with Yan Xiu first, and it was only right for her to be the elder sister, she felt warm in her heart again. Illusion? Tang Xini rubbed her head. She really felt that she had understood something. Yes, you are awakened divine level illusion after signing a contract with me. Maybe you have it too. Although Yan Xiu could see Tang Xini's awakened illusion through the master's eye, he would still prefer to see Tang Xini perform the illusion herself. God level illusion, really? Upon hearing that it was a divine level illusion, Tang Xini tried even harder to understand the extra insights in her mind. After a while, a green light suddenly appeared around Tang Xini. She opened her green-amber eyes. A mysterious formation formed under her feet, and a huge tree man rose from the ground. It turned out to be a summoning illusion, an extremely rare skill that could summon elemental spirits to assist the phantom in combat. At the same time, Yan Xiu looked at Tang Xini's attribute panel and read the details. Name, Tang Xini. Phantom, Linhai Spirit Dear S. Attribute, Wood. Realm, Early Stage 1. Illusion, Elemental or Mortal. Ancient Illusion, Raging Wood Guardian God level. Xini's illusion is also a God level illusion. She can summon tree people to help fight. Tree people can attack and defend. It's a very good skill. Yan Xiu couldn't help but praise. Song Qiwei also cast an envious glance. Congratulations, Sister Xini, you have a new tree man bodyguard. Yan Xiu explained more carefully, if you think you can only summon one tree man, then you are underestimating Xini. Tang Xini's illusion, Wrathful Wood Guardian, is just like your illusion, Charming Spirit Clone. As long as you reach a high enough level and possess sufficient strength, you can unleash more of them. However, soon, the treeman guard turned into rotten wood and decayed in the soil. Like Song Qiwei who awakened the divine illusion that day, she lacked strength and the illusion could not last for too long. After completing the contract with Tang Xini, the friendship between the three became even stronger. Tang Xini and Song Qiwei called each other sisters and were as close as a pair of best friends. In the end, they unanimously decided to change their ways and treat Yan Xiu as their brother. The two sisters were still immersed in the joy they had just experienced and seemed to have forgotten that they were out on patrol. A bitter smile appeared on Yan Xiu's lips. He didn't dare to be careless at this moment. Because the three of them had already walked along the fence and arrived outside a dense forest. There is a high fence on the left, and a steep hillside on the right with dense bushes. Suddenly, Yan Xiu keenly heard a few crackling sounds coming from the bushes. He couldn't help but feel startled. There was something in the bushes. Chapter 25 Second Martial Skill, Ancient Domain. The bushes on the right are extremely dense, forming a natural barrier. If there are any monsters hiding in them, it would be difficult to find them. Yan Xiu stopped vigilantly, his brows furrowed, as if he had sensed some danger. He immediately summoned the ancient divine axe and turned back to warn the two people in front of him. Xini, you two quickly hide behind me, there's movement in the bushes. Hearing his words, Xini and Yuer became alert instantly. They quickly followed Yan Xiu's instructions and hid behind Yan Xiu. the air around him became quiet. Yan Xiu tightly gripped the magic weapon in his hand, staring at the bushes ahead with a sharp gaze. At this moment, dozens of black shadows jumped out from the bushes and quickly formed an encirclement, trapping the three people in the middle. These demon wolves are agile and well coordinated, and they even know siege tactics. When the two sisters found themselves surrounded, they immediately became nervous. Yan Xiu remained very calm. He used the Master's Eye to observe the wolf pack and found that the wolf pack was no different from yesterday. They were just a group of ordinary first and second level demon wolves. Although there were no less than 40 of them, Yan Xiu was confident that he could deal with them. Because just now, he signed a contract with Tang Xini and obtained 10,000 points to complete the points task 1. Yan Xiu successfully comprehended his second martial arts, the God-level martial arts Ancient Realm. This is a very rare domain-type martial art. Within this domain, Yan Xiu will gain a significant increase in speed and strength. Observing the details of the martial arts, Ancient Domain has another effect, which is to impose a gravity field on the enemies in the domain, slowing down the enemy's ability to move. With the support of powerful martial arts, the damage bonus to monsters from the Ancient Divine Axe, and the additional combat power boost from the Ancient Contract, Yan Xiu could not find any reason to fail in the face of a group of ordinary first and second level monster wolves. Yan Xiu, what should we do now? Song Qiyue asked nervously. Yan Xiu smiled slightly, a hint of frivolity on his face. They came just in time, perfect for me to try out my newly acquired second martial arts skill. Normally, the second skill can only be comprehended after reaching the third level. When the two sisters heard that Yan Xiu was about to demonstrate his second martial art, they were stunned. It was at this moment that the wolves swarmed towards them. Yan Xiu smiled confidently, and he raised the ancient divine axe high and smashed it to the ground. Then a loud thunder fell, and a mysterious energy field spread out with Yan Xiu as the center, instantly forming an ancient domain dozens of meters wide. Almost the entire wolf pack was enveloped in the territory. Under the influence of the gravity field, these demon wolves were like suddenly carrying a 1,000-pound stone, becoming slow in movement and greatly reducing their ability to move. Some demon wolves at lower levels were suppressed by the ancient realm and even experienced trembling limbs and difficulty in moving. The two sisters were dumbfounded after seeing the effect of Yan Xiu's second martial arts. Yan Xiu, is this the second martial art you've mastered? This is too strong. Yan Xiu rolled his eyes at them and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill these demonic wolves now." The duration and scope of the ancient realm are also linked to the realm's strength. With Yan Xiu's current strength, it can only last for a few minutes at most. A few minutes are enough to eliminate this group of invading enemies. Yan Xiu, holding the ancient divine axe, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. With the enhancement of the ancient domain, he burst out with a speed several times faster than the demon wolves and slashed at the wolves wantonly, with each blow being deadly. The two sisters, as Yan Xiu's phantom girls, were not affected by the ancient realm. They cooperated with each other and harvested the lives of the demon wolves from a distance. The battle soon became one-sided. This group of demon wolves thought they had caught the three men alone and wanted to avenge their defeat yesterday, but they did not expect that Yan Xiu and the other two could burst out with such powerful fighting power. In just a few minutes, more than half of the wolf pack was killed or injured. Seeing this, a slightly larger wolf leader in the distance had to howl and give the order to retreat. The wolves fled quickly. Yan Xiu and the other two wanted to pursue them, but the duration of the ancient domain had expired, so they had to watch the wolves flee. After the wolves escaped, the three of them smiled at each other. "As expected of you, Master Yan, you were so powerful just now." Tang Xini was completely amazed by the fighting power that Yan Xiu had just unleashed, her eyes full of excitement and admiration. She ran to Yan Xiu with joy, took one of his arms, leaned on his shoulder, and said in a happy tone, "It's an honor to be your phantom girl. I will follow you for the rest of my life. And me. I also want to follow you for the rest of my life." Seeing this, Song Qiyue was not willing to be outdone. She hurried over and leaned on Yan Xiu's other shoulder. Ding, the contract stage with the contract object Song Qiyue has been upgraded to the second stage telepathy. Achievement points plus 10,000. Ding, intimacy increased, achievement points plus 500. Byte. After the battle just now, Tang Xini's achievement points have reached about 50,000, and only 50,000 more will be needed to help her upgrade to SS level. Yan Xiu was also pleasantly surprised to find that the stage of his contract with Song Qiyue had also been upgraded to the telepathic stage, and the combat effectiveness of both sides was further improved. Now I can communicate spiritual power with Song Qiyue, and in subsequent battles, I can add fire element damage to the ancient divine axe. Yan Xiu's magic weapon also has a plus 30% bonus to fire attribute affinity, and the accompanying fire element damage will be even more powerful. On the other hand, Tang Xinyi's achievement points reached about 10,000. Yan Xiu also discovered through the Master's Eye that Tang Xinyi's realm has already reached the late first stage from the middle first stage, and she only needs to meditate to complete the breakthrough. She was able to level up in just one battle, a speed that exceeded Yan Xiu's expectations. All in all, this battle was quite fruitful. After defeating the pack of demon wolves that came to scout, no trace of demon wolves appeared near the farm for the entire day. Yan Xiu and the other two completed their patrol mission brilliantly. After returning to the BB, Captain Liang learned that the three were attacked by a demon wolf, and he felt ashamed for not being able to provide support in time. After learning that Yan Xiu and his two companions had successfully repelled the wolf pack, he praised them highly and praised Yan Xiu as a promising young man. The next morning, Tang Xinyi once again prepared a sumptuous breakfast for the two of them. She also shared the good news of her breakthrough with them. After the three of them had a happy breakfast, Captain Liang sent someone to find Yan Xiu. They said the city construction group had sent reinforcements, and asked Yan Xiu and the others to go over quickly. Chapter 26 Strong reinforcements arrive and destroy the wolf's den. After dinner, the three of them immediately rushed to the living room. Two mercenaries, a man and a woman, came into the living room, and Captain Liang was talking to them. Yan Xiu used the Master's Eye to look at the two of them and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. No wonder the city building team only sent 2 people to support. It turns out that both of them have the strength of the 4th level. The male mercenary's name is Zhao Changfeng, and his realm has reached the late 4th level. The heroic female mercenary next to him was named Sun Ro, and her realm had also reached the middle stage of the 4th level. Moreover, they are in a contractual relationship. After the three of them walked in, Song Qiwei recognized them at a glance. A look of surprise appeared on her face, and she walked towards them with brisk steps. Captain Zhao, sister son, I didn't expect you two to come. This is such a surprise. Hello, Miss Song. The city lord heard that a pack of wolves attacked the farm, so he specially sent us to provide support. I'm glad you two are okay. Captain Zhao saluted Song Qiwei. Song Qiwei nodded gratefully, thank you for your concern. Fortunately, Yan Xiu is here, so we are fine. As she spoke, she turned to look at Yan Xiu and introduced him. By the way, Yan Xiu, these two are the leader of the second mercenary group of the city building group, Zhao Changfeng, and the deputy leader, Sun Ro. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiu immediately bowed respectfully to the two men and said, Greetings, captains. Thank you for your kindness, as this is our first meeting. Zhao Changfeng smiled and waved his hand. Don't be polite, we are all family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they began to discuss the threat posed by the wolf pack. Captain Zhao looked at Yan Xiu and said seriously, by the way, speaking of the wolf attack, after the city lord learned of the news, he specifically asked you to return for safety reasons. Your mission has been completed, and the rest can be left to us. Yan Xiu shook his head firmly and replied without hesitation, Captain Zhao, our mission isn't over yet. I don't want to give up so easily. Giving up halfway isn't my style. I have to see things through to the end. Hearing this, Captain Zhao felt a little more favorable towards Yan Xiu. He asked seriously, do you have any specific plans? Yan Xiu smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling. The wolf den must be somewhere in this mountain. Now that we have 2 captains joining us, we should take the initiative to find and destroy their lair and solve the problem of demon wolves at its root. Captain Zhao's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give Yan Xiu a thumbs up and praised him. Good boy, you have courage. After a brief rest, Captain Liang was left to look after the house while the others headed towards the mountains. After a period of trekking, everyone found the territory of the demon wolf on the mountainside. It was a valley with a towering waterfall in it, and Wolf Valley was at the bottom of the waterfall. There is a huge flat rock in the Wolf Valley. A huge demon wolf is lying on it, basking in the sun and eating flesh. It seems that it is the wolf of this Wolf Valley. Yan Xiu used the Master's Eye to inquire about the Wolf King. Monster, Resurrection of the Demon Wolf. Realm, Stage 3 Mid-Stage. Quality, S. Attribute, Wood. It turned out to be a 3rd-level Wolf King. Yan Xiu raised a hint of frivolity at the corner of his mouth and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Captain Zhao, Captain Sun, please come and help us clear the enemy lines. We have this Wolf King. Yan Xiu turned to look at the 2 captains, his voice sonorous and powerful, with a certain degree of confidence and determination. Captain Zhao was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Yan Xiu with interest and secretly sighed in his heart, this kid really doesn't know his place. However, this courage is admirable. So, he asked curiously, this Wolf King's realm is probably higher than yours. Are you sure you can handle it? What's there to be afraid of with just the third level? I, Yan Xiao, want to hone myself in challenges above my level. Yan Xiao looked determined and confident. The challenge of crossing the next level is not only because Yan Xiao is confident that he can defeat the Wolf King, but also to gain more achievement points. At the same time, only by constantly challenging your limits can you break through yourself and become a truly strong person. Ha, you are a brave boy. I, Zhao, am willing to support you. Captain Zhao laughed loudly. He patted Yan Xiao's shoulder, his eyes full of admiration and love. He saw his younger self in this young man, and he was comforted by his courage and fearlessness. Deputy Head Sun Ro came up to Yan Xiao with her arms folded and gave him a serious look. Stinky boy, everyone can brag, but don't let me down. Sun Ro has a tall and graceful figure, with long, smooth hair naturally draped over her shoulders and fluttering in the wind, exuding charming charm. She has a cool and proud temperament, and a slight smile amidst her seriousness, which makes people feel good about her but dare not get too close to her. But if you look closely, there is still a hint of expectation for Yan Xiao in her eyes. Hearing this, Yan Xiao smiled confidently, "Don't worry, Captain Sundayware, Cinny, and I won't let you down." The two sisters smiled at each other, and they walked hand in hand in front of the crowd. Song Chiyue said happily, "Yes, Cinny and I are brother Yan Xiao's strongest backing." Tang Cinny was a little shy and nodded as well. Seeing this, the team leader Zhao Changfeng smiled evilly and approached Sun Ro stealthily. Yan Xiao, this guy, is quite popular with women. At such a young age, he already has 2 girls willing to follow him around. The key is that they are still so devoted to him. It's really enviable. Old Zhao, are you looking for death? Sun Ro's cold face darkened instantly after hearing this, and one hand had already grabbed Zhao Changfeng's ear. A group of 5 people quickly rushed towards the valley. When the demon wolf on guard along the way discovered them, the wolf howl echoed throughout the valley. Captain Zhao summoned his magic weapon, a murderous S-class long-handled broadsword, and Sun Ro also summoned a phantom, which turned out to be an S-class swift cheetah with wind attributes. The contract stage between these two people is by no means lower than the telepathic stage. The wind attribute's speed bonus acted on the 2 of them, and they left Yan Xiao and the other 2 far behind, and soon disappeared without a trace. By the time the 3 of them arrived at Wolf Valley, the 2 men had already turned the valley upside down and were killing the demon wolves like a whirlwind. Yan Xiao couldn't help but sigh, a 4th-level master is indeed so terrifying. As the 3 people joined the battle, the wolf pack suffered heavy casualties, and everyone quickly reached the front of the Wolf King. The Wolf King on the rock steps saw the invading enemy and stared down at everyone. It showed its fangs still mixed with flesh and blood, and drops of blood flowed from between its teeth, which made people shudder. "Your opponent is me," Yan Xiao shouted. Holding the ancient divine axe, he was the first to kill the Wolf King. Then, the 2 sisters followed closely behind. Chapter 27 Battle with the Wolf King, kill with 1 strike. The Wolf King howled twice, jumped down from the stone platform, and rushed straight towards Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao activated the ancient realm without hesitation, using the speed bonus of the realm to dodge the attack, and then rushed towards the Wolf King who had landed. As expected of a 3rd-rank Wolf King, he can still move freely even under the influence of the gravity field. Unfortunately, as one gained strength while the other lost strength, Yan Xiao had gained a clear advantage in speed. So Yan Xiao took advantage of the victory and pursued the Wolf King, relying on his speed advantage to leave scars on his body many times. The 2 fought fiercely for a while, but they stunned Captain Zhao and his 2 companions who were raiding the rear. "I like this kid more and more," Captain Zhao said frankly with his eyes shining. He originally thought that Yan Xiao needed the cover of the 2 girls to fight the Wolf King, but he didn't expect that the boy would go up and fight the Wolf King alone, and the fight was very intense. However, before everyone had time to be happy, they discovered that the scars on the Wolf King's body were recovering visibly. When Yan Xiao saw this scene, he felt something was wrong. "I wanted to slowly wear down the Wolf King in this way, but I didn't expect that the Wolf King actually had the ability to heal himself. If this continues, we won't be able to kill it within the duration of the ancient realm. Once the ancient realm disappears, he will inevitably be at a disadvantage, so he must find a way to kill it with 1 blow." Thinking of this, Yan Xiao suddenly stopped attacking and switched to defense. The offense and defense changed, and the Wolf King launched a crazy attack on Yan Xiao. When Song Chiyue saw this, she immediately understood Yan Xiao's thoughts. "Yan Xiao, I'll cover you." As he said that, Song Chiyue immediately transformed into a spirit clone and created 2 clones out of thin air. She and her clone quickly condensed fireballs, and 3 fireballs were shot at the Wolf King in an orderly manner, hitting the Wolf King's face accurately, and the fireballs exploded like fireworks. The Wolf King felt pain and attracted attention, so he turned and rushed towards Song Chiyue. "Ah, Sister Yue, be careful." Tang Xini summoned the angry wood guard in a hurry. The angry wood guard broke out of the ground in front of the Wolf King and blocked Song Chiyue. In front of the huge angry wood guard, the Wolf King's size becomes insignificant. Tang Xini immediately ordered the angry wood guard to attack the Wolf King. The angry wood guard stretched out its leafy arms and slapped the Wolf King. The attack of the angry wood guard looked clumsy, but it was powerful and the Wolf King did not dare to take it head on and dodged in a hurry. The 2 people who were pacing the rear were so shocked that they were speechless after seeing the dazzling skills in front of them. After a long moment, Captain Zhao exclaimed, "Aru, we found a treasure. We have to let them join our youth training camp." Sun Ro listened and nodded silently. "Well, it's been a long time since I met a student who satisfied me so much." The battle was still going on. The Wolf King's actions had been completely disrupted by the angry wood guards, which also gave Yanxiu enough time to accumulate strength. Yanxiu calmly mobilized the power of the fire element and once again inflicted 10% fire damage on the ancient divine axe. After a while, the ancient divine axe in his hand began to make buzzing sounds, and Heavenly Punishment Thunder Slash had reached the strongest critical release state. Yanxiu carried the ancient divine axe on his shoulder and jumped to the front of the formation. Coincidentally, the duration of the angry wood guard also ended at this time. Without the obstruction of the angry wood guard, the Wolf King locked onto Yanxiu in front of him at a glance. At this time, the Wolf King was completely enraged. Its hair stood on end and its limbs were filled with manic strength. At this moment, murderous intent was in the eyes of both of them. Finally, the Wolf King pounced towards Yanxiu like a flying arrow. "In that case, let's decide the outcome with one move." Yanxiu snorted coldly and swung out the ancient divine axe that had been accumulating power for a long time. Suddenly, thunder struck out of nowhere. The ancient divine axe chopped the Wolf King's head off with overwhelming force. The air suddenly became dead silent. Captain Zhao and the other 2 had thought that Yanxiu would have some extraordinary qualities, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. This was a 3rd-level monster, yet it was killed instantly by a 2nd-level monster like him? And it was an overwhelming kill. Even the usually aloof Sun Ro couldn't help but feel excited and looked at Yanxiu with great satisfaction. "Sister Xini, we won." "Well, brother Yanxiu is too strong." The 2 sisters were the first to come to their senses. They couldn't hide their excitement and hugged each other warmly. But they didn't notice that suddenly a pair of big hands embraced them both. "Without your help, how could I have won so easily?" Yanxiu hugged the 2 girls, his heart full of tenderness and love. "Ding, surpassing your level to kill the Wolf King, achievement points plus 10,000. Ding, intimacy increased, achievement points plus 500. After a while, everyone began to clean up the battlefield. In addition to the inner alchemy of ordinary 1st and 2nd level demon wolves, the inner alchemy of the 3rd level Wolf King was given to Yanxiu. Yanxiu was dissatisfied with the fact that he needed to find someone to refine his inner elixir, so he exchanged several wood attribute spirit stones with Captain Zhao and handed them to Tang Xini. Tang Xini is a wood attributed phantom spirit. With these wood attributed spirit stones, she can reach a higher level. In order to wipe out the fish that had escaped the net, everyone went deep into the wolf's den. There were still many wolf cubs in the wolf den, and the few people didn't have the heart to kill them. Sun Ro said seriously that he could take it back and raise it, and use it as a wolf for training in the future. I understand. I didn't expect the deputy head son, who looks so cold and serious, has a soft side inside." Under the waterfall, everyone found a pool of water. There seemed to be spiritual energy in the pool, and many lotus flowers were blooming, which made people intoxicated. Could this be? The knowledgeable Captain Zhao seemed to recognize this thing and took a few steps closer. "Ha, I found another treasure." After seeing it clearly, he was overjoyed. Everyone looked at him in confusion, only to see him fish out a lotus pod from the water and pick it off. This is the lotus seed of the same heart. If 2 people who have signed a contract take it home and cook and eat it, it is said that it can increase their intimacy and thus help to advance to the stage of the contract. Captain Zhao explained. "Tisk, it's just a good start, it's not as amazing as you say." Sun Ro said disdainfully. Captain Zhao said sarcastically, "Although it may not be useful, how about we pick some and take it back to try?" "What's wrong with you?" "Never mind." Sun Ro had no choice but to turn her face away. After hearing this, Tang Xini didn't know whether she really believed it or not. I saw her take off her shoes and step into the clear water with her bare feet. She really picked a few flowers from the pond and brought them back. Brother Yanxiu, I'll pick some and bring them back to make lotus seed soup for you and Sister Yuer. Really? Then I must try it. Sister Xini is so thoughtful. We are in for a treat again. After the wolves in the valley were completely wiped out, everyone returned to the farm. Captain Zhao couldn't wait to find Yanxiu. He didn't immediately explain his purpose, but instead pulled out a small bottle of light blue potion from his storage ring. Chapter 28, Parting. Captain Zhao, what is this? Yanxiu looked at the medicine Captain Zhao handed over and asked in confusion. Captain Zhao explained with a pained look on his face, this bottle of spiritual wisdom potion is extremely precious. It has a chance to increase the grade of your skills. The lower the grade, the more effective it is. I remember you have 2 divine weapons, and I heard that your second divine weapon's martial arts is only of the mortal grade. Upon hearing this, Yanxiu gladly accepted Captain Zhao's kindness. There is also a magic weapon, the hardwood shield. Last time, I only awakened the ordinary level martial art shield defense technique. Why not use this potion to make the hardwood shield work? Captain Zhao, you wouldn't give me something for no reason, would you? Yanxiu asked seriously. Then I'll be frank. I hope you and your partner can join our mercenary group's youth training camp, receive specialized training there, and eventually represent the city building group mercenary group in the youth mercenary competition in the West China War Zone. I thought it was no big deal, easy to deal with, but I'm afraid we have to wait until after the monthly assessment. Yanxiu took the bottle of precious potion, fearing that Captain Zhao would suddenly take it back. Captain Zhao nodded with satisfaction and continued, also, you need to go to the mercenary guild to register as a mercenary. With your ability, that shouldn't be a problem. Of course, Captain Zhao, that's exactly what I meant. Yanxiu answered confidently. Captain Zhao patted Yanxiu's shoulder happily, ha, it's a deal then. If another group invites you again, don't stand us up. After seeing off Captain Zhao, Yanxiu began to meditate. After swallowing the spiritual wisdom potion, Yanxiu summoned his own shield magic weapon and began to practice. The Linghui potion was indeed magical. It made people feel calm as soon as they drank it. Yanxiu soon entered a state of meditation. Half a day passed unknowingly, and Yanxiu woke up from his practice. He was surprised to find that he had gained a new understanding in his mind. As soon as Yanxiu thought about it, a new martial art appeared in his mind. It turned out to be an earth-level martial arts shield wall. Now, the ordinary martial arts were directly upgraded to the earth level. Not bad, not bad. Now the second divine weapon can be put to use. Although it is not at the god level, Yanxiu is already very satisfied. You have to know that the second divine weapon is only D level, and it is definitely not comparable to the ancient divine axe. Brother Yanxiu, come and try the lotus seed soup made by Sister Xini. Yanxiu had just woken up from his practice when he heard a clear and pleasant voice. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Tang Xini standing in front of him, holding a bowl of fragrant lotus seed soup in her hand, looking at him expectantly. Yanxiu smiled slightly, took the bowl of lotus seed soup and took a sip. Suddenly, a sweet and delicious taste filled the mouth, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. He couldn't help but praise, it tastes pretty good. I didn't expect Sister Xini to be quite talented as a cook. After hearing this, Tang Xini's eyes flashed with joy, and she said with a smile, thank you, Brother Yanxiu, for the compliment. As long as you like it, I can give it to you often in the future. Just then, a system sound rang. Ding, intimacy increased, achievement points plus 500. Ding, the contract stage with the contract object Tang Xini has been upgraded to the second stage telepathy. Achievement points plus 10,000. Yanxiu was suddenly ecstatic. He never thought that drinking a bowl of porridge could elevate the contract stage to the telepathic stage. It seems that what Captain Zhao said was true, and there really is a saying about the Tongshin lotus seed. After 2 days of meditation, Yanxiu successfully raised his realm to the late second stage. Song Qiyue also reached the middle stage of the second level, and Tang Xini made the fastest progress, raising her realm to the middle stage of the second level in just a few days. At the same time, Tang Xini's achievement points reached about 40,000. Song Qiyue's achievement points have reached 80,000. As long as it reaches 100,000, she can be upgraded to an SS level phantom. After the wolves were wiped out, the entire farm was peaceful for the next 2 days. As early as 2 days ago, Captain Zhao and his 2 companions left on the pretext of matters related to the group. The mission of Yen Xiao and his companions finally came to an end when a vehicle arrived to take away the broiler chickens and a large amount of agricultural products on the farm. Before they parted, Captain Liang suddenly stopped the two of them and said with tears of gratitude, "Young men, I really don't know how to thank you. Not only did you help me clear out the wolf pack, you also transformed Cinny. This good fortune fruit is the only thing I have to offer. Please accept it." Fortune fruit. Song Chiwei said in shock. I heard it's a great item that improves the quality of divine weapons and phantom spirits below S rank. Since the proportion of people with talents below S rank is far greater than those above S rank, this item is usually in short supply. Upon hearing this, Captain Liang said with shame, I originally wanted to leave it to Cinny, but I heard that her phantom has been upgraded to S level. I know your talents are all above S level, but this is also a token of my gratitude. Thank you, Captain Liang. I have 2 magical weapons, which can be used to improve the quality of the second magical weapon. Yen Xiao accepted the things without hesitation. After a while, Yen Xiao suddenly came to his senses. He looked around but could not find Tang Cinny. Yen Xiao's heart tightened immediately, and he quickly turned to ask Captain Liang, Captain Liang, where is Cinny? Captain Liang looked at him, sighed softly, and said slowly, she couldn't bear to see you leave, so she hid herself. There was a hint of helplessness and emotion in his words. After hearing this, Yen Xiao couldn't help but feel a little amused, but more of it was heartache. He immediately turned around to look for the hiding girl and finally found her in a secluded corner. At this time, Tang Cinny's eyes were red and tears were still hanging on her cheeks, which was heartbreaking. Yen Xiao smiled unhappily, then reached out and pulled her out of the corner. He looked at Cinny seriously and said firmly, Okay, Cinny, don't cry anymore. We're just separated for a while, and we'll see each other again in a few days. You know, as my phantom girl, I need you to accompany me to the monthly combat assessment. I can't do it without you. Cinny raised her head, looked at Yen Xiao with tears in her eyes, and said with a sob, Really? That's great. Song Chiwei also rushed over, patted her shoulder with a smile, and comforted her, Don't worry, Sister Cinny, we will meet again soon, and with my father's help, he will be able to help you complete the transfer soon. Well, I'll wait for your good news. Cinny smiled and wiped away her tears. Chapter 29 Chapter 29 I have made up my mind and accepted the B-level mission. Sister Yair, we are back. A smart and pleasant voice came, and Yen Xiao and Song Chiwei came to Chun. Shenya put down the list in her hand, and a smile appeared on her face when she saw the 2 people return safely. Very good, very good. I heard that you not only exceeded the mission targets, but also defeated the Wolf King. It seems that you have a chance to get a place in this monthly combat assessment. Yen Xiao and the other man smiled modestly. Then, Yen Xiao pointed to a pile of lists on the table and asked, Is this the information Li Shui got? This is indeed the intelligence she gathered. We found a large number of our people on the list. They've even planted some personnel in this monthly combat assessment. It seems they're preparing to cover for Luli. However, this is a good opportunity. They won't expect that we will replace all the people on the roster before the assessment competition begins. Afterwards, Shenya conveyed the next opportunity to the 2 of them. We will arrange for the projection aircraft operator to track Luli in real time. If Luli dares to do anything out of line to Li Shui, we will release his image to the public, allowing the public to see the true face of the city defense forces. Teacher Chen, can you share Luli and the other one's position with me when the time comes? Yen Xiao looked at Teacher Chen expectantly. Teacher Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Are you going to save your ex-girlfriend right away? A sneer appeared on Yen Xiao's lips. No, I'm not interested in her, but I really want to take this opportunity to teach Luli a lesson. Hearing this, Teacher Chen was secretly surprised, but he couldn't help but remind him, From what I know, Luli has been furiously spending cultivation resources these days and has already raised his realm to the late 3rd stage. Are you sure you can be his opponent? Late 3rd stage? Yen Xiao chuckled disdainfully and said firmly, So what if I'm late 3rd stage? There's still a week until the monthly assessment. A week is plenty of time. Mercenary Guild, Wuzhou City Branch. As a neutral organization, the Mercenary Guild is present in almost all major cities. You can complete tasks and issue tasks here. It is a paradise for countless free awakeners to earn bounties. Yen Xiao and the other person went straight to the registration office to register as mercenaries. There was a long queue in front of the registration counter. A young registrar in a maid outfit was smilingly registering every mercenary who came to receive or submit a mission. She didn't care even when faced with the dirty words of a group of male mercenaries. Generally speaking, the awakening rate of women is slightly lower than that of men, so there are many more male mercenaries in the hall than female ones. The two of them came to the front of the team. Song Chiyue held Yen Xiu's hand tightly. Facing the group of rough men in front of her, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Yen Xiu gently held her in his arms, feeling the faint fragrance from her hair. He comforted her softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Song Chiyue nodded and buried her head deeper. Soon, the young couple attracted a lot of attention. They looked at Yen Xiu with contempt, but their eyes towards Song Chiyue were particularly hot. Just then, a bald man who had just finished his task came up to Yen Xiu and the others. "Little sister, you're here to register as a mercenary, right? Going out on a mission is no joke. Why don't you follow your uncle and let him lead you in hunting monsters?" Song Chiyue didn't say anything, but deliberately hid behind Yen Xiu. The bald man showed a hint of displeasure at this and looked at Yen Xiu coldly. "You little brat, this is not the place for you, the mercenary guild." Yen Xiu could no longer bear it, frowned, gathered his spiritual power into his fist, and punched out, hitting the vital point. Ouch! The bald man felt pain and immediately knelt on his knees, covering his lower abdomen with his hands and wailing in pain. After a moment, the bald man stood up, enduring the dull pain in his lower abdomen, and showed a ferocious expression to Yen Xiu. "You little bastard, don't let me meet you in the wild." After saying that, he limped away angrily. When the others saw this, they thought that this kid was really fearless, so they gave up the idea of provoking Yen Xiu and the others. Soon, Yen Xiu and the other person arrived at the registration desk. When the maid-dressed registrar saw that they were two young students, her expression instantly softened. "Little brother, are you here to register as a mercenary?" "That's right." Yen Xiu didn't waste any words. "If she is your contracted partner, then you only need to register your name." "Tell me, what is your name and what is your current realm?" asked the registrar. "Yen Xiu, late second stage." "Yen Xiu?" The registrar heard this. She seemed to have seen this name before, but she couldn't remember which issue of the campus magazine. "Well, you probably don't know the rules for registering as a mercenary. You need to complete at least one D-level mission to become a real mercenary, so I suggest you find some veterans to guide you first," said the registrar seriously. "Can't my partner and I register?" Yen Xiu asked in return. "Of course you can, but are you really ready to face real monsters?" The registrar looked at Yen Xiu, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Since it's possible, just issue the task immediately." Yen Xiu answered without hesitation. "Okay, let me look for tasks suitable for novices." The registrar took out a dozen D-level task lists and checked them one by one. Jianlan Leather Factory, long-term purchase of monster crocodile skins. This won't work, it's too dangerous. The Seven Wolf Leather Belt Factory is buying large quantities of demon snake skins. It doesn't seem suitable for beginners. Watching the registrar shaking her head while searching, Yen Xiu impatiently pulled out a B-level task without even looking at it. He said to the registrar, "Miss Registrar, I appreciate your kindness, but I just want to do something challenging." "This is it." The registrar was helpless. She took Yen Xiu's task list and looked at it. She was shocked. Hunting a late-stage third-order Snake King to obtain a demon pill. "Are you sure you want to do this?" "I'm sure." Yen Xiu listened and nodded with satisfaction. "Are you crazy? Are you planning to die?" The registrar was struck by lightning. At the same time, many onlookers also came over, and when they learned that the two students were going to do B-level tasks right from the start, they couldn't help laughing. "You little brat, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I'm afraid some top graduate from some academy thinks he's invincible. Little brother, this isn't the actual combat course you were taught at school. Being in the wild is no joke." Facing everyone's doubts, Yen Xiu smiled confidently. "Miss Registrar, I've made up my mind. If I can't get the Snake King's demon pill back, I will never join the mercenary guild again." Chapter 30 Meeting the Ancient Girl again. When everyone saw that Yen Xiu was really going to take the B-level mission, they started discussing again. Even veterans need to form a team to defeat a late-stage third-level Snake King, and at least one third-level expert is needed to lead the team. Hey, I bet they'll have to pee their pants and run back before they even see the Snake King. Brothers, that little girl is quite pretty. This is a good opportunity for a hero to save her. Tisk, that's the territory of a third-level Snake King. I'm asking if you dare to go there. The registrar was also stunned for a moment, then nodded stupidly and wrote a line of notes on the registration list helplessly. Well, since you are so sure, I can only wish you can come back alive. Yan Xiu took over the task and just wanted to take Song Qiwei away from this noisy place as quickly as possible. The dense jungle to the north of Wuzhou City is a wilderness that has not been opened up by humans. The third-level Snake King that Yan Xiu and his companions were targeting was in the swamp of this jungle. After half a day's journey, Yan Xiu and the others arrived at the outskirts of the forest. The forest was filled with thick fog, and even the midday sun could not penetrate, making the forest look gloomy and eerie. Yan Xiu took out the instruction map on the task list and headed towards the area where the demon snakes were distributed. After walking 3 kilometers into the forest, Yan Xiu was surprised to find that his blood flow was responding again. No way! Could it be that in this dense forest, there are still phantom spirits with ancient bloodlines? So Yan Xiu stopped, calmed down and carefully identified the general direction of this induced energy. He closed his eyes and felt the fluctuations of energy in his blood. After some effort, he seemed to have found the source of that sensation. What's wrong? Are we going in the wrong direction? Song Qiwei asked casually when she saw Yan Xiu suddenly stop. After a while, Yan Xiu opened his eyes, came to his senses, and looked towards the place further north, feeling secretly happy. The blood connection cannot be wrong. There must be an ancient girl like Song Qiwei and Tang Xini over there. Yan Xiu smiled slightly and replied, "No, I just suddenly have something I need to confirm." Song Qiwei looked at the mysterious smile on Yan Xiu's face and became even more confused, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions. She thought for a moment and said, "Oh, so? Then what should we do now?" Yan Xiu touched his chin, thought for a moment and said, "Well, I plan to go to the north to see the situation. If I really find anything, I will make a decision." After that, he turned and walked towards the north. Song Qiwei hurriedly followed and asked curiously, "Are you sure you want to go north? The swamp is not in the north." Yan Xiu smiled and shook his head, confidently saying, "My bloodline tells me that what I need is in the north." Song Qiwei listened and smiled helplessly, thinking that it would be right to just follow him. North of the dense forest, at the junction of the outer and inner areas, a guard and a young girl were surrounded by a group of mercenaries. The bald man and his men, a group of more than 10 people, were staring at the two of them. "Ha ha 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 ha, what do you think, little girl? Just surrender obediently." The bald man touched his bald head and looked at the girl with a playful expression, with a hint of greed and obscenity in his eyes. The girl looked at the bald man with disdain and said with disdain, "Humph, a bunch of chickens and dogs, do you know who I am?" The bald man sneered and said smugly, "Then do you know who I am? I am the leader of the Quanwu mercenary group. Who in the Wuzhou City mercenary guild would not give me face?" As the bald man spoke, he took a step forward and threatened, "Just obey me. You should know that if 2 people die in this remote place, no one will know." The girl was not afraid at all. She glared at the bald man and shouted, "What kind of crazy warrior mercenary group is this? I've never heard of them. And you, on the other hand, don't you even know the reputation of the flag-collecting mercenary group?" The bald man was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. "Jiaoqi? Sorry, I haven't heard of it either." The girl's face turned pale with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Humph, that's right. A low-class mercenary group like yours has no right to know this." The bald man suddenly interrupted her and said viciously, "Stop talking nonsense. You're in my hands today, and you can't escape." He waved his hand, and several of his men immediately surrounded the girl and her guards, trapping them in the middle. Yan Xiu and Song Qiwei hurried over and happened to see this scene, so they hid behind a tree and observed. He first scanned the mercenaries on the field with the master's eye and found that they were only about the 1st or 2nd level. Only the bald man had some strength and his realm had reached the early 3rd level. Then, Yan Xiu immediately noticed the trapped girl. Name, Suing Yu. Phantom, Golden Falconess. Attribute, Gold. Realm, Early 2nd Stage. Illusion, Wing Dark Earth Rank. Ancient Bloodline, 92%. After seeing that she was exactly the ancient girl he needed, Yan Xiu's mouth curled up into a smile. After thinking about it, Yan Xiu felt that he had the advantage when it was 4 against 10. So he didn't hide anymore, and he appeared in front of everyone with Song Qiwei. Yan Xiu looked at the bald man and said arrogantly, "Bald bastard, what a narrow path for enemies to cross. We meet again. How's your little brother?" The bald man heard the voice and looked to find that they were the 2 students he met in the mercenary guild that morning. He was stunned at first, then said even more arrogantly, "You little bastard, I didn't expect you to dare to come to my door. Today, I will take care of both of you." After saying this, he turned back to look at his men with a smug look on his face. "Brothers, I told you that if you follow me, you will have endless women to enjoy. Are you satisfied with these two young ladies?" The group of mercenaries burst into laughter when they heard this. Relying on their numbers, they seemed to look down upon Yan Xiu and the others. Except for Yan Xiu, the four of them leaned against each other nervously. Yan Xiu and the guard exchanged glances, and then they decisively protected the two girls behind them. The bald man looked at the four people with disdain. He laughed arrogantly and said, "Go ahead. As long as we kill those two men, these two beauties will be ours." Then, the bald man summoned his magic weapon, a big knife, and rushed towards the four people first. Seeing this, the morale of the other mercenaries was immediately boosted. They all took out their magic weapons and rushed towards the four people with great momentum. Faced with the enemy's relentless pressure, the four of them quickly summoned their magic weapons and phantoms to fight back. The guard's magic weapon turned out to be a long iron stick. He brandished the stick with great vigor, which immediately scared away a group of mercenaries so much that they dared not approach easily. When Yan Xiu swung his ancient divine axe, it carried with it an aura that immediately frightened several mercenaries and made them take several steps back. Chapter 31, Flag Mercenary Group, suing you. "You protect this young lady. Leave these people to me and this big guard." Yan Xiu looked at Song Qiyu seriously, his eyes revealing a kind of confidence. He was fully confident in his own strength. Song Qiyu nodded. She knew Yan Xiu's strength very well and believed that he could handle the current situation. So she turned her gaze to Suing Yu again, and the two looked at each other friendly. "Don't be afraid, Yan Xiu is very powerful. Don't think that you can do anything to him just because you have more people on the other side. You just need to protect yourself well. Don't underestimate me. I can fight on my own." A trace of determination appeared on Suing Yu's tired face. In the blink of an eye, just as the group of mercenaries were about to attack everyone, Yan Xiu used his second martial art, Ancient Realm, to cover everyone present. Everyone was shocked, and when they reacted they realized that they had been affected by the gravity field. What's going on? Some mercenaries looked panicked. They were surprised to find that their feet seemed to be tied with sandbags weighing hundreds of pounds, making them extremely heavy. The few mercenaries who were less than the second level were even more terrified. They found it difficult to move even a step. After unleashing his martial arts, Yan Xiu looked confidently at the guard. The guard looked at Yan Xiu in surprise and exclaimed, "Such a profound martial art. Young man, you are truly a promising young man. Haha, it's our turn to perform." Yan Xiu smiled back at him, then raised the ancient divine axe and rushed towards the bald man. Seeing this, the eldest guard's eyes were full of respect and admiration for Yan Xiu. After a moment of emotion, he also joined the battlefield. He was seen holding a magical iron rod, moving freely among the enemies, and each swing was accompanied by a dull sound. With their speed severely weakened, these mercenaries were unable to keep up with the rhythm of his stick attacks, and each of them suffered severe internal injuries. Yan Xiu also confronted the bald man head-on. As soon as they met, Yan Xiu showed no mercy and slashed at him directly with a Sky Punishment Thunder Slash. Seeing that Yan Xiu's move was too powerful to be taken head-on, the bald man tried to dodge, but found that he could not move under the pressure of the divine axe. Not good. He thought to himself that something was wrong and gritted his teeth before raising the magic weapon in his hand to block the attack. The two magical weapons collided with each other, and the bald man took Yan Xiu's attack head-on. Almost in an instant, he was blown away by the absolute power of the ancient divine axe. He suddenly felt his whole body trembling, his blood boiling and his palms numb. Even the magic weapon in his hand became dim due to the huge blow. At this moment, the bald man was horrified. He couldn't understand why even an excellent student who had just graduated from college couldn't have such abilities. When Yan Xiu came to him with the magic axe in hand, he finally felt regretful. Unfortunately, Yan Xiu no longer intended to let him go back alive. After getting rid of the bald man, Yan Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time in his life that he killed someone, but he didn't feel any guilt. It's obvious that this bald man is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves to be put to death. After killing him, Yan Xiu felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure and excitement. After seeing the second in command dead, a group of minions started to run for their lives. Suing Yu was holding back her anger, and when she saw the people running away, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. "You want to run away after bullying me? No way! She shouted and used the illusion winged dart to reap the lives of those mercenaries. Each flying blade had a sharp angle and cut straight into the throat. In a short while, several unlucky guys fell in a pool of blood. It seems that this girl is not a kind person. Yanxiu suddenly felt that it might not be an easy task to conclude a contract with her. But the more difficult it was, the more Yanxiu wanted to take her down. After dealing with the mercenaries, Yanxiu turned around and observed Su Yingyu carefully. The girl was tall, fair-skinned and graceful. She was wearing a loose white shirt and a youthful black miniskirt. Under his feet were a pair of black leather shoes covered in mud, and above them were a pair of battle-damaged blue and white striped stockings. The wrists and necks are adorned with various jewels, which are dazzling and add a touch of elegance. She seemed to have been on the run and looked a little disheveled. But his every gesture and movement was filled with composure, revealing nobility and confidence. Seeing Yanxiu looking at her closely, Su Yingyu did not avoid him but instead walked towards him openly. With a bright smile on her face, she walked briskly to Yanxiu. She raised her head slightly and looked Yanxiu up and down carefully with a proud look in her eyes. Then, she nodded with satisfaction and said with a confident smile, "Hey, little handsome boys, tell me your names. When I get back, I will make sure my father rewards you well. My name is Yanxiu, and this is my partner Yuer. May I ask your name, young lady?" Yanxiu said calmly. "Listen carefully, I am the daughter of the leader of the Jingqi mercenary group Su Yingyu." Su Yingyu crossed her arms in front of her chest, raised her chin slightly, and looked proud. Song Qiwei, who was standing by, was shocked when he heard this. Is it that top-ranked provincial mercenary group, the flag-seizing mercenary group? That's right. I didn't expect Miss Yuer to be so knowledgeable. Su Yingyu praised Song Qiwei. Song Qiwei waved her hand and said modestly, "No, I just had the good fortune to study in the provincial capital for a few years." Miss Su is from the provincial capital, so why is she in Wuzhou City? Yanxiu touched his chin, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he asked. Su Yingyu frowned when she heard this. Thinking back to her experiences over the past 2 days, she was still frightened. It turned out that 2 days ago, she was training outside with a team, but unexpectedly they were hunted by hostile forces. The team got separated in the dense forest, and she and the senior guard got lost and came here by accident. We finally managed to escape our pursuers, only to run into these scumbags again. Luckily, we met you guys. After briefly recounting her recent experiences, she sighed deeply and said, "You seem like nice people. Can you take me to Wuzhou City?" "Miss Su, we still have a mission to complete and we won't go back until we finish it," Yanxiu said excitedly. "Okay, I'll go with you." After weighing the pros and cons, Su Yingyu decided to follow Yanxiu, not just because she was unfamiliar with the road. She was more worried that pursuers might arrive, or that the accomplices of the mercenaries lying on the ground might come and seek revenge. Because she had just witnessed Yanxiu's strength, which was definitely not inferior to that of the senior guards, and having 2 more people would always be safer. Not long after Yanxiu and the others left, a group of elite mercenaries wearing dark cloaks followed clues and slowly came here. When they saw the corpses on the ground and discovered that many of them were blunt injuries, they immediately became alert. It seems that Su Yingyu is not dead yet. One of the bearded men slowly turned his gaze forward. Chapter 32 Pursuers Attack. At dusk, Yanxiu and his group killed some monsters along the way and arrived at the outskirts of the swamp. The mission scope was correct. The swamp was indeed the haunt of the evil snake. As the sky grew darker, Yanxiu decided to go find the Snake King to get the elixir tomorrow. The evil snakes in the swamp smelled the scent of strangers. They crawled out from the dead trees and mud and crawled towards the crowd. Seeing that they were so disrespectful to the host, Yanxiu and others had no choice but to eliminate them one by one. They took out the tent from the storage ring and set up camp on the spot. After hunting monsters for a whole day, Yanxiu was pleasantly surprised to find that his achievement points with Song Qiwei had reached about 96,000. Another 4,000 would be enough to help her upgrade to SS level. After setting up the tent, Yanxiu gave some instructions to the left guard. Tell him that he is about to make a breakthrough, and he will be on guard for the first half of the night, and he will be on guard for the second half after he completes the breakthrough. Guard Zhua is one of Miss Su's personal guards. As long as he can protect Miss Su's safety, he agreed very readily. It just so happened that Song Qiwei told Yanxiu that she also needed a breakthrough, so she had to ask Su Yingyu and the others to take care of her. In order to repay the two for saving her life, Su Yingyu agreed without hesitation. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Yingyu lit a small bonfire in the center of the camp. The night was dark and windy, and the flames flickered and swayed restlessly in the discordant evening breeze. At this time, Yan Xiu and Song Chiyue's breakthrough was entering a white-hot stage. Because of boredom, sleepiness appeared on Su Yingyu's face. After 2 days of escape, she did feel a little tired. The left guard remained vigilant. At this moment, he was riding on a tree branch above the camp and observing the movements around him. Hundreds of meters outside the camp of Yan Xiu and others, a group of uninvited guests were slowly approaching them. "Captain, there is a fire in the distance." An elite mercenary in a cloak shouted softly, pointing in the direction of the camp where Yan Xiu and others were staying. The bearded man smiled smugly and said coldly, "Humph, Su Yingyu, you won't be able to escape this time." After saying this, he waved his hand, and a group of mercenaries quickly rushed towards the camp. A moment later, the left guard keenly sensed a noise in the distance. He immediately jumped off the tree trunk and extinguished the bonfire with one kick. Su Yingyu was stunned for a moment, and panic appeared on her face again. Without the guidance of the fire, the group of cloaked mercenaries quickly lost the exact location of the camp, but still groped in the general direction. The chaotic sound of footsteps in the distance made Guard Zhuo realize that the pursuers were arriving. The left guard's eyes grew serious. Now, there is no one else around Miss Su except herself. Guard Zhuo understood that he alone was no longer able to resist the pursuers and could not protect Miss Su at all. In this case, the only option now is to go out and divert the pursuers. Thinking of this, the left guard's eyes gradually revealed an expression of being ready to die. "Miss Su, let me protect you one last time." After hearing what Guard Zhuo said, Su Yingyu was stunned at first, and then quickly asked, "Uncle Zhuo, what are you talking about?" The left guard said calmly, "Miss Su, no matter what happens later, don't reveal your position. I'll lead the pursuers away." Su Yingyu was shocked when she learned of Guard Zhuo's plan. Without thinking, she immediately stopped him and said, "No, you will die if you do that." "Miss Su, if we let them get any closer, everyone will die," the left guard insisted. But. Before Su Yingyu finished speaking, Guard Zhuo interrupted her firmly, "There is no time, Miss Su. I hope these two companions of yours can take you back alive." After saying that, he walked into the night without looking back. After leaving the camp, the left guard deliberately made noises as he moved away from the camp. Sure enough, the pursuers thought it was their prey escaping and decisively changed direction to chase after it. Not long after, the sound of fighting could be heard in the distance. The fighting didn't last long and it quieted down in less than 5 minutes. Su Yingyu listened quietly as the distant noise faded into silence, tears silently flowing from her eyes. When Yan Xiu successfully completed the breakthrough and slowly woke up from his cultivation, he only heard Su Yingyu's choked sobs. Yan Xiu was not completely unaware of what had just happened. "It was a pity that I was in the process of breaking through at that time. If I interrupted it forcibly, I would only suffer backlash. By then, not only would I not be able to help, I would also die in vain." Yan Xiu's heart was filled with gratitude. He knew very well that if it were not for the left guard who led away the pursuers, they would probably have found it difficult to escape from the predicament. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but respect the left guard. At this moment, Yan Xiu came to Su Yingyu's side and saw her face full of tears, her eyes revealing deep sadness and helplessness. For a moment, he didn't know how to comfort her. This girl, who is usually strong, confident, brave, and fearless, has never flinched even when facing enemies several times her number. But now she is so fragile that people can't help but feel pity for her. Yan Xiu tried to offer her a shoulder, and she leaned on him without hesitation. Su Yingyu seemed to have found support and began to cry softly. On the other side, the cloaked mercenaries had already lost their direction due to the seduction of the left guard. But they believed that Su Yingyu was not dead and must be hiding somewhere in the dense forest. In order to capture Su Yingyu alive, they dispersed, intending to expand the search range. After a while, several cloaked mercenaries came back to the camp. Hearing the noise, Yan Xiu quickly took the two of them and hid in the bushes. When the 4 cloaked mercenaries sneaked into the camp and saw the newly established camp, they reacted quickly. "That little bitch surnamed Su must be nearby, search for her. The one with the darker cloak should be their captain." Following his command, they divided into 4 directions and searched. Yan Xiu checked the strength of the 4 people. The leader was in the middle stage of the 3rd level, and the other 3 had reached the middle and late stages of the 2nd level or above. Seeing this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Yan Xiu's eyes. Just now, both of them completed a breakthrough in realm. Now his realm has reached the early stage of the 3rd level, and Song Chiyue's realm has also reached the late stage of the 2nd level. At the same time, because their realms have been improved, their achievement levels have risen to level 2. Yan Xiao looked at Song Qiyue's attribute panel. Name, Song Qiyue. Phantom, six-tailed fox. Attribute, fire. Realm, late second stage. Illusion, exploding fireball earth rank. Ancient illusion, charming spirit clone god level, charming orb god level. As expected, Song Qi and Song Mion's phantom has reached SS level, and its strength has been further improved. Moreover, she also awakened her second ancient skill, charming orb. This is a passive skill that can make the enemy attacked by this illusion fall into a charmed state. Therefore, even if he faced these 4 enemies head-on, Yan Xiao was confident that he could defeat them. What's more, now the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. Chapter 33, Silently Assassinating the Pursuers. Yan Xiao knew that the pursuers were definitely not just the 4 in front of them, and that others must be searching for them not far away. Once these pursuers gather together, the 3 of us will definitely not be their match, so we must seize this good opportunity to defeat them one by one. The premise is that they can be killed silently. And just in time, Yuer's newly awakened ancient skill, charming orb, can come in handy. Thinking of this, Yan Xiao looked at Song Qiyue with joy and said softly, "We must kill these 4 people quietly. Yuer, it's up to you." "Ah. Are you sure I can do it?" Song Qiyue was stunned. She didn't think she had the ability. Yan Xiao touched his forehead and said speechlessly, "Do you know how terrifyingly strong you are now? Don't you feel that your strength has changed significantly after this breakthrough?" "Really? I didn't pay much attention to those. Please wait for me for a moment." Song Qiyue scratched his head awkwardly. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. After a while, she opened her eyes full of shock. Who could tell her that she was just making an ordinary breakthrough into a small realm? The 3-tailed beast turned into a 6-tailed beast, and his own S-level phantom spirit was upgraded to SS level. And once again he comprehended an illusion, a mental illusion that could control the enemy's mind. After understanding this illusion, she looked at Yan Xiao with gratitude in her eyes. In addition to expressing gratitude, he confidently said, "Thank you, Yan Xiao. I have fully mastered this new understanding. Leave them to me." After saying that, she looked ahead coldly, and saw a mercenary coming towards her. Song Qiyue smiled coldly, and a fiery red ball of love gradually condensed in her hand. Then, she blew a breath playfully, and the fiery red heart flew briskly towards the mercenary. A second ago, the mercenary was still curious about what was flying towards him. The next second, before he could react, he completely fell into her charm. No one knew what kind of illusion he had fallen into. He seemed to have lost his soul and turned into a walking corpse. Suingyu was stunned by the scene in front of her. She dropped her jaw, her eyes filled with shock and envy. Unexpectedly, Yan Xiao reminded him, "Suingyu, this is a good opportunity for you to take revenge. They are all among the murderers who killed Senior Zhua." Suingyu finally came back to her senses, and her eyes gradually became fierce. She cast an illusion, sending winged darts flying towards the enemy. The mercenary suddenly fell in a pool of blood without making a sound. After killing an enemy, the 3 quickly moved their position and sneaked into the depths of the dense jungle like ghosts. The 3 cleverly used the environment to keep the enemy unaware of their whereabouts. Then, they used the same method to kill 3 more enemies. As time went on, the 3 of them became more and more adept, their cooperation became more and more tacit, and their movements became more and more smooth. Like a ghost, he shuttled through the jungle, constantly bringing death to his pursuers. Half an hour later, Yan Xiao and his 2 companions had successfully assassinated more than a dozen mercenaries. These mercenaries were dealt with silently before they even had time to make a sound. The original large team of more than 20 people now has only 5 or 6 people left. The remaining mercenaries were terrified, their hearts filled with fear of the unknown. Because along the way, they never heard any screams from their companions. This strange atmosphere spread among the remaining pursuers, and they began to feel uneasy and fearful. Eventually, they had to give up their scattered search and gather together. The bearded man in the lead looked solemnly at the few remaining men. He finally lost patience and shouted to everyone, "Who are you? I know you're nearby. If you're brave, come out and fight me with real weapons." At this time, Yan and the other 2 were hiding in a bush. Yan Xiao stuck his head out and looked at the leader among them, and found that his strength had already reached the early 4th level, and his strength should not be underestimated. They gathered together again, and a head-on confrontation would not be a wise move. So she asked Song Qiyue beside her, "How many clones can you create now?" 3. This is my current limit. Song Chiyue said lightly. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiu said seriously, do you have the confidence to cast these two illusions at the same time? I need you to charm multiple enemies at once, especially the leader. I haven't tried it yet, but even if it means draining all my spiritual power, I will do my best. Song Chiyue answered firmly. Yan Xiu nodded with satisfaction and said encouragingly, just listen to my orders. Whether you can successfully deal with this group of pursuers depends on your performance. I will never let you down. After saying that, she entered a state of breathing regulation. At the same time, Yan Xiu also summoned the ancient divine axe and smiled confidently. Just when he had a breakthrough before, he also gained some insights in his practice, and he successfully comprehended a combination of martial arts. It is a combination of the earth-level martial arts Meteor Flying Axe and the ancient martial arts Heavenly Punishment Thundercut. The unique charging method of 10 Punishment Raikiri combined with the long-range attack of Meteor Axe will increase the lethality exponentially. He named this combination of punches Open the Galaxy. Even the 4th-level enemy in front of him would find it difficult to withstand this fatal move. While accumulating strength, Yan Xiu looked at Su Yingyu again. Miss Su, are you ready to reap their lives? I can't wait to avenge Senior Zhua. The latter nodded coldly. It was neither fast nor slow, more than 10 seconds passed. The ancient divine axe had already reached its optimal state of release. Yan Xiu shouted softly, prepare for battle. Upon hearing this, Song Chiyue immediately entered the state of a spirit clone. Seeing this, Su Yingyu had no time to be shocked and also entered the combat state. Then Song Chiyue condensed his spiritual power and shot a charming magic ball at 4 enemies at the same time. Because it was a sneak attack from behind, the mercenaries had no time to react. Except for the leader who dodged in time, everyone else was charmed. Almost at the moment when the charm ball hit, Yan Xiu and Su Yingyu's attacks connected seamlessly, and quickly ended the lives of 3 of the ordinary mercenaries. The remaining power of the ancient divine axe was still unstoppable and continued to chop towards the 4th-level leader. As soon as the leader stood firm, he saw the ancient divine axe coming towards him. He wanted to block it, but this move opening the galaxy still had a suppressing effect. By the time he broke free from the suppression, it was too late to fight back with all his strength. The powerful axe roared and smashed onto his magic weapon, and the powerful force instantly knocked him away. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Yan Xiu and the other 2 no longer hid, and 6 figures jumped out from the bushes. 3 exploding fireballs combined with Su Yingyu's winged darts took the lives of the remaining 2 mercenaries. The ancient divine axe flew back into Yan Xiu's hand like Thor's hammer. After retrieving the divine axe, Yan Xiu smiled triumphantly and approached the bearded man. Chapter 34, Bonding Contract. The mercenary leader suffered severe internal injuries, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Seeing that he had completely lost his fighting ability, Yan Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and called Su Yingyu over again. Su Yingyu glared at the mercenary leader on the ground, with cold murderous intent in her eyes. If it weren't for this group of people, Senior Zhua and others would not have sacrificed their lives. Looking at Su Yingyu's ferocious expression, the mercenary leader shook his head in fear and wanted to beg for mercy. However, Su Yingyu didn't want to waste time talking to him and immediately gave him the final blow. After getting rid of the pursuers, the 3 of them felt relieved. Especially Su Yingyu, she collapsed directly to the ground. Her nerves, which had been tense for the past 2 days, could finally relax. Su Yingyu recalled what had just happened and looked at the 2 of them in disbelief. Soon, she seemed to think of something, and weakly asked the 2 of them, you are so powerful, aren't you rare bond contractors? If it weren't for the bond contract, she really couldn't understand why Yan Xiu and the other 2 had so many powerful skills. Bonding contract. What is that? Song Chiyue tilted his head and asked in confusion. As if it were destined, once 2 people with a bond form a contract, they can unleash a combat power far beyond that of an ordinary contract. This situation often occurs between twins, siblings, or between 2 families that have had a contractual relationship for generations. When Yan Xiu heard this, he nodded immediately. He thought this explanation was very reasonable. It's fair to say that the spirit control contract between Yuer and me is indeed based on some kind of bond. Oh, so this is called a bond contract. Song Chiyue looked as if he had suddenly understood. Su Yingyu sighed slightly, an expression of envy on her face. She stared at the 2 people with eyes as sharp as torches, and said with emotion, oh, you 2 are so enviable. After hearing what Su Yingyu said, Yan Xiu suddenly asked on a whim, Miss Su, your status is so noble, I believe your contract partner must be very outstanding. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that this young lady had no contract partner at all, otherwise the induction would not be triggered. But he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, wanting to know her opinion on the contract partner. Suing-yu snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "Humph, I don't have a contract partner yet, but I'm not in a hurry at all, because the people who want to sign a contract with me can probably line up from here to outside the Great Wall." The corner of Yen Shio's mouth twitched slightly, thinking that Miss Su was really arrogant. Then she said, "My standards are very high. To become my contract partner, he must not only be extremely talented, but also handsome. More importantly, he must have good character, excellent morals, and so on. In short, the more perfect, the better." Yen Shio shook his head helplessly and laughed dryly twice. At this moment, Suing-yu suddenly seemed to remember something, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes, and she quickly asked, "By the way, I heard that an SSS-level genius recently appeared in your Wuzhou city. Does he have a contract partner now?" Hearing this, Yen Shio couldn't help but cheer up, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes. "Oh? Do you think he meets your contract criteria and can sign a contract with you?" "Of course," Suing-yu said confidently, "if you want to sign a contract with me, excellent talent is of course the first priority." I can only say that his hope is very high. Yen Shio looked at the mysteriously confident girl in front of him and couldn't help feeling ashamed. Song Chiyue listened to the conversation between the two. She tried to hold back her smile the whole time, but when she heard her say that there was great hope for Yen Shio, she couldn't hold it back anymore. The SSS level person was clearly right in front of her, but she was still kept in the dark. Finally, Song Chiyue couldn't help but ask, "Miss Su, do you know the name of that SSS level genius?" Suing-yu patted her head, thought for a moment, and replied, "I only know that there's an SSS level genius in Wuzhou city, but I don't really know his name." "Since you know it, can you tell me?" Upon hearing this, Song Chiyue looked at Yen Shio and gave him a look, as if asking Yen Shio whether he should continue to hide the secret from this confident girl. There was a hint of cunning in Yen Shio's mouth, and he gave Song Chiyue a look to signal her not to say it out loud. He decided to test the waters first, so he pretended to be calm and asked Suing-yu, "Miss Su, I'm going to ask you a question. If I want to sign a contract with you, do I meet your contract standards?" Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Suing-yu's face. "Stop making trouble, haven't you already signed a contract with Miss Yuer?" Yen Shio shook his head speechlessly and asked again, "I'm talking about what if?" "Well, if you insist." Suing-yu scratched her head and said very pertinently, "You are indeed much better than the contract partner my father introduced to me. First of all, you are indeed very strong, there is no denying that. Moreover, you are quite good looking, you can be said to be a handsome man. Actually, the moment you saved me, I developed a slight fondness for you. I have to say that signing a contract with you would be a good choice." "Very good, Yuer, tell Miss Su my identity." Things were developing in an interesting direction. Yen Shio was delighted, and as expected, he asked Song Chiyue to introduce himself. Song Chiyue couldn't help but chuckle at first, then explained mysteriously, "Miss Su, don't you realize it yet? That legendary SSS-level genius is right before your eyes." "No way, so he is." Suing-yu widened her eyes and looked at Yen Shio in disbelief. "I should have thought of it earlier." Realizing her own stupidity, she blushed slightly. After coming to her senses, she immediately realized that she might have been fooled, and glared at Yen Shio with a bit of annoyance. "Oh wow, so you guys were kidding me." Yen Shio looked at her playfully, then shrugged and said helplessly, "So, does what you just said still count?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Suing-yu's face, but she quickly regained her confidence and pride, and said firmly, "Of course it counts. My word is my bond." "Then, are you willing to sign a contract with me?" Yen Shio thought the opportunity had come and took the initiative to confess to her. Suing-yu was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Under Yen Shio's sincere and passionate gaze, she became less confident. She felt her heartbeat quicken, a blush appeared on her face, and she lowered her head unconsciously. After thinking for a moment, he had to change the subject and said, "Don't be ridiculous. If I want to, wouldn't I be stealing Yuer's girl?" After saying that, she stared blankly at Song Chiyue beside her. Chapter 35 I have made up my mind, let us sign a contract. You will never imagine. Song Chiyue looked at Suing-yu with a friendly face. "Do you know what Yen Shio's most perverted talent is? It's not SSS level, but his ability to form contracts with multiple specific phantom girls." "A specific phantom girl? Are you saying that I am one of those specific people?" Suing-yu looked surprised and confused. She obviously didn't quite believe what Song Chiyue said. Song Chi-wei explained seriously, "You're right, otherwise Yen Xiu wouldn't have been able to sense your presence in such a dense jungle and rescue you from the enemy's encirclement." Suing Yu was a little shocked, and she looked at Yen Xiu with a complicated expression. Yen Xiu walked towards her and gently grasped her smooth and delicate hand. "Miss Su, become my phantom girl. I won't let you down." Suing Yu felt that she was about to fall. The SSS-level genius she had been thinking about was right in front of her. He had saved her life and helped her defeat the pursuers. But she was still a little hesitant, because this time she came out to gain experience, not only to hone herself, but also to avoid the contract partner her father had arranged for her. Seeing Suing Yu hesitant, Yen Xiu looked at her affectionately again. "You and Yuer are my bond contractors. Just as you said, bonds are destined. Don't you want to sign a contract with me?" "No. Of course I do." Suing Yu became a little excited. "I just don't want to cause you unnecessary trouble," she said with worry in her tone. "To be honest, the reason I came out to gain experience this time was to avoid the contract my father made for me. The famous young master of the Su family in the Huaxi war zone has already intended to sign a contract with me. If he knew that you had intercepted me, he would definitely retaliate against you. The Su family is very powerful. Their ancestors were pioneers of the entire Huaxi war zone. Even a powerful mercenary group like ours cannot compete with them." After hearing Suing Yu's words, Yen Xiu pondered for a long time. "How can you just give up on the contract object you have already obtained? You know, if I can't take advantage of this opportunity to sign a contract with her, I will definitely have no chance after she goes back. Since Suing Yu is willing to give me the most precious contract opportunity in her life, what's wrong with me taking this risk?" Thinking of this, Yen Xiu's eyes became sharp. "I've figured it out. If I don't even have this little bit of courage, I don't think I'm qualified to sign a contract with you. So, Miss Su, I've made up my mind. Let's sign the contract." Looking at Yen Xiu's sincere eyes, Suing Yu could no longer refuse Yen Xiu's invitation. She showed her tender side and responded softly. Yen Xiu felt warm in his heart, and he held her delicate hands in his arms, and the two of them pressed tightly together. "Close your eyes and let's start." Yen Xiu lowered his head slightly and whispered in Suing Yu's ear. The hot breath beside her ear was like a warm current, making Suing Yu's face slightly red. She just closed her eyes obediently and silently recited the oath of the contract in her heart. Then the two minds collided and a contract was reached. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting an ancient girl. Fixed reward, 10,000 achievement points. Also, because I just defeated a team of pursuers, my accumulated points have already reached about 140,000. Now with this 10,000, I have just completed the points task too. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing points mission 2. Reward, Ancient Martial Arts, Ancient Tyrant Body God level martial arts. When Tyrant Body is activated, it increases your defense and makes you immune to all negative effects such as burning, poisoning, control, and mental attacks. At the same time, you gain additional strength and speed. When this martial art flashed through Yen Xiu's mind, he was greatly surprised. Because this skill is so powerful and practical, Yen Xiu exclaimed in his heart, "This is simply a magical skill." In the state of dominance, you can ignore all negative effects brought by the enemy, which will bring you a huge advantage in the battle. Yen Xiu couldn't suppress his inner joy and couldn't help but hug Suing Yu tighter. He tightened his arms as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Then, his face was filled with a happy and doting smile, and he lowered his head and gently kissed Suing Yu's forehead. At this moment, the whole world seemed to stop turning, leaving only the intertwined sounds of their two heartbeats. Yen Xiu's enthusiasm came so suddenly that Suing Yu was at a loss for a moment. She widened her eyes and looked up at Yen Xiu blankly, her eyes full of shock and confusion. After a while, when she finally came to her senses, a strong sense of unwillingness surged in her heart. Suing Yu pouted her cherry lips, put her hands on her hips, and acted as if she was not willing to be outdone. "No, you dare to take advantage of me? I will never let you go so easily. I must take it back." Suddenly, Suing Yu's eyes flashed with a cunning light, and she decided to teach Yen Xiu a lesson. She quickly grabbed Yen Xiu's collar, exerted force, stood on tiptoe, and actively kissed Yen Xiu's lips. When Yen Xiu reacted, he only felt a soft sweetness between his lips. However, she withdrew the kiss almost instantly, leaving Yen Xiu no time to savor it properly. After doing all this, Suing Yu hurriedly broke free from the embrace and ran to the side. Her cheeks were as red as the morning glow in the sky, and a touch of bright red spread from her ears to her neck. Her shy look was very endearing. Song Chiwa had a smile on her face. She came to Suingyu and reminded her, "Let's see what kind of bond skills you have awakened." Suingyu tidied her hair awkwardly, then closed her eyes tightly to comprehend the new understanding in her mind. At the same time, Yan Xiu also saw her ancient martial arts from the attribute panel. Ancient Illusion, 10,000 Blade Cage Divine Level. It is actually a skill that combines control and killing. This cage can trap the enemy and make the trapped enemy suffer continuous blade attacks. This is a very powerful skill. The only drawback is that it can only be used on a single target. But in a one-on-one situation, it can put the enemy at an absolute disadvantage. Not long after, Suingyu opened her eyes with surprise. She could not hide the joy in her heart. The second before, she was envious of the bond contract between Yan Xiu and Song Chiwa. She did not expect that the next second, she would suddenly become a bond contract as well. Moreover, he also comprehended an illusion that looked very powerful. Suingyu suddenly felt that all the suffering she had endured in the past 2 days was worth it. As if it was destined, she met Yan Xiu. Fortunately, she escaped the contract plan arranged by her father, otherwise there would be no surprise today. After a brief moment of joy, the three prepared to clean up the battlefield. These mercenaries are obviously elite. Their golden mercenary ID cards show their status as gold-level mercenaries. I guess they have some valuable things on them. Their bodies were scattered everywhere and the air was filled with the smell of blood. As the three were busy collecting the spoils, the snakes in the swamp smelled blood and came out in droves. Chapter 36, Working Together to Fight the Snake King. The sky was dimly lit and I could barely see the surroundings. The pungent smell of blood mixed with the moisture in the air. Yan Xiu seemed to realize something and he quickly looked around. Sure enough, within sight, a large group of snakes were crawling towards the three people. "Oh no, it's a group of snakes," Yan Xiu warned. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately returned to Yan Xiu. The two followed Yan Xiu's line of sight and saw a dense crowd in the distance, with some snakes as big as bulls mixed in. The group of demon snakes killed in the camp before were completely different from the ones in front of us, not to mention the same order of magnitude. There were probably hundreds of them. Seeing so many demon snakes, the visual impact alone made the two women feel their scalps tingling. Yan Xiu calmly observed their strength levels. But fortunately, they were just a mob of first and second level creatures, and the most powerful ones were just a few relatively sturdy third level early stage demon snakes. The snakes moved quickly, and some of them were attracted by the food and crawled to the side of the corpse to eat it. Even more of them mistook Yan Xiu and the other two for invaders and bared their sharp fangs at them. The snakes surrounded them from 3 directions. Yan Xiu immediately protected the two of them behind him and shouted loudly, "Get ready for battle!" The two looked at each other, nodded in understanding, and assumed a fighting stance. Yan Xiu summoned the magic weapon, first opened the ancient domain to slow down the speed of the snake's attack, and then the magic weapon in his hand began to accumulate power. At the same time, the two women also began to shoot the snake from a distance. Song Chiyua's explosive fireball has its own explosive effect, which is surprisingly effective in dealing with the dense group of snakes in front of him. Suingyu was not to be outdone and also used the ancient illusion technique she had just comprehended in actual combat. She used the 10,000 blade cage to specifically control those larger demon snakes. After they were tortured and wounded by the 10,000 blade cage, she used the wing dart to kill them. After Yan Xiu finished accumulating his strength, he used the move Opening the Galaxy to throw the magic weapon towards the snake group. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, like mowing the grass. Groups of demon snakes were cut in half by the divine axe. Seeing this, the two women's morale increased and they attacked the snakes even more fiercely. Song Chiyue even directly activated the spirit clone state and launched several rounds of explosive fireballs in succession. The situation was out of control for a while. The snake group was immediately blown to pieces, and a large number of demon snakes were eliminated by her. After a few minutes, the snakes were defeated and began to flee. The three thought the battle was over, but at this moment, a huge figure appeared in the swamp. All the fleeing demon snakes sensed the breath from the Snake King and turned around again to kill the three people. When the three saw the Snake King as big as a tree trunk appear, the atmosphere became tense again. Yan Xiu activated the Master's Eye to check the Snake King's realm. Poisonous Swamp Snake King Early Stage 4. After seeing its state, Yan Xiu was both delighted and helpless. The good news is, there is no need to look for the Snake King, it is already at your doorstep. The bad news is that his realm is not the late 3rd stage, but has reached the early 4th stage. Seeing that the snakes continued to attack, the three were forced to join the battle again. Xiaohu bot protects files from piracy. When looking for a book robot, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. These evil snakes seemed to become more ferocious, but they still could not break through the defense of the three people. Seeing how powerful the three people were, the Snake King in the distance immediately opened its huge mouth, revealing two sharp and slender fangs, and sprayed several streams of venom at the three people. Fortunately, Yan Xiao discovered it in time and immediately summoned the second magic weapon. Through the effects of taking the Fruit of Fortune, the second magic weapon has now been upgraded from D level to B level, and the hardwood shield has also become a black iron shield. After summoning the black iron shield, Yan Xiao used the martial art shield wall technique. The magic weapon transformed into a tall shield wall in front of the three people, just blocking the venom attack from the Snake King. The Snake King has a wide attack range, and its venom splashes everywhere, turning any tree it touches into rotten wood, which shows how extremely poisonous it is. The Snake King seemed to have some intelligence and did not approach the three people. Instead, it chose to wander around and then turned around to continue shooting venom to attack the three people. Yan Xiao was shocked when he saw this, and immediately turned the direction of the shield wall to block the Snake King's attack again. The situation took a turn for the worse, and Yan Xiao found himself pinned down by the Snake King and was forced to defend himself. The Snake King's venom attack is a covering blow. Once the shield wall defense is lost, all three of them will be exposed to the venom's attack range. Even Song Chiyue's clone illusion could not avoid the range attack of the venom. However, the shield wall only lasts for a few minutes, so the Snake King must be eliminated as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yan Xiao's eyes became firm. Yue, come and protect Yue. He turned around and looked at Song Chiyue seriously. Don't worry, I won't let the snakes get close to us. Song Chiyue nodded firmly. Yue, I have to fight the Snake King at close range. Can you still use that binding illusion just now? I need your help. Well, I will try my best to help you restrain the Snake King. Su Yingyu replied with gritted teeth. The spiritual power she consumed just now was huge, and she didn't know how long her spiritual power could support the 10,000 blades cage. After arranging the tactics, Yan Xiao decisively jumped out of the defensive range of the shield wall and rushed straight towards the Snake King. When the Snake King saw Yan Xiao coming towards it, it opened its huge mouth and let out a roar, and several streams of venom spurted out again, shooting straight towards Yan Xiao. Seeing the venom pouring towards him, Yan Xiao smiled coldly. It's time to see the combat effectiveness of Ancient Tyrant. As Yan Xiao activated the Ancient Hegemony state, a strong aura exploded from him. The venom splashed on his body surface and quickly turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. At the same time, Yan Xiao instantly felt full of strength. The Ancient Tyrant body was indeed powerful. Yan Xiao smiled confidently, then rushed towards the Snake King. Seeing Yan Xiao rushing towards him, the Snake King was forced to give up his venom attack and engage in a close combat with Yan Xiao. Su Yingyu also released the skill 10,000 Blades Cage. A golden light fell and transformed into a golden cage, trying to trap the Snake King inside. However, the Snake King was huge in size and his realm was far above Su Yingyu, so it was impossible to trap it completely. Seeing this, Yan Xiao used his martial art Ancient Domain for the second time. With the double suppression of the domain's gravity field, the Snake King was finally suppressed and unable to move. Releasing the Ancient Domain once again made Yan Xiao feel that his spiritual power was approaching its limit. Yan Xiao knew that he had to seize this opportunity and end the battle as soon as possible. So he didn't dare to delay for a moment, and the Ancient Divine Axe immediately accumulated power. When his power reached its limit, murderous intent appeared in Yan Xiao's eyes. At this time, Yan Xiao's magic axe contained the blessing of various powers, the power blessing of the Ancient Domain, the power blessing of the Ancient Overlord, and the 80% fire element damage blessing from Song Chiyue. With the blessing of these forces, the Ancient Divine Axe burst out with incredible power. Feeling the power in the Divine Axe about to explode, Yan Xiao was full of confidence. He leaped high into the air, and with the axe in his hand, he chopped down the Snake King's vitals. Chapter 37 Huashi First Legion. This power is so strong that even a 4th level Snake King is afraid and wants to avoid its edge. But it had no chance to dodge, as the suppressing effect of Heavenly Punishment Raikiri came upon it again. Under the triple suppression, the Snake King could not move. It roared unwillingly, but could only watch the Divine Axe chop towards it. In the blink of an eye, Yan Xiao's Divine Axe fell, neatly cutting off 7 inches of the Snake King. Once the Snake King died, the snakes dispersed instantly. After taking the Snake King's demon pill, Yanxiu also took the opportunity to pull off the Snake King's snakeskin for easy use in proving himself. A night of fighting had left them exhausted, and their spiritual power was almost depleted. But it was all worth it, because Yanxiu discovered that after this battle, the achievements of his contracts with Song Qiwei and Suingyu grew rapidly. Due to the large number of demon snakes killed, Song Qiwei's achievement points reached more than 200,000. The contract achievement with Suingyu was directly upgraded to level 2. This means that her phantom can be upgraded to SS level immediately. Not only that, the three people's realms also achieved a breakthrough during the battle. Suingyu reached the late second stage, Song Qiwei successfully broke through to the third stage, and Yanxiu himself reached the middle third stage. The rising sun in the early morning dispelled the haze of the night. The three of them came to an open space, ready to meditate and recover their spiritual power. Yan Zhang was ready to help Suingyu upgrade her phantom to SS. After the upgrade was completed, Yanxiu looked at her attribute panel. Name, Suingyu. Phantom, Golden Falcon SS. Attribute, Gold. Realm, Late Second Stage. Illusion, Winged Dark Earth rank. Ancient Illusion, 10,000 Blade Cage God level, Metal Storm God level. Sure enough, her phantom was upgraded to SS. At the same time, he also obtained an Ancient Illusion again, Metal Storm. This is a skill with large-scale killing power, and it also comes with the bonus of weakening the enemy's defense. I have to say, this is another amazing skill. Yanxiu couldn't stop laughing, but he didn't tell Suingyu. Let her explore it on her own, just think of it as a surprise for her. It was not until noon that the three finally returned safely to Wuzhou City. The mercenary guild was bustling with people as usual. At that time, three heroic young men walked into the hall. Under the gaze of the mercenaries, Yanxiu took the two of them straight to the registration office. Miss Registrar, do you remember me? This is the Snake King demon pill needed for the mission. A large, bloody demon pill was casually thrown on the counter by Yanxiu. The woman who was in charge of registration 2 days ago was stunned at this moment. It's really surprising, I didn't expect you guys to actually do it. She originally thought Yanxiu would give up this task, so she thoughtfully registered it again. Unexpectedly, Yanxiu not only returned safely, but also successfully brought back what he needed for the mission. When she picked up the demon pill on the table, she immediately felt that the weight was wrong. After a closer look, wow, this is not a third-level demon pill. Oh my god, she exclaimed, it's actually a fourth-level demon pill. Did you really hunt this? She asked in disbelief. Of course. Yanxiu said firmly. Seeing Yanxiu's certainty, she couldn't help but take a deep breath and emphasized, please tell the truth, because according to the rating of the missions you have completed so far, you can be issued a gold-level mercenary identity token. We really hunted this Snake King. If you don't believe me, just look. I even brought you the snakeskin. Yanxiu smiled and casually took out the snakeskin of the fourth-level Snake King from the storage ring. When the snakeskin was unfolded, it almost covered the entire floor, leaving everyone present stunned. Seeing that everyone was speechless with shock, Yanxiu simply said, by the way, I remember there's a mission that requires buying snakeskins. I wonder if you guys would accept this one. This. Yanxiu's words left the registrar speechless for a moment. Without waiting for her reply, Yanxiu pressed again, also, I'll just use this fourth-level demon pill to submit the mission, is that okay? Yanxiu's words shocked the registrar, who was speechless and said, it's all right. But if you do that, won't you be at a disadvantage? I just want to register as a mercenary. Commissions and other things are secondary. Yanxiu touched his head and replied. The main reason is that he finds it troublesome and is not aware of the price difference. The registrar shook his head helplessly and said, Sir, please follow me. Maybe you should talk to the president. Afterwards, the three of them followed the registrar into a private room. A middle-aged man and a young woman were talking in the box. The registrar explained her purpose and handed the task item to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled after checking it out. Go get him an ID card first. I'll take care of this. After the registrar left, the middle-aged man said to the young woman beside him, Deputy Captain Chu, the mission you issued a few days ago was completed by this newcomer. This is the quest item you requested, please take a look. He handed a storage bag to the young woman. After Deputy Captain Chu scanned the storage bag with her spiritual sense, she was slightly surprised. It turns out to be the demon core and hide of a fourth-level Snake King? Coming back to her senses, she carefully inquired about the young man in front of her. Little brother, what's your name? Are you interested in developing in the First Army of West China? What? The First Army of West China? Su Yingyu was shocked when she heard that. Sister is from the First Army? The First Army of West China represents the highest combat power in the West China war zone, and is also ranked first among the provincial mercenary groups. What Su Yingyu did not expect was that they would appear in the small city of Wuzhou. Little sister, it seems that you have heard of our reputation? Deputy Captain Chu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked the lovely girl in front of him. Su Yingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she nodded vigorously, of course I have heard of it. You are one of the most powerful mercenary corps in the entire Longhua Kingdom. Upon hearing this comment, Deputy Captain Chu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little sister is really good at talking. Su Yingyu puffed out her chest and said proudly, Junior Su Yingyu, the leader of the Jingqi mercenary group, is my father. A hint of surprise flashed across Deputy Captain Chu's face, and then he said with a smile, so you're the eldest daughter of the Jingqi mercenary group. My apologies. Su Yingyu waved her hands quickly. Sister Chu is too polite. It is my honor to meet you here. The two smiled at each other, and the distance between them was instantly shortened a lot. Su Yingyu touched her head and suddenly thought of something. Oh, I forgot to introduce Sister Chu. He is Wuzhou City's new SSS level genius, and this is Miss Song from the Wuzhou City construction team. Deputy Captain Chu smiled when she heard this. She had originally planned to go to the City Construction Corps to convey a provincial commission, and now it was just the right time to hand it over to Song Chiyue. I have a provincial commission to hand over to the City Construction team. Since Miss Song is here, I will speak frankly. Chapter 38 Chengnan Middle School. We now have sufficient evidence to show that a certain force in Wuzhou City is colluding with demon cultivators. Now we need the City Building Corps to help us find these human traitors and eliminate this group of monsters. Deputy Captain Chu spoke in a very serious tone, and took out the provincial appointment form from his storage ring and handed it to Song Chiyue. Song Chiyue politely accepted the commission and said firmly, Don't worry, Sister Chu, our city construction team will definitely cooperate actively. Deputy Captain Chu nodded with satisfaction and looked at Yin Xiu again. Brother Yin Xiu, the First Legion is willing to form an alliance with you and welcomes you to join at any time. Sister Chu, the First Legion represents the entire West China Theater, and I will never forget that I am a member of the West China Theater. Yin Xiu responded politely. After hearing what Yin Xiu said, Deputy Captain Chu's face was very happy. He immediately took out an ID card from his pocket and handed it to Yin Xiu. In that case, I'm giving you this VIP card. It represents you as a distinguished guest of our First Legion. With it, all the major institutions in the province will give you some respect. Yin Xiu happily accepted the VIP card and said, Thank you, Sister Chu. I will respectfully obey your order. By the way, I'd like to remind you that demon cultivators should not be underestimated. If the city building team discovers anything, please inform us immediately. We will continue to stay in the guild for a while. I understand, Sister Chu. After walking out of the box, the registrar handed me a golden mercenary token. The three of them left the guild, and Yin Xiu followed Song Chiyue into the group for the first time. However, he did not expect the headquarters of the City Construction Corps to be so deserted. In Song Chiyue's words, everyone was working in various departments in Wuzhou City or on missions outside. In the City Lord's office, Yin Xiu and the other two met City Lord Song and told him about how they rescued Su Yingyu and met Deputy Captain Chu. Upon hearing this, City Lord Song was shocked and hurriedly accepted the appointment. Afterwards, he immediately showed awe in front of Su Yingyu. He also promised her that the city building team would escort her back to the provincial capital safely. When leaving, Su Yingyu's eyes were filled with tears. I'll give you this amulet. Don't underestimate it. It can help you practice and restore your spiritual power. Why do you want to give me something? Yin Xiu asked after a moment of surprise. Just accept it. I'm just afraid you'll forget me. Su Yingyu said affectionately. So that's it. Yin Xiu suddenly understood. She just hoped that Yin Xiu would accept it and remember her all the time. After seeing Yin Xiu accept it and put it on his neck, she pretended to be strong and said, Wait for my good news. Once I convince my father, I will come back and accompany you to conquer the world. Yin Xiu smiled and said, I'll be going to the provincial capital to participate in the youth mercenary competition. See you then. After saying goodbye to Su Yingyu, City Lord Song brought good news. It turns out that Tang Xinyi's transfer application has been completed, and now we can go pick her up. After witnessing Yan Xiu's growth, City Lord Song liked him more and more, and gave the car to Yan Xiu. How is it? Will it open? City Lord Song asked cheerfully. How about I give it a try? Yan Xiu asked uncertainly. The military Hummer in front of you is the car that every man dreams of. He slowly got into the car, gently stroked the steering wheel, then started the engine and listened to the roar of the engine. He was very glad that the driving method was exactly the same as in his previous life. Yan Xiu tried to start the Hummer and circled around the square, and soon he became proficient in it. City Lord Song was greatly impressed by his performance. He didn't expect that this kid could learn so quickly. He had been planning to arrange a driver for him, but now it seems that is not necessary. Without further ado, after learning how to drive the car skillfully, Yan Xiu took Song Chihui with him and headed towards Changnan Middle School. Along the way, Yan Xiu lamented the development of the world. In this world, technological development lags behind that of Blue Star due to the arrival of the demon race. In terms of energy, the most significant difference is that spiritual energy replaces electrical energy. In terms of weapons, development also stopped due to the emergence of the awakened ones. According to Blue Star's development stage, this world's weapons are roughly at the matchlock stage. At this time, a major event was happening in Changnan Middle School. A campus broadcast came, and all girls were called to the gymnasium. A group of male students looked confused, but after an insider revealed the news, it sparked heated discussion among the boys. Have you heard? The eldest son of the Su family in the provincial capital came to us to look for a master-servant contract partner. I heard he's already arrived. This young Master Su is an SSS-level genius, and the Su family is one of the 3 most prestigious families in the provincial capital. What are you talking about? A master-servant contract. What is that? You're probably quite uninformed, right? The master-servant contract is a new type of contract. The 2 parties involved are in a master-servant relationship, and the contract can only remain at the first stage. But the advantage is that one spirit warrior can contract multiple phantom spirits. It is said that after a master-servant contract is signed, the phantom will transform into a beast spirit during battle. Isn't this a tantamount to treating the contracted maid as a battle pet? You're right. I don't know if I can. What the hell are you dreaming of? There are conditions for contracting a beast spirit maid. The spirit warrior's talent must be above S level, and the talent of the contracted person can only be below S level. S level can contract a maximum of 1 maid, SS level can contract 2, and SSS level can contract 3. Fuck, it looks like I'm doomed. Hey you guys, are you sure you don't want to go and see the fun? Let us go. On the other side, a group of girls gathered together to discuss the candidates for this master-servant contract. Although the master-servant contract is not fair to us girls, he is the young Master Su, one of the 3 major families in the provincial capital, and an SSS-level genius. If I could become his follower, even if it meant being a contracted maid, I would be happy to do it. You're right. This is a great opportunity for us commoners to break through class barriers. I must show off my skills. Perhaps my dancing skills will win the favor of young Master Su. Stadium, Center Court. The principal addressed the young girls. Young Master Su from the provincial capital is selecting 3 contract maids from among you. This is a blessing you've earned through 3 lifetimes of hard work. You know, many people have fought tooth and nail to become young Master Su's followers, yet haven't even had that opportunity. Master Su, it's an honor for our school that you came to this small Wuzhou city and chose Changnan Middle School as your first choice. Here are the profiles of all the phantom girls. Please review them. Master Su took the list, nodded with satisfaction, and stood up to the women. Chapter 39, Master-Servant Contract. Su Biao didn't have time to look at the roster of beauties, his attention was attracted by the list of school beauties. The top 5 campus beauties can stay, the rest can go. After these words were spoken, most girls could only leave in disappointment, but of course some girls felt relieved. When all the girls left, there were only 4 people left on the stage. Where's the other person? Su Biao frowned. At this time, 2 girls among the 4 people on the stage walked out, one wearing a bright red dress and the other wearing a blue dress. Master Su, there's no need to look for her anymore. The person who withdrew is called Tang Sini, the girl in blue said confidently. Then, the girl in red added, she's just a useless D-level talent. She must have known she had no chance, so she voluntarily withdrew. Hearing this, Su Biao looked at the 2 women. Seeing this, the two immediately introduced themselves. My daughter Yang Qi has a level phantom talent and is willing to follow young Master Su. The red-dressed girl said with a bow, her tone slightly humble. My daughter Yang Lin also has a level phantom talent. We are sisters. The girl in blue said coquettishly. One is red and the other is blue, and they are sisters. Not only do they have outstanding looks, but they also have very good A-level talents. Looking at these two pleasing girls, Su Biao's mouth corners curled up. Not bad, just the two of you. I won't treat you unfairly. Thank you, Master Su. After accepting the two contracted warriors, Su Biao was still a little curious about Tang Xinyi, who had voluntarily withdrawn, so he told the principal that he wanted to meet her. As the principal called the name, Tang Xinyi returned to the stage reluctantly. Tang Xinyi lowered her head, looking unwilling to meet Su Biao's gaze. Now that she is Yan Xiu's contracted partner, she doesn't want to become Su Biao's contracted warrior. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Su Biao got angry for a moment. He came in front of Tang Xinyi and lifted her chin forcefully. Her delicate face quickly piqued Su Biao's interest. She was even more charming than the two school beauties, one in red and one in blue. Miss Tang, I think you're quite good looking. I've decided to give you a chance. Are you willing to be my contracted maid? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately aroused the jealousy of the girls. Ah, as expected, appearance is always a plus. Because it's a master-servant contract, the maid's talent won't affect the master of the contract. She was chosen just because she's pretty. But what kind of combat power does a D-rank contract maid have? Who knows, maybe her battlefield isn't in the wilderness, but in bed. Faced with Su Biao's invitation, Tang Xinyi showed a determined expression. Thank you for your kindness, Master Su. I have no intention of becoming your contracted maid because I already have a contract partner. As soon as Tang Xinyi finished speaking, everyone showed surprised expressions. What? Such a good opportunity, and she dared to refuse it. She actually said she has a contract partner. Who would sign a contract with someone with a D-level talent? Even if it were true, I would be willing to give up my original contract partner and fight for Master Su. What can I say about her? She's not very talented, and her brain isn't very good. She can't even tell the pros and cons. Su Biao obviously didn't expect that she would refuse. Girls with A-level talents were vying to become his contracted maid, but he was actually rejected by a girl with D-level talent. A strong desire to conquer surged in his heart. He grabbed Tang Xinyi's face and said, "What qualifications do you have to refuse me? I'm giving you this opportunity as both a gift and an order. I want you to terminate the contract with him." No. I will never break the contract with him. Tang Xinyi pleaded with tears of grievance in her eyes. Tell me, who is your contract partner? Su Biao took out a large bag of spiritual essence stones and threw them on the ground, saying with a playful look on his face, "How about this? I won't let you sign the contract for nothing. As long as you are willing to cancel the contract, these 1,000 high-grade spiritual essence stones will be yours. 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. In the entire Wuzhou city, there are only a few mercenary groups that can produce 1,000 coins. Who would refuse such a huge temptation?" However, Tang Xinyi remained unmoved. She said more firmly, "Master Su, no matter how many spiritual essence stones you give me, I will not agree. If you insist on forcing me, I will have no choice but to die. Miss Tang, I advise you not to challenge my patience. I have plenty of ways to forcibly break your contract. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to become my contracted warrior?" "I will never." Tang Xinyi answered with a fearless attitude. "Very good, then I'll have to invite you back to the provincial capital for tea." Su Biao smiled arrogantly, as if to order his men to come up and arrest him. Changnan Middle School, at the school gate. Yan Xiu saw rows of vehicles that did not belong to Wuzhou City. "I thought some important person might have come to Changnan Middle School, but I didn't pay much attention to it." After explaining their purpose to the guard, Yan Xiu and his companion successfully entered the school. As I entered the campus, I saw many male students rushing towards the gymnasium. At the same time, he sensed that Tang Xinyi was also in the direction of the gymnasium. Because the contract stage of the three people has reached telepathy, it is worth mentioning that now even Song Chiwei can sense Tang Xinyi's existence. So, the two of them walked towards the gymnasium at the same time. Along the way, Yan Xiu asked a student, "Is there something important going on?" "I see everyone is heading towards the gymnasium. You might not know yet, but the young master of the Su family from the provincial capital is here to select contract maids. I wonder which girls will be lucky enough to be chosen by young Master Su. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the gym without caring about the two of them. Young Master Su. Yan Xiu reacted. Could it be the one suing you mentioned, the one with whom she had a contract? It's very likely. You won't be afraid, will you? Song Chiwei asked worriedly after being shocked. What are you afraid of? I want to see who he is. Yan Xiu turned the bracelet on his wrist and answered confidently. Song Chiwei smiled with relief and took Yan Xiu's arm. No matter what kind of opponent you meet, Yuer will always stand behind you. It just so happens that Cinny is also in this gymnasium. Yeah, I can feel it too. How strange. There's nothing strange about it, because we are all in the same bond. Yan Xiu touched her head with a smile, and took her to the gymnasium. In the gymnasium, Tang Cinny had been captured by Su Biao and his men. Everyone who saw the scene felt that Tang Cinny was ungrateful. Young Master Su had finally given them 3 contract-made spots at Changnan Middle School. It was a great honor for her, a D-rank girl, to be chosen by young Master Su, but she actually refused. The key point is that young Master Su was willing to give out 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, but she still doesn't repent. Chapter 40, Master Servant Contract 2. As soon as Yan Xiu and the others entered the gymnasium, they heard the group of boys discussing something. Hey, brother in front, what happened? I'm not too sure, but it seems Tang Cinny refused to become Master Su's contracted maid, so Master Su got angry and arrested her. What's she thinking? Why would she refuse? Who knows? She's clearly just a useless piece of shit with a D-level talent. With such talent, even if she becomes Su's concubine, she'll still make a killing. Hearing what they said, Yan Xiu clenched his fists and looked towards the center of the court. Tang Cinny has been detained by them, and the principal is trying to persuade Tang Cinny. Student Tang Cinny, young Master Su has both the talent and the family background, and you're just a D-rank phantom user. Young Master Su was willing to give you this opportunity, so why don't you cherish it? With your talent, you'll probably live a life of poverty like an ordinary person. Wouldn't it be nice to follow young Master Su and shine? You were born with such a good appearance, why don't you just go with the flow? There was no sympathy in his tone, but instead it was full of doubt and accusation. After hearing this, Tang Cinny's tears of grievance rolled down her eyes. She clenched her fists. Now she had no choice but to reveal the fact that she was already S-rank. She had originally not intended to reveal this secret. Master Su, I am no longer the phantom girl with D-level talent. I cannot enter into a master-servant contract with you. Tang Cinny said, gritting her teeth. Su Biao looked at Tang Cinny with an expression that showed appreciation. Is it C-level, B-level, or a level? It doesn't matter. The higher your talent, the more I cherish you. Tang Cinny wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her gaze unwavering. Master Su, just give up on this idea. My current talent is S-level, so I can't be your contracted maid. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. What, S-rank? How is that possible? The D-level talent that Tang Cinny tested was witnessed by everyone. Even if she obtained some top-notch resources or had some fortuitous encounter, it's impossible for her talent to be raised to S-level in less than 2 weeks. She's clearly talking nonsense. Isn't she trying to act crazy? I'm confused. What's wrong with following young Master Su? Why does she insist on fighting him to the death? Even the principal couldn't stand it anymore. With his eyes wide open and his fists clenched, he strode angrily to Tang Cinny. Shut up, Tang Cinny, why are you lying in front of the distinguished Master Su? Veins bulged on the principal's forehead as he pointed at Tang Cinny, his whole body emitting an aura of anger. Tang Cinny lowered her head and avoided looking. I didn't do that, if you don't believe me. I can prove it to you. Her voice trembled slightly, and her hands tugged at the corners of her clothes nervously. Alright, I want to see if it's true. If you dare to play tricks on me, I will not let you off easily. Su Biao folded his hands in front of his chest, stared at Tang Cinny arrogantly, and showed a contemptuous smile. Now all Tang Cinny needs to do is summon her own phantom to prove herself. But she hesitated, she wasn't sure whether Yan Xiu would blame her for exposing the S-level phantom. If everyone knew that his talent had been upgraded from D-level to S-level in such a short period of time, it would cause a huge uproar and bring unnecessary trouble to himself and Yan Xiu. Seeing Tang Cinny hesitant, Yang Qi and Yang Lin walked over with sarcastic expressions on their faces. Tang University campus bell, why don't you summon your S-level phantom and let everyone open their eyes? That's right, everyone is waiting. Su Biao lost all patience and glared at Tang Xinyi. Don't you want to prove it to everyone? If you don't summon the phantom spirit, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang Xinyi's heart skipped a beat and tears of guilt flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry Yan Xiao, Xinyi can't keep this secret anymore. Stop. Just when Tang Xinyi was about to prove her innocence, Yan Xiao and Song Qiwa arrived in time. Xinyi, we are late. Before Tang Xinyi could react to those extremely kind words, a pair of strong and warm arms embraced her. It's you. Tang Xinyi's eyes filled with tears. She hugged Yan Xiao tightly and blamed herself. I'm sorry, Xinyi, I almost exposed the secret between us. Yan Xiao gently wiped away her tears, then doted on her nose and said, Little fool, what's a secret? Next time this happens, we should show our strength and let those who look down on us take notice. Who are you? Facing the handsome young man who suddenly broke in, Su Biao looked arrogant. Yan Xiao said confidently, I am her contract partner Yan Xiao. When everyone learned that the person coming was Yan Xiao, they were all stunned. Hiss. Is he really the Yan Xiao that was rumored? How is this possible? He even said she was Tang Xinyi's contract partner. If he were Yan Xiao, he would never have signed a contract with Tang Xinyi. You know the city lord's daughter, Song Qiwa, is also a D rank. Didn't she also sign a contract with him? On the spot. This guy, does he choose his contract partner based on appearance rather than talent? I don't agree with this point of view. Although there aren't many girls with outstanding looks, they're not as beautiful as Tang Xinyi and Song Qiwa. I haven't seen him sign contracts with other beautiful girls either. Who knows? Anyway, I feel that this person is not simple. Su Biao was stunned at first, then he remembered this person. It turned out that the person in front of him was the rumored SSS-level genius boy from Wuzhou City. So you are the rumored SSS-level awakener Yan Xiao. However, he still showed an expression of disapproval. Although Su Biao's talent was improved through acquired top-quality resources, his basic level is still SSS. When he thought of his powerful backing, he was no longer afraid of the young man in front of him. Don't think that just because you're a genius from a small city like Wuzhou, you can compete with me for a woman. I'm determined to have this woman. What if I don't agree? Yan Xiao showed no sign of weakness. Ha ha, do you want to challenge me? Su Biao laughed arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiao began to inquire about his strength. It's actually the middle stage of the 4th level. As expected, he is the son of a prominent family in the provincial capital, and with abundant resources, he can also cultivate geniuses. Although most of his abilities were accumulated from cultivation resources, he was at least a mid-level 4th-order warrior. He felt that it was not wise to fight him now, even though he might not lose. Thinking of this, Yan Xiao's eyes turned, and then he said, Master Su, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not take away what others love. Tang Xinyi is willing to stand with me, and we have already signed a spirit control contract. Even though she already possesses an S-rank talent, she can't be your contracted maid. If you insist on taking her from me, I won't necessarily be afraid of you. But morally, doing so is tantamount to robbing a woman. Do you really have to commit such a robbery? Chapter 41 This aura, S-level is not going away. For a moment, everyone present was in an uproar. Wow! How dare he scold Master Su? Now we're going to have a good show. The genius from Wuzhou City is going head-to-head with the genius from the provincial capital. And more people are questioning it in their hearts. Has that useless Tang Xinyi really reached S-level talent? That's simply impossible. Even God Yin said so. Could he really be that powerful? After being scolded by Yan Xiao, Su Biao was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his facial muscles twitched with anger. He has always been arrogant and domineering in the provincial capital, but he didn't expect that he would be called a robber by Xiao Xiao in this small Wuzhou city. Yan Xiao, who do you think you are? How dare you say that I am not a good person? Su Biao roared, his voice almost a roar. I'm telling you, if you want to make it in life, you need strength and background. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, and the strongest fist is the law. Yan Xiao didn't want to waste time talking to him, so he resolutely stood in front of the two sisters, his eyes firm as he retorted, if that's the case, then fight me. Brother Yan Xiao, there are still us. Song Qiwei and Tang Xinyi said in unison. The two sisters stood closely beside Yan Xiao with determination in their eyes. With the support of the two sisters behind him, Yan Xiu's confidence increased and he straightened his back. Theoretically, Tang Xinyi's combat effectiveness should be higher than Su Yingyu's. Moreover, the three of them are in the telepathic contract stage with each other, which gives them a higher combat power bonus. He could even defeat a group of snakes and a 4th stage early stage Snake King, so defeating this rich kid in the 4th stage middle stage was even more of a piece of cake. For a moment, Su Biao was frightened by the momentum of the three people and their uncompromising attitude. He was not stupid enough to fight three people at once, and he had no intention of really fighting to the death with Yan Xiu. Su Biao looked at Yan Xiu coldly, his expression gradually becoming solemn. However, as the eldest son of the Su family in the provincial capital, his proud status did not allow him to compromise with Yan Xiu. Okay Yan Xiu, but do you dare to fight me one-on-one as a real man? Yan Xiu smiled speechlessly. Why should I fight you one-on-one? They are all my partners. When Tang Xinyi heard this, confidence appeared on her face. Su, you are allowed to take me by force, but you are not allowed to help brother Yan Xiu deal with you? Song Qiyu was delighted when she heard this. She also came up behind Yan Xiu and said arrogantly, that's right, we will always stand on the same front with Yan Xiu. Damn it, you guys. Su Biao was speechless for a moment. Seeing that he was in a dilemma, Yan Xiu pressed the issue and said, how about you sign the contract with the two behind you right now, so that everyone can see what a master-servant contract is? Su Biao looked behind him angrily. He knew he couldn't do this. The master-servant contract method must never be shown to the world. Su Biao turned around and looked at Yan Xiu, and had to swallow the anger in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something and arrogance appeared in his eyes again. How about this, Yan Xiu, since you and Tang Xinyi both said she has an S-level talent now, let's show it to everyone. If that's the case, I naturally won't force her, but what if it's fake? Yan Xiu smiled coldly. He understood that Su Biao was trying to save face. However, Yan Xiu didn't want to let him go so easily. Su, since you want to see it, how about we make a bet? If Xinyi's talent is an S-level, she'll be at your disposal. But if Xinyi's talent is truly S-level, I want you to kneel down and admit your mistake to her. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was boiling. Here it comes, the show begins. No way, is she really S-rank? If it's true, do you think young Master Su will really kneel down and admit his mistake? If it weren't for that, Tang Xinyi would have cried her heart out. She was so determined to follow Yan Xiu. Faced with the bet proposed by Yan Xiu, Su Biao clenched his fists. He thought, since everyone is sure that Tang Xinyi's talent is only D-level, even the principal said so, then it can't be wrong. To put it another way, even if her talent really improved, she would never be able to reach S-level in such a short period of time. This made him feel that Yan Xiu was just bluffing him, betting that he didn't dare to gamble with him. After some thought, Su Biao laughed arrogantly. He thought he saw through Yan Xiu's trick. Yan Xiu, you can't fool me. She definitely can't possibly have S-level talent, so I'm making a bet with you. Yan Xiu laughed frivolously and turned to look at Tang Xinyi. Xinyi, it's time to prove yourself and let those who laughed at you see that you are now someone they can't reach. Yeah. Tang Xinyi's face was full of excitement. As she clasped her hands in front of her chest, the agile figure of the phantom Lin Hailing Lu appeared on her body. In just the moment the phantom appeared, the entire gymnasium seemed to be filled with a spring breeze. The air was filled with a freshness from the jungle. Bathing in it was like being in a vibrant forest, which amazed everyone present. I'm not dreaming, am I? Oh my god, this phantom is so much stronger than when she first awakened. This aura is definitely S-level. She really reached S rank. How did she do it? It's incredible. I wish I could become an S-level talent like her. What are you still discussing? Everyone, be quiet. I declare that Tang Xinyi is my goddess from now on. Goddess Tang, the campus beauty of Tang University. I was blind and didn't recognize you before. I wrongly blamed you. After Tang Xinyi received everyone's praise, tears of happiness unconsciously ran down her face. Because no one will question or look down on her anymore. It is a fact that Tang Xinyi's phantom is S-level, which is obvious to everyone. Yan Xiu confidently approached Su Biao, smiling, young Master Su, you're someone who's willing to accept defeat, right? Su Biao was filled with dissatisfaction, and now he wished he could immediately tear Yan Xiu into pieces. But when he noticed the questioning eyes around him, he still didn't dare to really attack Yan Xiu. He was so angry that he could only turn around and question the principal behind him. Didn't you say her talent was only D rank? Even your roster says so. Tell me, what exactly is her talent? I don't know either, but she did indeed only awaken a D-level talent during the freshman awakening ceremony. All the teachers and students in the school can testify to this. The principal was immediately frightened and explained hurriedly. At this point, no amount of explanation will help. Su Biao turned around angrily and stared at Yin Xiu viciously. He refused to admit his mistake to Yin Xiu and Tang Xinyi, so he yelled. Yin Xiu, you want me to admit my mistake? No way. Chapter 42 3 Important information. Now, I seriously suspect that you are practicing some strange sorcery. Otherwise, how could she have reached S-level talent so quickly? And how are you going to explain the spirit control contract between you and Song Qiwei? Could it be that you and both of them have spirit control contracts? Su Biao's words made everyone fall into deep thought. Just when everyone was puzzled, Yin Xiu responded very calmly to Su Biao's questioning. Don't you know that I am a double divine soldier? When Yin Xiu said this, everyone reacted instantly. Their surprised expressions seemed to say yes, I almost forgot, Yenshin has 2 divine weapons. Su Biao knew he was in the wrong, but he still acted unconvinced. Humph, anyway, I won't admit my mistake to you until I figure it out. Yin Xiu, just wait for me. He shouted loudly and left angrily with Yang Qi and Yang Lin. After he left, everyone present sighed. Yin Xiu came to the principal, looked at him with disgust, and threw a dozen documents at his feet. This is the transfer procedure. Tang Xinyi is no longer a student at your school. The principal immediately picked up the scattered documents. He was about to apologize to Yin Xiu when he realized that Yin Xiu had left with the 2 sisters without even looking back. As soon as I returned to the gate of the city building corps headquarters, I met Xinya, who was rushing over. Yin Xiu and Song Qiwei were both stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise on their faces. Xinya looked hurried, holding a box of information tightly in her hand, as if it was something extremely important, and she seemed very anxious. Song Qiwei raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said with a smile, Sister Xinya, why did you come back suddenly? Xinya carefully held the documents to her chest with one hand, and gently pushed her glasses up on the bridge of her nose with the other. She said in a serious tone, You're back just in time. I have an emergency that I need to report to the city lord immediately. Oh? What happened? Is it so serious? Song Qiwei blinked curiously, with curiosity surging in her heart. Xinya took a deep breath and seemed to want to say something, but when her eyes swept over the strange girl behind Yin Xiu, she suddenly closed her mouth and stopped talking. Yin Xiu keenly sensed Xinya's concern. He knew she must be worried about something. So, he quickly explained, Teacher Chen, her name is Tang Xinyi. She's my second contract partner, not an outsider. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Xinya's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded to show her understanding. At this moment, Tang Xinyi also realized that she was being noticed. She lowered her head a little embarrassedly and greeted softly, Hello, Teacher Chen. Xinya smiled slightly, looking at the shy girl in front of her, and couldn't help but praise her. Hello, classmate Tang, you were such a pretty girl. Xinya smiled in relief, then said apologetically, Oh, I'm so sorry just now, because this information is too important. Tang Xinyi quickly shook her head, It's okay, Teacher Chen, I understand. After the 2 of them got to know each other, Yin Xiu reminded them, Teacher Chen, since this is an emergency, you should go in and report to the city lord first. Afterwards, the 4 of them went to the city lord's office together. Upon meeting the city lord, Xinya didn't hold back and said straight to the point, Lord City Lord, here is an urgent intelligence report concerning the collusion between the city defense forces and demon cultivators. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. I just received the provincial commission from the 1st Legion in the afternoon, but I didn't expect to have clues about the demon cultivators now. Moreover, it is also related to the city defense forces. The city lord stood up immediately, realizing the importance of this information. Xinya, where is the source of this information? Xinya answered truthfully, the information came from Li Shui. She is now my undercover agent planted beside Lu Li. City Lord Song looked at Xinya seriously and asked, Is she the girl who signed a contract with Lu Li? Why did she become your undercover agent? Xinya had no choice but to report Li Shui's situation to the city lord. After that, she added, from my observations over the past 2 weeks, I can see that she truly wants to repent. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have obtained such valuable information. After hearing this, City Lord Song sighed with relief. Since she is so loyal to our city building group, we will not sit idly by as a reward. let's follow your plan. If we can expose the collusion between the City Defense Army and the demon cultivators, and Lu Li's frame up of his contract partner, then the City Defense Army will be on the verge of collapse. First of all, let's talk about the specific situation. What I want to say can be divided into 3 parts, Shinya concluded. The first piece of intelligence concerns the recent massacres in several villages under the command of the City Defense Forces. They claim it was a small-scale attack by demonic beasts, but the victims were almost all young boys and girls. According to the intelligence stolen by Li Shui, there's actually something else going on. The demons enjoy feeding on human essence. The village massacres are probably the result of the City Defense Forces allowing the demons to attack villagers and kill children again in order to achieve some kind of cultivation goal. Here is the information on these villages. After she finished speaking, she handed the information to the city lord, then looked at Yen Xiu and said, "The second piece of information is my personal speculation. It concerns a mysterious organization, the Demonic Spirit Society. It's the organization that Li Shui mentioned that was plotting to assassinate you. I specifically asked Li Shui to keep an eye out for intelligence on this matter, but the Demon Spirit Society seems to have formed out of thin air in Wuzhou City, and I can't find any information about its members. Perhaps it's because the First Legion is investigating the demon cultivators, and this group hasn't been active recently. Perhaps they are the demon cultivators the Deputy Commander Chu mentioned." After listening to this, City Lord Song pondered for a moment and then asked, "Then do you know what the City Defense Forces' intentions are in colluding with them?" This is the third thing I want to talk about. In recent months, the City Defense Army's spiritual stone assets have doubled. In addition, there are several more spiritual stone mines under the name of the City Defense Army. Shenya took out another report from the file bag and handed it to the city lord. She asserted, "So I conclude that the City Defense Forces are collaborating with the demons, hoping they can help them detect the location of the spiritual stone veins. In exchange, the City Defense Forces turn a blind eye to the demons killing villagers and children." Everyone gasped when they heard this. If this speculation is true, then the City Defense Army is too careless about human life. It's no wonder that the City Defense Forces are rising so quickly. It seems they are using these unscrupulous means. Chenya, thank you for your hard work. The information you brought is very helpful to the city building team. Whether we can completely regain control of Wuzhou City depends on this operation to eliminate the demon cultivators. I will arrange for personnel to assist the First Legion in other matters. I'll leave Lu Li's situation to you." City Lord Song looked out the window and breathed a sigh of relief. A storm is brewing, and the city building group's turnaround battle is about to begin. Chapter 43, The Eve of the Trial. Number 2 Middle School, Special Training Room. As soon as Yen Xiu and the other 2 entered the special training room, they saw Li Shui there, which surprised Yen Xiu and Song Qiwei. What surprised Yen Xiu even more was that her realm had actually reached the early stage of the 3rd level. Yen Xiu guessed that her current realm was achieved purely by relying on cultivation resources, because he had not heard that she had gone out for training recently. This is indeed the case. Lu Li did provide Li Shui with a lot of cultivation resources, and managed to raise her realm to the early 3rd level. However, only Li Shui herself knew about the improvement brought about by absorbing the Spirit Stone. Because she couldn't get effective consolidation, she often felt that her spiritual power was out of control. But Lu Li didn't care. He only cared about whether Li Shui could reach a higher level. And just recently, Li Shui finally realized that Lu Li had never really cared about her. He just wants to devour his own talent. He tried every possible way to raise his realm in order to achieve better devouring effects. Li Shui regretted it very much now, especially when she thought of that greasy and fat Commander Lu. She regretted it even more. Commander Lu has taken advantage of her many times. When Li Shui thought of his lustful eyes and the pair of dirty hands that had roamed over her body more than once, she felt nauseous and trembled all over. Recalling what happened in the past few days, Li Shui became more determined to get rid of the City Defense Forces. Therefore, he endured all this with all his might, pretending to cater to Lu Li and the City Defense Forces, and secretly collecting intelligence for Chinya. Thinking of this, she sighed. According to Lu Li's plan, he would find an opportunity to devour his talent in the trial class, and then use the excuse that he had encountered an accident in the practical class. This risk must be taken so that the city building team can get hold of something against Lu Li. Next, we can only hope for the protection of the city building team. She unconsciously looked up at Yen Xiu, the young man she once admired so much. I really hope he can put aside the past and come to me at the critical moment. How great it would be. However, Li Shui lowered her head in silence. Since she was the one who abandoned Yan Xiu first, what right did she have to hope that he would help her in time? Now that you are here, I have already reported Tang Xinyi's matter to the school. She can participate in the trial as your contract partner, Shen Ye said with certainty. After hearing this, Tang Xinyi smiled charmingly. That's great. I can go on adventures with brother Yan Xiu again. After the joy subsided, she looked at Yan Xiu with excitement. Thank you, Yan Xiu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be eligible to participate. You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank fate for bringing us together. Yan Xiu put his arm around her shoulders and replied meaningfully. Seeing this scene, Li Shui regretted it so much. This is the boyfriend that I once wanted to break up with myself. Now he is being hugged by two girls on both sides. Thinking about it now, I realize how stupid I was back then. Tears of regret welled up in Li Shui's eyes. She hated herself for not cherishing her friendship with Yan Xiu. Shen Ye raised her voice, breaking the warmth between the two. Okay, I have something important to say. According to your ranking, you will be assigned to a more challenging advanced trial field. The monsters in the advanced trial field are all above level 2 or 3, and the most powerful ones have the strength of the late 3rd level. I wonder if you have the confidence to complete the trial. Is it only the late 3rd stage? The three of them smiled at each other when they heard this. You know, they can even defeat the 4th order Snake King, so why should they be afraid of the 3rd order late stage monster, and they will only be stronger now. Sister Yair, just don't worry. You have no idea what Yan Xiu is capable of. Song Qiyu smiled so hard that she covered her mouth with her hands, and her eyes were full of trust and admiration for Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu said solemnly, but no matter how powerful I am, I can't do without you two, my right arms. Don't underestimate yourselves. Frankly speaking, without your assistance, my strength would be greatly reduced. Yan Xiu's eyes were firm and sincere, and his tone was sincere. Looking back, whether it was fighting against the ferocious Wolf King, dealing with the swarm of snakes, or defeating the group of relentless pursuers, the three sisters played a vital role. Seeing the three of them so united, a relieved smile broke out on Shen Ye's face. She seemed to see a hopeful future for the three of them. At this time, Li Shui was standing aside with a lonely look on her face and mixed feelings. There was someone by her side, but she felt an endless loneliness deep in her bones. She silently endured the suffocating loneliness, slowly walked to the side, found a slightly deserted step to sit down, hugged her knees, as if this could give herself some comfort. She looked at the happy and harmonious figures of Song Qiyu and Tang Xinyi, with a hint of envy in her eyes. She really wanted to abandon the past, integrate with them, and return to Yan Xiu, just like before. But she knew in her heart that after all those twists and turns and misunderstandings, an irreparable rift had formed between her and Yan Xiu. The crack was like a chasm between them, making her dare not take that step easily. It took Qinya a moment to realize that there was someone else here. I almost forgot, classmate Li Shui is still here. Since Li Shui completed the tasks assigned to her excellently, Qinya treated her well. With the information brought by Li Shui, if the city defense army is really defeated, it will be a great achievement for her. Just based on this, she began to accept Li Shui. And she could see that Li Shui really wanted to return to Yan Xiu. However, since the relationship between her and Yan Xiu had long been broken, and Yan Xiu already had two new partners, Qinya could only choose to remain silent in this situation. Student Li Shui, I know you've already provided a lot of value to the city building team, but there's still one last step left. You need to keep acting until Luli actually attacks you. Do you understand? Well, I know this is the price I have to pay. I just hope your group won't forget your promise. This is a tracking spirit stone. With it, we can detect your location at any time. Don't worry, if he dares to attack you, we will come to rescue you immediately. After handing the tracking spirit stone to Li Shui, Qinya took out another spirit stone locator and turned to hand it to Yan Xiu. This is a spirit stone locator. With it, we can find the exact location of Luli and Li Shui. It would be great if you could come to support them. Yan Xiu happily took the locator and held it tighter and tighter in his hand. This is an opportunity to take revenge on Luli. No matter what he wants to do, Yan Xiu will not let him succeed. At this moment, Li Shui quietly came to Yan Xiu's side and said weakly, Yan Xiu, will you come to save me as soon as possible? Yan Xiu just glanced at her and then remained silent. Li Shui knew she was asking for trouble after asking this question, and was too embarrassed to stay, so she left sadly. Chapter 44 Practical Assessment. The Wuzhou City Square was crowded with people, including ordinary citizens, but more were students from various colleges. The monthly practical assessment for freshmen had begun. The students participating in the trial were divided into two groups. Most ordinary students will enter the ordinary trial field, and the top 100 students will enter the advanced trial field with more complex terrain. The trial site was opened up by the City Defense Forces. Ordinary trial fields have monsters of level 1 to 2, while the monsters in advanced trial fields are in the late 2nd to 3rd levels. In the center of the square, a huge prismatic crystal is suspended, which will present the student's trial process in real time. The source of the picture will be captured by the crystal projection aircraft above their heads. These crystal aircraft are powered by spiritual stones and are operated by special personnel. While people in the square were looking forward to the trial, the students participating in the trial had already entered the trial field one after another. After entering the trial field, Yan Xiu locked the approximate location of Lu Li and Li Shui through the locator, and he chose to follow Lu Li and Li Shui. As they entered the heart of the trial field, the number of monsters gradually increased, most of which were second-level monsters, and were easily hunted down by the three of them. In an open area, Yan Xiu and his two companions encountered a group of second-level wild boar monsters that were out in search of food. Their fangs were as sharp as daggers, and they attacked the three people at the first sight of any living thing. Facing a wild boar monster that was several times larger than themselves, Yan Xiu and the other two expressed ecstasy. In their eyes, these monsters are definitely here to give experience. There was no need for the two sisters to take action. Yan Xiu used the open galaxy move to knock down most of the wild boar monsters. Then he killed the remaining wild boar monsters with a few axes. The results of this trial were assessed based on the number of demon cores obtained. Within an hour, Yan Xiu and his two companions obtained more than 10 demon beast cores. Just when the three were delighted with their achievements, suddenly, dozens of monster vultures circled above their heads. These vulture monsters were obviously attracted by the corpse of the wild boar monster. Their levels were no less than the second level, and there were even some larger third-level individuals among them. After discovering Yan Xiu and the other two, the eagles mistakenly thought that they were coming to compete for food and became extremely frantic. They rose and fell, sometimes swooping down at the three people at high speed, and then stretching rapidly halfway to fly high into the sky. This up and down, eager attack seemed to be warning and driving away the three people. However, in the face of the eagle's warning, the three had no intention of leaving. Yan Xiu smiled even more arrogantly, with greed glittering in his eyes. For him, this was a huge amount of experience. How could he bear to leave? Coincidentally, this scene was projected onto the huge crystal in the square, and everyone who saw it became extremely anxious. Fuck, why don't you run away in this situation? This is a flying monster. Aren't they going to leave there? Yes, at the same level, flying monsters are often more difficult to deal with. They should leave immediately. Did you see that giant eagle king? He's probably more than a man tall. Oh my god, I can't imagine what would happen if that claw came down. This time, I'm afraid Yan Shen may be too arrogant. The crowd's exclamation was not without reason, because Yan Xiu and the other two were facing a flying monster. You know, under normal circumstances, flying monsters will always keep a distance from spiritual warriors holding magic weapons. After all, spiritual warriors lack long-range attack means and it is difficult for them to pose a threat. Flying monsters are often very fast, which makes it difficult for phantom users who need a certain amount of time to cast spells to deal with them. As one thing grows, the other shrinks, and flying monsters become monsters that many awakened people do not want to encounter. What's more, Yan Xiu and the others were facing a group of. Chapter 45 Chapter 44 Practical Assessment 2. Because Yan Xiu did not make any other moves except releasing a domain martial art, everyone was looking forward to Yan Xiu's next move. What is Yan Shen going to do? I feel like Master Yan can always come up with some unexpected tricks. Could it be that the domain martial arts technique just now is not considered his ultimate move? Not necessarily. Just wait and see, because he is Yan Shen. The fact is, just as that classmate said, Yan Xiu was ready to kill the Eagle King with one blow. When the ancient divine axe in Yan Xiu's hand reached its maximum energy load, the Eagle King also met its death. Yan Xiu smiled coldly, predicted the Eagle King's next move, and threw the axe in his hand with all his strength. In everyone's mind, the wisest thing to do in such a situation is to escape quickly. But they seriously underestimated the combat effectiveness and determination of Yan Xiu and the other three. At this moment, Yan Xiu and the other three looked up at the group of vulture monsters in the sky, each with a different expression. Li Shui and Tang Xinyi looked a little nervous. Faced with such a large number of powerful flying monsters, they couldn't help but feel a little anxious. However, when they turned their eyes to Yan Xiu standing in the center, they were surprised to find that he was looking up at the sky with a calm expression, as if he had no fear of the group of vultures. There was no trace of tension or fear on Yan Xiu's face, only calmness and confidence. His eyes were determined and full of fighting spirit, and he was ready to face the challenge. This calm attitude infected the two women around him. Their original nervousness was gradually soothed, and was replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. At this point, no further words are needed. They believed that as long as Yan Xiu was there, they would be able to find a way to deal with any enemy. So the two women also rubbed their hands, showing an eager look. The image of the three people posing in a fighting stance was transmitted into the crystal stone again, and everyone gasped. No way, are they really going to fight to the death with these monster vultures? This is the rhythm of people who are willing to sacrifice their lives just for the sake of trial results. Oh my god, why don't the emergency personnel responsible for the students' safety come in and rescue them? Yes, if it had been any later, God Yen would have perished. However, just when everyone was worried about them. Following the Eagle King's eardrum-tearing cry, the eagle flock officially launched an attack on the three people. When everyone thought that these three people were in great danger, an unexpected scene happened. This was the first time that Yan Xiu displayed his martial arts ancient realm in front of everyone. When the ancient domain was enveloping them, the flying vulture monsters were quickly affected by the gravity field and their speed slowed down. Those who are not strong enough will fall directly to the ground. The two sisters naturally would not miss this opportunity, and they threw elemental magic balls at the slowly flying monster. Soon, a large number of vulture monsters fell to the ground like fallen leaves. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Oh my god, is this another new martial art he has mastered? It's a one-in-a-million domain-based martial art. This kind of martial art is undoubtedly of divine rank. As soon as the domain-based martial arts skills appeared, they fascinated thousands of girls. All the girls in the square were almost going crazy. No one knew who spread the news of the master-servant contract, but they were all vying to become Yan Xiu's contracted maid. But Yan Xiu was not aware of this. At this moment, he was immersed in the excitement of fighting. He had not made any move just now, but was just accumulating energy for the ancient divine axe. The purpose is to maximize the lethality of Open the Galaxy. His gaze was directed towards the huge Eagle King above his head, with a look of confidence on his face. With this blow of the axe, even the thick-skinned 4th-level Snake King could be cut in two by him. What a ridiculous little vulture. Chapter 46 Chapter 45 Illusion, Wind of Revival. The sharp axe turned into a scythe of death that reaped lives, cutting off any vultures that dared to block it along the way, and slashed towards the Eagle King with unstoppable force. The Eagle King sensed the danger and wanted to change the direction of flight, but found that it was unable to do so. The suppressing effect of the ancient divine axe made its wings completely uncontrollable. The result was predictable. The ancient divine axe hit the target perfectly, severing one of the Eagle King's wings in one fell swoop. When the people in front of the crystal screen saw this scene, their mouths opened so wide that an egg could fit in them. Seconds. The 3rd-level Eagle King was killed instantly. Whoever said that spiritual warriors are not good at long-range attacks, Yenshin slapped him in the face. Is this the power of Yenshin? It's so terrifying. In the crowd, after seeing Yan Xiu's performance, Deputy Captain Chu was like a horse breeder who saw a 1,000-mile horse, and he praised Yan Xiu highly. She secretly made up her mind to recruit Yan Xiu into the 1st Legion. City Lord Song showed off in front of Commander Lu for a long time, even calling him his godson, hinting that he had plans to pass the position of City Lord to Yan Xiu. After seeing Yan Xiu's performance, Commander Lu left his seat with a gloomy expression. Commander Lu came backstage and immediately ordered one of his men, "Go tell the Demon Spirit Society that no matter what, they must get rid of Yan Xiu." Because he knew that Yan Xiu's abilities were witnessed by the entire Wuzhou city. We can't tolerate him developing any further, otherwise his reputation will soon surpass Lu Li's. On Yan Xiu's side, as the Eagle King fell to the ground with a scream, the rest of the vulture monsters scattered. After this battle, the three of them obtained dozens of demon beast inner cores. Moreover, the contract points between Yan Xiu and the two of them also increased rapidly. The contract points with Song Qiwei reached about 300,000, and the contract points with Tang Xinyi directly reached 100,000. The contract achievement was directly upgraded to level 2, and Tang Xinyi's talent could be upgraded to SS level. At the same time, the accumulated points of the three contract partners, including Yan Xiu and Suing Yu, have reached over 500,000. They are not far from completing the 600,000 points task 3. Just thinking about it makes Yen Xiu excited. The three of them came to an open space to rest and recover their spiritual strength. The amulet that Suing Yu gave to Yen Xiu really worked, and Yen Xiu recovered to his best condition in just a few breaths. He saw that Tang Xinyi was still meditating to recover her spiritual power, so he prepared to give her a surprise. The next second, Suing Yu, who was still in meditation, suddenly felt a surge in spiritual power. Contract object, Tang Xinyi. Phantom, Lin High Spirit Dear SS. Attributes, Wood. Realm, Early 3rd Stage. Illusion, Elemental or Mortal. Ancient Illusion, Raging Wood Guardian God level. Ancient Illusion, Wind of Resurgence God level. After Tang Xinyi happily accepted this understanding, she was ecstatic and as happy as a 3-year-old child. Brother Yen Xiu, Sister Yuer, I have a new understanding. She shouted happily, her face filled with irrepressible joy. She couldn't wait to show everyone her achievements, so she excitedly performed an illusion called Wind of Revival. As her delicate little hands waved gently, a ball of holy green light appeared, just like tender green buds in spring, exuding vitality. Song Qiyue's eyes widened, and he asked curiously and excitedly, "Tell us quickly, what kind of illusion is this?" She was sincerely happy about the improvement in the team's strength and was also looking forward to this new skill. Tang Xinyi explained proudly, "This is a skill that has both healing and purification functions. From now on, during battle, I'll be able to help heal everyone's wounds." Her voice brimming with confidence and pride. At the same time, Yen Xiu on the side had already opened the master's eye and took in the detailed information of this skill. He discovered that the ball of green light seemed to contain endless vitality, which flowed out continuously like a gurgling stream. This magical power can not only quickly heal teammates' injuries in fierce battles, but also has many more amazing effects. It not only has therapeutic functions, but also can purify and eliminate the influence of all negative states. This is undoubtedly a very useful skill. With this magical skill, Tang Xinyi instantly transformed into the super nanny of the team. She can provide teammates with the most timely and effective treatment and purification effects at critical moments, ensuring that the entire team is always in the best condition. This skill was so useful that even the usually calm Yen Xiu couldn't help but praise it. "Great, Xinyi. Your awakening is a timely help for us. You know, in a fierce battle, the health of teammates is directly related to the combat effectiveness of the entire team, and Tang Xinyi's new skills will become a powerful backup for everyone on the battlefield." Tang Xinyi responded with a smile, "Well, as long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt or bleed so easily." She felt relieved to be trusted and needed by Yen Xiu. After resting for a while, Yen Xiu discovered that the positions of Lu Li and the other person on the locator had changed significantly. They deliberately avoided the main force and entered the more secluded canyon forest area. Could it be that Lu Li is preparing to take action? Yen Xiu frowned and thought to himself. After all, they were childhood sweethearts, and at the critical moment, Yen Xiu couldn't bear to watch her being persecuted by Lu Li. In fact, Yen Xiu figured it out last night. Li Shui is not a bad person by nature. She was just momentarily overwhelmed by her awakened SS level talent. As for her following Lu Li, it is understandable. After all, in this Wuzhou city, there wouldn't be any girl stupid enough to refuse to sign a contract with young Master Lu, right? Now, she has provided important information to the city building team. Even if she is considered a member of the city building team, she cannot be ignored. Deep in the dense forest, Lu Li led Li Shui into a cave with bad intentions. After confirming that there was no projector following him, he finally revealed his sinister side. "Do you know why I brought you here?" Lu Li smiled evilly. Of course Li Shui knew what he wanted to do. Although she had prepared herself mentally, when the moment finally came, she couldn't help but show panic on her face. Regardless of Li Shui's reaction, Lu Li became arrogant on his own. Li Shui, I gave you a lot of cultivation resources and raised your realm to the 3rd level just for today. As long as I devour your phantom spirit, I will soon become an SSS level genius." Facing Lu Li, who had a greedy look on his face, Li Shui asked unwillingly, "Jun Xiao, this may be the last time I call you that. I just want to ask you one thing, you never liked me from the beginning to the end, right?" Chapter 47 Chapter 46 Lu Li uses witchcraft. Hearing this, Lu Li smiled contemptuously. He proudly lifted Li Shui's chin with his hand. "Let me put it this way, I'm different from my father. He only knows how to indulge in beauty all day long, while I just want to become stronger. Your beauty does attract me, but I'm more attracted to your talent." After hearing Lu Li's answer, Li Shui completely gave up hope. A hint of tenacity flashed in her eyes as she looked at Lu Li. I only regret that I followed you by mistake, but it's not that easy for you to devour my talent, she said as she prepared to summon a phantom to resist, although she knew she was no match for Lu Li. Lu Li didn't give her any room to resist. He grabbed her neck and pressed her against the wall of the cave. At the same time, a strange black gas emerged from Lu Li's palm. The next second, Li Shui's entire body trembled. She felt as if all her spiritual energy was being forcibly drained away. This strange magic not only devoured Li Shui's spiritual power, but also deprived her of her essence. Feeling the dual drain of spiritual power and essence, Li Shui's face turned pale. If this continued, she would either die or become a cripple. She looked helplessly outside the cave, hoping only for help to arrive quickly. Little did he know that this real-time image of Lu Li was being projected onto the crystal screen in the center of the square by a crystal aircraft in the dark. What the hell? What's going on? Is the young military officer harming his contracted partner? This is witchcraft. He's absorbing Li Shui's power. I don't know who shouted it, but it caused everyone in the audience to discuss it. What? Hex. That's probably the case. Look at Li Shui's face, it's getting paler and paler. This is really too much. He didn't even let his contract partner go. I never thought that the young military officer whom I have admired for so long would be such a person. Poor Goddess Li, to have suffered such a cruel fate. The question is, how could Lu Li know sorcery? Could it be that he's colluding with a demon? In the guest seats, Commander Lu saw that Lu Li's actions were exposed, which made him jump up from his seat in shock. Damn, the person controlling the crystal aircraft didn't even cover for Lu Li? It's over now. Everyone knows that Lu Li is using witchcraft. He hurriedly left his seat and ran backstage, his movements appearing a bit flustered. He wanted to order someone to turn off the crystal screen immediately. But at this moment, City Lord Song suddenly blocked his way. Commander Lu, if I'm not mistaken, Lu Li just used evil sorcery, and everyone in the audience was watching. Now that the evidence is solid, Commander Lu, please come with us. After City Lord Song finished speaking, he ordered people to detain Commander Lu. Wait a minute. Commander Lu smiled arrogantly. He calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Humph, you think you can arrest me with just your city building group? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people immediately emerged from the stage, holding muskets and facing the people from the city building group. Now that the matter was exposed, he simply stopped pretending. He believed that no one in Wuzhou City dared to do anything to him. A small Wuzhou City defense force, but with such great authority. Deputy Regiment Commander Chu walked to the front of the stage. Seeing that the time was ripe, the people of the 1st Legion also stood out from the crowd. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Commander Lu did not realize the seriousness of the situation and his attitude remained arrogant. Deputy Commander Chu glanced at him coldly and said proudly, I am Chu Ling, Deputy Commander of the 1st Corps of the West China Theater. I have been commissioned by the provincial government to come to Wuzhou City to investigate the demon cultivators. Commander Lu, please cooperate with the Wuzhou City Construction Corps in investigating this matter. When he learned that the newcomers were from the 1st Legion, Commander Lu panicked instantly, and the cigar in his hand fell to the ground. As time passed, Li Shui's talent was constantly decreasing. It felt like sand in an hourglass, slipping away bit by bit. She felt her spiritual power disappearing rapidly like a flood, and her originally abundant spiritual power became empty. Her talent level also dropped from SS to S, which filled her heart with fear and despair. Li Shui struggled to break free from Lu Li's restraints, but her weak and boneless little hands could not shake him at all. At this moment, her talent level continued to decline and directly fell below S level. As her talent level decreased, the phantom polar ice phoenix in her body was also affected and became listless. The originally noble image of the phoenix gradually dimmed and finally turned into an ordinary ice bird. Polar Ice Phoenix SS is downgraded to Ice Bird A. However, something worse happened. Li Shui discovered that her essence was also being sucked away along with her spiritual power. She felt her body growing weaker and weaker, as if her vitality was slowly draining away from her. Before long, she couldn't even keep her A-level talent, and her realm dropped from the 3rd level to the middle stage of the 2nd level. Li Shui's heart was completely chilled. She looked into the distance, hoping to see someone coming to rescue her, but there was no sign of them. She closed her eyes, tears of despair rolled down her cheeks, her heart filled with resentment and anger. She couldn't help but wonder if she was too naive, and maybe no one would care about her life or death. At this moment, Lu Li's spiritual power was like a blown-up balloon, expanding at an astonishing speed. His talent has risen from SS level to SSS level as he wished. And the realm directly broke through the bottleneck and jumped directly to the early stage of the 4th level. Such a speed of strength growth made him extremely fascinated, but in the face of such huge progress, Lu Li was not satisfied. On the contrary, he became more greedy and eager. He held Li Shui tightly like a hungry beast, desperately sucking her life force. Every increase in strength brought by swallowing made him feel an unprecedented pleasure. This feeling made him unable to stop and even forget everything. He had only one thought in his mind: continue to absorb and become stronger. Li Shui's body gradually became weak, as if her vitality was being drained away. But Lu Li had no mercy. He only cared about his own interests and growth. He intended to completely drain Li Shui, not letting go of any trace of power. At this moment, Lu Li suddenly felt a murderous intent. He realized it belatedly and narrowly avoided the ancient divine axe flying from the cave entrance. Lu Li's magic of devouring was interrupted, and he looked back angrily. Lu Li, is this how you treat your contract partner? Just when everyone thought that Li Shui was going to die here, Yan Xiu arrived in time with the two sisters. This scene eased everyone's nerves a little. However, everyone quickly reacted and began to worry about the safety of Yan Xiu and the other two. Fuck! Lu Li is in danger now. Yan Xin, run! Yes, Lu Li is a student from the previous class. No matter how powerful Yan Xin is, he is just a freshman. He can't be Lu Li's opponent. Seeing this scene, Xu Ling and City Lord Song were both worried about Yan Xiu. City Lord Song anxiously asked his subordinates, how long will it take for the rescuers to arrive? Report to the City Lord, we will be there within 5 minutes. Chapter 48 Chapter 47 What is the strength of Yan Xin and the others? I was wondering who it was, but it's you, Yan Xiu. You came at the perfect time, and I'm here to get rid of you. When Lu Li thought about the fact that his strength had reached the early 4th level, he didn't take Yan Xiu and the other two seriously at all. Just now, Lu Li's talent was not only successfully upgraded to SSS level, but he also realized his second martial art. Moreover, it is a divine level martial art. Lu Li was confident that he had divine level martial arts in his hands, and he was at the early 4th level, which allowed him to crush Yan Xiu and the other two. At this moment, he was extremely confident in his own strength, and fighting 1 against 3 was no problem at all. Yan Xiu, let me show you my strength. Lu Li opened his right hand and summoned a spear that flashed with cold light with a graceful movement. The tip of the spear was extremely sharp, and the spear body seemed to have a dragon swimming in it, as if it contained endless power. The next second, he turned into a shadow and rushed towards Yan Xiu at an astonishing speed. The spear in his hand carried a fierce momentum and launched a surprise attack on Yan Xiu. He is extremely fast, like lightning. Fortunately, Yan Xiu knew all of his martial arts through the Master's Eye and activated the shield wall technique in advance to resist. Despite this, the shield wall technique, a martial art that has always been known for its defensive power, was still broken by Lu Li's shot. Fortunately, the shield wall technique consumed most of his power, allowing Yan Xiu to successfully block his attack. Lu Li was a little surprised. He thought that this divine martial art Mad Dragon out of the sea would kill Yan Xiu instantly, but he didn't expect that Yan Xiu actually had its shield wall technique. Yan Xiu realized that Lu Li's current strength should not be underestimated, so he immediately activated the ancient realm and engaged in close combat with Lu Li. The appearance of the ancient domain made Lu Li stun for a moment, but because of his powerful 4th level strength, Lu Li could still move freely in the domain. For a moment, the exquisite spearmanship and the powerful axe collided with each other in the narrow cave. Everyone, look! Yan Xin and Jun Xiao are fighting. I've heard that Lu Li's realm is already at the late 3rd level. He just devoured Li Shui's power. I'm afraid his current strength has already broken through to the 4th level. Yan Xin actually tied with him. Even Lu Li found it hard to believe. In his opinion, Yan Xiuji should not be his match. What they don't know is that Yan Xiu's personal strength is enough to rival that of a 4th level warrior thanks to the combat power bonuses from the various contracts he has with the two sisters. However, the contract between Lu Li and Li Shui was broken the moment he devoured Li Shui's spiritual power, and there was no longer any contractual combat power bonus. It is precisely because of the contract bonus, plus the dual combat power blessing of the domain effect, that the strength between Yan Xiu and Lu Li is infinitely close. Seeing Yan Xiu and Lu Li fighting fiercely, the two sisters looked at each other and knew they would not stand idly by. Sister Cinny, Go check on Li Shui first, leave this to me. Song Qiwei instructed, then turned around and joined the battle. Yan Xiu, let me help you. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly summoned a phantom and sent an explosive firebolt towards Lu Li's head. Sensing danger, Lu Li quickly turned around and dodged. Bang! The exploding fireball hit the stone wall, echoing continuously. The entire cave was shaking, causing countless pieces of gravel to slide down. Lu Li was glad that he chose to dodge instead of taking it head-on. Such power was beyond Lu Li's expectations. He thought it was understandable that Yan Xiu had grown so much, but he never expected that the former D-level waste Song Qiwei would become so strong. However, Yan Xiu and Song Qiwei did not give Lu Li any chance to breathe. They launched an attack without hesitation. With the joining of Song Qiwei, the battle situation instantly became one-sided. Lu Li had to deal with Yan Xiu's close combat and Song Qiwei's sneak attack from a distance at the same time, which put him in an extremely unfavorable situation. What's worse is that Yan Xiu and Song Qiwei have perfect coordination between them. Their moves are connected seamlessly, leaving Lu Li overwhelmed and unable to fight back. At this time, Lu Li had lost his previous arrogance. He never imagined that Yan Xiu and others had grown to such a terrifying level. The real-time images were transmitted to the square, and people seemed to have their three perspectives refreshed. Just how strong are Yan Shen and the others? It's hard to believe they and I are from the same freshman class. I don't know what their strength is, but why do they seem so relaxed? It's like they haven't even unleashed their full potential yet. You're talking nonsense. That girl who transferred to the same school with Yan Shen hasn't even made a move yet. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that this beauty is one of the three most beautiful girls in the southern part of the city. The battle was no longer a foregone conclusion. Under the repeated attacks of Yan Xiu and the other two, Lu Li finally exposed a fatal flaw. Yan Xiu seized the opportunity and kicked Lu Li hard, sending him flying. Lu Li's body hit the hard stone wall like a kite with a broken string, and then fell heavily on the cold ground. The magic weapon in his hand also dissipated, and he temporarily lost his combat effectiveness. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could I possibly lose to you? Lu Li's eyes widened, his gaze filled with reluctance and disbelief. Until this moment, Lu Li still couldn't accept this cruel reality. He never dreamed that Yan Xiu and others would be strong enough to defeat him. Meanwhile, Yan Xiu, with a triumphant smile on his face, slowly walked up to Lu Li and said smugly, "Since you're not convinced, let me tell you in secret. Actually, we didn't use our full strength when we fought you just now. Brother Yan Xiu is right, and I'm afraid I have some bad news to tell you." Song Qiwei came to Lu Li with a mysterious look on his face. "You don't really think Li Shui has only just discovered your conspiracy, do you?" These words exploded in Lu Li's ears like thunder. He widened his eyes and looked at Li Shui in disbelief. In fact, she had overheard your plan a long time ago. She knew that you would do something bad to her, so she chose to cooperate with our city building team. Song Qiwei continued. So, the recent problems with intelligence are all because of her. Lu Li was so angry that he gritted his teeth, clenched his hands into fists, and his nails dug deep into his palms. You only understand it now, but it's too late. Song Qiwei's tone was full of sarcasm. I'll tell you the truth. We've replaced all the people you planted at this conference. The footage of you using the magic just now has been projected live onto the big screen in Wuzhou City Square. Soon everyone in the city will know that you used sorcery to harm your contracted partner. Chapter 49. Chapter 48. I want to come back to you. Lu Li realized the seriousness of the matter. It was no longer as simple as him being defeated by Yan Xiu, but the entire city defense army was about to be pushed to the forefront. Colluding with demons to practice witchcraft is an act despised by the world. The city defense army gambled that the world would never know, but now it's all exposed. At this moment, Lu Li hated himself for being careless. He looked at Li Shui coldly, hating himself for not killing her just now. Li Shui has regained her ability to move thanks to Tang Sini's magic wind of resurrection. When she opened her eyes, what she saw was Yan Xiu and his group, whom she had deceived, and tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. Seeing this young man who had been ruthlessly abandoned by her in the past come to save her without holding any grudges, she felt mixed emotions in her heart, and the deep sense of self-blame made her feel ashamed. At this moment, Li Shui desperately hoped to make amends for her past mistakes and return to his side again. When the emergency rescue team arrived, they were shocked at first to see Yan Xiu and others subduing Lu Li, and then they arrested Lu Li. After a brief interlude, everyone prepared to embark on the road of trial again. Song Chiyue suddenly remembered and asked Li Shui, "Your spiritual power has decreased significantly. Can you still complete the trial?" Hearing Song Chiyue's words, Li Shui's heart tightened. She knew that her current condition was not very good, but she still didn't want to give up this opportunity. Most importantly, she wanted to follow Yin Xiu in the trial. She bit her lip and hesitated. "Although my spiritual power has declined, I still want to complete this trial. If possible, I hope to join you." As she spoke, she unconsciously twirled two of her fingers together, and at the same time, she secretly glanced at Yin Xiu. Seeing Li Shui's eager eyes, Song Chiyue didn't know what to say and could only nod in agreement. After all, Li Shui made a great contribution to this operation, and even her strength declined because of it. According to the previous agreement, she can now be considered a member of the city building team. Song Chiyue felt that since she was already a fellow member of the city building team, they should help each other and help her complete this trial. Then he turned to look at Yin Xiu, hoping that he would also support this decision. For the first time after the breakup, Yin Xiu looked at Li Shui carefully again. His eyes wandered over her, from her delicate face and melancholy eyes to her petite yet strong body. Finally, his gaze stopped on Li Shui's attribute panel. After a moment he sighed deeply, a mixture of emotions welling up in his heart. He knew that the price Li Shui paid for this action was too high. Now, Li Shui's talent has been reduced from the original S level to B level, and her strength level has regressed to the early second level. Such a price is a devastating blow to a girl who was once hailed as a genius. Especially the loss of talent, which made it impossible for her to return to the brilliant SS-level genius girl of the past. Now she is just an ordinary practitioner, and her future practice will be even more difficult. After a moment of silence, Yin Xiu finally let it go. "In view of the great sacrifice you have made in this operation, please follow us and complete the trial." His voice was a little helpless, but more of it was understanding and respect for Li Shui. After saying that, Yin Xiu patted Li Shui's shoulder affectionately, as if telling her not to worry, everything would be fine. This small gesture caused ripples in Li Shui's heart, and she felt Yin Xiu's tolerance and encouragement. This touched Li Shui deeply. She knew very well that she had hurt Yin Xiu, but Yin Xiu did not blame her. Instead, he gave her the opportunity to move on. She was deeply grateful for this tolerance and understanding, and at the same time, she was determined to seize this opportunity and seek Yin Xiu's full forgiveness. In one afternoon, Yin Xiu and his 3 companions collected an astonishing number of demon beast inner cores through active hunting. In fact, it is very simple to pass this trial. All you need is a demon beast's inner core to prove that you have indeed hunted a real demon beast. Therefore, many students will choose to quickly leave the dangerous trial field after obtaining a demon beast's inner core. Only a very small number of students who seek challenges or have higher rankings will stay and continue hunting until the end of the trial. This trial was naturally not dangerous for Yin Xiu and the other 3, so they chose to continue the trial until the last moment to win a higher ranking. Of course, Yin Xiu would not miss this opportunity to accumulate achievement points. Along the way, Li Shui remained silent. Especially after witnessing the tacit cooperation between Yin Xiu and the other 2, Li Shui became more and more doubtful whether she could still return to Yin Xiu. Even if they eliminate the barriers with Yin Xiu, will Miss Song and Tang Xinyi be willing to integrate themselves into their group? The more Li Shui thought about it, the more unlikely it seemed, so she laughed at herself. She knew clearly that it would be impossible unless she was needed by Yin Xiu. As Li Shui thought about it, an idea suddenly came to her mind. If Yin Xiu was willing to accept her, she would rather become Yin Xiu's contracted maid. Such a thought suddenly emerged in her mind, and even Li Shui herself was shocked. But on second thought, this might be the only chance to make Yin Xiu accept me again. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and finally came to Yin Xiu. "Yin Xiu," Li Shui said with a trembling voice and a hint of sob. "It was all my fault before. I let you down, and I really know I was wrong. Now, I just want to return to you, even if it means becoming your contracted maid. As long as I can be by your side, I'll do anything." Faced with Li Shui's sudden confession, Yin Xiu's face was shocked at first, and then he remained silent. Even Song Chiyue and Tang Xinyi were surprised after hearing Li Shui's decision. Yin Xiu had actually considered this issue a long time ago. Although he longed to go back to the past and the good times they had spent together, Yin Xiu's prejudice against her was difficult to eliminate ever since she decided to follow Luli. Therefore, when Li Shui proposed to get back together, Yin Xiu thought for a moment and finally replied tactfully, "Li Shui, I don't know where you heard about the master-servant contract, but I may not be able to fulfill your request. You should understand that it's not that I don't want to, but I don't know how to execute the master-servant contract yet." Yan Xiu had a smile on his face, trying to minimize the impact on Li Shui. After being rejected by Yan Xiu, Li Shui's heart tightened and she was in a daze for a long time before she came to her senses. "I'm sorry, I was rude," she responded with pretended calmness. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the sunset in the sky and sighed deeply. Then she said to everyone, "Since that's the case, I'm ready to withdraw from this trial. Thank you for helping me pass it." She thought to herself, since she could never go back to him, she might as well stay away from all this. However, just when everyone was feeling sorry for Li Shui, Lu Li's voice came from not far away. "Humph, you want to leave? None of you will leave alive today." Chapter 50 Chapter 49 Demon Cultivator Attacks. That's Lu Li's voice. Wasn't he captured? What's going on? Tang Xinyi was shocked, and Song Qiwei also looked confused. Yan Xiu even discovered that Lu Li was not alone, but there were many people following him. At the same time, a message reached the Square Command Center, and the command center immediately entered a state of emergency. "My Lord City Lord, something bad has happened. A demon cultivator has appeared in the trial field, and the emergency rescue team has been confirmed dead." A subordinate came crawling to report. "Where's Deputy Captain Chu?" Reporting to the City Lord, Deputy Captain Chu has already entered the trial field with the 1st Legion. After thinking for a moment, City Lord Song immediately gave orders to everyone. "Everyone, enter Level 1 combat readiness. End this trial immediately. Evacuate all participating students immediately. Put all projectors into operation immediately to monitor the every move of these demons." Because the collusion between the City Defense Army and the demon cultivators has been confirmed, under the deterrence of the 1st Legion, all matters are now taken over by the City Construction Group. All relevant personnel immediately take action after hearing the order from the City Lord. However, another bad news soon came. "Oh no, Lord City Lord, Miss Song and the others have encountered a demon cultivator." "What did you say? Send the image over here immediately." City Lord Song's serious expression immediately turned anxious after hearing this. After a while, in the square, the scene of Yan Xiu and his 3 companions being blocked by the demon cultivators unfolded on the crystal screen. Everyone looked at the screen in shock, only to see that the monsters were wearing strange clothes and had sinister looks. Under their dark blue skin were limbs that looked like skin and bones. There was still fresh blood on their weapons, their strange long tongues were licking the corners of their mouths, and their scarlet eyes were filled with greedy murderous intent. For ordinary people, when have they ever seen a real monster? So when the monster appears on the screen, they are terrified. Are these demon cultivators? They don't look like good people. It's over, it's all over now. Even a strong emergency rescue team was killed by them. This time, Yan Shen and the others are probably going to perish. In the trial field, Lu Li appeared in front of Yan Xiu and others with a group of monsters. Lu Li must have recovered his combat effectiveness by devouring the spiritual power of the emergency rescue workers. He summoned a magic weapon and then ordered it to a strong demon cultivator. "Master Chief, these people are responsible for the whole incident. Why don't you kill them now? The strong demon cultivator should be the leader of this group of demon cultivators." After listening to Lu Li's orders, he rushed towards the 4 people with a rough big knife in his hand and a group of demon cultivators. "Li Shui, get behind me quickly." Yan Xiu jumped to Li Shui's side and pulled her behind him neatly. This gesture made Li Shui feel warm in her heart for the first time in a long time. She thought that Yan Xiu would still protect her, which touched her a lot, and a tear of happiness flashed in her eyes. Yan Xiu came to the front of the formation and first carefully observed the strength of this group of demon cultivators. Through the master's eye, Yan Xiu discovered that these 20 or so demon cultivators were quite powerful, generally reaching the 3rd level or above. Especially the demon chief, his strength was in the late 4th level, much stronger than Lu Li. This made Yan Xiu feel an invisible pressure. Not only were the other side numerous in number, but there was also a master in charge. If they were not careful, everyone would have to die here. While Yan Xiu was observing the strength of these demon cultivators, they had already arrived at the front of the formation. Yan Xiu first opened the ancient realm and quickly killed one person. With a wave of his hand and a slash of his sword, a demon cultivator of the same 3rd level was killed on the spot. Yan Xiu couldn't help but feel happy, and a confident light appeared on his face. It was that attack just now that made Yan Xiu discover it. Most importantly, Yan Xiu instantly understood his own advantages. It turns out that the damage bonus of the ancient bloodline to the demon race can also be applied to demon cultivators. In this way, the group of demon cultivators in front of him became not so scary, because Song Chi-wei and Tang Xini, as his contract objects, also have the effect of increasing damage to demon cultivators. Yuer, Xini. Don't be nervous, we won't lose this time. After seeing Yan Xiu's performance, the two sisters immediately believed what Yan Xiu said. They adjusted their breathing, then mobilized the spiritual power in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Yan Xiu's fatal strike just now had a significant deterrent effect, making these demon cultivators dare not step forward easily. Seeing this, the demon chief in the lead laughed wildly, his voice like the roar of a wild beast. He swung the big knife in his hand and slashed towards Yan Xiu with great momentum. With the chief leading the charge, the demon cultivators were encouraged and followed suit to kill the four people. Yan Xiu and the demon cultivator leader quickly engaged in a confrontation. Both sides were users of heavy weapons, and their moves were extremely powerful and vigorous. In an instant, in the area where the two men were fighting fiercely, even the thick trees could not withstand the aftermath of their battle and were broken in half one after another. No one dared to get close to them. However, after only 3 or 5 rounds of fighting, the demon cultivator leader's face suddenly twisted, and a terrifying red bloody aura rushed out from his body. After a moment, the shadow of a huge demon tiger appeared on its body surface, lifelike and emitting an invisible pressure. Then the leader of the demon cultivators let out an ear-shattering tiger roar, and a powerful aura exploded. After the tiger roared, the demon leader's momentum soared, his strength and speed were greatly improved, and his attacks became more fierce. He seemed to have transformed into a ferocious demon tiger, and his eyes became even more ferocious and full of murderous intent. Faced with such an opponent, Yan Xiu soon fell into a clear disadvantage and was beaten back repeatedly by the demon cultivator leader with several consecutive moves. The demon cultivator with the strength of the late 4th stage was indeed not a pushover. Even when fighting with him within the range of his domain, Yan Xiu was unable to gain any advantage. Yan Xiu realized that his strength was obviously inferior to his opponent's, and every time the weapons clashed, his palms felt numb. As a last resort, Yan Xiu had to use all his strength. The third ancient martial art Ancient Tyrant Body is activated. After activating the Ancient Tyrant Body, Yan Xiu's defense and attack power instantly increased exponentially. Faced with Yan Xiu's sudden surge in aura, the demon leader was also shocked, but Yan Xiu took advantage of his distraction and turned from defense to offense. In the second fight, Yan Xiu seemed to be at ease. With the blessing of the Ancient Tyrant Body, Yan Xiu and the demonized demon leader fought to a draw. The most powerful enemy has been held back by Yan Xiu, so the two sisters behind Yan Xiu can use their abilities without any scruples. As Tang Xini performed magic, a huge angry wood guard rose from the ground on the battlefield. Not one, but two. Song Chi-wei was not to be outdone, and she let out a cry of confidence. Humph, do you like the majority bullying the minority? As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed her charm spirit clone without reservation. 4 clones appeared on the battlefield. This scene was projected onto the screen in the square, and everyone went almost crazy after seeing it. Chapter 51 Chapter 50, Killing the Leader. Oh my god, what is that? 2 giant tree people? For identical clones, my goodness, Goddess Song is too amazing. What did I say? Yan Xin and the others didn't use their full strength when they attacked Luli. This is their full strength. It looks like we can fight. We must win, Yan Xin. If you die, it will be a huge loss for Wuzhou City. At this moment, the expressions in everyone's eyes as they looked at them changed from shock to admiration, and then from admiration to expectation. They already regarded Yan Xiu and the other 3 as the face of Wuzhou City, as the 4 proud sons of heaven representing Wuzhou City, and as the future of Wuzhou City. After seeing everyone's performance, City Lord Song was also worried for them. He did not think that Yan Xiu and his men were sure of winning, so he could only pray silently in his heart that reinforcements would arrive quickly to rescue them. However, just as everyone was praying for Yan Xiu and his companions, the battle on the trial field was about to break out. Song Chi-wei was the first to launch an attack from a long distance. She and her 4 clones, each holding an explosive fireball, shot at the group of demon cultivators. Afterwards, Song Chi-wei fired 5 consecutive rounds of exploding fireballs, directly forming fire suppression. The power was so astonishing that 2 demon cultivators died in the intensive explosions one after another. When the remaining demon cultivators saw this, they immediately wanted to kill Song Chi-wei first, but they didn't know which one was the real one, so they could only blindly attack the clone. However, the clones are all in spirit form, and they cannot cause effective damage at all. What is even more infuriating is that there are two huge angry wood guards acting as guards, and they smash down any enemy that dares to invade. The battle instantly became intense, and within just a few rounds, several more demon cultivators fell. For a moment, the two sisters were seen skillfully performing magic tricks, fooling the demon cultivators around and beating them until they were dizzy. Li Shui, who was watching the game from the side, saw this wonderful scene and felt a strong shock in her heart. She sighed to herself, Yan Xiu must be very happy to see me helping him kill his enemies. How great it would be if I could be as powerful as them now. However, reality was like a bucket of cold water poured on her head. She was well aware of her current condition. Her strength had greatly decreased, and she was depleted of both physical and spiritual power. With such combat capability, not to mention helping Yan Xiu kill the enemy, even protecting himself becomes a problem. Thinking of this, Li Shui could only stand aside anxiously, feeling extremely annoyed. It was at this moment that an exciting system prompt came to Yan Xiu's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing points task 3 and receiving the reward. Ancient martial arts, ancient fighting will god level. The fighting will never cease, and the more you fight, the braver you become. The longer you fight, the stronger your fighting power will be. When your spiritual power is exhausted, you can burn your vitality to burst out with even greater strength to continue fighting. If you continue for too long, you may harm your body. Yan Xiu realized that it was because of the sisters' killing, their accumulated points had reached 600,000, successfully completing points mission 3. After briefly understanding this ancient martial art, Yan Xiu secretly exclaimed how awesome it was. Yan Xiu secretly rejoiced in his heart, this ancient martial art has arrived at the perfect time. At this moment, he couldn't wait to defeat the enemy in front of him, so when he realized the ancient fighting spirit, he used it without hesitation. However, from the outside, there seems to be no obvious change. But in fact, only Yan Xiu knew that at this moment, deep in his heart, a burning fighting spirit was constantly rising, and with every attack he made, this fighting spirit became stronger. At this moment, the flame gradually grew stronger, and a fighting fire ignited in Yan Xiu's eyes. His strength and speed were significantly improved. Faced with Yan Xiu's increasingly fierce attacks and increasing strength, the demon cultivator leader was surprised to find that he was actually finding it difficult to resist. However, Yan Xiu's combat effectiveness continued to rise. Within a few rounds, the demon leader was forced to retreat again and again, and it became increasingly difficult for him to deal with Yan Xiu's attacks. After seeing the effect of the ancient battle will, Yan Xiu was secretly delighted. The ancient battle will is indeed powerful. I didn't expect that in the battle will state, even the duration of the ancient domain and ancient tyrant body was extended so much. However, the price is also obvious, Yan Xiu's spiritual power is being consumed exponentially. Feeling his spiritual power being consumed rapidly, Yan Xiu realized that he had to fight quickly and decisively, because unless it was absolutely necessary, Yan Xiu did not want to burn his vitality in battle. After realizing this, Yan Xiu prepared to silently accumulate spiritual power, and then used the killing skill Heavenly Punishment Thundercut to end the enemy in front of him. However, just as Yan Xiu was preparing to charge, he was surprised again to find that the charging state of Heavenly Punishment Raikiri actually reached the strongest release state in an instant. After feeling that the divine weapon in his hand was indeed at full power, Yan Xiu couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This is too outrageous." It turns out that in the state of ancient fighting spirit, the Heavenly Punishment Thunderblade can reach full power in just 1 second. When he looked at the enemy in front of him again, a confident smile appeared on Yan Xiu's face, and murderous intent burned in his eyes as he looked at the demon cultivator leader. The previous second, the demon leader was still questioning Yan Xiu's expression, but the next second, an extremely huge sense of oppression came towards him. Faced with Yan Xiu's sudden close attack, the demon leader had no time to dodge. Under the suppressing effect of Heavenly Punishment Thundercut, he even used almost all his strength before struggling to draw out his weapon to resist. Such resistance is completely futile, as this is Yan Xiu's killing skill in a fully charged state. In the ancient realm, with the added power of the 3 ancient martial arts, the ancient hegemony and the ancient fighting spirit, the might of Heavenly Punishment Thundercut has reached an unprecedented level of terror. Dang, there was a crisp sound, as if the whole forest was shaken. The rough sword of the demon cultivator leader was instantly chopped off at this moment, and the broken blade scattered everywhere. The heavy ancient divine axe pressed down like a mountain, carrying endless power and majesty, and directly chopped towards the chest of the demon cultivator leader. The next second, a horrifying scene happened. The demon leader's chest was split open, and his internal organs and blood gushed out, forming a scarlet column of blood. Before he could even let out a scream, he was killed instantly by Yan Xiu. The bloody scene was transmitted to everyone through the screen in the square. The whole scene was dead silent and no one dared to speak. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief as they watched what was happening in disbelief. Yenshin, no matter how powerful he is just a freshman, but he can actually kill the leader of the demon cultivators whose realm is far above his. However, the facts are before our eyes and cannot be doubted. He really did it. Chapter 52 Chapter 51 What kind of monster is this kid? The demon leader was killed by God Yen. This is too unbelievable. Oh my god, I can't even describe him as a genius. Yenshin is simply the son of destiny. Oh my god, they're so envious of having a boy like this standing in front of them. Yeah, the way Yenshin protects a girl is really cool. After seeing the situation taking a turn for the better, City Lord Song breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back to Yensho's performance just now, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. With such strength and growth rate, I'm afraid he's even better than mercenary group leader Zhao. Moreover, he's still just a teenager, and his future is limitless. He's worthy of being my chosen successor. At this moment, City Lord Song highly recognized Yensho's bravery and responsibility, and even planned to entrust Song Qiwei to him for life. It doesn't matter even if there are other girls following him. After all, it is common for a strong man to have more contract partners throughout the Longhua Kingdom. Moreover, Yuer's ability to follow Yensho was truly a blessing for her. On the other side, a group of demon cultivators were still attacking the three girls, and they had no idea that their leader had fallen. At this moment, the two angry tree guards transformed into the personal guards of the three girls. They used their huge and solid bodies to effectively resist the attacks of the demon cultivators and created favorable conditions for the three to launch long-range attacks. At this moment, Lu Li also joined the battle. His eyes were full of murderous intent and he stared at Li Shui with hatred. In his opinion, if Li Shui had not secretly sold out the information, their plan would not have been exposed, so Li Shui became his first target to kill. Fortunately, there were these two huge angry wood guards standing there. They were like two insurmountable mountains, forcing Lu Li to think carefully before launching a surprise attack. Seeing that more than half of his men were killed or wounded, Lu Li finally realized that in order to completely eliminate them, he must first deal with the two troublesome tree people in front of him. Lu Li smiled arrogantly. In his eyes, although the two tree giants were huge, they were vulnerable. He used the Mad Dragon out of the sea technique again, and with a fierce thrust, the long spear in his hand pierced through the trunk of the tree giant. The powerful force exploded inside the angry wood guardian, and a tree giant fell down and turned into a dead tree, and then turned into dust and disappeared into the earth. After a brief breath, Lu Li used the same method again and killed another angry wood guardian in one fell swoop. Without the protection of the tree giant, Song Qiwei, Tang Xinyi and Li Shui were directly exposed to the group of demon cultivators. Upon seeing this, the demon cultivators immediately became aggressive and excitedly waved their weapons. Their faces were ferocious and they let out low growls. Go, kill them! Lu Li shouted, his voice echoing in the woods, filled with murderous intent. As his order was given, the demon cultivators immediately swarmed forward, rushing to kill Song Qiwei and the other two. There was greed and cruelty in their eyes, and they had already regarded the three girls as lambs to be slaughtered. On the other side, Yensho breathed a sigh of relief after getting rid of the demon leader. After adjusting his breath for a while, he looked with concern at the girls who were still fighting not far away, and just happened to see the demon cultivators rushing towards them. A trace of anxiety flashed in Yensho's eyes, and then he used his full-strength martial arts skill Open the Galaxy, and the giant axe in his hand flew towards the enemy not far away who intended to attack the girls. The heavy axe was like a meteor from the sky, tearing through the air and killing several demon cultivators with a whoosh. Yensho took a few quick steps to the front of the formation and stood firmly in front of the three girls. He looked coldly at Lu Li and the others, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. Yensho waved his hand again, and the huge axe still covered in blood and flesh flew back into his hand. The powerful pressure emanating from Yensho frightened the demon cultivators so much that they dared not take a single step forward. While they were stunned, Yensho rushed towards the demon cultivators alone. The ancient fighting spirit was still continuing to consume his spiritual power, so he had to fight quickly. With the help of the increased combat power brought by the ancient fighting spirit, Yensho broke into the enemy camp as if he was in an empty space. He instantly transformed into Shura, and no enemy was even a match for him. This allowed Yensho to fully experience the thrill of killing one person every 10 steps, and leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Looking at Yensho's killing figure, Lu Li was stunned on the spot. When he came to his senses, he found that the demon chief had been killed by Yensho. He is the chief of the demon tribe, possessing the S-level blood tiger demon soul, and is a powerful warrior whose strength is infinitely close to the 5th level. And Yin Xiu, he was just a freshman who was less than 4th level. How did he do it? Luli couldn't understand why Yin Xiu's strength suddenly became so terrifying, but he knew that he was probably no longer Yin Xiu's opponent. What kind of monster is this kid? How did he become so powerful? Luli muttered to himself. He knew that if he continued like this, he might really die here. Therefore, we must strike first. Thinking of this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Luli's eyes, and he decided to launch his strongest attack. At the same time, Yan Zhang was killing one person at a time, enjoying himself. They're not even a match. Yan Xiu smiled frivolously as he watched the bodies falling to the ground. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. He was startled and turned around quickly, only to see Luli holding a sharp spear and stabbing at him at a rapid speed. Luli's speed was so fast that it left an afterimage. However, with the help of the ancient fighting spirit, Yan Xiu could see Luli's attack intention clearly as if he was watching it in slow motion. You've come just in time. Yan Xiu raised a confident smile. He thought to himself, I have killed all the late 4th stage demon leaders in seconds. Little Luli, what ability do you have to compete with me? As he spoke, Yan Xiu raised his hand without hesitation and used all his strength to perform Heavenly Punishment Thunder Slash, aiming directly at Luli's forehead. When Luli felt the powerful oppressive feeling emanating from the sharp axe in Yan Xiu's hand, he realized that the situation was not good, but at this time, under the suppressing effect of Heavenly Punishment Thunder Cut, it was too late for him to retract his move. In an instant, the two men's magical weapons collided violently. Sparks flew and the roar was deafening. But in the end, Yan Xiu was stronger and overpowered Luli. Yan Xiu's powerful strength knocked Luli away, and Luli's magic weapon was also shaken by this unshakable force and could no longer condense into a solid shape. It wasn't until he crashed heavily into a large tree that Luli was finally stopped. He was immediately seriously injured and couldn't get up. A mouthful of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 53, The 52nd Demon Cultivator Priest. At the same time, the 3 girls eliminated the remnants of the demon cultivators and ran to meet Yan Xiu. My spiritual power is almost exhausted. It's not easy, but fortunately we survived. Song Qiyue's face showed the joy of surviving the disaster. Yan Xiu nodded, indicating that it was indeed the case. Because of using the martial art ancient fighting will, Yan Xiu had never almost exhausted his spiritual power like today. He glanced at the corpse of the demon cultivator beside him, remembering that the smell of blood would attract demon beasts, and said decisively, we must leave here quickly. If another demon beast attacks, it will be troublesome. Right now, the 3 of them have very little spiritual power left. If they really encounter some monster, they might die here, and that would be an unjust death. By the way, what should we do with Luli? Should we take him back? Tang Xini asked. Song Qiyue said angrily, let him fend for himself. We can't even protect ourselves, so why would we care about his life or death? After making up their minds, the 4 of them just glanced coldly at the seriously injured Luli, and then left without looking back. Where are you going? First, find a safe place to recover your physical and spiritual strength, and then leave the trial field as soon as possible. Tell Yan Xiu directly that there is definitely more than just this group of young demon cultivators active in the trial field. After all, the conspiracy of this group of demon cultivators has been exposed, and they will definitely not run away so easily. As expected, not long after Yan Xiu and the others left, a group of demon cultivators appeared where the battle had just taken place. The leader was an old demon cultivator who was wearing a sacrificial garment and was covered with wild beast teeth. He held a skull scepter in his hand, and on the scepter was a dark green gem that emitted a strange black aura. He first ordered people to clean up the battlefield, and then he used magic with a look of disdain to shoot down the crystal aircraft used for surveillance in the sky. Soon, the bodies of the seriously injured Luli and the demon chief were carried to the priest by a group of demon subordinates. When he saw the chief who had been dead for a long time, he became furious. He came to Luli angrily and stared at him coldly, without any emotion in his eyes. Tell me, who killed my chief? High priest, save me. Luli seemed to see the hope of life. He looked at the demon priest pleadingly and spoke in a weak voice. He completely forgot to answer the priest's question. The demon priest smiled evilly, don't worry, I will help you, but first you have to tell me who killed my people. Yes, Yan Xiu and the others. When mentioning this name, the corners of Luli's mouth trembled slightly. Do you know where they are going? Luli raised his arm vigorously and pointed in the direction where Yan Xiu and the others left. There were 4 of them, and they left not long ago. And I swear to you, their spiritual power has been exhausted. Now is the best time to kill them. He finished speaking with a cold smile on his face, as if he had avenged a great vengeance. He believed that this time, Yan Xiu and the others would definitely not be able to escape the priest's clutches. Very good. The demon priest slowly raised his head and announced, "All tribesmen, listen up. Chase them and avenge the chief and his people." A group of demon cultivators received the order and chased in the direction where Yan Xiu and others left. Seeing that the demon priest had no intention of saving him, Luli quickly reached out and grabbed the demon priest's feet. "High priest, as long as you can take me back, the city defense army will definitely give you what you want," Luli said confidently. "Oh, I almost forgot about you." The demon priest slowly squatted down, stretched out his dark blue claws, and pressed them on Luli's head. "I said I would help you get rid of it." An ominous premonition surged in Luli's heart. He knew what the demon priest was going to do. "High priest, we are allies. The city defense army is finished, thanks to you. It's because you failed to control a woman, letting her leak the news and ruining our tribe's good fortune. Today, I will not let you stay. Offer your divine weapon and life obediently. This priest will use this power to avenge you." As he spoke, the demon priest greedily used his magic to devour Luli's realm and strength, and instantly drained away the last bit of Luli's vitality. After absorbing Luli's spiritual power, the demon priest's strength skyrocketed. The skull scepter in his hand ignited with black flames. Feeling this powerful force, he laughed arrogantly. Luli, you spent so much effort to deceive others and devour their strength, but in the end, it became my wedding dress." Also, because the spiritual power just absorbed from Luli carried some of the power from Li Shui, the demon priest unexpectedly discovered that he could sense Li Shui's location. He looked into the distance, which was the direction of Yan Xiu and others, and then smiled coldly. "SSS's talent is truly wonderful. It's a pity that Luli's talent is a bit mixed. However, I heard that Yan Xiu is an innate SSS level. I wonder what it would be like to devour his talent." He thought of this and greedily licked his black, dry lips. Then he followed the demon cultivators in the direction of Yan Xiu and the others. After wandering around a lot, Yan Xiu and his 3 companions decided to return to the cave. Because along the way, the 4 of them encountered many students who had been killed. Some of these students died from weapons, while others had their vitality sucked away. It was clearly the work of demonic cultivators. Therefore, Yan Xiu confirmed his guess that there were indeed more than just Luli's team of demon cultivators, and they were slaughtering the students in the trial field. So for safety reasons, Yan Xiu decided to return to this cave temporarily. Yan Xiu had discovered earlier that this cave was not a dead end, but an abandoned mine for spiritual stones. There is another exit along the passage, so if you encounter danger, you don't have to worry about being trapped in the cave. In addition, it was getting dark, and the jungle was full of dangers. This place was relatively secluded, and the spiritual energy in the cave was relatively abundant, so we could rest here temporarily and recover. While Yan Xiu was recovering his spiritual power, he was summing up the gains from this battle. Then he was shocked by the achievement points he gained from this battle. "Holy shit, my achievement points with Yuer have reached over 800,000. In this way, there is only a shortfall of 200,000. It won't be long before her achievement points reach 1 million, and then I can help her upgrade her talent to SSS. Moreover, you can also directly unlock the soulmate in the contract stage. This is the final form of the spirit control contract. Once both parties to the contract can reach this stage of the contract, the phantom spirit will be able to completely transform into the spirit of the spirit warrior's magic weapon when necessary, and comprehend the combined attack skills unique to the 2 people under the contract. You must know that every spiritual warrior who appears in the state of being possessed by a weapon spirit is a powerful person, there is no doubt about that. Chapter 54 Chapter 53 The crisis is coming. At the same time, Yan Xiu was pleasantly surprised to find that his achievement points with Tang Xini had increased by about 300,000, reaching more than 500,000. From this, Yan Xiu seemed to be able to draw a conclusion. It seemed that eliminating demon cultivators could gain more points than hunting demon beasts. However, demon cultivators possess the same intelligence as humans, making them more difficult and challenging to destroy than demon beasts of the same realm. Yan Xiu did not get too excited about the gains from this battle, and he devoted himself to cultivation again. At the same time, the amulet given by Suing Yu also played its powerful role at this moment. Thanks to the auxiliary effect of the amulet, Yan Xiu's spiritual power recovered to 70% to 80% in less than half an hour of rest. Not only that, he also successfully raised his realm to the late 3rd stage, and is infinitely close to the early 4th stage. Almost every major battle is accompanied by an increase in strength, and such a speed of cultivation can almost crush anyone. Yan Xiu looked back at the 3 girls and found that they were still meditating and recovering, so he did not disturb them anymore. Instead, he went to the cave entrance alone to keep watch. Not long after, Li Shui also woke up from her cultivation. Because her strength was greatly reduced, she needed much less time than the 2 sisters. She nervously searched for the cave entrance, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu, so you're here? Yan Xiu smiled slightly and said, yes, I came here to stand guard and take in the scenery. He looked into the distance, as if thinking about something. Li Shui walked over to Yan Xiu and followed his gaze. The night sky was dotted with stars, like a fairyland. She couldn't help but sigh, the night view here is really beautiful. Yan Xiu nodded and said, yes, the beauty of nature always makes people intoxicated. However, we are now in the wilderness, so we can't take it lightly. Li Shui nodded, understanding. She took a deep breath, calmed herself, and then asked, Yan Xiu, what should we do next? Yan Xiu pondered for a moment and said, let's stay here for now. We'll make plans once their physical and spiritual strength are almost fully recovered. As for the subsequent actions, we'll need to decide based on the actual situation. As you can see, some students have been killed along the way, so we have no choice but to stay here overnight. After all, it's not advisable to act rashly at night. Li Shui sighed and said, okay, then I'll follow your arrangements. I hope we can go back soon. Yan Xiu comforted her, don't worry, as long as we can unite as one, we will be able to overcome this crisis. After that, he smiled and gave her a confident look, indicating that she should not worry too much. Li Shui looked at Yan Xiu with gratitude. She felt a long-lost warmth. Thank you, Yan Xiu. Having you by my side makes me feel at ease. Yan Xiu shrugged, smiled, and said, you're welcome. We are all fellow city builders and should support each other. Hearing that Yan Xiu treated her as a compatriot, Li Shui did not feel lost. Instead, after going through so much, Yan Xiu still treated her as a compatriot, which made her very happy. After 2 simple exchanges, it seemed that the gap between the 2 was reduced a little. So Li Shui took the initiative to open up the conversation and asked curiously, by the way, Yan Xiu, can you tell me about you and those 2? I'm just curious, how did you become so powerful in such a short time? Now, she is full of envy towards Song Qiwei and Tang Xinyi, and is also full of curiosity deep in her heart. Like everyone else, she was also curious about why Yan Xiu and his 2 partners had grown so dramatically in strength. Yan Xiu thought about it and felt there was no need to hide it, so he said, I don't know if you have heard of the bond contract. The reason we can grow so fast is because they and I are bound to each other. Bond contract? I thought it was just a rumor, but it's actually true. Li Shui's eyes lit up after hearing this, and then she revealed an expression of admiration. No wonder you fell in love with Miss Song at first sight, so that's how it is. As she spoke, a wry smile appeared on her face, followed by a deep sigh, her tone filled with helplessness and emotion. I really envy you. You actually achieved the rumored bond contract. Unlike me, I got it for my own fault. Now my talent realm is destroyed. I am no longer the genius girl I used to be. Yan Xiu looked at her dejected expression and felt a surge of sympathy in his heart. Fortunately, you have escaped Lu Li's control and regained your freedom. Although your talent has dropped to around B level, it's not too bad. You are so beautiful, there will still be many people willing to sign a contract with you. As long as you are willing to work hard, it will not be difficult to get into Yuling University. As he spoke, Yan Xiu gently patted Li Shui's shoulder to express encouragement and support. Li Shui felt his concern, and a sense of warmth gradually welled up in her heart, and a glimmer of hope for the future was rekindled. But in her heart, she secretly made a certain resolution. She thought she would not sign a contract with anyone except Yan Xiu. At this moment, she had a new idea in her mind, which was to be admitted to Yuling University, then learn the master-servant contract and return to Yan Xiu. If Yan Xiu knew what she was thinking, he would probably be in a dilemma. However, Li Shui chose to bury this idea deep in her heart, and then looked at Yan Xiu with an obsessed expression. Looking at Li Shui's admiring eyes, Yan Xiu felt as if the little fangirl he once was had returned. The night was as dark as ink, gradually getting thicker. Suddenly, a gust of evening breeze blew in, which was out of tune with the quiet night, bringing a hint of coolness and uneasiness. Not long after, the originally clear night sky was covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, making the entire night sky dark and depressing. In the woods not far away, the quiet atmosphere was broken and some noise was heard. A group of demon cultivators appeared quietly under the cover of night, their figures moving through the woods like ghosts. They let out low growls from their throats and sniffed the air, trying to smell a hint of human presence. At this moment, the demon priest came before the demons. He waved the skull scepter in his hand, and the illusion of a broken ice phoenix appeared from it. In the end, through this part of the spiritual power from Li Shui, he successfully detected the location of Yan Xiu and others. He just waved his hand and pointed directly in the direction of Li Shui. Then, this group of demon cultivators moved swiftly. Under the cover of night, their steps were light and silent, as if blending into the darkness. Like ghosts, they rushed towards the cave. Chapter 55 Chapter 54 You go first, I will cover your retreat. As the demon cultivators approached the cave, they slowed down. The demon priest stood at the front of the team, holding a skull scepter in his hand, his sharp eyes not missing any slight movement. When he led other demon cultivators step by step to approach the cave, preparing to catch Yan Xiu and others who were hiding there. Yan Xiu had already noticed this. He could sense the unique demonic aura of a demon cultivator from a distance, so he took Li Shui back to the cave. At this moment, Song Qiyu and Tang Xinyi were still immersed in their cultivation and had no idea that the enemy had arrived. Yan Xiu had no choice but to wake them up. He is here with ill intentions. We must leave immediately. Yan Xiu did not explain much and prepared to take the three people to evacuate to another exit. Song Qiyu and Tang Xinyi looked at each other and nodded without asking any more questions. They had unconditional trust in Yan Xiu. At the same time, the demon priest also discovered that the four people were fleeing, so he decisively ordered, "Chase them quickly, don't let them get away." Upon receiving the order, all the demon cultivators rushed into the cave. Realizing that a large number of demon cultivators were chasing them, the four of them quickened their pace. The tunnel in the cave was only 100 meters long. After Yan Xiu and others came out of the tunnel, they came to a long and narrow canyon. The canyon is of varying widths, and the ground is covered with scattered rocks of varying sizes, making it difficult to walk. Although the three of them were phantom girls were not much faster than ordinary people in terms of strength and speed, so the demon cultivators caught up with them from the tunnel in a short while. Seeing the demon cultivator behind him getting closer and closer, a trace of anxiety flashed through Yan Xiu's heart. At this time, Yan Xiu also realized that if they continued like this, the four of them would definitely be caught up. He knew in his heart that Tang Xinyi and Song Qiyu's strength had probably only recovered half, and Li Shui currently had almost no combat power. The enemy's strength is still unknown, but judging from the noise they made, their numbers are obviously not small. Therefore, once we let them get entangled with us, we will definitely be put in a passive position. So Yan Xiu immediately made up his mind, resolutely turned to face the enemy, and turned his back to the three girls with a firm attitude. "You go first, I'll cover your retreat." The three girls were stunned and showed resistance. "What? How can that be?" Song Qiyu immediately asked back, with a hint of accusation in her tone. "Yes, let's go together." Tang Xinyi also persuaded. Li Shui even came up to Yan Xiu and said firmly, "I won't leave either. I know my strength is not as good as before, but this time, I want to fight alongside you." Yan Xiu was quite moved by the decision of the three girls, but he knew in his heart that now was not the time to act on impulse. Yan Xiu then explained impatiently, "If we walk together, no one will be able to escape. I can run faster than you, so I can hold them back for a while. It won't be long before I can catch up with you." Seeing the demon cultivator about to rush out of the tunnel, Yan Xiu shouted, "Hurry up, there's no time. The entrance here is narrow. Trust me, just hold the entrance, and you'll be fine for a while. The narrow entrance of the cave can only accommodate 3 or 2 people passing side by side at a time. This is Yan Xiu's plan. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 men, so we are not afraid even if there are more enemies." After hearing what was said and seeing Yan Xiu's resolute attitude, Song Qiyu and Tang Xinyi nodded helplessly. "Well, you must catch up quickly. Brother Yan Xiu, don't be so stubborn. If you can't handle it, just run away." Li Shui said nothing, but nodded pretendingly and followed the two sisters away absent-mindedly. After the three girls evacuated, Yan Xiu flew to the tunnel exit. "Summon the magic soldiers and wait for the enemy to fall into your trap." After a while, several leading demon cultivators rushed out of the tunnel. Yan Xiu was not polite either. He used his Open the Star River technique to attack the demon cultivator. The ancient divine axe penetrated more than 10 meters into the cave, instantly killing more than 10 demon cultivators along the way. After a while, the demon cultivators in the tunnel really did not dare to rush out rashly. Yanxiu did not relax his vigilance, but turned his gaze towards the mountain. As expected, they split into two groups. Another wave of big monsters were about to cross the hill and kill Yanxiu from the mountain. It was pitch black in the night. And the leader was none other than the demon priest. Yanxiu carefully observed the priest's strength. He was shocked when he saw it. He's actually a 5th level expert. If we get into a life and death battle with them, there's no chance of winning. Although he could defeat the demon chieftain who was in the late 4th stage, the enemy before him was a 5th stage warrior. Even if the 4 were at their peak strength, they would still have suffered casualties if they didn't lose. Yanxiu could not accept any of them being hurt. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that the 3 sisters had escaped first. Even if I can't win, at least I have a chance to escape. Faced with enemies that were dozens of times larger than himself and a powerful 5th level demon cultivator, Yanxiu decisively chose to run away. Seeing Yanxiu trying to run away, the demon cultivator priest immediately ordered a pursuit, and many demon cultivators instantly rushed towards Yanxiu. Seeing that the demon cultivator was getting closer and closer, Yanxiu did not choose to run away blindly. Instead, he stopped from time to time, taking advantage of the favorable terrain in the canyon to eliminate the chasing demon cultivators one by one. After eliminating the pursuing demon cultivators, Yanxiu used the speed boost brought by multiple martial arts to once again distance himself from the pursuing demon cultivators. In this way, the enemy's vitality can be destroyed. It also bought the 3 of them precious time to escape. Just when Yanxiu was feeling smug about his plan succeeding, the demon priest waved the scepter in his hand, and a huge flying demon beast's ghost was summoned by him. If Yanxiu looked back, he would find that this flying demon soul was none other than the 3rd Order Eagle King that he had killed. The demon priest jumped onto the Eagle King's demon soul and rode it to chase Yanxiu. Yanxiu only felt a gust of wind coming from above his head, and he decisively and subconsciously dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the Eagle King's claws. He looked up at the sky with lingering fear, only to find a giant black eagle circling above his head in the night sky. And the one riding on the giant eagle's back was the demon priest just now. The skull scepter in his hand flickered with a strange green light in the night. How could Yanxiu not see it? Seeing this scene, Yanxiu felt a chill down his spine. At this time, Yanxiu no longer had time to wonder what was going on with the Eagle King. A sense of crisis emerged in his heart, and he secretly thought that his situation was not good. The demon priest is riding a flying demon beast, the dead beast. Even if he runs as fast as he can his 2 legs be faster than a flying beast? This time, Yanxiu truly felt the breath of danger. Chapter 56 Chapter 55 Battle with the Demon Cultivator Priest. The many demon cultivators behind him were difficult enough to deal with, and now there was another powerful enemy staring at him covetously. Yanxiu knew very well that if he was blocked by this powerful demon cultivator and then caught up by many other demon cultivators, he would inevitably be in danger. Fortunately, there is always a way out. The terrain of the canyon ahead is complex, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, which can help Yanxiu avoid the attacks of the demon priests. But the demon priest was not a pushover either. He sped up and came to Yanxiu's front. He waved his scepter and summoned a group of demon beast souls to block Yanxiu's way. Only when we got closer did we discover that these demon souls were refined from the essences of dead demon beasts. Yanxiu did not dare to underestimate the enemy and immediately swung an axe to clear them out. Facing Yanxiu's attack, the demon priest laughed disdainfully. He just waved his hands casually, and black light flashed. More ghosts of monsters and beasts were summoned and rushed towards Yanxiu from all directions. Yanxiu knew very well that he could not be entangled by the demon priest, because there were many pursuing demons coming after him. If they catch up with me, I will be attacked from both sides and will definitely be defeated. Thinking of this, Yanxiu flashed and used his magic axe to force a gap in the blockade of the monster's soul, then quickly withdrew and fled forward. However, the demon priest followed him closely, constantly summoning more demon beast souls to stop him. While dealing with the ghosts summoned by the demon priest, Yanxiu was looking for a way to escape from the predicament. At this moment, Yanxiu saw the protruding cliff above the canyon and suddenly had an idea in his mind. He quickly accumulated spiritual power, then used a full-strength opening the galaxy move and threw it towards the protruding cliffs. Bang! A loud noise was heard, and the entire canyon began to shake violently. The protruding cliff shattered in an instant, and countless huge rocks rolled down, forming a huge barrier that cut the narrow canyon in half. Although it is not enough to stop the demon cultivator's pursuit, it can temporarily slow down their pursuit speed. After the dust settled, the demon priest rode the ghost eagle king and attacked again. At this time, Yan Xiu had basically figured out his abilities. He was wondering if this strong man was only good at summoning, and perhaps he might not be very strong in close combat. Thinking of this, Yan Xiu decided to take a gamble. As long as I can kill his mount and force him into a close combat, there might be a chance of winning. So Yan Xiu decisively slowed down his pace and activated all his skills. A moment later, the Ghost Eagle King opened its huge claws and swooped down towards Yan Xiu's back. Yan Xiu knew the time was ripe, and decisively turned around and swung an axe. The heavy axe swept across, cutting the Ghost Eagle King in half like cutting a piece of tofu. Upon seeing this, the demon priest jumped to the ground in advance to avoid being affected by the power of the divine axe. The demon priest obviously did not expect Yan Xiu to have such ability, and thought to himself that it was no wonder that the tribal chiefs fell into his hands. However, the more powerful Yan Xiu became, the more excited he became. When the demon priest thought about absorbing Yan Xiu's spiritual power, greed appeared on his face. Yan Xiu, you killed the chief of my tribe. Today I will take you in. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon priest slammed his scepter heavily to the ground, and a scarlet aura spread out. Yan Xiu was immediately trapped in it, and felt a gust of violent evil wind blowing past him. He looked up and saw a blood moon rising in the sky. This blood moon is not real. Yan Xiu knew that he had fallen into his domain. I really didn't expect that this powerful demon cultivator also knows domain-based magic. It seems that he will be the strongest opponent in this life. Under the cover of the demon priest's domain, even his own domain was suppressed to varying degrees. In comparison, Yan Xiu's domain has shrunk by at least half. But it is enough in this narrow canyon. As his spiritual power continued to burn, he decided to take the initiative. Seeing Yan Xiu coming towards him, the demon priest took a step back. To be more precise, it was like a falling leaf floating back lightly. He then raised the skeleton scepter and summoned a gigantic undead scorpion. This giant ghost scorpion was covered in heavy armor, and with the blessing of the bloody field, it became extremely agile. It raised its scorpion pincers and swung at Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu did not dodge either, and chopped down with his full strength heavenly punishment thundercut. The moves of both sides were powerful and heavy, just like the collision of mountains and rivers, causing a loud explosion and stirring up a huge wave of air. This attack caused both sides to retreat several steps. Although the giant scorpion's armor was not broken, the huge force from the divine axe still removed one of its claws. But just as Yan Xiu gained his footing, the ghost scorpion opened its other pincer and attacked Yan Xiu again. The huge pliers swung over, as if to cut Yan in half. Yan Xiu was forced to meet the enemy again. His spiritual energy was consumed madly, and he once again used a full-strength killing skill to meet the enemy. This time, Yan Xiu's eyes turned. He found the right angle and chopped at the weak joint gap of the scorpion's claws, easily removing the other scorpion's claws. Immediately afterwards, Yan Xiu did not want to give the demon priest the opportunity to control it again. He just jumped high and cut off the giant scorpion's tail stinger in one fell swoop. Before the demon priest could react, Yan Xiu turned around and went to the side to chop off the limbs of one side of the giant scorpion. Now, even if the ghost scorpion didn't feel the pain, it wouldn't be able to get up. After dealing with the giant ghost scorpion, Yan Xiu went straight to the demon priest. He sneered, "Shameless demon clan, is this all you can do?" The latter was shocked at first, knowing that this giant scorpion was one of his most proud works. However, when he saw Yan Xiu coming to kill him, he was not panicked at all, but looked at Yan Xiu with disdain. "Ha, I still have plenty of souls left, but I don't have any skills to fight with you. This trial field is full of nutrients for cultivation. After I absorb you, I will absorb them." The demon priest pointed in the direction where Song Qiwei and the others fled and said coldly. Since the demon priest said so, Yan Xiu also realized that the only way was to fight. Because this is within his territory, you probably won't be able to outrun him even if you want to. What's more, if you and the others didn't run too far, bringing a powerful enemy with him would only implicate them. Thinking of this, Yan Xiu had no choice but to fight him to the death. At this time, after a period of running and the previous few rounds of fighting, Yan Xiu's spiritual power was almost gone. The demon priest certainly understood this, so his attitude became even more arrogant. "Your spiritual power has been exhausted, so surrender." Yan Xiu blared back at him fiercely, "If you've pushed me to this point, don't blame me for not sparing any price." As he spoke, flames ignited in Yan Xiu's eyes, and boundless fighting spirit rose in an instant. This time, it wasn't spiritual energy that was burning, but life. Chapter 57 Chapter 56 Swear, I forgive you. When the ancient fighting spirit burns vitality, the combat power enhancement it brings is indeed terrifying. An unprecedented energy surged in Yan Xiu's body. This energy was like a wave, sweeping over every joint and every inch of his skin. Yan Xiu instantly felt that his speed and strength had increased several times. This power instantly filled him with confidence and courage. After feeling Yan Xiu's powerful aura, the demon priest was stunned at first, and then his expression became solemn. But soon, his eyes became gloomy and terrifying. Don't think you can fight me like this. I'm going to show you my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon priest's scepter also emanated terrifying power. I saw a trace of strange green energy gathering from the scepter and injecting into his body. Boy, your resistance is futile. Stop wasting your life force, because your power belongs to me. When the demon priest absorbed all the energy, the scepter also lost its spirituality and turned into an iron Zen staff. He was seen holding an iron staff, his muscles flexing, as if he was about to challenge Yan Xiu in close combat. In his state of extreme fighting spirit, Yan Xiu had nothing to fear. He raised his divine axe and rushed forward. The magic weapon and the iron rod collided with each other instantly, sparking electric sparks. Between sides, the two sides fought for several rounds. The two were equally strong and there was no clear winner. And every time Yan Xiu made a seemingly ordinary blow, the power contained in it was far greater than his usual fatal blow. However, the enemy was too strong, so he also used up all the strength he had absorbed in his daily life. It seemed like the game was tied again, but Yan Xiu smiled. Because he knew that he would only become stronger as his fighting spirit continued. If it weren't for his limited vitality, his strength would probably grow endlessly. It won't be long before he defeats this enemy. The fact was just as Yan Xiu expected, his power was slowly suppressing the opponent. Yan Xiu didn't know if he could withstand such exhaustion, but at least in the current state of fighting the epidemic, it didn't make him feel uncomfortable. But that doesn't matter anymore. He just wants to get rid of these enemies quickly. For this, he must fight to the end. A sense of determination arose spontaneously, and the will to fight burned even more vigorously. In just one moment of fighting, Yan Xiu's strength reached an unprecedented limit. With this attack, the demon priest's defense was forcibly broken from the front, which made him terrified, and his eyes were instantly filled with the fear of death. But Yan Xiu was already bloodthirsty and swung his sword continuously at the enemy. 1 axe, 2 axes, 3 axes. After 3 consecutive blows from the axe, the demon priest opened his eyes wide in disbelief and fell straight into a pool of blood. Yan Xiu didn't stop until the axe hit nothing. When the magic weapon disappeared from his hand, he felt as if he had endured 1,000 pounds of force in an instant, and collapsed heavily to the ground. Yan Xiu struggled to crawl to a rock and sat up with difficulty, leaning against it. Before he could be happy, the demon cultivator in the distance had already chased him right in front of him. Facing the dense crowd of enemies before him, Yan Xiu felt a sense of sadness in his heart. He knew clearly that he had exhausted all his strength and could no longer fight. Is this the heavy price to pay for burning your vitality? At this moment, he could only look helplessly at the horizon, where a brilliant morning glow appeared. Yan Xiu couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. Perhaps I will never see today's sunrise again. The demon cultivators gathered around cautiously, and when their eyes fell on the priest's body, they were frightened and no one dared to step forward. They only dared to look at Yan Xiu from afar, hesitating between each other, not daring to act rashly. Humph, they are indeed a bunch of cowards. Yan Xiu laughed at them in his heart, trying to alleviate his fear of death in this way. At this moment, several monsters holding bows and arrows walked to the front of the formation. They drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Yan Xiu. Seeing this scene, Yan Xiu widened his eyes, anger burning in his eyes. He cursed in his heart, humph, a bunch of despicable villains, actually want to use such despicable means to take my life. However, despite being filled with anger and unwillingness, Yan Xiu also understood that he could no longer escape the fate of death. Call out. All I heard was the sound of an arrow being released from the bowstring. The sharp arrowhead flew straight towards Yan Xiu with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew forward and resolutely stood in front of Yan Xiu. She used her delicate body to block the arrow shot at Yan Xiu. Li Shui, why is it you? Yan Xiu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and he almost used all his strength to let out such an exclamation. At this moment, Li Shui was hit by several arrows and blood was oozing from her delicate body. After a while, her body began to stagger and she fell softly beside Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu stared at her straight in the eyes, his voice trembling. Li Shui, why are you doing this? Li Shui smiled weakly and said softly, Yan Xiu, I've always hoped to get your forgiveness. This time, let this be my small compensation to you. After saying this, tears of relief appeared in her eyes. Ever since she changed her mind, she always felt that she owed Yan Xiu. At this moment, she finally didn't have to feel that she owed Yan Xiu anything anymore. Yan Xiu stretched out a hand with difficulty and slowly wiped away the tears from Li Shui's face. At this moment, he was touched and responded affectionately, Shuer, I forgive you. What did you call me? Shuer. Li Shui was moved to tears after hearing this. That brat has no fighting power at all. Kill them and eat their blood. No one knew which demon shouted, but all the demon cultivators rushed towards the two of them. Their eyes were full of greed, as if they saw delicious prey. When Li Shui saw the demon cultivators surrounding her, she curled up and moved closer to Yan Xiu. A happy smile appeared on her face, and she said slowly, I never thought that I would have the chance to die with you in this life. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? You can still laugh when you are about to die. Yan Xiu smiled and put his hand on her shoulder, gently pulled her into his arms. The demon cultivators were getting closer and closer, brandishing their swords and sabers, intending to chop Yan Xiu and the other man into pieces and eat them. The sound of the sharp blades cutting through the air irritated the two men's nerves. Li Shui buried her pale face in Yan Xiu's arms in fear, while Yan Xiu looked at them with sudden realization. I thought to myself, dying together with this beautiful girl is a worthy death. Stop it, you damned aliens. At this moment, there was a cry. Chapter 58 Chapter 57, Fighting Side by Side for the Last Time. The pleasant voice is familiar and friendly. Before Yan Xiu could react, he saw several blazing fireballs flying from above his head towards him. These fireballs exploded and successfully forced back a group of demon cultivators. Immediately afterwards, in the narrow canyon, two angry wood guards rose from the ground in the open space in front, blocking the way for the demon cultivators to attack. The two sisters hurried to Yan Xiu and Li Shui, and after seeing their condition, they showed worried expressions. Seni, give them treatment quickly. Song Qiyue said in panic. Upon hearing this, Tang Seni didn't care about the battle situation in front of her and immediately started treating the two of them. She stretched out one hand to Li Shui and the other to Yan Xiu, and holy green light slowly emanated from the palms of her hands. Seni, don't worry about me for now. I'm just exhausted and I just need to rest. Li Shui is too badly injured. Yan Xiu saw that she was having some difficulty in performing the healing spell, so he hurriedly reminded her. Oh. Tang Seni nodded in understanding, and then devoted all her strength to treating Li Shui. The ancient illusion Wind of Revival is worthy of being a divine-level illusion. After a short while, Li Shui's bleeding stopped. However, at this moment, Li Shui had fallen into a coma. Just as Tang Seni's treatment was taking effect, two angry wood guards were struggling to drive away the enemies for their master. But this group of demon cultivators suddenly learned their lesson. One of them lit a ball of fire and threw it directly onto the trunk of the tree giant, which immediately started to crackle. Hearing the noise, everyone realized that the angry wood guard might not be able to hold on for much longer, and they all looked nervous. Seeing this scene, Yan Xiu was extremely worried. He knew that if they continued to stay here, everyone would die when the demon cultivators attacked. He immediately glared at Song Qiyue and Yang Sini, loudly scolding them, Yue, Sini, you shouldn't have come back. While there's still a chance, listen to me and leave quickly. However, Song Qiyue looked at him with determination and said, No, Yan Xiu. I won't abandon you and run for my life again. Tang Sini, who was standing by, also echoed, Yes, brother Yan Xiu, if we have to die, then let's die together. We'll still be contract partners in our next life. Yan Xiu frowned, a hint of helplessness and anxiety flashing in his eyes. You two idiots, is staying here going to kill you? Get out of here right now, okay? Song Qiyue and Tang Sini exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with determination and resolve. Song Qiyue puffed up her cheeks and said firmly, Yan Xiu, I won't run away again. This time, I'll fight you to the end. Tang Sini nodded and looked at Yan Xiu with a firm gaze, Sister Yue is right. We will live and die with you. Yan Xiu shook his head helplessly, his heart filled with emotion and self-blame. He knew he couldn't convince the stubborn sisters, but he couldn't help but scold them, You are so stubborn. How can I let you die with me? Song Qiyue smiled slightly, her eyes filled with tenderness and determination, because we are the closest partners, Yan Xiu. Whether we live or die, we will be together. Tang Sini nodded as well, her eyes revealing a deep trust and reliance on Yan Xiu. Brother Yen Xiu, stop trying to persuade us. Let me continue treating you. Maybe you can get better, and then we can all find a way to escape from here. Faced with Yen Xiu's rebuke, the two sisters did not waver at all. They shook their heads firmly, indicating that they would face the danger together with him. Yen Xiu sighed deeply. He was relieved that the two sisters had never left each other. Yen Xiu had never expected that he would fall into such a desperate situation, and he had never thought that the three girls would come back. Now everyone was doomed. Tang Xinyi didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to do her current job well, so she started treating the two of them again. The holy healing spiritual power slowly poured into Yen Xiu and Li Shue's bodies. This fresh spiritual power was very cool and nourishing, like the nectar transformed from the auspicious snow in early spring, flowing into Yen Xiu's exhausted body. After a while, Yen Xiu regained his ability to move. He underestimated the healing effect of the wind of resurgence. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yen Xiu even felt that his combat effectiveness had recovered by 30%. After doing all this, Tang Xinyi breathed a sigh of relief. She was very happy to see Yen Xiu getting better. Great, you're okay? Yen Xiu smiled and nodded, then stood up and stretched his muscles comfortably. When he saw that Li Shue was still in a coma, he couldn't help but ask, "By the way, how is Li Shue?" Hearing this, Tang Xinyi frowned and said solemnly, "The situation is not optimistic. We should quickly remove the arrow from her body, otherwise it will hinder the healing effect of the healing spell. Also, I'm afraid this arrow is poisonous. The poison is very strange, and my spiritual power is unable to effectively purify it. However, Xinyi will do her best to help her stay alive and suppress the poison. If we can escape from these monsters and go back to find someone to detoxify her, perhaps she can still be saved." It was obvious that Tang Xinyi had no confidence in what she said. She also didn't know whether it was meaningful to continue consuming spiritual energy to maintain Li Shue's life. Or, it would be more meaningful to save the spiritual power to fight against the demon cultivators. She simply didn't want to watch her compatriots die in front of her, so she chose to continue treatment. But no matter which situation it was, she felt that it would be difficult for everyone to return alive. Yen Xiu was also shocked when he heard this, and then a deep feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. Are we just going to watch Li Shue die like this? Are we just going to watch everyone die at the hands of this group of demon cultivators in front of us? Although Yen Xiu recovered 30% of his strength through healing magic, his chances of winning were still too low when facing dozens of demon cultivators in front of him. To put it another way, even if he fled in a hurry carrying Li Shue on his back, it would be difficult to escape. Because once the angry wood guards fall, with the speed of 4 people and 1 injured person, the demon cultivators will soon catch up. In such a desperate situation, it seemed meaningless to continue to escape. A sense of determination surged in Yen Xiu's heart. Instead of lingering on, it would be better to fight to the death. Anyway, we're all going to die, so killing one is no loss, and killing 2 is a profit. Thinking of this, Yen Xiu's eyes revealed determination. He even began to think about how amazing the fighting power would be after completely burning his vitality. At this critical moment of life and death, this kind of death may be considered spectacular. After having this thought, Yen Xiu slowly turned around and looked at Song Qiyue. When Song Qiyue saw Yen Xiu's eyes full of fighting spirit, she immediately understood what he was thinking. Without hesitation, she decisively stated, "Then let us fight side by side one last time." Chapter 59 Chapter 58 Contract fulfilled, Soulmate. Just when the two decided to fight to the death, the 2 angry wood guards could no longer hold on and turned into dust in the flames. Without the resistance of the angry wood guards, the demon cultivators came like a tide. Seeing the demon cultivators coming to kill them, the 2 of them looked at each other tacitly and rushed to the front of the formation. Yen Xiu was the first to summon his divine soldiers in charge into the enemy camp, but was soon overwhelmed by the numerous enemies. Although he was surrounded by enemies, Yen Xiu relied on his strong strength to dance among the crowd and madly harvested the lives of the enemies. Song Qiyue followed suit and transformed into a ghost clone, throwing multiple explosive fireballs at the enemies rushing towards her. "You damned fellows, I will show you my full strength now," she only shouted, and several charm orbs flew towards the enemy. Although the charm orb flies slowly and can be easily dodged unless it's a sneak attack, it cannot withstand the large number of enemies. Unexpectedly, Song Qiyue's first round of charm balls all hit the target. Then, an unexpected dramatic scene took place. Those monsters who were deeply trapped in the charm actually regarded their teammates as enemies who broke their beautiful dreams and began to kill each other. Watching the enemies in chaos, Song Qiwei excitedly fired several rounds of charm orbs. In just a moment, the enemy camp was in chaos. After seeing that the enemy was in disarray, Yan Xiu decisively took advantage of the chaos in the enemy's formation to maximize the damage to the enemy. At the same time, in Yan Xiu's mind, Song Qiwei's achievement points are rising rapidly. Within a few rounds, it has reached around 900,000. Just need to reach 1 million to reach the contract achievement level 3 with Song Qiwei. Yan Xiu realized almost instantly that this might be their only chance to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Yan Xiu swept away his previous pessimism and looked back at Song Qiwei confidently. "Yuer, hold on a little longer. We can turn defeat into victory." When Song Qiwei heard this, she naturally didn't know that she and Yan Xiu were about to make some kind of breakthrough. She had a bitter look on her face, and her clones had dropped from 5 to 3. It is obvious that the consumption caused by the previous few rounds of spellcasting was huge. The more powerful the skill, the higher the spiritual power consumption. This is a fact that Yan Xiu and the others must accept. But she still saw confidence in Yan Xiu's eyes, and this confidence ignited a glimmer of hope in her heart. Perhaps it was really as Yan Xiu said, they could defeat the enemies in front of them. It was this glimmer of hope that ignited the fighting spirit in Song Qiwei's eyes and made him devote himself to this battle wholeheartedly. Her spiritual power was functioning efficiently, and even her clones were restored to 5. Explosive fireballs and charm balls were released alternately from her hands, forcing the enemies who were pressing forward to be repelled. But Yan Xiu was counting silently in his heart. 91, 92, 93. Every second is accompanied by the loss of spiritual power. The blood awakens their animal nature, and the enemies become more crazy. 94, 95, 96. Yan Xiu had no choice but to ignite his vitality once again. He silently chanted in his heart, "Just a little bit, just a little bit." On Song Qiwei's side, he finally couldn't withstand the exhaustion brought by continuous fighting, and his attacks became increasingly weak. 97, 98, 99. Song Qiwei was in great pain. The last bit of her spiritual power was forcibly taken away, making her feel resistance from the depths of her soul. She could hardly hold on any longer, and exploding fireballs appeared and disappeared in her hands. Upon seeing this, Yan Xiu immediately retreated to Song Qiwei's side, and with a move of heavenly punishment thunder cut, he slashed out and instantly repelled the surrounding enemies. "Yan Xiu, I tried my best. It's okay, leave it to me next." At this time, the achievement points of both parties have reached 990,000. It only takes less than 10,000 yuan to reach the contract achievement level 3. In other words, it would be enough to just kill 3 more monsters. Let's see who dares to step forward. Yan Xiu roared with confidence, like the cry of a winner. With an angry shout, many demon cultivators were frightened again and dared not move forward. But there were still some people who did not believe in the evil and took the brunt of the attack and killed the 2. "Humph, you're looking for death." The corners of Yan Xiu's mouth rose slightly. "Aren't the 3 crucial heads here?" The first bird to stick its head out gets shot, and Yan Xiu unceremoniously used Open the Star River to easily take 3 heads. Bite. Congratulations to the host and his contract partner, Song Qiwei, for achieving contract achievement 3. Achievement points plus 10W. Reward, both parties' cultivation speed increases by 200%. Elemental affinity increased by 50%. Unlock the SSS talent of the contracted partner Song Qiwei. Contract object Song Qiwei, unlock new ancient illusions. Illusion, Soul Flame God level passive effect, attacks with soul burning effect, double the burning effect on all demons. Ding, congratulations to the host and the contract object Song Qiwei for reaching the contract stage of soulmate. Achievement points plus 10W. Ding, mastered the combined attack technique contracted with Song Qiwei. Combined attack skills, Ancient Realm God level plus Soul Flame God level Purgatory Realm World Destroying level. Purgatory Realm World Destroying level, an enhanced version of the Ancient Realm. Enemies trapped within this realm will be subject to a continuous soul scorching effect. A series of insights emerged in the minds of the 2 people. At this moment, the souls of the 2 seem to have arrived in the same spiritual realm. They can hear each other's thoughts without having to talk to each other. "Yuer, did you feel it?" Yan Xiu and Yuer looked at each other from a distance, as if they were making eye contact again. "Well, this is the rumored 3rd stage of the contract soulmate." Song Qiwei nodded with a smile. Yan Xiu reminded again, "Look at your talent." Upon hearing this, Yuer decisively summoned the phantom, But what she didn't know was that she was the phantom. I saw a fairy-like nine-tailed fox spirit dancing in the air. Ha, as expected, the nine-tailed ghost SSS. Your talent has reached the highest quality. Song Chiyue did not answer. She found herself turning into a phantom. This feeling was very strange. She felt extremely light, flying in the air, so comfortable. Aha, I actually turned into a phantom, it's amazing. Song Chiyue shouted curiously and excitedly. You now possess the most advanced talent. Also, the contract between us has reached the soulmate stage. You can now transform into my spirit. Yan Xiao said while trying to suppress his excitement. Really? That's amazing. Turning into your weapon spirit to help you fight, that's definitely going to be fun. Song Chiyue's happy face showed a hint of anticipation. Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Spirit State. That's not all. I believe you've also grasped our combined attack skills, right? Song Chiyue was so focused on feeling the wonderful sensation in the phantom state that he almost forgot about this realization. So she went over this realization in her mind again. What, world-destroying level? Oh my god, is it world-destroying level? This is the first time I've heard of such a skill quality, but it requires entering the weapon spirit state to release it. So enter the weapon spirit state, and let's destroy these enemies together. Nodded slightly, a glint in her eyes, in agreement. As entered the weapon spirit state, the nine-tailed fox transformed into a weapon spirit and injected it into the magic weapon. At the same time, a powerful force surged from the magic weapon in Yan Xiao's hand. Immediately afterwards, all of Song Chiyue's skill effects were converted into Yan Xiao's abilities accordingly. Explosive Fireball Earth Rank Weapon Spirit Status Effect, Passive Effect Fire Elemental Damage is released. Yan Xiao concluded, by changing the form of releasing fire element damage, it is more in line with the magic weapon's moves, and the magic weapon's lethality is even stronger. Charming Orb God Rank Weapon Spirit Status Effect, Passive Effect Mental Attack Effects are doubled. Yan Xiao pondered in his heart, the mental attack effect is doubled. Combined with the mental suppression of Heavenly Punishment Thunderblade and the soul burning effect of Soul Flame, it should have a miraculous effect. Charming Clone God level skills are interchangeable, summoning a clone of the host. Great, this skill is a perfect inheritance. Now I can also summon clones to fight. Soul Flame God rank passive effect attacks with a soul burning effect. There's nothing much to say. Whether it's combined with the first or second effect, it has a good combat power bonus. The scene of Song Chiyue transforming into a weapon spirit and merging with the magic weapon was seen by the demon cultivators in front of the formation and Tang Sini behind him. The former all showed uneasy expressions, they had already smelled the sharp murderous intent of the magic weapon in Yan Xiao's hand. The latter was even more surprised. Tang Sini never thought that Yan Xiao and Yue would successfully break through to the contract stage of soul mates under the most critical situation. As a member of the bond, she could deeply feel at this moment that Yan Xiao was emitting an unprecedented powerful aura. This powerful aura gave her reason to believe that although the enemies before her were numerous, they were no match for Yan Xiao. After Yan Xiao returned to reality from the spiritual realm, less than a second had passed in reality. He felt that the divine axe in his hand had established an extremely mysterious and intimate connection with him. This magical weapon seemed to no longer be a weapon used to kill the enemy, but his comrade, his partner, and an indispensable part of him. Because he had just completed a breakthrough in the contract stage and merged with Yuer's spirit weapon, Yan Xiao's current spiritual power skyrocketed by more than 10 times. This gave Yan Xiao a huge boost of confidence. He looked at the enemies in front of him with contempt, and couldn't wait to unleash their combined attack skills. Purgatory Realm is opened. Once the domain was expanded, it immediately covered an area of 100 meters in radius, almost enveloping all the more than 100 demon cultivators. Before the enemies in the encirclement could react, an invisible gravity field pulled them to the ground. The enhanced version of the ancient realm has significantly increased the gravity effect on the enemy, so that almost everyone is pressed to the ground. However, before this group of demon cultivators could stand up from the effect of gravity, something even more terrifying happened. Wisps of faint blue flames ignited on their bodies, and everyone was affected. In just a moment, the whole place was filled with grief. The dark blue flames burned their souls, and under the influence of gravity, they crawled on the ground, holding their heads and wailing. Ah, what's going on? My head is about to split open. Hundreds of people have all become lambs to be slaughtered. Seeing this scene, Yan Xiao's mouth corners raised high. The effect of this combined attack skill was beyond his expectations. Then the whole battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Yan Xiu, holding the magic axe, was like a Shura on the battlefield. He rushed into the enemy camp at a high speed and wantonly reaped the lives of the demon cultivators. Yan Xiu felt that the killing was too slow, so he summoned his clones so that he could see the effect. After a while, 4 clones carrying Yan Xiu's will appeared on the battlefield. With the addition of the clones, the battle became one-sided. Soon, the narrow passage was littered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. However, Yan Xiu intentionally left 1 or 2 people alive, who was one of the murderers who had just shot and injured Li Shui. Tell me, is there an antidote for the poison on this arrow? A heavy axe was placed on the neck of a demon cultivator, and it was immediately frightened, but it still kept silent about the poison. In response, Yan Xiu had no choice but to send it to reincarnation and threatened another demon cultivator again. This demon cultivator actually had some backbone. I'm going to die anyway, I won't tell anyone. Yan Xiu had no choice but to punish them and immediately used soul flames to torture its soul. If you tell me, I'll kill you. If you don't, I'll torture you until you take out the antidote. Yan Xiu seemed to have turned into a living devil, with an evil look on his face. After a while, it finally couldn't stand the torture anymore and begged for mercy. I'll tell you. Please let me die. This poison was brewed by the voodoo elder. The antidote is in his hands. Yan Xiu was very satisfied after hearing this, so he kept his promise and took back the soul flame. He then asked, where is he? The voodoo elder has been staying in the tribe. His stronghold is in the dense forest west of the city. If you are not afraid of death, go and take it. The demon cultivator answered arrogantly. Seeing that he still dared to be stubborn, Yan Xiu did not tolerate him and sent him on his way immediately. After the battle, Song Qiwei released his weapon spirit state and returned to the crowd. Great, we won. The feeling of luck in escaping death made her cheer. Tang Xini also shed tears of relief. Yeah, I almost thought we were going to die here. At the critical moment, it was thanks to Yuer and I that we achieved a breakthrough in the contract stage, otherwise we would have been finished. Yan Xiu looked at Yuer affectionately with a face full of gratitude. Song Qiwei responded with emotion, Brother Yan Xiu, Yuer is so lucky to be your spirit. The two became more emotionally connected as they reached the soulmate contract stage. Tang Xini saw this and felt a strong sense of envy in her heart. I'm so envious. When can I become my brother's spirit? It's almost there. Yan Xiu had a giggle on his face. After 2 days of continuous fighting side by side, the achievement points between him and Tang Xini have reached around 900,000, and they are not far from 1 million points. Chapter 61, Infiltrating the Monster Tribe. After everyone expressed their feelings, they quickly left the scene. Yan Xiu held Li Shui's delicate body in his arms like a princess throughout the whole process. After walking out of the canyon that almost killed everyone, the 3 people's tense nerves finally relaxed. However, Li Shui's injuries were slowly worsening. She didn't know when her originally pink lips had turned dark blue. It seems that the poison is spreading in her body. Seeing Li Shui's life being devoured by the arrow poison, Yan Xiu felt sad and angry. The 2 sisters looked anxious when they saw it. If she hadn't blocked those arrows for Yan Xiu, there would have been no chance to turn defeat into victory later. Song Qiwei and the others naturally understood this. Therefore, in their eyes, Li Shui has become a hero. Without her standing up, no one would have survived the crisis just now. Therefore, Li Shui's illness touched the hearts of 3 people. Now that things have come to this, I must get the antidote for Shui as soon as possible. Even if that demon tribe is a den of dragons and tigers, I will still give it a try. Yan Xiu said firmly. He thought that if he couldn't be 100% sure of success, he should have at least a 90% chance of success. Because before he reached the 3rd level of achievement with Yuer, he was already able to kill the tribal chiefs and priests with the divine axe. Now that he has unlocked the world-destroying combined attack skill, and with Yuer as a powerful weapon spirit to bless him, he is even more fearless. Yuer, Xini. Would you like to go with me? Yan Xiu knew that the 2 sisters would not object, but he still asked knowingly. Song Qiwei folded his hands, a glint of confidence flashing in his eyes, count me in. As your partner in the spirit of the divine weapon, I have no choice but to serve you. Tang Xini also hurriedly expressed her opinion, I want to go too. Li Shui saved everyone, so I also want to get the antidote back for her so that she can get better soon. After the 3 of them made up their minds, they rushed towards the west of the city together. As the midday sun scorched the earth, Yan Xiu and the other 2 rushed to a village west of the city with the seriously injured Li Shui. Perhaps because of the invasion of demon cultivators, all the people here have evacuated. In order to prepare for the upcoming battle, Yan Xiu suggested that everyone rest here for a while before taking action. By the evening, the three of them had returned to their best form. Another good news is that Tang Xini and Song Qiwei have also made a breakthrough in their realm. After 2 days of fighting, Song Qiwei and Tang Xini's realms have both broken through to the middle stage of the 3rd level. The strength of the three people has reached a new height again, and their chances of winning the monster tribe are much greater. After temporarily placing Li Shui in a safe place, the three began their action. Let me first explain the plan for this operation. First, we have only one mission to obtain the antidote. Therefore, unless necessary, we should avoid direct combat with them. Second, don't get separated. We are contracted partners. Only when we are together can we unleash our greatest strength. After Yan Xiu briefly explained the task arrangements, the two sisters nodded in succession. In the dense forest west of the city, there is a tribe. This tribe doesn't look like it has existed for a long time, it seems more like it was built not long ago. They built simple wooden houses with roofs made of straw and bark. On the wooden watchtowers, sentries observed everything around the tribe. On the outskirts of the tribe, there were demons patrolling from time to time. Yan Xiu and his two companions took advantage of the night and found a secret spot outside the tribe. They did not choose to attack rashly, but instead observed the enemy situation first. In the distance, a team of 4 was patrolling towards this side. After discovering through the master's eye that it was just a group of minions, he gave Song Qiwei a look. Remember what we did last time? Last time? Oh, I see. Song Qiwei suddenly realized that this was exactly what happened before when he and Suing Yu took advantage of the night to ambush the pursuers in the forest. I know what to do, leave it to me. Song Qiwei said, and gave Yan Xiu a confident expression. As they were speaking, the group of monsters had already arrived in front of where everyone was hiding. Suddenly, 4 charming balls flew out from the darkness and directly hooked away the souls of the 4 patrolling monsters. Well done, let me do the next one. Yan Xiu signaled Song Qiwei to stop, because although her attack method was enough to kill the monster, the exploding fireball would easily cause a big noise. Tang Xini is not good at attacking, nor is she capable of killing an enemy who is under enchantment. Therefore, the best way to kill someone is to use the open galaxy. Yan Yan said this and summoned the divine axe, throwing it out lightly. The flying divine axe was like a whistling night wind, leaving a trail of blood in the air, and the 4 patrolmen fell to the ground. After doing all this, Yan Xiu and the other 2 hid the bodies of the monsters and sneaked in again. Using the same method, he hunted down several patrol teams and successfully sneaked into the vicinity of the tribe right under the noses of the sentries. Watching the people coming and going in the tribe, Yan Xiu immediately observed their strength and tried to distinguish the position of the voodoo elders by their realm strength. Unfortunately, looking around, there are few people in the entire tribe of 1,000 people who can be called strong. Fortunately, they seem to have heard the whereabouts of the elders from the conversation of these monsters. Although he couldn't hear clearly, Yan Xiu was very sure that they had mentioned one place, that is, the back mountain. Could it be that the tribal elders live on the back mountain? With this question in mind, the 3 of them sneaked into the back mountain of the tribe again. After going up the back mountain, Yan Xiu felt that the demonic aura was becoming more and more intense. There are poisonous insects everywhere on the mountain path. However, it also confirmed this conjecture: the voodoo elder must be in the back mountain. Continuing forward, the 3 encountered sentries and patrol officers again. These people were obviously much stronger, but under Song Qiwei's powerful charm, they still could not escape the fate of being silently wiped out. After getting rid of these demon cultivators, the 3 of them came to a mountain village. There seems to be an altar in this mountain village, and there seems to be a huge shadow in the center of the altar. Through the moonlight, Yan Xiu and the other 2 looked carefully. The 3 were shocked to discover that a ferocious beast was sleeping in the large iron cage in the altar. It is a blood lion of huge size. It is no exaggeration to say that it is bigger than an elephant. Yan Xiu couldn't see through its strength. Just the fact that it was in a dormant state made Yan Xiu feel a strong sense of oppression. Song Qiwei couldn't help but whispered, "Oh my god, what on earth are these monsters doing?" Yan Xiu shook his head solemnly. No matter what they're doing, if this lion wakes up, it definitely won't be a good thing. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, Who will test the medicine? Let's go find the voodoo elder's residence first. Sister Shui is still waiting for us to go back and save her. Li Shui felt a little scared after seeing this, and gently urged the 2 to leave. Yan Xiu and the other man nodded and continued to explore. Not long after, Tang Xini suddenly had a clue and she looked not far away. I've used my spiritual power to fight this poison before. I can feel it, and it's especially strong in the residence ahead. Yan Xiu and the others followed Tang Xini's gaze and saw a simple wooden dwelling in front of them. Let's go and take a look, Yan Xiu said softly. When the three of them got near the residence, Tang Xini became even more certain that this was the place where the voodoo elder refined poison. Perhaps the antidote lies within. But just when the three of them wanted to go in and find out what was going on, the alarm bell in the tribe was sounded. The bronze bell was struck quickly and clearly, and the sound quickly spread throughout the tribe. Oh no, there's an enemy attack. Search for me. Go over there and search carefully. With the sentry's shout, the whole tribe became agitated. After a while, a large group of monsters came down the mountain to search for them. For a moment, Yan Xiu and the other two became nervous. If he hadn't seen the sleeping lion, perhaps Yan Xiu wouldn't have felt so nervous. By now, the enemy already knows that someone has infiltrated. If discovered, a big war is inevitable. If they really awaken the ferocious beast, who knows what will happen to them? What should we do? Will we be discovered? Tang Xini said anxiously, clinging to Yan Xiu's shoulder. Song Qiyue also became pessimistic. Yan Xiu, what should we do now? After pondering for a moment, Yan Xiu smiled bitterly and said, in my opinion, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. Why don't we hide behind that altar? What? Tang Xini was shocked. Are you kidding? Song Qiyue was also shocked. Yan Xiu calmly analyzed, that beast is certainly terrifying, but it's currently dormant, isn't it? And I don't think it'll wake up unless certain conditions are met. With such a powerful beast, I'm sure these demons wouldn't have thought we'd dare hide behind it. Song Qiyue thought about it, then nodded reluctantly. Oh, okay then. Tang Xini accepted it with great resistance. Having made up their minds, the three of them quickly moved behind the altar. Experiencing the ferocious beast in the big iron cage at such a close distance made the two girls look terrified. Only when I got closer could I smell the bloody scent emanating from this ferocious beast. It seems that these monsters are feeding it with blood. Its snoring sounds like the howling of a ghost from hell, which makes people shudder. Yan Xiu guessed that this might be the guardian beast of this group of tribal monsters, which was so frightening. Search for me. The demon hadn't finished speaking. Perhaps it was the noise brought by the group of people that made the sleeping beast slowly move its claws. This scene immediately frightened all the monsters so much that they dared not to move. Hush, keep your voice down. If you disturb the beast god, you will suffer the consequences. The leader scolded them a few times and signaled everyone to search separately. He came to the altar to check the situation. His original intention was to see if there were any Tibetans around the altar. Suddenly, the ferocious beast exhaled a few times from its nose, and the leader was immediately scared and turned around and ran away. Not long after, the sentries left after searching in vain. Only after the sentries left did Yan Xiu breathe a sigh of relief. The two girls had already turned pale with fright. It was unclear whether it was because of nervousness or the ferocious beast's small movements that made them feel panic. Now that the sentries were gone, they could finally get away from the beast. Returning to the voodoo elder's residence again, Yan Xiu entered without hesitation. Various bottles and jars are displayed on a shelf in the pharmacy. Song Qiyue looked at it and shook her head. There are so many potions, which one is it? Yan Xiu smiled faintly and said, what a little fool. Can't you take them all away and come back to look for them later? Tang Xini smiled lightly, covered her mouth, and agreed, Brother Yan Xiu is right. After all, we are on someone else's territory. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's take it back first. So, the three of them took all the voodoo elder's potions away at once. After leaving the back mountain, the three of them quickly left the monster tribe. Seeing that no one was chasing them, Yan Xiu and the other two returned to the small village. Li Shui was still waiting for the antidote, so the three of them immediately took out all the potions and began to identify them one by one. Alas, the demon's writing is so abstract, how can I tell? Yan Xiu wanted to identify it through text, but he couldn't understand it at all. Not long after, he suddenly had an idea, as if he had found a solution, and said seriously. Do we need to catch some small animals to test the medicine? Isn't it too much trouble? After hearing this, Song Qiyue looked at Yan Xiu with a questioning look. It seems like he is questioning Yan Xiu's humanity. Tang Xini directly shook her head and refused. No, how can we use small animals to test drugs? That's too cruel, isn't it? It's like I'm going to break up with you if you do this. Seeing how excited the two were, Yan Xiu had no choice but to shut up. In fact, he was just talking. Yan Xiu asked helplessly, then do you have any better ideas? At this time, Tang Xini spoke after groping for a while. I just tried using healing magic. I think I can at least tell which ones are poisons and which ones are antidotes. The spiritual power of healing is a natural life force, so it will naturally react to poison. Conversely, if the spiritual power is not affected, it is most likely the antidote. Although there is a case of using poison to fight poison, at least it can eliminate some mistakes. As she spoke, she used her spiritual power to sense the various medicine bottles. Yan Xiu and the other man didn't say anything, just focused on watching her brag. However, not long after, she actually found 2 bottles of potion. This bottle should be the poison that Li Shui was poisoned with. And this bottle can effectively neutralize its toxicity. It should be the antidote. Looking at the 2 bottles of medicine that Tang Xini found, Yan Xiu and the others were stunned, half believing and half doubting. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Yan Xiu shook his head helplessly. So, now we're back to the topic we were discussing earlier? Aside from finding a guinea pig to test the medicine on, how can we determine whether these 2 bottles are really poison and antidote? Tang Xini answered without hesitation, I am willing to try the medicine. Li Shui's vital signs are getting worse and worse. We don't have time to waste. Faced with Tang Xini's decision, Yan Xiu flatly refused. Xini, this is absolutely not possible. I've already thought of an idea. At worst, I can capture a few monsters and test the medicine. Chapter 63 Chapter 62 Voodoo Elder. Monster Tribe, Back Mountain. Damn it! Which thief stole my potion? When the Voodoo Elder came back from catching poisonous insects, he found that the shelves in the pharmacy were empty. If I catch him, I will make him into a drug slave. Voodoo Elder, I'll send someone to look for him right away. Seeing the Voodoo Elder furious, the security captain in charge of this post looked terrified. That's not necessary. The demonic tribe has no use keeping you. Come on, sacrifice him to the beast god. No, Elder, give me a chance to redeem myself from my crime. However, the Voodoo Elder did not give him any chance and directly ordered people to carry him to the altar. Get started. Tear. The group cut his throat and a stream of blood spurted out. The Voodoo Elder walked to the altar, walked around it, and silently chanted a few spells. After a while, the sleeping beast opened its blood-red eyes. Stimulated by the blood, it let out a low roar like thunder. Afterwards, the ferocious beast actually sucked the blood of the sacrifice through the air. But in just one breath, the monster was sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. After sucking the blood, the beast's eyes became even redder. The Voodoo Elder quickly chanted the spell again, and the large iron cage seemed to have some kind of hypnotic seal, and the ferocious beast fell asleep again. After doing all this, the Voodoo Elder suddenly found a strand of black and shiny hair in a corner of the altar. He picked it up and sniffed it, a wicked smile on his face. The delicious scent of a human girl. West of the city, outside the village. In order to verify the poison and antidote, Yan Xiu and the other 2 prepared to take another risk in the monster tribe. After the previous infiltration, the demon tribe must have stepped up their vigilance. But this time there is no need to take the risk of sneaking in. We just need to capture a few monsters from the outside. While on the road, Yan Xiu and his 2 companions suddenly saw a group of demons appearing in front of them, and they immediately hid themselves. Yan Xiu calmly observed the strength of the group in front of him. He saw that the leader had a strange face and was wearing a bird feather wizard costume. Its strength has also reached the terrifying 5th level. He guessed that this person was most likely one of the elders in the demon tribe. This group of demons also led a group of tamed demon dogs, which sniffed the ground as if they were determining the direction by smell. It was at this moment that the group of demon dogs stopped and started barking in all directions. The Voodoo Elder once again placed his hair in front of the nose of a demon dog leader, and the demon dog sniffed it and barked excitedly twice. It roared and lowered its body, ready to attack at any time, its eyes fixed on the direction where Yan Xiu and the others were hiding. Let the dogs go. The Voodoo Elder smiled triumphantly and ordered his men to loosen the reins. The next second, the demon dog leader led a group of demon dogs and flew towards Yan Xiu and the other 2. Looking at the demon dog running towards them, Yan Xiu and the other 2 realized that they had been discovered. In that case, there was no need to hide. Get ready for battle. Yan Xiu took the lead, jumped out of his hiding spot, and rushed towards the pack of dogs. How disrespectful of you to let your dog bite us. I'm not someone you can easily bully. Song Chiyue was a little angry. She followed Yan Xiu and stood up, with spiritual power gathering in her hands. These demon dogs are good at exploring the way and finding people, but their combat effectiveness is really poor. Yan Xiu doesn't even need to use any skills and can easily take care of a few of them. With the help of Song Chiyue's long-range support, the demon dog was cleared out in one round. When the voodoo elder saw the giant axe in Yan Xiu's hand, his eyes couldn't help but become vicious. He flew in front of Yan Xiu and asked seriously, "Are you Yan Xiu?" Yan Xiu sneered and asked, "Exactly. Could it be that you are the voodoo elder they are talking about? Ha ha, since you know my identity, why don't you surrender?" The voodoo elder laughed arrogantly. He, so you are the voodoo elder. I was just looking for you, but I didn't expect you to show up at my door yourself? Yan Xiu thought, since the voodoo elder was right in front of him, it would be much easier to capture him alive and then ask for the antidote. The voodoo elder stretched out his pale, dry finger and pointed at Yan Xiu's head. Yan Xiu, you killed my chief and priest, and you also killed my people and stole my potions. My tribe will never forgive you. They were the ones who wanted to kill me first, but they overestimated their own capabilities. Besides, the human and demon races are in conflict, so it's only natural for me to kill you, just like you have harmed the human people. Yan Xiu responded indignantly. Stop talking nonsense. This world is supposed to be a world where the strong prey on the weak. I want to see what you're capable of. Kill them. Following the order from the voodoo elder, all the monsters rushed forward and a battle was about to break out. Seeing the enemy coming, Yan Xiu was not panicked at all. He charged in the opposite direction with his magic weapon in hand. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. Yan Xiu fought his way through the crowd and headed straight for the voodoo elder. With all the skills maximized, no one can stop Yan Xiu even a little bit. The voodoo elder was equally fearless. He stretched out his palm and condensed a strange black spiritual power. You little brat, take my 10,000 poison palm. He shouted and slapped Yan Xiu with his palm. Yan Xiu felt that the palm strike from the voodoo elder was profound, and he did not dare to take it lightly. With the blessing of ancient fighting will, he immediately used that heavenly punishment thunder cut at full strength to strike at the voodoo elder. The voodoo elder did not dodge either. The power of the 10,000 poison palm exploded in his palm, instantly transforming into a skeleton palm more than 1 meter tall and slapping towards Yan Xiu. In an instant, the divine axe chopped towards the palm. Boom! 10,000 poison palm and heavenly punishment thunder cut collided with each other in the air, making a loud noise. The forces of both sides collided in the air, forming a huge energy vortex. This energy vortex continued to expand, stirring and distorting the surrounding air, and then exploded. Yan Xiu felt his body being pushed backwards by a powerful force, and he quickly stepped on the ground to steady himself. Wherever the residual power reached, flowers and plants withered. Yan Xiu suddenly felt fortunate because he had the blessing of the ancient tyrant body and was able to withstand the poisonous damage from the voodoo elder. However, Yan Xiu was still shocked. He didn't expect that the voodoo elder actually had some strength. The voodoo elder just stood there, motionless. But there was still a hint of surprise on his face. He thought that even if Yan Xiu could withstand the force of this palm, he might not be able to withstand the erosion of the poisonous element. However, Yan Xiu was not affected at all. No wonder the chief and the priest were killed by him. The voodoo elder realized that if he wanted to defeat Yan Xiu, he had to go all out. The corners of his mouth turned upwards, and he suddenly took a bottle of mysterious potion, and his entire aura began to expand. Chapter 64 Chapter 63 Insect Tide Attack. As his power surged, a thick black poisonous mist emerged from around the voodoo elder. Yan Xiu, your time of death has come, he shouted arrogantly. The poisonous fog spread rapidly, and inside the fog were all kinds of densely packed poisonous insects. These poisonous insects are creepy. Upon closer inspection, they are actually various kinds of poisonous snakes, centipedes, spiders, scorpions, poisonous toads, etc., which can be said to be all 5 poisonous creatures. Seeing this scene, Yan Xiu felt his scalp tingling, as if he had been electrocuted. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't have intensive phobia, otherwise he would have fainted from the horror of the scene. After forcing himself to calm down, Yan Xiu looked at the 2 girls again. Unlike him, the 2 girls were not that strong. Oh my god, this is so disgusting. Song Chiyue looked at the poisonous fog and poisonous insects in front of her, and a strong feeling of nausea surged in her heart. The scene was so shocking that she couldn't help but feel nauseous and covered her chest, and her face turned pale. Tang Xinyi was so frightened that her legs went weak. If the two sisters hadn't supported each other, she would have collapsed to the ground. Even though they had gone through many battles with Yan Xiu and had tempered their character, they still couldn't withstand such a scene. It's the insect swarm from the Voodoo Elder. Oh no, get away quickly. This group of monsters immediately retreated behind the Voodoo Elder, fearing that the insect tide would overwhelm them. A tidal wave of insects swept in, and they first rushed towards Yan Xiu, so numerous that they were like a flood and a ferocious beast. Faced with the attack of such a large number of poisonous insects, Yan Xiu suddenly felt something was wrong. Although these poisonous insects are so weak that they can be crushed to death with feet, their numbers are simply too large. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, only to see that the corpse of the demon dog that had been killed earlier was eaten by poisonous insects without leaving any residue in a few seconds. Seeing this situation, we can see how ferocious the poisonous insects are. Yan Xiu realized that even if he had the power to split mountains and cut rivers, he would not be able to completely eliminate the swarm of insects before him. But in another moment, he thought of a way to restrain himself. So he turned his gaze to Song Chiyue. Song Chiyue's skills have a range attack effect, and the fire element can just burn these poisonous insects. Thinking of this, Yan Xiu immediately came to Song Chiyue, patted her shoulder gently, and said encouragingly, "Yue, don't be afraid. Use your skills to burn them to death." Looking at the poisonous insects swarming not far away, Song Chiyue was originally trembling with nervousness, but after hearing Yan Xiu's words, she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Yan Xiu's encouragement was like a warm current that flowed into her heart and gave her a lot of courage. Then she raised her head decisively, looked at Yan Xiu, and nodded vigorously, "I understand, just watch me." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Chiyue transformed into 5 charming spirit clones and condensed 6 explosive fireballs to bombard the insect swarm. In just a moment, flames exploded into the sky. All the poisonous insects in the close range were eliminated. Even in places where the poisonous insects were densely packed, the burned dead poisonous insects and the dead grass on the ground ignited a raging fire, forcing the poisonous insects to dare not move forward. The Voodoo Elder became angry when he found out that his plan to destroy them with a swarm of insects was thwarted by Song Chiyue's range bombing. It took him a long time to cultivate these countless poisonous insects. I never thought that 30% of them could be wiped out so easily by a human girl. This was unbearable for him. "You little yellow-haired girl, you think you can break my insect swarm like this? Open your eyes and watch." The Voodoo Elder shouted, and a cloud of poisonous mist flew into the sky. In the air, countless flying insects were summoned. The flying insects were black and dense, like a dark cloud. Looking at his masterpiece, the Voodoo Elder laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, now let's see how you can break my net." As he spoke, he controlled the army of flying insects to attack Yan Xiu and the other two. Looking at the army of flying insects coming from all directions, Song Qi and Song Mian's fireball technique could no longer produce good results. As the army of flying insects was about to kill him, Yan Xiu suddenly smiled confidently. "You weapon spirit state." Song Chiyue suddenly understood and immediately understood what Yan Xiu meant. He nodded decisively and immediately transformed himself into a spirit and injected it into the magic axe. With the blessing of the weapon spirit, Yan Xiu can now release the combined attack skill Purgatory Field. "Voodoo Elder, I will burn all those flying insects in the sky." As soon as he finished speaking, the Purgatory Field slowly expanded with Yan Xiu and the other two as its center. All of a sudden, all enemy units trapped in the area were engulfed in soul flames. The next second, the army of flying insects lost their lives instantly and fell to the ground as densely as raindrops. Even if there were insects flying all over the sky, they would be burned clean by the fire that had nowhere to hide. Looking at the scene of snow flying all over the sky, the Voodoo Elder looked embarrassed. "No, this is impossible, my insect swarm." However, reality does not allow him to regret. While he was grieving, Yan Xiu's divine axe was already on his neck. "Elder." The demons behind him wanted to rush forward immediately to protect the Voodoo Elder. But the next second, they were pressed to the ground by Yan Xiu's Purgatory Field, and at the same time, the soul flames began to torture their souls. Suddenly, many monsters let out screams from their souls. The Voodoo Elder is indeed a great figure. Despite being suppressed by the ancient realm, he remains calm. But the divine axe was already on his neck, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Yan Xiu smiled slightly and said to the voodoo elder, killing you would be as easy as taking something out of my pocket. You'd better answer my questions honestly. Hee hee, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Why should I be afraid, said the voodoo elder stubbornly. Look at what happens to them. You'd better cooperate with me, or I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. As he spoke, Yan Xiu played with the orchid-colored flame in his hand. The voodoo elder felt a burning sensation in his soul just by taking a look, which made his eyes avoid him unnaturally. Seeing that the deterrent effect had taken effect, Yan Xiu calmly took out 2 bottles of medicine. Tell me, is this the poison you put on your arrows? Humph, so what if it is, so what if it isn't? Seeing that the voodoo elder was stubborn, Yan Xiu had no choice but to use the soul flame on him. But this voodoo elder was so determined that he was determined to do it. Today, if I fall into your hands, I'm going to die anyway. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Seeing this, Yan Xiu had to stop. Before he got the antidote, Yan Xiu didn't dare to kill him. It seems that we can only negotiate terms with them. Thinking of this, Yan Xiu said with a hint of threat. As long as you hand over the antidote to the poison arrows, I can let you and them go back. Otherwise, not only will I test the antidote on your people, but you won't be able to return alive today. Chapter 65 Chapter 64 Swear, let's sign a contract. The voodoo elder looked at his tribesmen behind him and was silent for a moment. He felt that it was not worth sacrificing so many compatriots for a bottle of antidote, so he agreed to Yan Xiu's request and pointed out the antidote to the arrow poison. To be on the safe side, Yan Xiu found a demon to test the medicine. After a while, the poison really took effect on the demon. Then he made him take the antidote, and it really worked. Only then did Yan Xiu feel at ease and handed the antidote to Tang Xini, asking her to take the antidote back to save Li Shui. The village wasn't far away. Less than half an hour later, Tang Xini returned with a look of joy on her face. She panted and said, Sister Shui, the poison has subsided. The antidote is real. Hearing Tang Xini's affirmative answer, the stone in Yan Xiu's heart finally fell to the ground. Humph, Yan Xiu, keep my promise and spare your lives for now. Since you have cured her of the poison, I will let you go back. After he said this, he reluctantly withdrew the suppression of the ancient realm. Knowing they were no match for the enemy, these demons retreated hastily under the leadership of the voodoo elder. After returning to the village, Yan Xiu rushed to see how Li Shui was doing. The poison was really cured for her, and her lips were no longer so dark and blue. The arrow wound healed as before, and with Tang Xini's top-level treatment, not even a scar was left. Li Shui had just woken up. Her body looked a little weak, and her originally pink and fair skin now looked pale. Opening her heavy eyelids, Li Shui tried hard to adapt to the surrounding light, only to find that she was in a completely unfamiliar place. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Fortunately, Yan Xiu and the other 2 just returned from the wild. When she saw 3 familiar companions, her heart quickly relaxed, but was replaced by doubts. Where is this and why am I here? Looking around blankly, she tried to piece together the shattered fragments of her memory, but found that there was only a blank in her mind. She tried hard to recall what had happened before, and in the end she only remembered that she fell beside Yan Xiu after being shot by an arrow. As for what happened afterwards, I have no recollection of it at all. Li Shui's pitiful appearance made Yan Xiu's heart tighten. He walked slowly to Li Shui with steady and firm steps. He extended his broad, warm hand and gently stroked her head, saying softly, Don't worry, Shui. This is a small village on the west outskirts of the city. Back then, you blocked those deadly poison arrows for me and unfortunately you were poisoned. So, in order to save your life, we came here specifically to find those monsters and steal the antidote. This must be very dangerous. Thank you, thank you. Li Shui felt cared for, and tears of gratitude flowed from her eyes. Looking at Li Shui's pitiful appearance, Yan Xiu couldn't help but wipe away her tears gently. There's nothing to thank me for. No matter how dangerous it is, I will get the antidote for you. You saved my life, and I won't sit idly by and watch you die from my poisoning. At this time, Song Qiwei also echoed, Yes, Li Shui, it is because you saved Yan Xiu's life that we have a chance to survive, so we will not stand by and watch you die. Tang Xini walked forward excitedly and held Li Shui's hand. Sister Shui, you saved us all first. You are the one who helped us escape. Seeing everyone's confidence in her, Li Shui just smiled slightly and then replied very modestly, I'm not that good. I just did what I wanted to do most in my heart. If it were you who arrived in time, I believe you would have been as resolute as I was and blocked those arrows for Yan Xiu without hesitation. After hearing this, Yan Xiu felt quite touched. The estrangement and resistance he had felt towards Li Shui over the past few days also disappeared at this moment. At the same time, a decision came to my mind. Shui, do you know how shocked I was when I found out that it was you who blocked those arrows for me? You knew full well that I had a barrier against you in my heart, and you weren't my contracted partner. You could have escaped, but you were the first one to come back and save me. So when you were shot and fell in front of me, I think I fell in love with you again. Do you remember the oath we swore to make a contract together? I know you've always wanted to come back to me, and I'm willing to give you this chance, but I still want to tell you that we can never go back to the way we were before. Because now, I already have 2 contract partners who are very important to me. It's impossible for me to love only you like before. Li Shui understood the hidden meaning in Yan Xiu's words, and she knew that she could stay with Yan Xiu. So she said with joy, Shui is willing to follow you. As long as I can be with you, I am willing to be your contracted maid. After hearing Li Shui's answer, Yan Xiu nodded with satisfaction and turned back to ask for the opinions of the 2 sisters. Yue, Cindy. Do you want to have a Shui by my side? Don't ask me, it's not the first time. As long as you still remember what you said to me. Song Qiyue smiled calmly. Yan Xiu smiled and stood up, pinching Song Qiyue's cute face lovingly. Of course I won't forget those words even if I make a contract with the gods, my love for you won't diminish in the slightest. What's more, you are my spirit girl now, and I can't live without you. Oh, why did you say that? It's so embarrassing. Song Qiyue, whose face was pinched, shyly took a few steps back with a shy look on her face. After gaining Yue's consent, Yan Xiu turned his gaze to Tang Xinyi and asked affectionately, Xinyi, do you want Shui to join us? Great, great. One more person means more strength. Besides, Sister Shui is our hero. It's just. She paused, then turned away shyly, saying with a hint of jealousy, Brother Yan Xiu, can you tell me what you just said to Sister Yue? Yan Xiu smiled unhappily. He didn't expect that Tang Xinyi would be jealous. Okay then, Xinyi. As he spoke, Yan Xiu took the initiative to come to Tang Xinyi and looked at her affectionately. Believe me, Xinyi. Even if I sign a contract with the gods, my love for you will not diminish in the slightest. After hearing these words, Tang Xinyi couldn't help but burst into tears of emotion. After both sisters had no objection, Yan Xiu looked at Li Shui again. This time, his expression was serious and sincere. Because Li Shui saved his life, he decided to give her a chance to conclude a contract. At the same time, Yan Xiu also wanted to explore what would happen if the ancient divine axe did not sign a contract with the person with the same bond. Since concluding a contract with a contract object with the same bond does not consume the number of times, the ancient divine axe can still bind a non-bonded contractor. Yan Xiu decided to give this opportunity to Li Shui. Shui, let's sign a contract. Chapter 66 Chapter 65 Bloodline Cultivation. Looking at Yan Xiu's sincere and serious eyes, Li Shui was stunned for a moment. She couldn't believe that this day had come so soon. She could finally sign a contract with Yan Xiu. I've been ready to be your contracted maid. Li Shui's eyes showed anticipation. Yan Xiu smiled and corrected her, what do you mean by a contracted maid? I said I can't do that. You deserve better. I want to sign a true spirit control contract with you, contracting my SSS rank ancient divine axe. Oh my god, can I? Li Shui was surprised and happy. I am no longer the ice phoenix I once was, and there is no bond between you and me. Let me be your contracted maid. I will be very satisfied with that. Yan Xiu smiled affectionately and slowly explained, I know your talent isn't what it used to be, but I'm willing to sign a contract with you because it's not your talent I'm interested in. I'm interested in your sincere desire to reconcile with me. Yan Xiu, it's great to be back with you. Li Shui finally stopped worrying and nodded happily. Then, Yan Xiu slowly hugged the weak Li Shui in his arms, and they smiled at each other. Being held in someone's arms and signing a contract feels truly wonderful. Let us get started. After the two looked at each other, their hearts began to intertwine. A moment later, the contract was reached, and the two people who had once been separated from each other reconciled and connected their paths in life. Ding, congratulations to the host for contracting a phantom girl. Ding, the bloodline cultivation mechanism has been activated. Contract object, Li Shui. Phantom, Ice Bird. Attribute, Ice. Realm, early second stage. Ancient bloodline, 10% cultivation in progress. When the bloodline purity reaches 90%, the ancient contract is achieved. Cultivation method, intimate. Here I am, cultivating my bloodline. To protect your Xiaowu documents from piracy, choose Xiaowu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. Yanxiu really didn't expect that the system had this trick up its sleeve. Was it afraid that some stubborn host wouldn't follow its rules? But I have to say this is good news. As long as the purity of the bloodline is cultivated, you can have another ancient girl. But what the hell is this training method, with only 4 big words intimate? What does the ellipsis at the end represent? Forget it, I'll explore it slowly in the future to see under what circumstances this value will increase. In the evening, thanks to Tang Xinyi's careful cooking, everyone enjoyed a delicious pot of stewed chicken. Firstly, Li Shui is weak and needs to be well nourished. Secondly, it is also to celebrate the thrilling victories in recent days. After taking 2 sips of chicken soup, Li Shui's face became rosy. Late at night, the 4 of them gathered around the campfire and talked about what had happened to Li Shui during the past 2 days that she had been in a coma. From defeating a group of monsters, to bravely breaking into the monster tribe, from meeting the big blood lion, stealing back various potions, to defeating the voodoo elder and successfully obtaining the antidote. Li Shui praised them repeatedly. She admired and envied the courage and wisdom of the 3 people. Then, Yanxiu praised the 2 sisters for their growing strength. The first gain was the realm of Song Qiyue and Tang Xinyi, both of them reached the middle stage of the 3rd level. The second gain is that Song Qiyue's talent has been upgraded to SSS level. The greatest gain was the breakthrough in the contract stage with Song Qiyue, which directly achieved the merging of the divine weapon spirit. At the same time, Yanxiu was also silently observing his achievement points in his mind. The achievement points of the contract with Song Qiyue have reached more than 1 million. Although subsequent growth can no longer bring her any improvement, fortunately, the improvement can be added to the total achievement points. Now the total achievement points with the 3 ancient girls have reached more than 2 million, and we are 1 step closer to 3 million to unlock achievement 4 and obtain world-destroying martial arts. Moreover, the contract achievement points with Tang Xinyi have reached more than 900,000. It won't be long before I can achieve contract achievement 3 with Tang Xinyi. Then unlock Tang Xinyi's SSS talent, and at the same time reach the 3rd contract stage telepathy with her. Soon I will have a second spirit girl. Late at night, Yanxiu rejected the 4 people's suggestion to sleep together and chose a room by himself. After these thrilling days, everyone is exhausted and it's time to have a good night's rest. Yanxiu did not choose to sleep, but chose to rest in a quiet way, so that he could be alert to changes happening around the village, because he could not rule out the possibility that the people from the demon tribe would launch a sneak attack at night. In the middle of the night, footsteps were heard from the next room. Knowing that they might be going to the bathroom, Yanxiu didn't pay much attention to it. But not long after, the door of his room was opened. Yanxiu suddenly woke up from his practice and quickly looked towards the door. Shui. Is there something wrong so late? Li Shui was wrapped in a bath towel that looked like it was about to fall off at any moment, revealing a large area of snow-white shoulders as she walked in front of Yanxiu. Her face was red and she said ambiguously, Yanxiu, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I can't sleep. What are you thinking about? Why can't you sleep? Yanxiu couldn't help but ask. I was thinking, I'm not as useful as Miss Song and Miss Tang. Now that I've signed a spirit control contract with you, I've received a great favor. I feel very indebted, so I want to repay you. As she spoke, she slowly untied the towel on her body, revealing a large area of snow white. This scene was so erotic that Yanxiu swallowed hard. Shui, don't be like this. We are not yet adults, so we are not allowed to do this. We will be banned, do you know? Before he could control himself, Yanxiu quickly wrapped the bath towel around her again. A trace of disappointment flashed across Li Shui's eyes. But, if you don't accept what I say, I'll feel uneasy. What are you worried about? Yanxiu felt his blood boiling. Li Shui whispered, because I'm afraid you'll think I'm useless and that you don't need me. Yanxiu slapped his head. Now he understood. Li Shui must have developed a sense of crisis after listening to Song Qiyue and Tang Xinyi's strength and growth by the campfire. Thinking of this, Yanxiu patiently explained, No, Shui. I need you, but not like this, at least. Even if you really don't ask for anything in return, please let me do something for you. At least I'm here. Li Shui said anxiously with a red face. Yanxiu suddenly had an idea and said, Okay, Li Shui, I remember you said you wanted to save your first kiss for me. Before he finished speaking, Li Shui immediately took action as if she was afraid that Yan Xiu would go back on his word. Immediately afterwards, Yan Xiu felt a soft, sticky fragrance between his lips and teeth, lingering for a long time. Contract object, Li Shui. Ancient bloodline, 30% cultivating. What is going on? Yan Xiu widened his eyes when he heard the voice coming from the system. The purity of Li Shui's ancient bloodline has actually increased. Chapter 67 Chapter 66 The Ancient Girl, Li Shui. Could this be one of the ways to cultivate bloodlines? What kind of cultivation method is this? But Yan Xiu no longer had the time to think about those things, because Li Shui began to become more enthusiastic and proactive towards him. Yan Xiu, let me undress you. As she spoke, she snuggled into Yan Xiu's chest like a little bird, and one hand was slowly unbuttoning Yan Xiu's belt. In order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, Yan Xiu panicked and grabbed Li Shui in his arms to stop her impulsive behavior. Just let me repay you. The more you accept me, the more at ease I will be with you. I've been so frank, don't you like me? There was a hint of begging in Li Shui's tone. Yan Xiu explained helplessly, no, Shui, I like you. I just don't want you to sell yourself out for something like a reward. What if I am sincere? Li Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with a sincere and deep light, like the bright stars in the night sky, staring intently at Yan Xiu in front of her. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner nervousness and anticipation. This question carried all her emotions and courage. Hearing Li Shui's firm confession, Yan Xiu couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He tried to hide his inner turmoil, but his eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of confusion. He tried to remain calm, but facing Li Shui's fiery gaze, he still couldn't completely hide his true feelings. Really? That's even worse, because I'm not ready to take responsibility for you. Yan Xiu stuttered, his eyes half-hearted, his words filled with helplessness. Although he tried hard to reject Li Shui, his words seemed to lack some confidence. The corners of Li Shui's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. She keenly caught the flicker of hesitation in Yan Xiu's eyes, which made her firmly believe that the other party's defenses had begun to loosen. So she intensified her offensive without hesitation. She gently stretched out a slender jade hand and lifted Yan Xiu's firm chin as softly as a feather. Her movements were elegant and seductive. At the same time, the other hand was like a nimble paintbrush, slowly drawing circles on Yan Xiu's broad and strong chest, each stroke carrying endless temptation. #34 Silly boy, it was me who took the initiative to follow you, and it was me who took the initiative to give you everything. You don't need to be responsible for me. Number 34 Li Shui's tone was so gentle that it made people intoxicated and irresistible. At this moment, she was like a blooming flower, emitting a charming fragrance, attracting Yan Xiu to fall into her step by step. That night, the purity of Li Shui's bloodline soared. It was not until the early morning of the next day that Yan Xiu was surprised to find that the purity of Li Shui's bloodline had reached 90%. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully contracting an ancient girl. Reward achievement points, 10,000. At the same time, Yan Xiu looked at Li Shui who was sleeping soundly. Contract object, Li Shui. Phantom, Polar Ice Phoenix S. Ancient bloodline, 90%. Ancient illusion, Ice Phoenix's Fury God level summons an Ice Phoenix to attack the enemy. It's great that Li Shui's Phantom Polar Ice Phoenix is back. In addition, there is one more summoning skill. Compared with Tang Sini's summoning skills, Angry Wood Guardian is excellent in defense. Shui's Ice Phoenix Fury seems to be better at attacking, and it is also a difficult to deal with flying summon beast. Without a doubt, this is another magical skill. Yan Xiu was so excited that he gently shook Li Shui who was sleeping soundly. After she opened her watery eyes, Yan Xiu pretended to be calm and said, Shui, I think you should go back to their room as soon as possible. If they knew you were with me all night, it would be a big trouble. Well, okay then. Li Shui responded obediently, then stood up again with her tired body. Seeing her about to return to the next room, Yan Xiu casually reminded her, by the way, let's take a look at your mind to see if there are any new insights. Li Shui did not respond, perhaps because she slept too late last night. Yan Xiu didn't say much, believing that she would soon discover this surprise. When the sun rises, it's time to go back. 3 days have passed in a flash since the demon cultivator suddenly appeared at the trial conference. At this moment, City Lord Song in Wuzhou City was extremely anxious and felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. You know, his beloved daughter, whom he cherished like a treasure, had mysteriously disappeared for 3 whole days. During this period, City Lord Song mobilized almost all the forces he could mobilize and sent countless troops to turn the huge trial site upside down, but in the end he still found nothing. Every time I wait for news with hope, I end up being met with disappointment and anxiety. As the days passed, City Lord Song's worry and fear grew stronger. At the same time, the entire Wuzhou city has lost its former peace and prosperity. The streets of the city were already crowded with people from outside the city who had come here to seek refuge from the attacks of the monsters. All the people were discussing the invasion of the monsters, and the entire Wuzhou city was shrouded in a tense and depressing atmosphere. In this trial conference, it has been confirmed that many students died at the hands of the monster. This is a sad thing, but the question that people are more concerned about is when can Wuzhou city return to its former tranquility? Just as the people in the city were eagerly waiting, reinforcements from the First Legion arrived. Before this, Deputy Captain Chu had never expected that the demon had built a stronghold somewhere outside the west of the city, and it seemed as if he was going to invade Wuzhou city with his entire clan. Therefore, due to lack of manpower, Deputy Captain Chu did not take the risk of launching a clearing operation. Now that the reinforcements have arrived, combined with the assistance of the City Building Group and the reinforcements of the City Defense Army incorporated into the City Building Group, an entire tribe of monsters will surely be wiped out. City Lord Song was unwilling to accept the reality that his daughter's life or death was unknown, but he knew very well in his heart that his daughter's disappearance must be related to those evil people. Whenever I think of this, grief and anger surge in my heart like a tide, gradually turning into intense hatred. Just at this moment, Deputy Captain Chu brought reinforcements, and City Lord Song's eyes instantly became firm. He knew that the time to take revenge on the monster had finally come. So, he announced without hesitation, declare war on the demon tribe. As soon as this order was issued, the people responded one after another and supported it enthusiastically. The army sent to defeat the demon tribe marched towards the west of the city with a resolute and powerful momentum, vowing to fight for the peace of Wuzhou city. Chapter 68 Chapter 67 Encountering demon soldiers on the road. A village west of the city. After the four of them had breakfast together, Tang Xini also considerately cleaned the host's house and left a sum of spiritual stones as a reward for staying in his house temporarily. This action won praise from the three people. After doing all this, the four finally set out on the journey back to the city. I've been missing for 3 days. Dad must be worried sick. I'm finally going back. Song Chi-wei murmured. Tang Xini also sighed. Yes, these past few days have been extremely dangerous, but fortunately we all survived. After going through so much, Yan Xiu's eyes became clearer and more confident. He said with great enthusiasm, hardship will only make us stronger. Li Shui smiled foolishly without saying a word. Because just this morning, when she was about to take a nap, she discovered the surprise that Yan Xiu brought her. The first thing she felt was the change in her spiritual energy. When she looked inward at her own spirit, she was completely stunned. What is going on? Her polar ice phoenix is back. Just as she was delighted with the return of the phantom, a realization in her mind left her speechless with surprise. Wow, it's a god-level illusion, and it's of the summoning type. As early as when she saw Tang Xini perform the summoning of the angry wood guardian, she envied this skill. But she didn't expect that the surprise would come to her so soon. Is this what the legend says, those who survive a great disaster will be blessed in the future? Stimulated by the two surprises, Li Shui lost all desire to sleep. She really wanted to share this news with everyone, but she didn't know where to start. Could it be that if I told others what happened last night? Because last night, and that's it? Who would believe that? Song Chi-wei looked at Li Shui. She had long realized that Li Shui seemed to be hiding some secret in her heart. This girl has had dark circles under her eyes since morning and she smiles foolishly from time to time. How could she not arouse her suspicion? She also seriously suspected that Li Shui might have gone out to cause trouble last night, but she herself was not sure and had no evidence. The battles of the past few days had made her very tired, so she, like Tang Xini, slept soundly. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Li Shui, "Shuer, do you have something happy in your heart? Why don't you share it and make everyone happy too?" "I do have something to be happy about, but I don't know whether you believe it or not." Li Shui kept it a secret and slowly looked at Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu smiled slightly and motioned for her to speak. "Just don't go too far. When I woke up this morning, I found that my phantom had returned to S level again." Li Shui's tone was filled with surprise. Song Chi-yue's mouth was slightly stunned, revealing a surprised expression. "Really? There is such a good thing, you must have moved the heavens." Tang Xini covered her mouth with her hands and smiled, analyzing rationally. Could it be related to the contract with Yan Xiu? After all, she and Song Chi-yue had both undergone earth-shaking changes after signing the contract with Yan Xiu. This statement seemed very convincing, and everyone's eyes turned to Yen Xiu. Cindy is right. In fact, Shuer, like you, has always been a potential bond contract partner. It was only when she blocked the arrow for me that we got back together. Yen Xiu lied, but it didn't matter. They had no way of verifying it. As long as it was true now, it was a fact set in stone. After listening to Yen Xiu's explanation, Yuer and Cindy suddenly understood. In that case, doesn't that mean we have another good sister under the same bond? Sister Shuer, you're so lucky. Although your friendship with brother Yen Xiu has gone through many hardships, it seems that these hardships have made your friendship even deeper. Yeah, I think so too. Li Shui had a happy smile on her face and nodded vigorously to show her affirmation. Then, she turned back to look at Yen Xiu and solemnly swore from the bottom of her heart, Yen Xiu, from now on, I will never leave you again. Yen Xiu gently caressed her face, I can't leave you either, my bonded girl. Before they knew it, they arrived at a mountain pass. As long as we cross this mountain pass, we will be not far from Wuzhou City. I am finally going to say goodbye to all the hardships and dangers along the way, and then return to the city to spend a few days in peace. When these girls had already started to reminisce about the delicacies in Wuzhou City and this kind of milk tea snacks, Yen Xiu still did not let his guard down. Although they could see the majestic Wuzhou City as long as they crossed the mountain pass, the four of them were still in the wilderness at this time. Before you actually reach Wuzhou City, there may be dangers lurking around you at any time. As expected, just as everyone walked into the aisle outside the mountain pass, Yen Xiu noticed something was wrong. Oh no, there is something evil going on. Yen Xiu quickly stopped and summoned his magic soldiers to be ready for battle. Seeing this, the three sisters quickly became nervous. No way, is there danger again? Don't be afraid, Yen Xiu and I are here. Don't forget, I can help now, too. The three girls encouraged each other and prepared for battle. At this moment, the four elders of the demon tribe who were hiding in the dark saw that Yen Xiu and his three companions were hesitant to move forward. Even though they knew they were discovered, they no longer hid. They appeared and surrounded Yen Xiu and the other three from four directions. At the same time, various demon soldiers also surrounded them and tightly besieged Yen Xiu and his four companions. Yen Xiu, I admit that you are very powerful, but today, the four elders of my demon spirit clan will unite their forces to make sure you are buried here. Seeing the voodoo elder being so arrogant, Yen Xiu couldn't help but mock him. Heh, Elder Voodoo. Don't think that just 3 more defeated warriors like you can defeat us. After he finished speaking, he added arrogantly, I didn't take your life yesterday because I kept my promise. Today, I will fight and take it. You little brat, you're so arrogant. The voodoo elder's face twitched with anger. Elders, this man possesses a mysterious bloodline and is a great threat to our demon race. If we allow him to continue to grow, he will surely become a formidable enemy of our demon race in the future. In order to avenge the chief and the priest, and for the revival of the entire demon race, he must not be allowed to return alive. All demons, listen to my orders. Kill them. At the command of the voodoo elder, thousands of demon soldiers hiding on the hilltop emerged. The demon army rushed down the mountain like a mountain torrent, and was about to surround Yen Xiu and his 3 companions. Yen Xiu and his companions had never seen such a huge army before, and they became extremely nervous for a moment. Especially the 3 girls. 1 second ago, they were still dreaming about how to reward themselves after returning home, but who would have thought that the next second they would fall into crisis again? Chapter 69 Chapter 68 The 4 Demon Elders. Don't separate, let's break out together. Yen Xiu tried hard to keep himself calm. Although he still had confidence in his own and his partner's strength, the number of enemies was simply too great. I'm afraid that the people of the demon tribe have already come out in full force. Such a scale is enough to start a war. It is impossible for Yen Xiu and his 4 companions to compete with the army. Therefore, we must break out before their encirclement is formed. Don't let them run away. The voodoo elder urged with a gloomy face, and then the 4 elders of the demon clan quickly attacked. One of the elders, who was wearing a snake-patterned robe, summoned a giant blood-red python. He jumped up and rode the python to chase after Yen Xiu and the other 3. Following closely behind was an elder in a black robe. He spread his arms and a pair of crow wings unfolded behind his back. As the wings flapped, he rose up, immediately causing a flock of crows to dance in disorder. The 3rd elder was a sturdy middle-aged man holding a pair of blood-red steel claws. Suddenly, his muscles bulged, and he kicked his feet, turning into another afterimage and killing the 4 people directly. The voodoo elder flung a poisonous spider from his palm, which quickly expanded and grew larger, soon becoming as sturdy as a buffalo. He easily jumped onto the poisonous spider and controlled it to quickly chase the 4 people. Seeing this scene, Yan Xiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was really like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers. As they smiled bitterly, a tribe of demons were coming towards the 4 of them on the hill ahead. They were neatly lined up and well trained. However, these demon soldiers were not enough in Yan Xiu's eyes. He used Open the Galaxy to sweep across, forcibly tearing a hole in the tight formation. Yan Xiu did not hesitate and immediately led the 3 sisters forward along the route they had opened. Soon the demon army gathered around the 4 people, forming a pincer attack from both sides. Yuer Seni, break through head-on, don't linger in the fight. Shuer, it's time to show us your skills. After hearing Yan Xiu's instructions, the 3 girls all displayed their magical powers. Song Qihua shouted and instantly used her clone's multiple explosive fireball techniques. Countless blazing fireballs whizzed forward, helping Yan Xiu to clear the way. Tang Xini gathered spiritual power in her hands and summoned a huge tree man, who stood guard at the rear to cover everyone's retreat. At this moment, a clear and loud phoenix cry resounded through the sky, and a huge and gorgeous ice-feathered phoenix flapped its wings and flew high, appearing above everyone's heads. The ice phoenix cried angrily and circled above the 4 people's heads. Then it spewed out a stream of cold air from its mouth, shooting at the enemies on both sides. A cold current poured down, mixed with a large number of ice spikes. These ice spikes shot mercilessly at the enemy, making those who dared to oppose Li Shui feel the true chill of death. In a moment, flowers bloomed everywhere. Finally, just when Yan Xiu safely led the 3 sisters to break through the encirclement, the 4 elders of the demon clan came up behind them. The first one to be killed was the demon wolf elder holding steel claws. He was like a gust of wind, easily breaking through the obstruction of the angry wood guards and rushing towards the back of the 4 people. At this moment, Yan Xiu suddenly felt a murderous intent coming from behind him, and he was secretly shocked. Oh no, Tang Xini who was left behind is in danger. So he immediately activated Ancient Domain and Ancient Fighting Will, and with the help of the speed bonus effect of the 2 skills, he quickly flashed behind Tang Xini. No matter who the enemy is, he just raises his hand and strikes with an axe. Since the fighting spirit was still in its infancy, the axe did not unleash much power. Despite this, he still fought the demon wolf elder on equal terms. Seeing his sneak attack was blocked, the demon wolf elder's eyes lit up with excitement. They say you killed the priests and the chief. I'm going to have some fun with you. It seemed as if the more powerful Yan Xiu became, the more excited he became. As he spoke, his spiritual power suddenly surged, and a burst of blood-red energy burst out from his whole body. With the blessing of this energy, he became even more violent. The 2 sides fought again, neither side giving in with every move, but in order to avoid being surrounded again, Yan Xiu had no choice but to fight and retreat. Unexpectedly, the demon wolf elder became more and more difficult to deal with. His strength seemed to be similar to the effect of Ancient Fighting Will, and he became more courageous as the battle went on. However, although the demon wolf elder is becoming stronger and stronger with the battle, he is also gradually losing his mind. His movements became more and more disorganized, closer and closer to the most primitive attack methods. At a certain moment, the demon wolf elder suddenly transformed into a werewolf. What follows is an exponential increase in strength and speed. This change caught Yan Xiu off guard. Although he managed to block the demon wolf elder's sharp claws, he was blown away by the sudden surge of power. Seeing the demon wolf elder kill again, Yan Xiu had to call out to Song Qihua, "Yuer, weapon spirit state." "Well, I can't wait." Song Qihua showed a confident smile. As Yuer transformed into a weapon spirit and infused it into the magic weapon, Yan Xiu took the initiative to rush towards the demon wolf elder. At this time, the demon wolf elder was almost completely transformed into a beast, and he pounced on Yan Xiu angrily. The purgatory realm seemed to have no effect on him, and his eyes were still filled with the most primitive murderous aura. However, just as he stretched out his claws to stab Yan Xiu, 5 figures of Yan Xiu suddenly appeared in front of him. A hint of suspicion flashed in his angry eyes, but was soon replaced by the primitive desire to kill. No matter how many Yan Xiu there are, he will tear them all to pieces. However, only one of these 6 clones is the real one, and it can exchange positions with the clones as the demon wolf elder attacks. The demon wolf elder's attack is doomed to be in vain. In contrast, Yan Xiu had the upper hand and could easily attack the demon wolf elder from multiple angles. Speaking of which, the werewolf form of this demon wolf elder is really tough. Yan Xiu had to fire 3 full-strength Heavenly Punishment Thunder Slash before he was able to completely kill him. Any elder has such strength. Yan Xiu even suspects that the demon chieftain is just a puppet. However, at this moment, the other 3 elders had broken through the obstruction of the angry wood guards and killed the 4 people. What? Elder Demon Wolf was killed by him? We can't keep this kid alive. Let's go together and kill him first. At the command of the Voodoo Elder, the 3 elders rushed towards Yan Xiu together. First, a crow storm hit, but soon the crows were restricted by the Purgatory realm. Seeing that the situation was not right, Elder Xiaya gritted his teeth and increased his spiritual power input again. The crows seemed to be energized, and despite the influence of the soul flames and gravity, they rushed to Yan Xiu. Chapter 70 Chapter 69 Escape from the Siege. At this moment, Yan Xiu was still in the clone state, but the crows were fearless and ate both his clone and his original body. Before they were burned to death by the soul flames, they tore apart all of Yan Xiu's clones. If Yan Xiu had not activated the ancient tyrant body in time to increase the defensive effect, he would have ended up in pieces. 2 elders, the clone has been broken. Elder Xiaya boasted. Elder Python Pattern smiled upon hearing this, and immediately commanded the blood-red giant python to kill Yan Xiu. The blood-red python opened its bloody mouth, intending to swallow Yan Xiu in one gulp, but Yan Xiu dodged it nimbly. Unexpectedly, the blood-colored giant python suddenly made a dragon-like swing of its tailed move, and Yan Xiu was caught off guard and was thrown out again. This time, the fall was quite heavy. Yan Xiu only felt a surge of pain in his abdomen, and a trace of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. Brother Yan Xiu, let Sini treat you. Seeing that Yan Xiu had suffered internal injuries, Tang Sini had to temporarily hand over the demon troops in front to Li Shui and her Bingfeng to deal with. He quickly came to Yan Xiu and used the Wind of Revival to heal him. A cool and moist spiritual power was injected into Yan Xiu's body, and within a few breaths, it healed his internal injuries. Thank you, Sini. Before they could even utter the words of thanks, the blood-red giant python had already appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Yan Xiu once again walked towards the battlefield without looking back and started fighting with the blood-red giant python. After the recent battle with the Demon Wolf Elder, the ancient fighting spirit has now reached a terrifying level. Having learned from the lesson just now, and with the terrifying speed bonus of ancient fighting will, Yan Xiu became more and more adept at dealing with the blood-red giant python. Scars appeared on the body of the blood-red python, and the accompanying burning effect gradually swallowed the blood-red python whole. This monster has a very strong vitality. Even though his whole body was burning with soul flames, he still attacked Yan Xiu with full vigor. But the pain of the burning soul seemed to be transferred to Elder Python Pattern, and he was seen controlling the giant python in great pain. I'll help you. The Voodoo Elder shouted and released a giant spider to kill Yan Xiu. And me. After a short rest, the evil Crow Elder launched another crow storm. In response, Yan Xiu smiled evilly. He was thinking that his current speed was already fast enough, so why should he keep fighting with their summons? At this moment, Yan Xiu suddenly burst out with incredible speed and appeared in front of the 3 elders like teleportation. A Raikiri at full power to chop wood horizontally. The Voodoo Elder and the Evil Crow Elder reacted in time and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. But Elder Python Pattern was not so lucky. He was already suffering from the burning of his soul, and he could not react at all under the suppressing effect of the divine axe, resulting in him becoming a dead soul under the axe. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 4 elders were gone, and the remaining Voodoo Elder and Evil Crow Elder instantly lost the courage to fight Yan Xiu. However, at some point, an elite army of demons had caught up with them, and the 2 elders jumped into the army, thus escaping Yan Xiu's pursuit. Each member of this army is above level 3 in strength. They wear uniform blood-red armor. The front rows hold swords and shields, while the back rows hold spears and crossbows. The vast army of demons, with their huge numerical advantage, created a certain morale bonus, which was able to counteract the soul burning effect to some extent. After discovering that the burning effect of the purgatory field was not very obvious on the demon army, Yan Xiu immediately chose to retreat. Back to the front battlefield, with Yan Xiu's joining, they quickly broke through the encirclement and reached the mountain pass. Looking back, the entire Wuzhou city, 100 miles away, is in sight. But before Yan Xiu and the others could be happy, on the other side of the mountainside, another elite army of demons was charging towards the mountain pass. Damn, are we going to be surrounded again? Seeing the 2 armies surrounding them, Yan Xiu and the other 2 felt despair again. Yan Xiu, I knew you were difficult to deal with, but I still kept a trick up my sleeve for you. How does it feel to constantly see hope and then see it dashed? They are all the most elite members of our tribe. Can you defeat our 4 elders and an entire army? Facing the ridicule of the voodoo elder, although Yan Xiu was dissatisfied, he had to find a way to deal with the siege of thousands of elite demon soldiers. Seeing the encirclement getting bigger and bigger, the voodoo elder said even more arrogantly, "Yan Xiu, you can't escape this time. Fly." Suddenly Li Shui had an idea. "Got it. I can control the Ice Phoenix and take everyone out." Yes, why didn't I think of that? After hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared in Tang Xinyi's eyes. Yan Xiu did not hold out much hope for this. Not to mention whether Bing Feng can take away 3 people at a time, the archers in the demon army will not let him escape easily. But now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to take a gamble. Just as he was analyzing the feasibility, Li Shui had already summoned the Ice Phoenix. The demon army had obviously noticed the actions of the 3 men, and the demon archers in the back row had already begun to aim at them. "Oh no! Hurry up!" Yan Xiu exclaimed, quickly helping the 2 girls mount the Ice Phoenix and urging them, "Hurry up, Shui." Li Shui nodded and conveyed her will to Bing Feng. "Come on, Bing Feng, we're counting on you." The next second, the Ice Phoenix flapped its wings vigorously and soared into the air. Yan Xiu took advantage of the situation and grabbed Bing Feng's claws, and Do Zhang's weight almost pulled Bing Feng back to the ground. But it finally took off, although not very fast. At this moment, the demon army fired thousands of arrows at the Ice Phoenix. Yan Xiu was also well prepared. He summoned his second magic weapon, the Black Iron Shield, and summoned a shield wall to block all the flying arrows. "Fly higher." Yan Xiu raised his arms and shouted. The black iron arrows coated with venom were blocked one by the shield wall technique. As they flew higher and higher, the power of the arrows became weaker and weaker, until they reached a height that they could no longer reach. "I finally escaped, thanks to this beautiful Ice Phoenix." Li Shui shouted excitedly, and stroked the Ice Phoenix's feathers lovingly. Tang Xinyi couldn't help but praise her. "Sister Shui is simply a goddess descending to earth. You've helped us through difficult times twice." The wind was strong below, and Yan Xiu didn't hear what they were saying at all. He just stared at his feet silently. "Originally, I just wanted to confirm whether the demon army was chasing us, but unexpectedly, I saw another army outside Wuzhou City." Yan Xiu took a closer look and saw that one of the flags was the flag of the city building corps. Chapter 71 Chapter 70 The 2 armies fight. The Ice Phoenix slowly flew towards Wuzhou City, and the army gathered outside the city showed expressions of amazement. "Look, it's the Ice Phoenix. This is a blessing from heaven, may it bless us with victory." "No, there seems to be someone up there." "Fuck, it really is." Soon the Ice Phoenix landed in front of them and dispersed into a group of snowflakes flying in the sky. Yan Xiu appeared in front of everyone with 3 girls. "It's Yan Xiu, the SSS-level genius. It's him, the freshman who defeated the demon cultivator chief." Seeing is believing. Heroes are born young. After feeling the praise from the audience, Yan Xiu did not show any arrogance. Instead, he turned around and pulled the 3 girls to the front of the stage. "Everyone, listen to me. Yan Xiu's achievements today are not only due to himself, but also to them. Without my contract partners, I wouldn't even be able to come back alive." Yan Xiu's words won applause from the whole audience and earned him extremely pleased looks from the 3 girls. Deputy Captain Chu and City Lord Song rushed over after hearing the noise and just happened to hear what Yan Xiu said. "Even though you've already achieved success, you still know how to be grateful and are willing to share this honor with your partners. This quality is truly rare. Deputy Captain Chu, you are too kind. What I said is all true." Yan Xiu responded modestly. "Well done, Yan Xiu, it's good that you're back." City Lord Song finally felt relieved when he saw his daughter return safely. After chatting for a while, Yan Xiu asked everyone about the purpose of the uprising. "Lord City Lord, are you mobilizing so many troops to attack the demon tribe?" "Yes, we are going to attack the demon tribe and restore peace to Wuzhou City." "Great. We just escaped from the encirclement of the demon army. They are now at the mountain pass in the distance. Besides, Yuer and the others have already killed 2 generals of the demon army. This is the perfect opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop." After hearing the news, everyone's morale suddenly boosted and the army set out immediately. Half an hour later, the army of Fog City caught up with the retreating army of demons, and a great battle was inevitable. The 2 armies faced each other with swords drawn. The troops that originally belonged to the city defense army rushed to the forefront of the battle line in order to redeem themselves from their crimes. Several rounds of musket fire knocked down a large number of demon soldiers and also ignited the smoke of gunpowder on the battlefield. In response, the demon tribe sent out elite archers to launch a hail of arrows at the troops of Wuzhou City. Upon seeing this, Deputy Captain Chu personally led a team of phantom women to the front of the battle. They skillfully chanted some kind of spell and slowly stretched their arms forward. The spiritual power they released gathered in front of them, forming a sky-high barrier. The barrier was formed, and the enemy's rain of arrows was completely blocked. Nothing is more inspiring than this huge barrier. Seeing this scene, everyone's confidence increased and morale was high. After the rain of arrows, Deputy Captain Chu took the lead and led the women's team towards the enemy. Seeing this, the Wuzhou City army was not willing to be outdone, especially when they saw a group of women rushing in front of them, which aroused their fighting spirit. The two armies came into close combat, and for a moment, there was a flash of swords and a bloody battle. Yan Xiu volunteered to rush into the battle. He didn't want to miss this good opportunity to earn achievement points. As Yan Xiu's partners, the three girls also rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. With the addition of these four people, the battle situation immediately became one-sided, and the human army became unstoppable. Alas, retreat. The situation was unfavorable, and the voodoo elder had no choice but to give the order. The army pursued the enemy and attacked all the way to the outskirts of the demon tribe. Faced with the human army surrounding the tribe, the two elders temporarily activated the tribe's protective formation, and a wall of air blocked the attack of the human army. The city lord ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot, and the top leaders gathered in the central military camp to discuss ways to break the clan protection formation. Zhao Chongfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said to the city lord, when we were counting the city defense army's arsenal, we found cannons in their firearms depot. They can be used to destroy the demon tribe's protective formation. How long will it take? The mountain road is not easy to walk on. One day. Zhao Chongfeng said decisively. Upon hearing this, City Lord Song nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Deputy Captain Chu. Deputy Captain Chu, do you have a better way to break the formation? Deputy Captain Chu shook his head and said, City Lord, I also agree with using cannons to break the formation. Okay, then we'll trap them for a day, and when the artillery arrives tomorrow, we'll order a general attack. Okay, then we'll trap them for a day. My Lord City Lord, I have something important to say. Yan Xiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly thought of something and stood up quickly. Lord City Lord, Deputy Captain Chu. I suggest a withdrawal. What, withdraw? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Now, the demon tribe has been surrounded by the Wuzhou City army. This is a good opportunity to wipe out the demon tribe in one fell swoop, but Yan Xiu actually suggested withdrawing. Tell me, why do we want to withdraw our troops? City Lord Song's face changed, but he did not get angry. Instead, he patiently asked the reason. That demon tribe worships a blood lion the size of an elephant. Yuer and I saw it with our own eyes. They feed it with blood every day. I can't estimate its strength. If they awaken this sleeping blood lion, I'm afraid we will suffer heavy casualties. Yan Xiu, is the blood lion you mentioned really that powerful? City Lord Song asked seriously. Yan Xiu shook his head uncertainly. I don't know either, but the overwhelming pressure it exudes while in its dormant state is enough to terrify me. City Lord Song sighed and looked around at the others. Not surprisingly, the vast majority were in favor of continuing the siege. Helpless, City Lord Song had to compromise and said, Yan Xiu, what you said is not without reason, but the morale of the soldiers is high right now. We can't just withdraw our troops because of a blood lion of unknown strength, right? Yan Xiu nodded calmly. My Lord City Lord, I'm just making a suggestion. Since no one agrees, there's nothing I can do. But I will stay and continue fighting. After all, he had contracted someone else's daughter, so it would be unreasonable for him to stay out of the war. Besides, the achievement points for hunting monsters are much higher than those for hunting monster beasts, and Yan Xiu will never let go of such an opportunity easily. Look, after the battle just now, the contract achievement with Tang Sini has been successfully upgraded to level 3. At the same time, the total points are approaching 3 million, and Task 4 will be completed soon, directly comprehending the world-destroying ancient martial arts. At this moment, Tang Sini must have felt the change in strength. I wonder what new skill she has awakened, and what kind of combined attack skills she will awaken. Chapter 72 Chapter 71 Ancient Martial Arts, God-Slaying / After leaving the central army camp, Yan Xiu hurried to find Tang Sini. After a while, he saw Tang Sini's figure, and his eyes instantly lit up with surprise. He shouted loudly, Sini! Tang Sini heard the call and turned around, her face filled with excitement. She ran happily to Yan Xiu, her eyes sparkling, and said impatiently, "Brother Yan Xiu, I seem to have become stronger." Yan Xiu was slightly stunned, then reached out and gently patted Tang Xini's shoulder, saying gently, "Xini, let me see how much your strength has increased." Bite. Congratulations to the host and his contract partner, Tang Xini, for achieving Contract Achievement 3. Achievement points plus 10W. Reward, both parties' cultivation speed increases by 200%. Elemental affinity increased by 50%. Unlock the SSS talent of the contracted partner Tang Xini. Contract object Tang Xini, unlock new ancient illusions. Illusion, Forest Illusion God level creates an illusion of an enemy unit non-human, possessing all of the enemy's abilities. If the contracted entity's realm strength is higher than the enemy's, the illusion copies an enemy unit at 100% combat power. If the contracted entity's realm strength is lower than the enemy's, the illusion strength is affected by the realm difference, and the illusion copies an enemy unit at least 50% combat power. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the contract object Tang Xini for reaching the soulmate stage of the contract. Achievement points plus 10W. Ding! Mastered the combined attack technique contracted with Tang Xini. Combined attack skills: Ancient Fighting Will God level plus Wind of Revival God level, Indestructible Fighting Will World Destroying level. Immortal Fighting Will World Destroying level, an enhanced version of the Ancient Fighting Will, which greatly reduces the consumption of the Ancient Fighting Will and improves the defense against elemental damage. At the same time, Tang Xini's talent attributes also changed. Contract object, Tang Xini. Phantom, Lin High Spirit Deer SSS. Realm, late 3rd stage. At this moment, good news came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Achievement Mission 4. Obtain rewards: Ancient Martial Arts Destroying God / World Destroying level, each kill can add up to the killing value. After activation, the killing value is consumed, and the next attack will gain the corresponding combat power bonus. There is no upper limit to the killing value stacking. The first thing Yan Xiu saw was Tang Xian's copying skills. Although she cannot copy human targets, and cannot create the illusion of 100% of the enemy's combat power when facing an enemy stronger than her, she can at least copy 50% of the enemy's combat power. There is no limit to the opponent's realm strength here. Can it be said that even if Tang Xini, who has the strength of the 3rd level, encounters an enemy monster of the 9th level, she can also use this skill to copy an enemy monster of at least the 8th level peak? Thinking of this, Yan Xiu exclaimed that it was a divine skill. To define such a skill as divine was too low. After seeing the new skill she had mastered, Yan Xiu looked at the new combined attack skill Indestructible Fighting Will, and then nodded with satisfaction. After all, he had suffered the loss of spiritual power when fighting against the demon priest. Now with this Immortal Fighting Will, there is no need to worry about the Ancient Fighting Will being consumed too much. Furthermore, the Undying Fighting Will also comes with the defensive effect of elemental damage, which is even more of an icing on the cake. After comprehending the two people's combined attacking skills, Yan Xiu finally looked at his newly comprehended world-destroying ancient martial arts. God Slayer current killing intent value, 0 for every 100 points of killing intent, the power of God Slayer increases by 10%. After reading this, Yan Xiu could hardly hide his excitement. What a limitless one! Does this mean that as long as the level is high enough, even a god can be chopped down? It is indeed a world-destroying divine skill, and it is also worthy of its name, God-destroying /. After watching all this, Yan Xiu was very satisfied and picked up Tang Xini. Xini, now you are also my spirit girl. Great! Now I can become my brother's spirit weapon just like sister you are. Come on, Xini, enter the spirit state. Yan Xiu lowered his head and looked into Tang Xini's eyes affectionately. Yeah. Tang Xini nodded happily. The next second, she transformed into a lively little deer, jumping around Yan Xiu. After Yan Xiu summoned the magic weapon, she transformed into a spirit body and injected it into the magic weapon, and the fusion of skills began. Elemental Orb would attacks deal additional would elemental damage. Yan Xiaxindeo, it can only be considered better than nothing. Wrathwood Guardian God rank the host summons the Wrathwood Guardian. Another perfect inheritance, not bad. Wind of Resurgence God level continuous self-recovery ability. The self-recovery effect is obtained in the spirit state, which is very good. Forest Illusion God level the host copies the enemy's illusion. It seems that this skill will be more effective if I use it myself. After all, my realm is higher than Tang Xini's. Just as Yan Xiu and the other two had mastered all the skills, Song Qiwei rushed over. It turned out that the city construction corps had formed a female medical team to treat the wounded soldiers and came to invite Tang Sini to join. Tang Sini naturally wouldn't refuse and happily agreed. After saying goodbye to the two, Yan Xiu wanted to try out his newly awakened skills and hunt some monsters to increase his killing intent value. Unfortunately, all the monsters near the camp had run away, and Yan Xiu couldn't find a target for the experiment. After pondering for a moment, Yan Xiu turned his gaze towards the demon tribe. Monster tribe, altar in the back mountain. The voodoo elder was filled with worry over today's defeat on the battlefield. Not only did they fail to get rid of Yan Xiu, they also lost 2 elders and were attacked by a large human army on the way, resulting in heavy casualties. For now, if we want to recover the losses and regain a foothold in the Wuzhou city area, we can only pin our hopes on this ferocious beast. The voodoo elder looked coldly at the blood lion in the center of the altar. He knew the price of awakening it completely. However, today the situation has become extremely urgent and there is no other way. The only way to turn the tide and reverse the situation is to awaken them. Elder Voodoo, are you really determined to awaken the sleeping creature? You must know that once it is awakened, it will be difficult to contain it. Elder Evil Crow on the side advised with a worried look on his face. The voodoo elder's expression was solemn, but his eyes revealed a resolute determination. Elder Xiaya, we are now trapped in a desperate situation with no way out. If we don't act now, I'm afraid only destruction awaits us. The two fell into a brief silence, and the air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. After a while, the Evil Crow elder broke the silence and asked, since we've decided to awaken it, the next key question is, who should we choose as this crucial sacrifice? As soon as this question was asked, it was like a huge rock falling into the water, causing ripples and making the already heavy atmosphere even more solemn. After a while, the voodoo elder slowly said, I, the old man, voluntarily offer my spirit and blood. Ha ha ha, with the voodoo elder personally sacrificing himself, he will surely protect our clan from extinction. Chapter 73 Chapter 72 Superimposing Killing Intent Value. No one would have thought that Yan Xiu would sneak into the demon tribe again. As for the demon tribe's protective formation, a hole had been burned in it by Yan Xiu using Yuer's soul flame. This is also one of the great benefits of soulmates in the contract stage. Spiritual warriors can call on their partner's spiritual power from a distance. I don't know if these demon soldiers were careless in their defenses, and relied on the existence of the clan protection formation and thought that no one would come to kill them. The defenses in the tribe were weak, so Yan Xiu sneaked in easily. After entering the tribe, Yan Xiu began his killing mode. After many successful sneak attacks, Yan Xiu's murderous intent value has indeed increased a lot. At the same time, Yan Xiu also discovered that the killing intent value was directly proportional to the target's strength. In other words, the stronger the enemy you kill, the more killing intent points you will gain. After killing dozens of people, Yan Xiu's murderous intent value reached about 3,000. The current murderous intent value was enough to unleash 3 times the power of destroying God /. After hunting down several patrol teams, Yan Xiu came to the back mountain and found that the monster tribe had gathered all its heavy troops in the back mountain. On the back mountain, a mysterious sacrificial ceremony quietly unfolded. Not long after, a blood-red lightning streaked across the night sky. Suddenly, a blood moon appeared in the sky and blood clouds filled the night sky, dyeing the pitch-black sky blood red. Such a strange phenomenon from the sky also shocked the army of Wuzhou City. What's going on here? I don't know. Was the night sky still fine a second ago? It's so weird. The strange vision also woke up City Lord Song, Deputy Captain Chu and other high-level officials. At this moment, they all recalled the bloody lion that Yan Xiu mentioned in front of the tent. A bad premonition filled City Lord Song's heart, and he immediately got up and headed for the camp. After a while, as the City Lord ordered to strengthen the vigilance, torches suddenly illuminated the entire military camp. In an unknown corner of the demon tribe, a huge gap was intentionally opened by Elder Xiaya. Go, Voodoo Elder. Kill as much as you want and fall into the sea of blood. Elder Evil Crow said confidently. Although the blood lion instinctively wanted to suck up everything it saw, there was still a trace of rationality left in it from the voodoo elder. This trace of rationality drove it to escape through the gap and head straight for the human camp. Seeing this thrilling scene, Yan Xiu was shocked. Oh no! They've awakened the beast. We need to hurry back and inform everyone. Yan Zhang was about to return when he suddenly noticed a crow above his head. Crow? Oh no, I've been spotted. Elder Xiaya looked in the direction where Yan Xiu was hiding and laughed loudly. Come out, Yan Xiu. Do you really think I don't know that the formation has been destroyed? If it weren't for the fact that the sacrificial ceremony couldn't be interrupted, allowing you to take advantage of the loophole, do you really think you could have gotten in? But since you came here alone, don't blame us for being ruthless. Everyone, come together and kill him. The position has been exposed and the army is besieging them. It is too late to retreat and report the news. But since we are going to fight, there is no need to be afraid. Yan Xiu possesses world-destroying skills and is full of confidence. He looked coldly at Elder Xie, the last leader of the demon tribe. As long as he is killed, the demon tribe will be leaderless. Having made up his mind, Yan Xiu quickly entered combat mode. Let me use you to try out the skills I just learned. With all his skills activated, Yan Xiu rushed towards the evil crow elder with the force of thunder. He killed the demon soldiers along the way as if he was in an empty land. Seeing this, Elder Evil Crow still wanted to resist, but it was too late. By killing the demon soldiers, Yan Xiu has accumulated the ancient fighting spirit. The next second, Yan Xiu instantly unleashed the open galaxy at full strength. At the same time, the God-slaying slash effect is activated. More than 4,000 murderous intent points were instantly cleared to zero, and the lethality of Open the Galaxy instantly soared by more than 400 times. Open the Galaxy and Destroy Gods was like the scythe of the god of death from hell, carrying infinite murderous intent as it slashed towards the evil crow elder. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Elder Evil Crow had no room to resist and was killed on the spot. Interestingly, it took 4,000 killing points to eliminate the evil crow elder. After killing it, he regained 5,000 killing intent points. What a good deal! Yan Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Elder Evil Crow was killed. The last elder was killed, and the demon soldiers were extremely shocked. Kill him, avenge the elders, avenge the chiefs and priests. I don't know who shouted, but all the demon soldiers turned their grief and anger into anger, and their morale soared. Thousands of demon soldiers rushed towards Yan Xiu with anger. Facing thousands of demon soldiers, Yan Xiu sneered, I don't have the time to waste with you. In other words, anyone who stands in my way will die. At this time, Yan Xiu knew that he had to go back quickly to inform the blood lion beast of the news. This concerns the lives of many people, and also the safety of 3 girls. Go ahead, kill him. He's just one person, and I don't believe he can defeat all of us. Faced with Yan Xiu's intimidation, the demon soldiers were not frightened and continued to rush towards Yan Xiu with great excitement. In that case, you will become my prey to accumulate killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Xiu used the open galaxy again, and the magic axe swept towards the enemy with the force of sweeping away thousands of troops. In an instant, several demon soldiers died under the axe, but they were not afraid and continued to attack Yan Xiu. At this moment, Yan Xiu understood that the demon soldiers were determined to take his life. Yan Xiu had no choice but to be forced to increase his killing intent value. 5 minutes later, the back hill was filled with hundreds of corpses. Each ordinary demon soldier provides Yan Xiu with about 5,100 murderous intent points. At this moment, Yan Xiu's murderous intent value has reached around 10,000. Looking at the rapidly growing murderous intent value, Yan Xiu suddenly showed a hint of confidence. He thought that the beast must be incredibly powerful, and perhaps even if he rushed back now, he wouldn't be able to save many people. Why not increase the killing intent value to a high enough level, then go back and kill the ferocious beast in one fell swoop? Thinking of this, Yan Xiu suddenly revealed a death-like smile. He coldly stared at all the demon soldiers on the field and thought to himself, I'm sorry, I can only use your lives in exchange for my shocking blow. His mind became firm, and Yan Xiu leaped up and charged towards the enemy camp. In this process, the ancient domain is opened, the ancient hegemony is opened, the ancient fighting spirit is opened, and all-round combat power blessing is completed. Suddenly, Yan Xiu was like a man in an empty space, transforming into a battlefield harvester, frantically harvesting the lives of the demon soldiers. 10 minutes later, more than half of the demon soldiers were killed or wounded, and they no longer had their previous fighting spirit. Blood soaked Yan Xiu's clothes and he was gasping for breath. Yan Xiu held the divine axe in his hand and slowly moved forward with his sword. His imposing manner was so overwhelming that the demon soldiers retreated wherever he went. Chapter 74 Chapter 73 Killing the Fierce Beast. Yan Xiu was like a god of war, frightening all the demon soldiers so that they dared not move forward. The accumulated murderous intent value at this time exceeded 100,000. If this killing intent is consumed at this moment, God-slaying slash will unleash 100 times its power. But time is limited, and he doesn't want to continue to tangle with them. Yan Xiu realized that he must go back immediately. When he thought about the blood lion beast threatening everyone's lives and the safety of the three girls, he no longer hesitated to attack again. But this time his goal was very clear, which was to break out of the siege. The plan was simpler than Yan Xiu had expected. These demon soldiers were frightened by Yan Xiu's strength, and many of them had lost their fighting spirit. In the end, Yan Xiu successfully broke through the siege and escaped through the gap where the blood lion beast had left. After breaking out of the clan protection formation, Yan Xiu ran quickly towards the camp. Along the way, Yan Xiu's eyes were stung by the shocking scenes. There were corpses scattered all over the ground, as if it were a wilderness of death. After a careful inspection, it was found that these unfortunate victims, without exception, died under the extremely sharp claws of the blood lion beast. Moreover, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry, leaving them looking like mummies, which was creepy. Such a tragic scene further highlights the terrifying strength of the blood lion beast. The more he thought about it, the faster he quickened his pace. Not long after, Yan Xiu finally arrived at City Lord Song's tent, but the scene before him made his heart sink to the bottom again. This place was also in a mess, with corpses everywhere, having experienced a brutal battle. Without time to think more, Yan Xiu immediately rushed to the rear. Wuzhou City had set up a medical station there, and Yuer and the others were there. Yuer, Sinny, Shuer, please don't get into any trouble. Yan Xiu thought to himself, and his steps became a little lighter. At this time, the medical station behind the camp became the last line of defense for the Wuzhou City army. When the blood lion beast suddenly attacked, it caused huge casualties to the Wuzhou City army in almost an instant. The troops were in disarray, and the city lord had no choice but to order everyone to retreat to the rear medical station and concentrate their forces to fight against the blood lion beast. On the front battlefield, hundreds of musketeers from the former city defense army had assembled. They were divided into 3 columns, and watched nervously as the blood lion beasts were slaughtering them along the way. The blood lion beast did not stop because of their obstruction. It let out a deafening lion roar, and the sound waves directly shocked the team in the front so much that they bled to death. Before everyone could react, the blood lion beast pounced on the second team. The second team opened fire urgently, and bullets rained down on the blood lion beast. The blood lion beast did not dodge and took the hail of bullets firmly. The ferocious beast was indeed injured, with blood oozing from countless small wounds on its body. Just when everyone was happy that the blood lion was injured, the blood lion roared towards the sky. Streams of blood were drawn from the dead bodies and merged into the blood lion's body, and the wounds on its body healed visibly. After healing itself, the blood lion beast became even more brutal because it absorbed more blood. It suddenly pounced on the second team, stretched out its thick sharp claws, and tore all the members of the second team to pieces in just one round. At this time, even the bravest soldiers completely lost their fighting spirit in the face of this ferocious beast. The commander ordered a retreat, and the third team fled without a fight. The blood lion beast began its hunting mode, charging, slaughtering, and trampling along the way. No one could stop it from killing. More blood boosted its strength and made it more brutal. Seeing the blood lion beast charging towards him unstoppably, City Lord Song's face became solemn. He looked at Deputy Captain Chu Ling almost as if asking for help. Chu Ling also sighed in response to him. This beast's strength is already approaching the 7th level. If we allow it to absorb the blood on the battlefield, it will become even stronger. If there's no way to kill with one strike, then retreat quickly. While Chu Ling was speaking, the blood lion beast had already reached the forefront of the position. Captain Zhao led his troops to fight back, but they only lasted less than 2 rounds. Even he himself was slapped away by the blood lion beast with a single claw. If Deputy Captain Sun Ro had not activated the wind attribute acceleration skill to take him away from the battlefield, he would have been in great danger. This ferocious blood lion beast does not have any fancy skills, nor does it avoid any form of attack. It used the most primitive killing method throughout the process, like a hungry wolf entering a sheepfold. However, even this most primitive way of killing brought a devastating blow to Wuzhou City. It was not until now that the city lord remembered Yan Xiu's advice. If we had retreated in time, we wouldn't have ended up like this. The situation was out of control. The blood lion beast was already right in front of the city lord, so close that it seemed like it could jump in front of the city lord in the next second. At this moment, Chu Ling once again led the Phantom Women's team to rush to the front line. They once again erected a sky-high barrier to firmly protect the last position. The blood lion beast's huge body slammed into the barrier, and was indeed bounced back. This barrier seemed to give everyone hope again. However, the blood lion beast would never give up and began to slap the barrier frantically. Every strike was like a meteorite hitting the barrier. Over time, the barrier began to flicker and became unable to hold up. The young women of the Phantom team gritted their teeth and persevered. This scene touched everyone's heart. Once the barrier is breached, what awaits everyone is probably death. At the critical moment, Chu Ling showed an expression of being ready to die. She summoned and rode a thunder tiger, leaped up, and jumped out of the barrier. A bolt of lightning condensed in her hand and smashed straight towards the head of the blood lion beast. Boom! Amidst lightning and thunder, the blast forced the blood lion beast to retreat several steps. The blood lion beast was attacked and immediately changed its target and rushed towards Ling. Chu Ling didn't dare to fight any longer, so she turned around and controlled the thunder tiger to fly away. Everyone was touched by this scene. What is Captain Chu going to do? Is she trying to lure away the beast? The blood lion beast was chasing relentlessly, its speed getting faster and faster, as fast as a bloody shadow and bloody wind. Soon, the ferocious beast and Deputy Captain Chu disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone, retreat! City Lord Song looked into the distance with respect, then gave the order. Speed was not the Thunder Tiger's strong point after all, and they were soon caught up by the blood lions. The blood lion beast swung its huge claws at the man and the beast, but fortunately they avoided the attack. However, a more dangerous attack came again. That claw was bigger than the Thunder Tiger's entire body. This time, their previous luck was gone, and both the man and the beast were slapped away. Chapter 75 Chapter 7400 times power, killing the ferocious beast in seconds. At the critical moment, a brave young man rushed out from behind. He was covered in blood and filled with murderous aura, like a killer god who had just emerged from hell. This man was none other than Yan Xiu, who had just escaped from the siege of the demon tribe. I'm here to help you. He first shouted, then flew over and steadily took Deputy Captain Chu into his arms and landed smoothly. Yan Xiu. Chu Ling was shocked, but at the same time, a hint of gratitude flashed in her eyes. But soon, she regained her cold expression and said in a serious tone, Yan Xiu, neither you nor I can match it. I suggest you run away. Yan Xiu smiled arrogantly at this and turned to look at the blood lion beast that was unilaterally beating the thunder tiger. Humph, 100 times more powerful. I don't believe I can't destroy it today. This thought flashed through his mind, and Yan Xiu resolutely summoned his magic weapon. And release various skills to stack yourself to the strongest state. A trace of respect flashed in Chu Ling's eyes, but when she thought of Yan Xiu's unrealistic behavior, she hurriedly shook her head. Yan Xiu, don't do anything stupid. You're no match for it. How can you know if it works if you don't try it? Feeling the energy surging in his body, Yan Xiu became more confident. Finally, the Thunder Tiger was defeated. It turned into stars and disappeared from sight. Chu Ling fell to the ground suddenly due to the mental backlash. When she stood firm again and looked at Yan Xiu, she saw Yan Xiu rushing towards the blood lion beast without hesitation. When the blood lion beast discovered new prey, it roared wildly, and its breath was like a whistling wind, blowing out bursts of bloody breath. Then the blood lion beast jumped up and pounced towards Yan Xiu with its huge body. Yan Xiu did not dodge either, and vowed to compete with the blood lion beast. He raised the ancient divine axe high in his hand, and the full-strength heavenly punishment thunder slash was ready. A look of horror flashed in Chu Ling's eyes. She thought that Yan Xiu was about to pay a heavy price for his impulsiveness. But at this moment, the ancient divine axe in Yan Xiu's hand suddenly burst out with immense energy. This power was so powerful that even the sky and the earth changed color. When the people who were evacuating in an orderly manner heard the noise, they all stopped and looked back forward. I saw the sky in the distance was covered with dark clouds, thunder rumbled through the clouds, and the air was filled with a murderous atmosphere. This attack is 100 times more powerful. What can you use to block it? Yan Xiu used up all his killing intent and activated the effect of God-slaying slash. 10 punishment Raikiri, which was already in its strongest state, gained a 100-fold power increase. At this moment, Yan Xiu's instantaneous strength was close to the 7th level, and even surpassed it. Die, you disgusting thing. Yan Xiu raised a frivolous look on his face, and swung the ancient divine axe in his hand towards the blood lion beast. In an instant, the rolling thunder in the sky struck down along with the divine power of the ancient divine axe. There was a loud bang from the blue sky, the sound shook the earth, and the aftermath of the explosion turned into a strong wind, sweeping across the entire camp. When everything settled, people looked into the distance in shock. The blood lion beast had already been chopped into pieces by Yan Xiu's ancient divine axe, and its flesh and blood scattered like a blood rain that drifted over an area of hundreds of miles. As the closest witness, Chu Ling was stunned with shock. She simply couldn't believe it was true. This was a powerful beast with a strength approaching the 7th level that made the Wuzhou city army helpless. Unexpectedly, it was killed by a young man with a strength of only the 4th level. Moreover, he only used one move. After killing the blood lion beast, Yan Xiao showed a smile of victory on his face. The attack just now made him feel extremely happy. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of confidence arose in his heart. Looking back at the gains from this battle, Yan Xiao laughed out loud again. Killing the blood lion beast not only earned him nearly 500,000 achievement points, but also returned nearly half of his killing intent points. It seems that the higher the level of the enemy you defeat, the higher the points and killing intent value you will get. Now there is no need to worry about Li Shui's inability to keep up with the pace of growth, and Suing Yu, who is far away in the provincial capital, can also quickly catch up with Yuer and Sini. After calming himself down, Yan Xiao slowly came to Chu Ling again. He then realized that Chu Ling was looking at him with shock and fear. Her usual aloof temperament had diminished a lot at this moment. "Deputy Captain Chu, are you okay?" "Oh, I'm fine." At this moment, Chu Ling acted a little restrained. Facing the oppressive young man in front of her, Chu Ling found that she unconsciously wanted to show weakness. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Yan Xiao, you are only at the 4th level, why?" "Want to know?" Yan Xiao smiled slightly. He suddenly discovered that the not-so-aloof Deputy Captain Chu also seemed to have a different temperament. In fact, she is not very old, at most she is a young woman who just graduated from college. It's just that her daily behavior and aloof temperament make her seem a little mature. "I'm just curious, so I'll keep it to myself." Chu Ling took a deep breath and tried hard to regain a bit of her coolness. "Have you heard of world-destroying skills?" Yan Xiao murmured. "What, world-destroying level?" Chu Ling was shocked. "Yes, I think what I awakened is a world-destroying skill." Yan Xiao responded confidently. "Even among SSS-level geniuses, those who can awaken world-destroying skills are rare." "Yan Xiao, I can no longer describe your talent with words." In fact, what she wanted to say was, even if it was a world-destroying skill, it would be impossible for a 4th-level warrior to defeat a 7th-level warrior. Speaking of which, my ability to awaken world-destroying skills is also inseparable from Yuer and the others. They and I have a mutual bond contract, which is also one of the important reasons why I can have such strength today. Yan Xiao said with no concealment. After listening to Yan Xiao's explanation, Chu Ling's eyes showed envy. However, her expression suddenly changed after a while, and she said with some sadness, "Bond contract? That's good. Unlike me, I will never be able to sign a contract with anyone in my entire life." Yan Xiao was a little surprised when he heard this. "What does it mean that you can never sign a contract with anyone in your entire life? Don't you have a contract partner yet?" Yan Xiao couldn't help but ask. Chu Ling sighed, "I've been cursed. Any contract I make with anyone will be interrupted." "Then, who is the commander of the 1st Legion?" Yan Xiao asked. "My brother, what's wrong?" Chu Ling said lightly. Yan Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. "I thought the Legion commander would be your contract partner." "My brother's contract partner died. They had a very good relationship, so my brother never found another person to contract with, so I became the deputy leader." After listening to Chu Ling's story, Yan Xiao suddenly understood. However, at this moment, Yan Xiao suddenly had an idea. He carefully read the system's feature 4, when signing a contract with a phantom spirit with ancient bloodline, the contract cannot be broken. Chapter 76 Chapter 75 Contract Chu Ling. It just so happens that Chu Ling possesses ancient bloodline. Although it was only 10% pure, not even enough to activate the bond contract with her, it did not violate the system's characteristic 4. The golden finger Woon Ti Lai, Yan Xiao thought. Thinking of this, Yan Xiao looked at Chu Ling excitedly. "Deputy Captain Chu, I do have a method that you can try. Why don't you sign a contract with me?" Chu Ling felt her cheeks inexplicably hot after hearing this. "Sign a contract with you? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yan Xiao looked at Chu Ling with a determined gaze. "I'm serious, Deputy Captain Chu. Perhaps I have a mysterious power that can counteract the curse." When Chu Ling heard this, her beautiful eyes were filled with doubts about Yan Xiao. She had tried this with many people before, but all ended in failure without exception. In the end, she was called uncontractable. Over time, even she herself began to dislike signing contracts with others. Deputy Captain Chu, aren't you willing? Yan Xiu remained patient. He thought to himself, based on his performance just now, he didn't believe that she wouldn't be moved. Chu Ling tried hard to calm herself down, and after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was no big deal. Even if it doesn't succeed, there will be no consequences. But what if it succeeds? Well, let's give it a try. Chu Ling looked expectant but also had many doubts. She knew that Yan Xiu had already contracted with at least 3 phantom girls, and now she wanted to see how Yan Xiu would make a contract with her. Yan Xiu seemed to see Chu Ling's confusion, and he smiled faintly. Indeed, the ancient divine axe can no longer contract with a phantom spirit whose blood purity does not meet the standards, and this contract opportunity has long been given to Li Shui. But the second magic weapon can. Before that, I have to make it clear to you that what you are about to contract is my second divine weapon. Yan Xiu said clearly. The second magic weapon has been transformed once through the fruit of creation and has now reached level B. B-rank divine weapon, Mithril Shield, are you willing? Chu Ling agreed without even thinking, of course. Because regardless of whether it will succeed or not, if she can really break this layer of curse and complete the contract, she would be willing to sign a contract with not only B level but also D level. In that case, let's sign a contract. Yan Xiu said sincerely. He slowly opened his arms and waited quietly for Chu Ling to come forward. Chu Ling stood there, her body twisting slightly, while deep down inside she was going through a fierce struggle. After hesitating for a long time, she finally overcame the reserve and arrogance in her heart and mustered up the courage to move forward. Unconsciously, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. This long-lost feeling made her feel uneasy, but also an indescribable excitement. She carefully stretched out her hand, gently grasped Yan Xiu's strong and powerful arm, and took light steps towards Yan Xiu step by step. At this moment, the air was filled with a vivid atmosphere, and anxiety and excitement were like 2 tangled threads, intertwined in Chu Ling's heart. The corners of Yan Xiu's mouth slowly curled up. Who could have thought that the deputy commander of the 1st Army Corps of West China Province would be so shy in front of him at this moment? In order to speed up the progress, Yan Xiu took the initiative to pull Chu Ling into his arms. This action made Chu Ling extremely resistant. Yan Xiu argued, "Don't move. The closer you get, the more you can feel each other's heartbeats, which increases the chances of the contract being successful." She looked at Yan Xiu fiercely and finally said, "If you lie to me, I will never let you go." Deputy Captain Chu, if this works out, can I call you Linger? Yan Xiu giggled, as if he was joking. Chu Ling was speechless for a while after hearing this, but her face turned red. Well, let's start. Yan Xiu said slowly, closing his eyes first. Chu Ling made a fuss for a while, but finally calmed down. The contract ceremony officially began, and the heartbeats of each other in the spiritual realm played a sacred melody. Just as the contract was being formed in an orderly manner, the curse mark flew out of Chu Ling's body, transformed into a remnant soul, and began to tear the silk thread that symbolized the contractual connection between the two. It was at this time that the ancient bloodline's contract destruction immunity mechanism was activated. The power of blood gushed out and instantly turned into a ball of blazing flames that burned towards the remnant soul. After the raging flames passed, only the remaining soul was seen turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing without a trace. The contract is not broken, it is really triggered. With the curse broken, the contract was truly fulfilled. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully contracting a phantom girl. Contract object, Chu Ling. Phantom, Thunder Tigress. Realm, early 6th stage. Ancient bloodline, 10% cultivating. What, under cultivation? Now, Chu Ling can also be trained to become an ancient girl? Upon hearing the news, Yan Xiu was both surprised and helpless. To my surprise, I now have another bond contract partner, but unfortunately, I still need to train him. Yan Xiu was at a loss for words about this. If Li Shui hadn't taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. Chu Ling, who was now facing him, was a proud person. Even if Yan Xiu wanted to train her, she might not agree. It actually worked. Chu Ling widened her eyes, her face full of unconcealable surprise and excitement. Yan Xiu, who was standing aside, seemed relatively calm. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said softly, "Yes, Linger, from now on we are contract partners." Chu Ling was stunned at first when Yan Xiu addressed her like that, but then nodded in relief. "Call me Linger, okay? Since we've reached an agreement, we're allies now." However, she suddenly changed the subject, as if she had come up with an interesting idea. A sly glint flashed in her eyes as she continued, "But I think you could add one more word. After all, I'm a few years older than you. How about you just call me Sister Linger from now on?" At some point, when Xu Ling looked at Yan Xiao, there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes, making her look even more approachable. Perhaps even she herself did not notice this subtle change. Yan Xiao didn't think much about it, but just smiled generously and agreed, "Okay, Sister Linger." After hearing Yan Xiao's answer, she seemed to finally regain some confidence, and said with a smile, "Very good, then I will call you Brother Xiao from now on." Yan Xiao was unhappy after hearing this. Xiao sounds good, but forget about the word brother. Chapter 77 Chapter 76 Do you still want me to hang out with you? When everyone arrived, they only saw Yan Zhang supporting Xu Ling and walking slowly forward. After seeing that Deputy Captain Xu was injured, the members of the women's phantom team immediately came forward and snatched their leader from Yan Xiao's hands. Before Yan Xiao could complain, Tang Xini and others gathered over from a distance. "Brother Yan Xiao, I'm glad you're okay. You made such a big noise just now, and everyone was worried to death." Yan Xiao smiled slightly, lowered his head and touched the back of Tang Xini's head. "Don't worry about me, I'm more powerful than you think." At this time, Li Shui also hurried forward. She first touched Yan Xiao's blood-stained clothes, and then said with a worried look on her face, "Yan Xiao, I see you are covered in blood. Are you injured?" Hearing this, Yan Xiao felt warm in his heart. He smiled with a relaxed look on his face, then took out a hand and gently stroked Li Shui's face. "I'm fine, this is all enemy blood." Li Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. She shyly stretched out her little hand and gently beat Yan Xiao's chest. "Huh, really? You went to such a dangerous place without even telling us." There was a hint of accusation in her tone, but Yan Xiao found Li Shui even more adorable after hearing it. "By the way, Yan Xiao, where is that ferocious beast?" Suddenly, Song Qiyue also came over. "It's dead. I and Deputy Captain Chu killed it together." A confident smile appeared on Yan Xiao's face. He wanted to tell the truth, but he felt that it would seem too outrageous to them, so he lied a little. "That's great. I didn't expect Deputy Captain Chu to be so powerful." Song Qiyue looked at Xu Ling with admiration and praised her. "Hey, am I not powerful enough?" Yan Xiao's eyes rolled back and he was speechless. Song Qiyue chuckled, waved her hands and said with a smile, "No, that's not what I meant. I didn't say you are not powerful." After the Blood Lion beast was destroyed, the army of Wuzhou City also waited for their cannons to arrive. Under the bombardment of artillery, the demon tribe's protective formation was quickly broken. City Lord Song issued the order for a general attack. All the soldiers shared a common hatred for the enemy. They took revenge on the demon army for their compatriots who were killed by the Blood Lion beast. This battle became a foregone conclusion. The Wuzhou City army finally completely wiped out the demon tribe from the Wuzhou City territory. The investigation into the appearance of demons in Wuzhou City finally came to an end with the demise of the demon tribe. Xu Ling was about to return to the regiment to report. Before she left, she suddenly found Yan Xiao. "Axiu, come here for a moment. This deputy captain has something to say to you." Xu Ling acted like a superior. Yan Xiao's mouth twitched at first, but Juer, Cini and Li Shui were all watching, so he finally chose to give Xu Ling face. "He, Ling. Deputy Captain Xu, you're looking for me." Yan Xiao slid in front of her and laughed. Xu Ling naturally looked arrogant. She led Yan Xiao to a quiet corner. "Anyway, you saved my life, so if you run into any trouble in the future, you can come find me at the 1st Legion. I'll protect you." "Sister Linger, you didn't come to me just to tell me this, did you?" Yan Xiao smiled with ill intention. Xu Ling rolled her eyes at him and said, "Of course, what else do you think I'd say? We are in a contractual relationship now. Are you sure you don't want to make plans for your future?" Yan Xiao had no choice but to speak out. Xu Ling smiled confidently upon hearing this, her attitude very arrogant. "What? I'm the daughter of the 1st Legion, and you still want me to hang out with you? Besides, my brother dotes on me. Are you sure you can take me away from him?" Upon hearing this, Yan Xiao's old face darkened. She wasn't like this when I rescued her and made a contract with her. Yan Xiao couldn't swallow this anger and felt a surge of resentment in his heart. After a moment, he smiled, with the corners of his mouth raised a little more provocatively. Okay, that's how we play it, huh? If you're capable, don't come looking for me in the future. I already have Yuer and the other three as my contract partners anyway. Oh, by the way, there's also Suing Yu who's far away in the provincial capital. After I get there, I can go play with her. In short, one more or one less won't make a difference. After hearing Yan Xiu's words, Chu Ling trembled with anger. Okay, Yan Xiu, you're going too far. No one except my brother would dare to talk to me like that. As she spoke, she clenched her delicate little hand into a fist and slapped Yan Xiu on the forehead. Ouch. Yan Xiu held his head and said, "Everyone, come and see." Deputy Captain Chu hit someone and bullied the younger generation. Seeing this, Chu Ling immediately looked around and her anger subsided. All right, just shut up. Chu Ling crossed her arms and said helplessly, "I'll tell my brother. If he knew you broke my curse, he might allow me to work with you to develop together. Of course, the probability is low. He would most likely recruit you into the First Legion, but you seem to prefer freedom." In response, Yan Xiu smiled and nodded. "At least, you are willing to make progress together with me, right? That's enough. I will wait for your good news." After seeing off Deputy Captain Chu, City Lord Song awarded prizes to the top 3 of this field combat trial. Of course, the top 3 are Yan Xiu, Song Qiyue, Tang Xini. The reward is now entirely decided by City Lord Song, who is very generous in distributing rewards. He even personally invited Yan Xiu to the treasury to select the candidates, and then generously gave the prize to Yan Xiu. Because in his eyes, Yan Xiu is almost equivalent to the future of Wuzhou City. Not only did he perform outstandingly in this trial conference, he also made numerous contributions in the battle against the demon clan. It was he and his partner who killed the demon chief and the priest, and it was also he who returned as a king with his daughter. Since City Lord Song was so polite, Yan Xiu felt embarrassed to refuse. Yan Xiu picked out 2 things for himself, the natural spirit fruit and the creation pill. The first one is a rare fruit that can enhance the affinity of all spiritual elements. Improving elemental affinity across all attributes can increase incidental elemental damage, making it particularly suitable for pairing with Yuer's fire elemental damage. The second is the top-grade elixir purified and refined from the fruit of creation, which is used to improve the quality of magic weapons and phantom spirits. The purpose of choosing it is to improve the talent of the second magic weapon. The second divine weapon already has a contracted partner, Chu Ling, and Yan Xiu doesn't want to treat her unfairly. After a period of practice, Yan Xiu's realm strength reached the middle stage of the 4th stage, and at the same time, his second divine weapon was upgraded to S-level Golden Dragon Shield. At the same time, Yuer and Xini's strength reached the late 3rd level, and Li Shui also caught up to the early 3rd level. Just as everyone was immersed in cheers, a letter from Suing Yu and a letter of challenge arrived in front of Yan Xiu. Chapter 78 Chapter 77 Departure for the Provincial Capital. Yan Xiu first opened Suing Yu's letter and saw the following words written on it. "Father doesn't want me to have a contractual relationship with you, even though we have already reached a contractual agreement. I've worked so hard to get you a chance to challenge me. The following is Su Biao's challenge letter to you. He said he is willing to fight you fairly. Whoever wins will own me. Of course I'm on your side, but I don't want the Su family to hold a grudge against you, so I won't blame you for not coming. Even if I have to destroy my own talent, I won't let him succeed." After reading the letter written by Suing Yu, Yan Xiu felt heartbroken. Then, he slowly opened the challenge letter Su Biao sent him, and his grief and indignation turned into anger. He tightly grasped Su Biao's challenge letter in his hand, his eyes gradually becoming firm. He thought to himself, "Su Biao, you're really trying to snatch this woman from me, right? Well, since you dare to issue a letter of challenge, then I will defeat you openly." Song Qiyue also picked up the letter and started reading it. Soon a trace of compassion appeared in her eyes. She felt sympathy for Suing Yu for not being able to control her own destiny. Tang Xini and Li Shui looked confused. They immediately came over, took the letter from Song Qiyue and started reading. "Suing Yu, who is she?" Li Shui asked puzzledly. Tang Xini waved her hand, "I don't know, but maybe she is a sister with the same bond as us." Upon hearing this, Li Shui nodded silently in agreement. "Since we are all sisters, we can't just sit back and do nothing, right?" "Of course. If anyone dares to sever the bond between Yan Xiu and me, I will be angry with him." Song Qiyue turned around and expressed his opinion first. Tang Xini also echoed, "We can't let this happen. Anyone who dares to steal brother Yan Xiu's girl is making an enemy of all of us." "Ha, I'm relieved that you two can get along so well. In fact, what Yan Xiu was most afraid of just now was the attitude of the three of them towards the unfamiliar Suing Yu. But now it seems that he was overthinking it. Yan Xiu immediately announced, "We're going to the provincial capital sooner or later anyway. I promised Captain Zhao that I would go there to participate in the youth mercenary competition. Why not leave now? Suing Yu is still waiting for us to rescue her." Upon learning that Yan Xiu was going to the provincial capital early, Zhao Changfeng and Sun Rou immediately put down their work and expressed their willingness to lead the team. So the next day, a group of 6 people set out on a journey to the provincial capital. The capital of Huaxi province is indeed magnificent. The first thing you see is the tall walls and sturdy city gates. There is a constant stream of pedestrians and vendors on the flat stone road. The streets are bustling with people coming and going from shops, and the alleys are filled with the clatter of working workshops. Yan Xiu, Li Shui, and Tang Sini, 3 country bumpkins, looked at everything in front of them with curiosity. "Captain Zhao, let's go to the Su mansion first. There is a person there who is very important to me," Yan Xiu said to Zhao Changfeng, who was driving. As expected, Zhao Changfeng changed his route and headed straight for the Su mansion. At this time, in the Su mansion, Captain Su and the head of the Su family were having an unpleasant argument. Faced with Captain Su's ambiguous attitude, the head of the Su family lost his patience. "No, my son has chosen your daughter as his wife, and we already have an agreement. If Captain Su doesn't keep his word, don't blame me for breaking the covenant." Captain Su stood up respectfully and handed tea to the head of the Su family. "Master Su, please calm down. My daughter Yuer has already made a concession. She agreed to Su Biao's request. As long as young Master Su can defeat Yan Xiu, Yuer is willing to be young Master Su's contract partner. Then I would like to ask, where is Yan Xiu? Why hasn't he come yet? Will he come? Does he dare to come?" The head of the Su family took the tea, but did not drink it. Instead, he pressed the teacup on the table. "Give him some more time. If he doesn't dare to come, it means he has given up. Naturally, Master Su will be the winner. I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, she must sign a contract with my son no matter what." After saying this, the head of the Su family left without looking back. Captain Su came to Suing Yu's room and knocked on the door. Suing Yu's cry came from the room, "Don't bother me, I said I don't agree." Captain Su frowned and immediately lost his temper. "Look at the person you chose as your contract partner. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. This shows that he doesn't have you in his heart at all. Such a person is not worthy of me entrusting you to him." "Then Su Biao is worthy of trust?" Suing Yu asked angrily. At least you two are a good match. What's more, we are allies with the Su family. Many of our business dealings cannot be separated from the Su family. Do you think it is so easy for the flag-seizing mercenary group to maintain itself?" Captain Su said righteously. Suing Yu retorted, "Are the Jingji mercenary group spineless? They have actually fallen to the point of selling their daughters to survive. Such a mercenary group will be finished sooner or later. You, reflect on your mistakes." Captain Su was speechless and left angrily. The Su family's convoy had just left when Yan Xiu and 6 others arrived at the Su mansion. "Stop, who are you?" The guard at the door looked at them with disdain and asked casually. "The Wuzhou City Construction Group is here to visit Captain Su." Zhao Changfeng said neither humbly nor arrogantly. You are from a small county town. What qualifications do you have to meet my leader? Do you have an invitation letter from the leader?" The guard seemed a little embarrassed. Faced with this snob who was trying to gain attention, Yan Xiu didn't want to waste any more words with him. "Listen up, my name is Yan Xiu, and I'm here to accept Su Biao's challenge. Why don't you hurry in and report to your leader?" The guard snorted coldly and left. Soon, Captain Su invited the group into the mansion. "I'm Zhao Changfeng from Wuzhou City, Captain Su of the Jingqi mercenary group. I've long heard of your name." Zhao Changfeng greeted. "I've heard of someone from Wuzhou City." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the young man behind Zhao Changfeng. "I just felt that this young man had extraordinary bearing and handsome appearance. It's just that his clothes are a bit simple, nothing else wrong. I understand that he comes from a small county, but why are there 3 young girls surrounding him? Are you Yan Xiu?" Captain Su asked with a puzzled look on his face. "That's right," Yan Xiu said with a serious face. Captain Su nodded and spoke slowly. "Yan Xiu, if you like any treasure in my house, you can take it away. Consider it as your reward for saving my Ur. As for the contract between you and her, I regret that your only chance is to defeat the young master of the Su family. Once you accept this challenge, regardless of whether you win or lose, you will be retaliated by the Su family. It's your choice whether to drag Ur into suffering with you, or to take the initiative to end this unwarranted contract. Chapter 79. Chapter 78. The duel begins. Yan Xiu glanced at him and said coldly, Captain Su, I don't want anything except Ur, and I want to defeat Su Biao with my own hands, and then tell him in person that he is not worthy of contracting suing you. Captain Su smiled slightly and was stunned. His evaluation of Yan Xiu increased a little bit. You are very brave, but before that, I still want to tell you about Master Su's strength. Young Master Su's strength has reached the 4th stage, level 9, and not long ago he also obtained a divine-level supernatural stone. God-level supernatural stone? The women all looked confused when they heard this. Sun Ro explained, power stones can help awaken abilities, and they are only found and dropped in the various secret realms. Therefore, even the lowest level mortal grade power stones are extremely valuable. And the God-level ability stone has a high probability of helping the awakener awaken God-level skills. However, upon hearing this, the women just nodded faintly. It's just a God-level skill, nothing special about it, they all have it. I thought Yan Xiu would give up after hearing this, but I didn't expect Yan Xiu to be surprisingly calm. So, you're determined to duel with young Master Su? Of course, why not? Yan Xiu asked confidently. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Captain Su replied helplessly. At this moment, Su Yingyu hurried over after hearing the sound. When she saw Yan Xiu's familiar figure again, tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She threw herself into Yan Xiu's warm arms without hesitation and snuggled up to him tightly. After a moment, she slowly raised her head, her eyes full of anticipation and affection. Yan Xiu, I knew you would come. For you, I have to come. Yan Xiu said earnestly, his voice full of determination. Then are you confident in this duel? Su Yingyu blinked her gem-like eyes and waited nervously for Yan Xiu's answer. Then do you have confidence in me? Yan Xiu asked instead of answering. Su Yingyu responded firmly, at least, I believe you will do your best. Yan Xiu smiled when he heard this. He looked down at Su Yingyu solemnly, patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, you are my phantom girl. I won't let Su Biao take you away. When Captain Su saw the friendship between the two, he sighed silently. A second ago, he was still struggling with a dilemma in his mind. Is it for the sake of a good development trend of the flag-seizing mercenary group that he chooses to sacrifice Su Yingyu's willingness? Or should he agree to Su Yingyu's choice and risk breaking off relations with the Su family, or even becoming enemies? In fact, in his heart, Su Yingyu has always been one of his closest and most important people. He agreed to Master Su's contract requirements for the sake of her future. However, he now felt that he was wrong. If he forced his daughter to be with someone she didn't like, how could she be happy? At this moment, he seemed to have the answer in his heart. This young man in front of me has the courage to face the challenge for Su Yingyu, which shows that he is a person worthy of being entrusted. Once the duel was made public, it instantly attracted a large number of people to watch. There were many witnesses at the training ground of the Su mansion. Many of them had heard the news that Su Biao had awakened his god-level skills and came here just to witness Su Biao's style. An SSS-level genius from a small county town is competing with young Master Su for Miss Su's contract rights. It's quite interesting. In terms of financial resources, family background, strength, and talent, there's nothing wrong with young Master Su. Yet, Miss Su chose a boy with no background at all and even forced a one-on-one duel. An innate SSS level is rare, but an acquired SSS level isn't bad either. If we talk about cultivation resources, young Master Su is miles ahead of him. God-level skills aren't something every genius can possess. This kid named Yan Xiu is doomed to fail. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Biao stepped onto the stage first. He glanced around casually and then fixed his eyes on Yan Xiu. The young man in front of him made him extremely resentful. As early as when he was in Changnan Middle School in Wuzhou City, Yan Xiu had humiliated him. Tang Xinyi was taken away by him and she had not yet settled the score with him. Unexpectedly, Su Yingyu, whom he had long had his eyes on, also signed a contract with him. How can you tolerate this? As the eldest son of the Su family in the provincial capital, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Today, he vowed to use his strength to severely humiliate Yan Xiu to relieve the hatred in his heart. Yan Xiu, you've repeatedly ruined my contract. Today, I want to see who's better than you, so you can understand the difference between you and me. This duel will teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that you are not qualified to fight me, Su Biao. Hearing Su Biao's ridicule, Yan Xiu smiled fearlessly and then jumped onto the ring. Su Biao, can you please stop spouting nonsense? What do you mean by me destroying your contract? It's clearly you who's trying to steal my partner. Putting the facts aside, do you think you're so great that everyone has to obey you? Why do you think you're entitled to it? Faced with Yan Xiu's soul-searching questioning, Su Biao's expression was twisted into a knot. Yan Xiu, I will let you know why right away, with my strength. Su Biao roared, with murderous intent in his eyes. Come, let me see your so-called strength. Yan Xiu crossed his arms across his chest, looking confident. Su Biao smiled contemptuously, and the magic weapon in his hand slowly emerged, the SSS-level tiger subduing blade. Hee, to give you a little shock, I broke through to the 5th level last night. I hope you don't lose too quickly. I don't even need to use my killer moves to deal with you. As soon as Su Biao finished speaking, he raised his knife and slashed towards Yan Xiu at high speed. Yan Xiu's eyes moved, and he instantly summoned the magic weapon in his hand to meet the attack. When the divine weapons collided with each other, and Yan Xiu took the blow with ease. Su Biao was just slightly stunned. This move was just a test. Afterwards, he gathered his spiritual power into the magic weapon. Wild Wind Slash. He shouted loudly and used a series of continuous sword slashing techniques, rushing towards Yan Xiu like a tornado. Yan Xiu just smiled calmly, and a layer of domineering golden light appeared on his body. At the same time, the ancient fighting spirit was also ignited in his heart. With the defense of ancient tyrant body and the speed of ancient fighting will, Yan Xiu once again easily resolved Su Biao's attack. This scene was really shocking to the onlookers. Because in their opinion, Yan Xiu seemed to have fought young Master Su to a draw without using any magical powers. Rather than letting them believe that Yan Xiu was far superior to young Master Su, they would rather believe that young Master Su was letting them win. However, only Su Biao, who was in the middle of the battle, knew that he was really serious about dueling with Yan Xiu at this moment. Seeing Yan Xiu's relaxed expression, Su Biao knew it was time to show off his true abilities. Chapter 80 Chapter 79 Duel Victory. Thinking of this, Su Biao quickly made a heavy chop, and then used the rebound force to create distance. I have to say that I underestimated you. Now I'll let you see my true strength, he shouted shamelessly. Then, a powerful aura emerged from his body. Another tiger roar was heard, and the breath gradually transformed into a soaring tiger, flying around his magic weapon. The powerful aura transformed into a wave of air that swept across. With the power of Tiger Roar, Su Biao's combat power instantly increased by more than 10 times. Here it comes, it's his god-level skill. A fierce tiger, so domineering. It's over, it's over. This time, Yan Xiu will be in trouble if he doesn't die. Seeing this scene, Yan Xiu looked at him seriously and became a little interested. While he was still pretending to be cool, Yan Xiu secretly charged up his heavenly punishment Raikiri to full power. After enjoying the flattery for a moment, Su Biao withdrew his gaze and looked coldly at Yan Xiu, shouting frivolously, Yan Xiu, let's decide the outcome with one move. That's perfect. I don't want to waste time with you anymore. Yan Xiu looked at the ancient divine axe in his hand that was full of power and smiled confidently. You better take this move. Yan Xiu did not hesitate, and as soon as he finished speaking, he raised the magic axe and chopped towards Su Biao. Su Biao's face was also full of contempt, and then he mobilized his energy to launch a powerful attack, and Yan Xiu's magic axe also came to kill him. As expected of the divine-level power of the tiger's roar, it actually made the suppressing effect of heavenly punishment Thunder Blade ineffective against him. The divine weapons collided violently again, like a collision between heaven and earth. However, the power of heavenly punishment Thunderblade was multiplied by multiple factors, and it firmly overwhelmed Su Biao. In this round, Su Biao was actually knocked away. What happened? Master Su lost? No way, are all god-level skills scum? Could it be that Yan Xiu's skills are also divine level? Even so, young Master Su's realm is obviously higher than Yan Xiu's, how could he be defeated? Su Biao stood up in disbelief and looked around blankly. He suddenly laughed uncontrollably. No, how could I possibly lose? Ha, Yan Xiu, you forced me to do this. Suddenly, Su Biao laughed almost crazily. I still have a trick up my sleeve. I'm sure I'll beat you. After he finished speaking, an even more powerful energy suddenly burst out from his body. Just feeling this aura forced Yan Xiu to take it seriously. This guy still has a trump card. Once I use this move, he will definitely die. Do you really have to force me to use the god-slaying slash? Just when Yan Xiu was still considering whether to use his killing move, the elder of the Su family rushed onto the stage and immediately stopped Su Biao's behavior. Biaoer, stop it. He wins this competition. The old man from the Su family looked at Yan Xiu coldly and announced reluctantly. Father, I don't accept it. Su Biao shouted unwillingly. The old man of the Su family shouted, shut up. He's just a country boy. You don't need to fight for your life with him. In the end, Su Biao still didn't dare to challenge his father, so he could only glare at Yan Xiu fiercely. Yan Xiu, just wait and see. Don't let me take you down. Su Biao left angrily, and the old man of the Su family also left with his followers in disappointment. That's great, Yan Xiu, you won. I was right about you. Su Yingyu rushed to the ring and hugged Yan Xiu. Behind her, Captain Su also came to the front of the stage. Captain Su's eyes softened as he looked at Yan Xiu. Now, he was sincerely happy that Yuer could find such an excellent contract partner. Yan Xiu, as agreed, I now agree to the contractual relationship between you and Yuer. Thank you, Captain Su, for your help. Yan Xiu said respectfully. As for you offending the Su family, sigh. After all, you're my daughter's contract partner. I'll find a way to help you with this matter. Yan Xiu was silent for a moment after hearing this. He knew that he had offended the Su family, but so what? He must fight this duel, otherwise he will lose Su Yingyu, so offending the Su family is inevitable. Since it is inevitable, there is nothing to complain about. Yan Xiu, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. If things really went wrong, he could always rely on the First Legion. Even the Su family wouldn't dare to make a big fuss. After Yan Xiu received the approval of Captain Su gave Yan Xiu and his group a warm welcome. During the conversation, Zhao Changfeng stated another purpose of coming to the provincial capital to participate in the youth mercenary competition. This was a great opportunity to hone her skills and grow her strength. Without a second thought, Captain Su agreed to let Su Yingyu join Yan Xiu in the competition. At the Su mansion, Su Biao went to see old man Su. He opened his mouth and began to accuse, Father, why don't you let me use the power of my bloodline? Mr. Su explained earnestly. You know, it's not like you don't know that with your mentality, once you open the family bloodline, it will only backfire on you, killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own. You are too eager for quick success and instant benefits. The strength you rely on is not effectively consolidated. The power of your confused bloodline will infinitely amplify this unstable factor. If you want to defeat him, you need to strengthen your cultivation. He will definitely participate in the youth mercenary competition. That will be your chance. Is this the end of the matter? Of course I can't just let it go like this. I'm going to settle accounts with the flag mercenary group first. I have to make them bleed a little bit. As for Yan Xiu, send someone to keep an eye on them. If he dares to leave the city. For the next 2 days, Yan Xiu and his companions remained at the Su residence. During this time, they received the Su family's warm hospitality and meticulous care, allowing them to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, Yan Xiu successfully established a correspondence with Chu Ling. In the letter, he informed Chu Ling in detail about everyone's arrival in the provincial capital, and told her the truth about the thorny problem of getting into trouble with the Su family without hiding anything. After receiving the letter, Chu Ling took an extremely firm stance and stated that the First Legion would be their solid backing and give them full support. Not only that, Chu Ling also brought exciting news: a brand new secret realm has emerged in the western China region. This mysterious place is full of endless unknowns and temptations, attracting countless adventurers. Faced with such an attractive opportunity, Chu Ling specially extended a sincere invitation, hoping that the flag-seizing mercenary group and Yan Xiu and others could join hands in this exploration journey. After hearing the news, Yan Xiu and others were all extremely excited and looked forward to the upcoming adventure. After all, such a rare opportunity to explore a secret place is rare, and no one wants to miss out on the various precious treasures hidden there. Chapter 81 Chapter 80 Exploring the Secret Realm. The next day, the Jingqi mercenary group received a response from the Su family. The Su family indiscriminately withdrew their defenses from the various mining sites that were supposed to provide protection for the flag-seeking mercenary group without prior notice, which directly resulted in the defenses of the flag-seeking mercenary group at many industrial sites being left empty. They also forcibly occupied the resource points that should have been jointly owned with the flag-seizing mercenary corps, catching the flag-seizing mercenary corps off guard. Captain Su gnashed his teeth in hatred. He had thought that the Su family would abide by the duel agreement, and that young Master Su's loss in the duel should not affect the alliance between the two parties. He didn't expect that he still thought too highly of the Su family. Although exploring the secret realm has many benefits, Captain Su must give priority to his own base. In order to prevent resources from falling into the hands of hostile forces, Captain Su did not hesitate to mobilize a large number of main forces to go there for replacement. Therefore, for this secret realm exploration, he could only send a small number of elite mercenaries to protect Suingyu to explore. As for how much gain could be obtained, Captain Su no longer expected it. After leaving the city, Yan Xiao and his group rushed to the Rocky Mountains outside the secret realm. They could vaguely see the secret realm in the distance. It was a primeval forest shrouded in clouds and mist. On the outskirts of the secret realm, there were bustling mercenaries entering either in teams or alone. Let's go in without further ado. The treasures on the periphery alone were enough to make the trip worthwhile, so Yan Xiao realized that he couldn't waste time. What about Sister Chu? Shouldn't we wait for them? Suingyu asked anxiously. Yan Xiao explained, no need to wait. We agreed to meet outside. I'm sure she's already headed in from the west. After entering the secret realm, the first thing Yan Xiao felt was the abundant spiritual energy inside. No wonder the secret realm always produces so many treasures. In order to meet up with Chu Ling's first legion as soon as possible, the group chose to explore in the west. There have been endless surprises along the way. With their keen insight and excellent skills, everyone successfully harvested a large number of rare and precious elixirs. These elixirs exude an enchanting fragrance, as if they contain endless vitality and vigor. They have various shapes and colors, some are like crystal clear gems, and some are like delicate and beautiful flowers. Each magical medicine emits a unique spiritual fluctuation, allowing people to feel the magical charm of nature. In addition to elixirs, they also encountered and hunted some powerful and ferocious monsters. These monsters are obviously much more powerful than those in the outside world. The abundant spiritual energy in the secret realm also makes them larger and more difficult to deal with than those in the outside world. However, these peripheral monsters could not pose a threat to Yan Xiao and others. After a fierce battle, these monsters were easily defeated one by one, and various precious materials were obtained from them. Everything seemed to be going smoothly and everyone gained a lot. As long as we reunite with Chu Ling and the others, we can enter the inner circle of the secret realm, which is more dangerous but also has richer rewards. Everyone was immersed in this joy, and then dispersed to look for various treasures. But they didn't know that a group of assassins were approaching quietly. Yan Xiao, look at that tree. Suingyu seemed to have discovered something, and immediately pulled Yan Xiao's hand and rushed towards the cliff in the distance. Yan Xiao looked in the direction Suingyu's finger pointed. On the distant cliff, a golden rose was blooming from the crevice of the rock, appearing so tenacious. Yan Xiao couldn't help but sigh, it seems you have found a treasure. It is a top-grade spiritual medicine with gold attribute. It will be of great help to your cultivation. Then can you take it off for me? Suingyu smiled sweetly, played with her pigtails, and showed an expectant expression. Ha, how difficult is that? Yan Xiao said confidently. A thought flashed through his mind, and the ancient fighting spirit was activated. He then mobilized his spiritual power and injected the power into his legs. He just kicked his feet and jumped up as easily as an arrow. He took nimble steps and stepped on the ridge on the cliff wall to jump to a higher place, and easily took the golden rose into his pocket. Yan Xiao, thank you for the roses you gave me. Suingyu took the rose from Yan Xiao's hand. She smelled the fragrance with a happy face and instantly felt like she had fallen in love. Yan Xiao simply responded calmly, it's nothing. After all, you are my phantom girl. Well, for a lifetime. Suingyu felt warm inside and rushed over to rub elbows with Yan Xiao. Ding, intimacy increased. Obtained, achievement points 500. After a brief moment of warmth, Yan Xiao realized that the two of them had gotten away from the main force. Yan Xiaozai realized that everyone was busy looking for rare treasures and didn't seem to realize this. We have to go back quickly. It would be terrible if we got separated in such a huge secret forest. Having said that, Yan Xiao took Suingyu's hand and walked back. However, at this moment, a discordant sound of wind was heard among the woods. Yan Xiao looked around vigilantly, only to see more than a dozen dark shadows moving through the woods. Who are you? Come out! Yan Xiao shouted. What responded to him were several sounds of breaking through the air. Call out! Yan Xiu felt several cold arrows flying from all directions, and he quickly pulled Suing Yu to lie down on the ground. After narrowly avoiding the sneak attack, Yan Xiu was still frightened. If the speed boost provided by ancient fighting will had not disappeared, I might have been hit. This really pissed Yan Xiu off. He roared in anger, "How can you be considered a hero if you hide your head and show your tail? If you have the guts, show yourself and fight me." But before Yan Xiu could finish his words, he heard a few whooshing sounds, and several more icy arrows shot out from the dark corner. Faced with this sudden attack, Yan Xiu had no time to dodge. He had no choice but to use all his strength to hold Suing Yu tightly in his arms, rolling quickly on the ground, and once again narrowly avoided those deadly arrows. However, just as the two were rolling around in a mess, their lips accidentally touched again and they gave each other a solid and passionate kiss. Realizing something was wrong, Yan Xiu immediately turned his head away and said with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry, I was just forced by the situation." Forget it, it's not the first time." Suing Yu's face turned red. She was already being hugged tightly by Yan Xiu, and they were doing a series of intense exercises so close to each other, and finally they kissed inexplicably. How could she not feel shy? But the current situation does not allow the two of them to continue to be so affectionate. Facing the enemy in the dark, Suing Yu also reacted at this moment. These guys only know how to attack from behind, so let me defend against their hidden arrows. Chapter 82 Chapter 81 Common Enemy. Do you have a solution? Yan Xiu frowned slightly and asked anxiously. Suing Yu raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a confident smile, her eyes gleaming with light as she replied, "Of course, as long as we can block the arrows they shoot at us, isn't that enough?" Yan Xiu sighed regretfully, shook his head, and said, "It's a pity that my second divine weapon shield wall can only defend in one direction." Suing Yu crossed her arms, smiled confidently, raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't worry, I have better skills." At this moment, Yan Xiu and the other two were hiding behind a big tree. Suing Yu smiled mysteriously, "Hee, it's strange to say, ever since I separated from you, I quickly discovered that my phantom talent has risen to SS level, and I've awakened another skill, which is also God level." Yan Xiu knew, of course, that what she was talking about was her second ancient illusion, Metal Storm. "They're coming over here, what are you going to do?" Metal Storm is indeed a skill that can cause large-scale damage, but in such a rugged and dense primeval forest, her skill may not be able to play a role. Yan Xiu really wants to see how she will use this skill. "Just watch me." Suing Yu smiled triumphantly, and then she muttered silently, "Metal Storm." As they spoke, a strong wind arose around Yan Xiu and the other man, instantly forming a huge tornado. However, what was blowing in this tornado was not air currents, but sharp knives condensed from spiritual power. Once the metal storm was formed, it instantly cut through everything around it, and the trees that were unfortunately caught in it were soon turned into sawdust. Bad news, Yan Xiu and the other two have been exposed. Good news, a metal turbulence formed by countless steel knives protected the two of them in the middle. The enemies hiding in the dark shot arrows out of despair, but unfortunately, all the arrows were confiscated by the golden storm without exception. "Well done, you're..." Yan Xiu couldn't help but praise. Yan Xiu hadn't expected that this skill could be used in this way. At this moment, she had to admire Suing Yu's intelligence. Now that he has this metal storm to block the enemy's hidden arrows in all directions without blind spots, Yan Xiu can focus on searching for the enemy's position. "Yan Xiu, let's take the initiative." A hint of coldness appeared in Suing Yu's eyes. "Good." The two men smiled at each other, then joined hands and rushed towards the direction where the hidden arrow came from. The metal storm also swept across everything around them as the two moved. Whether it was the grass and bushes on the ground or the treetops above their heads, all possible hiding places were torn apart one by the metal storm. The group of killers hiding in the dark were forced to expose themselves in front of Yan Xiu. Seeing these killers appear before him, Yan Xiu could no longer hide the anger in his heart. Thinking of how he almost died from their hidden arrows just now, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Yan Xiu used the open galaxy without hesitation to kill the killers who wanted to kill him and the other two. Without the concealment and camouflage of the environment, these assassins were nothing more than a bunch of squishy creatures. They were no match for Yan Xiu at all. Under Yan Xiu's divine axe, they fell one after another. One strike at a time, no one was left alive, all were killed instantly by Yan Xiu. After defeating this group of assassins, Yan Xiu and the other man did not have time to be happy, but frowned one after another. Yan Xiu said worriedly, "I don't know what's happened to them. Let's go back." The two were worried that Yuer and the others had also been assassinated, so they quickened their pace and quickly returned to their previous gathering place. Fortunately, everyone was there, and Captain Zhao even captured someone alive. When they saw Yan Xiu and the other man return safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Shui was the first to run to Yan Xiu. She rushed to him angrily and asked, "Where have you been? Did you know there was an assassin just now?" She seemed to be blaming, but her eyes were full of worry for Yan Xiu. "This is my fault. I asked Yan Xiu to help me pick the rose on the cliff, so I walked a little far away." Su Yingyu felt regretful when she thought about it. If Yan Xiu had not taken her away from the hidden arrow in time, both of them would probably be dead by now. At this time, Sun Rose stood up and said directly, "Stop arguing. Everyone is making this mistake. If Captain Zhao hadn't discovered it in time and gathered everyone together, I'm afraid it would have caused a disaster." Song Qiyue nodded in agreement and said pertinently, "Sister Sunro is right. We shouldn't split up any further. Fortunately, the assassins this time are not very strong. If we had encountered a master, it would have been too dangerous to split up." After a short rest, everyone's tension subsided. Through Yan Xiu's soul searching, Yan Xiu and others learned the real murderer who wanted to kill them. It was the Su family. But fortunately, everyone survived. However, no one could swallow this bitter pill, because no one had ever really offended the Su family. The Su family is so evil. We didn't do anything, but they want to kill us just because young Master Su lost to brother Yan Xiu. Tang Xinyi frowned, her tone full of complaints. Su Yingyu's cheeks puffed up with anger when she heard this. She clenched her hands into fists and said angrily, "This is truly despicable. The flag-seizing mercenary group will plant their flags on their graves sooner or later." Song Qiyue was also proud when he heard this. "We can't just let this go. Although our Wuzhou City construction group is weak, we are willing to contribute to the revenge of the Su family. And me, brother Yan Xiu's enemy is my enemy." Li Shui spoke without any concealment. At this moment, everyone is closely connected again because of the same enemy. At this moment, Yan Xiu finally realized that their enemy was his enemy. After experiencing this thrilling crisis, everyone's heart was filled with fear and vigilance, and no one dared to leave the team without scruples as before. Even so, the area for searching for treasure has become relatively narrow, but compared to the fact that everyone can be safe and sound, this loss is really insignificant. But what they don't know is that a bigger crisis is waiting for them ahead. Just a few hundred meters ahead of Yan Xiu and the others, a group of mercenaries in black robes and with stern faces had already carefully set up a pocket formation. These are a group of patient hunters, quietly waiting for their prey. These black-robed mercenaries are all battle-hardened, and their eyes reveal a cold and ruthless murderous intent. They are the accomplices of the group that hunted Su Yingyu in the past, and are also the mortal enemies of the Jingqi mercenary group. However, Yan Xiu and his companions were completely unaware of this, as they were gradually walking into the enemy's ambush. Chapter 83 Chapter 82 The storm breaks out again. The group came to a low-lying valley, which was full of rugged rocks and covered with moss. "Yan Xiu, are you mistaken? Are you sure you are going to meet Sister Chu here?" Su Yingyu looked around but didn't see a single person. Yan Xiu could only smile bitterly, even though what was said in the letter was correct. Wait a little longer, maybe they haven't arrived yet. Because, logically speaking, Chu Ling had no reason to stand him up. She was the deputy commander of the First Legion and she would not go back on her word. This is strange. The First Legion has always been known for its speed. If they insist on saying that they are closer to the secret realm, they shouldn't have arrived yet, right? Su Yingyu blinked her beautiful eyes with a hint of confusion on her face. Hearing Su Yingyu's words, Yan Xiu couldn't help but frown and said, "Maybe something happened. I believe Deputy Captain Chu will not break his promise. Without the participation of the First Legion, it would be risky to enter the inner circle of the secret realm with only the current number of people." Everyone had no choice but to rest here for a while. But just as they sat down, they heard hundreds of people suddenly appearing from the hillsides around the valley. This group of people were dressed in uniform black mercenary uniforms. There were both men and women, and each of them was an elite mercenary. Seeing the scene, everyone thought that Chu Ling's men had arrived, but after a closer look, they realized that these were not Chu Ling's men at all. They were clearly here with bad intentions. "Miss Su, how are you?" The leader was a one-eyed man. When he saw that Yan Xiu and his group had fallen into his encirclement, a hint of arrogance appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Deputy Captain Ma, what do you want to do?" Su Yingyu responded coldly. The one-eyed Captain Ma smiled wickedly. "I never thought you'd have this day. You'll soon fall into my hands. With you as a bargaining chip, ha ha, I believe Captain Su will definitely give me what I want." Bah! You traitors of the Flag Mercenary Group. I shouldn't have let you go in the first place. Captain Su is weak and incompetent. The Flag Mercenary Group should have changed its owner long ago. Without the protection of the Su family, I wonder how long your Flag Mercenary Group can last. We can't let a traitor like you take charge of that. If you know what's good for you, let us go. Otherwise, the flag-seizing mercenaries will definitely wipe you out. Miss Su, I don't think you understand the situation. You've all come to my door, how can I let you get away? Go, catch them. At the command of the leader surnamed Ma, everyone surrounded the valley tightly. They narrowed the encirclement in an orderly manner and approached Yin Xiu and his group step by step. Protect the young lady. The accompanying guards shouted loudly, their eyes determined as they formed a circular formation, protecting the girls in the middle. The enemy approached step by step, and everyone huddled together nervously. At this moment, Su Yingyu looked panicked, and her heart was filled with a sense of self-blame. Seeing so many of her companions trapped in the encirclement because of her involvement, she couldn't help but say to everyone, I didn't mean to implicate you again. I'm afraid these rebels have mobilized their main force to capture me. Yen Xiu, what should we do now? As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Yen Xiu helplessly. She didn't know why, but the person she wanted to rely on most at this moment was the handsome young man in front of her. Facing the surrounding enemies, Yen Xiu remained extremely calm. Not only him, but the other girls also remained quite composed. After experiencing the fierce battle with the demon tribe's army, the scene before him became child's play in Yen Xiu's eyes. The corners of Yen Xiu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. He patted Su Yingyu's shoulder gently, as if to convey his full confidence to her. Don't worry, it won't be easy for those people to catch us. Yen Xiu's voice was firm and powerful, with a sense of trust that could not be ignored. Hearing this, Su Yingyu's originally tense nerves relaxed a little. She raised her head and stared at Yen Xiu's handsome and resolute face, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. The enemy was already very close, and those who were eager to make a contribution had already rushed up and started fighting with the guards. Once the battle started, no one sat still and waited for death. The group of people used their skills to attack any enemy who dared to approach. Being surrounded, Yen Xiu chose not to hold back anymore and used all his martial arts skills at once. In an instant, the entire valley was shrouded in the ancient realm. The moment the ancient realm unfolded, the constraints of the gravity field instantly fell on all approaching enemies, making them slow in movement. Although the large number of opponents reduced the gravity suppression effect of the ancient domain, it did not affect Yen Xiu's freedom of movement in the domain at all. Immediately afterwards, 3 angry wood guards rose from the ground in the small valley. They opened their thick and dense trunks and smashed down on the enemies that were surrounding them. Every blow forced the enemies to dare not move forward. A phoenix cry resounded in the air, and the ice crystal phoenix flew out from a snowflake. Relying on its air superiority, it immediately attacked and harassed the enemies on the ground. After seeing the skills displayed by the other sisters, Su Yingyu was shocked. She sighed in her heart, no wonder Yen Xiu was so calm. Although she had such thoughts in her mind, a look of unwillingness to give in appeared on her face. With a thought, she summoned a metal storm, which quickly swept across the battlefield, catching the enemy off guard. Many enemies died tragically in the storm. With the blessing of various powers and speed, Yen Xiu once again transformed into the god of death on the battlefield. He threw the divine axe wantonly, and opened the galaxy to randomly reap the lives of enemies on the battlefield. In addition to being shocked by the strength of these young men, Zhao Changfeng and Sun Ro were also infected by the battle scene. After calming down a little, they also joined this passionate battle. Sun Ro used her acceleration skill on Zhao Changfeng, and Zhao Changfeng, holding a long-handled broadsword, turned into a gust of wind and attacked the enemy, killing more than 10 people in just a moment. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The group who were weak and powerless a second ago suddenly burst out with amazing fighting power and fought back the siege of the rebels. The rebel leader, who was far away on the mountainside, turned pale when he saw the situation on the battlefield. He would never have imagined that there would be such a group of powerful young men among the 20 or so people in front of him. Especially the young man holding the magic axe, who made him feel unfathomable. This made him realize that if he wanted to capture him alive, he would definitely pay a huge price in casualties. Thinking of this, the rebel leader smiled coldly. In that case, I have no choice but to ask you to leave your lives behind. Chapter 84 Chapter 83 Battle with Beast Spirits. The corners of the rebel leader's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sinister smile. He looked at the 4 beautiful women behind him with obscene eyes, and then swept his gaze towards the 4 guards beside him. "It's time to let everyone see our research results," he said with anticipation. Upon hearing this, several bodyguards smiled evilly and then came to their respective, contracted maids. The rebel leader had a lewd look on his face, and his dirty hands first wandered over several beautiful women, and then he spoke earnestly. "I've raised you for so long, it's time to show your loyalty to the lord of your contract." These phantom women seemed to be brainwashed. After hearing that they could fight for their masters, they all showed excited expressions. To be on the safe side, we have to increase the dosage of medicine for them. The rebel leader reluctantly took out a small bottle of medicine and took out a few mysterious pills from it. After ensuring that every woman had taken the medicine, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "These specially trained contract maids will lose themselves and obey the orders of their contract masters. Not only can I use them on the battlefield, but I can also use them in my bed when I have nothing else to do. If it weren't for the purpose of destroying these people, I really wouldn't want to waste them like this. Forget it, if the contract mate is gone, we can just find another one. You guys, get started." After receiving the order, several personal guards immediately directed these phantom women to rush towards the battlefield. After receiving the order from their master, a terrifying beastly look appeared on their faces. As spiritual power burst out from their bodies, they completely transformed into beast spirits. One of them transformed into a demon beast spirit as big as a tiger with giant claws and a cat-like shape. It was agile and fast, and had a pair of long and sharp claws on its front paws. Next came a hunting dog spirit with a pair of long fangs in its mouth. Although it was not as fast as the former, it was more ferocious and manic. Behind it, a goat beast spirit as strong as an ox appeared. It looked extremely powerful, and when it ran, there was a thunderous sound of horse hooves. Finally, a peacock beast spirit took off into the sky, its wings filled with dazzling colors, and as it flapped its wings, it stirred up dust all over the sky. The 4 beast spirits rushed towards Yin Xiu and his group. They were not afraid of the influence of the domain and first attacked the guards outside. Soon, several unlucky guards were killed tragically under the claws of the cat demon beast spirits. Before the other guards could react, the hound beast spirit came to them. It jumped high and pounced on the guards' necks, and its sharp fangs easily pierced their throats. The remaining guards immediately gathered together to defend, but their defense was useless as they were once again ruthlessly trampled by the goat spirit that came from the cable car. This scene immediately attracted the attention of Yin Xiu and others. Seeing several beast spirits coming at them aggressively, everyone immediately changed to a defensive formation. Tang Sini immediately controlled the angry wood guard to stop them, directly blocking the way of the goat beast spirit and the hound beast spirit. Seeing that they were blocked, the goat spirit and the hound spirit attacked the angry wood guard. Li Shui also seized the opportunity and immediately commanded the ice crystal phoenix to kill the peacock beast spirit. The only cat demon beast spirit used its speed advantage to kill everyone in the blink of an eye. It rushed towards Zhao Changfeng first, as fast as thunder and moving silently. Fortunately, Zhao Changfeng dodged it narrowly, but despite this, his shoulder was still scratched by the sudden sharp claws. Touching the wound on his shoulder, his face was filled with horror. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the speed blessed by Sun Ro, this claw would probably have taken his life. Finding the beast spirit already charging towards him, Yin Xiu hurried to the front of the battle formation and said, "Captain Zhao, leave this monster to me." At this moment, Yin Xiu didn't know that the beast spirit in front of him was actually a phantom woman, and he just thought it was a monster. This cat demon beast spirit has long lost its humanity. It is now just a consciousnessless beast spirit, a wild beast controlled by the will of the lord of the contract. Facing Yin Xiu, who suddenly appeared in front of it, there was no panic in its eyes, but it rushed towards Yin Xiu without hesitation. At such a close distance, Yin Xiu was able to clearly see the strength of the beast spirits. He didn't expect that they were all above level 4. Especially the cat demon beast spirit in front of him, it has reached the peak strength of the 4th level. No wonder it is still as fast as lightning even in the field. However, with the blessing of the ancient fighting spirit, Yin Xiu's speed, reaction, and attention have far exceeded those of ordinary people. Therefore, when facing the sudden attack of the cat demon beast spirit, Yin Xiu was able to react and avoid it in time. Unfortunately, the ancient divine axe was a powerful and heavy weapon, and was not suitable for dealing with such a fast-moving target, so every time Yin Xiu counterattacked it, it was easily avoided. Yin Xiu couldn't hit his target, and the cat demon beast spirit couldn't hurt him at all. The man and the beast fell into a brief state of equal strength. However, Huanggu's fighting spirit is continuing to grow, and Yin Xiu is becoming more and more adept at dealing with the cat monster spirit. At this time, the rebel guards and rebel leaders who were controlling the cat demon beast spirit far away on the mountainside were witnessing Yan Xiu's battle situation. Seeing that they were unable to capture Yan Xiu, the rebel leader immediately ordered his personal guard, "Go, kill Yan Xiu at all costs." Upon receiving the order, the rebel guards immediately led a team of elite mercenaries to attack Yan Xiu. On this side, Yan Xiu was gradually gaining the upper hand in the battle with the cat demon. Just as he was about to kill it, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. He subconsciously swung the divine axe, and after the divine axe passed over the lives of two people, it was unexpectedly caught by the rebel guards. Seeing that the person coming was not simple, Yan Xiu hurriedly retracted his magic weapon and distanced himself from the rebel guards and the cat demon beast spirit. After keeping a safe distance, Yan Xiu's sharp eyes like an eagle quickly scanned the entire battlefield, not missing any details. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos, and everyone was concentrating on dealing with the enemy in front of them. The two female generals, Su Yingyu and Song Qiwei, were agile. With their powerful and large-scale killing skills, they ruthlessly bombarded the ordinary mercenaries who swarmed in. On the other side, the angry Wood Guardian controlled by Tang Xinyi was like an unshakable mountain, engaged in a fierce battle with the extremely ferocious goat beast spirit and the agile and flexible hound beast spirit. The three of them fought back and forth, neither of them giving in, and it was difficult to determine the winner for a while. Looking at Zhao Changfeng and the other two, they cooperated with each other seamlessly, as if they were in perfect harmony. They used tactics skillfully, constantly providing solid cover for the girls behind them and ensuring they were protected from harm. However, what shocked Yan Xiu was that the elite team specially dispatched by Captain Su to protect Su Yingyu's safety had suffered heavy casualties, with more than half of the team members lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, Yan Xiu finally realized that he had underestimated the enemy. He was also confident that he could easily defeat these enemies without using the weapon spirit mode, but he never expected that this group of rebels actually had the ability to summon monsters to fight together, and summon 4 powerful monsters at once. The situation on the battlefield is taking a turn for the worse. It seems I have no choice but to activate the weapon spirit mode. Chapter 85 Chapter 84 Turning the Tide of War. Yuer, the weapon spirit state. He turned around and looked at Song Qiwei. Song Qiwei understood and immediately nodded and said, "I've been ready for a long time." Then she jumped up, and a fiery red energy surged out of her body and enveloped her. Soon she merged into it, as if she had turned into a fiery red sun. A 9-tailed ghost fox spirit emerged from the fiery red ball of light and directly injected into Yan Xiu's magic weapon. What did I just see? Has Yuer transformed into a weapon spirit? Su Yingyu opened her mouth wide and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. When she opened her eyes again, she finally acknowledged the fact. Song Qiwei indeed disappeared from her sight. Moreover, the magic weapon in Yan Xiu's hand was burning with the power of flames. If this wasn't the state of the weapon spirit, what else could it be? This is too outrageous. They've only been awakened for less than a month, and they've already entered the soulmate stage so quickly? Even if he was an SSS-level genius, it would be impossible for him to quickly reach the soulmate stage with his contract partner. However, the facts were right in front of her, and Su Yingyu had no choice but to believe it. After a brief shock, Su Yingyu was left with only surprise and envy in her heart. After witnessing Yuer transform into a weapon spirit and becoming Yan Xiu's most capable weapon spirit girl, Su Yingyu also wanted to become Yan Xiu's weapon spirit. On the other side, Sun Ro and the other person who were bandaging Zhao Changfeng's wound saw the scene and were also shocked. Looking back to about a month ago, Miss Song was still the D-level talented phantom who was looked down upon by others. Unexpectedly, today, she has become Yan Xiu's spirit girl. The change happened so quickly that the huge contrast made the two of them unable to believe it was real. Seeing Yan Xiu burst out with a powerful aura far beyond his level because of the blessing of the weapon spirit, this scene made Zhao Changfeng's blood boil. In his excitement, he couldn't help but babble. "Aru, look at her. She achieved her goal in just 1 month. So, it's my fault?" Sun Ro's face changed when she heard that, and there was a hint of warning in her questioning eyes. "How dare I? I was just thinking. Maybe it's because you were too harsh on me," Zhao Changfeng said with a vague look. However, what responded to him was the severe pain from the wound on his arm. "Changfeng, you're itching for trouble, right?" Sun Ro deliberately pinched Zhao Changfeng's wound, a hint of resentment rising on her slightly red face. Yan Xiu activated the weapon spirit mode, and his martial arts skill Ancient Realm was immediately upgraded to the combined attack skill Purgatory Realm, and the battlefield situation was reversed again. The movement capabilities of those enemies shrouded in the domain are more severely restricted, and this restriction comes from both the body and the soul. Under the dual pressure of gravity and soul burning, their combat effectiveness is declining sharply. Since you forced me to activate the weapon spirit mode, all of you should be prepared to lose your lives. Facing the renewed attack from the cat demon beast spirit and the rebel guards, Yan Xiu's lips curled up into a murderous smile. This time Yan Xiu no longer dodged but chose to confront them head-on. He swung his magic axe and chopped at the two of them without hesitation. The fully strength Raikiri is enhanced with the power of flames, and the enhanced version of the mental suppression effect goes straight to the depths of the two's hearts. In a flash, Yan Xiu used the overwhelming force of his axe to chop both of them down. A dramatic scene appeared before Yan Xiu's eyes. Who would have thought that the spirit of the dead cat demon beast would reveal its true form, and it turned out to be a beautiful woman. It's hard to imagine that the beast spirit that was so brutal just now is actually a living woman. The woman in the contract loses her humanity and transforms into a beast. Is this what they call a master-servant contract? Without time to feel sorry for her, Yan Xiu looked at the other two beast spirits. Perhaps killing was not their original intention, but helping them to be free was the best solution right now. At this time, the three angry wood guards could no longer withstand the attacks of the two powerful beast spirits and fell down powerlessly. With a thought, Yan Xiu flew to the front of the formation and swung the magic axe in his hand towards the goat beast spirit. The goat beast spirit was huge and took Yan Xiu's axe without falling down. After being attacked, the goat spirit became enraged. It trampled on the rocks in the valley and actually formed 3 rock shields outside its body. Protected by the rock shields, it fearlessly charged towards Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu was not going to tolerate it and was not afraid of it playing hardball with him. He swung the divine axe that had been ready to strike at it. Boom! With one move, the goat spirit's shield was shattered into dust, and even its body was bounced back by the huge force. This time, Yan Xiu didn't give it a chance to get up. He casually threw out open the galaxy and hit the goat beast spirit right on the forehead. After the goat beast spirit died, its original form was revealed. It turned out to be a cute, slightly plump woman. Yan Zhang was about to recall the magic axe when he suddenly felt a fishy wind coming from behind him. In a hurry, Yan Xiu hurriedly used the shield wall technique of his second magic weapon to successfully resist. When the divine axe flew back into his hand, Yan Xiu's eyes showed a hint of anger. "You beast, how dare you sneak attack me?" Without saying a word, Yan Xiu raised his sword again and directly cut off the head of the hound beast spirit. Soon, another headless corpse appeared on the ground. After dealing with the 4 most troublesome beast spirits, Yan Xiu had enough fun and released his clone again. Each clone possesses some of Yan Xiu's abilities. They follow Yan Xiu's will and kill the remaining rebel mercenaries. This is impossible. How could there be such a master in the flag mercenary group? Is it an external aid? The rebel leader was horrified by the scene before him, and his reason drove him to give the order to retreat. However, before he could give the order, the rebel mercenaries had already been routed. Faced with Yan Xiu's powerful presence, the rebels no longer had the courage to oppose him and fled in panic. "Ha, you traitors have finally gotten what they deserve. Don't run away if you can." The enemy was defeated. Suing Yu couldn't help but cheer, and she didn't forget to command her guards, "Hurry, don't let them escape, otherwise we'll let the tiger go back to the mountain again." Indeed, if we let them run away, there is no guarantee that they will make a comeback. Yan Xiu also realized this, so he dodged and chased after the rebel leader, ready to capture the leader first. At this time, Yan Xiu's speed was as fast as the wind, and he caught up with the rebel leader in a few flashes. He wanted to kill him as soon as possible, but Deputy Captain Ma was quite capable and dodged the divine axe he threw at him. Deputy Head Ma was also a man who had seen the world. He quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Stop! I have something to say." Yan Xiu tilted his neck, wanting to hear what he was about to say. The rebel leader said shamelessly, "Tell me what benefits Captain Su gave you. I will give you double as long as you can let me go back." Yan Xiu looked at him with contempt. "Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. That's it? I thought you were going to leave some last words. Just a second ago you were thinking of killing us all, and now you want me to let you go, right? So there's no room for negotiation?" Deputy Captain Ma's expression changed drastically, a sinister look slowly emerging. Chapter 86 Chapter 85 The Demon Clan's Command Flag. "Stop talking nonsense, you are going to die today." Yan Xiu's eyes were as cold as a knife, and there was murderous intent in his words. He didn't want to waste any more words arguing with Deputy Captain Ma. The divine axe in his hand was flashing with cold light and was now raised high. Deputy Captain Ma showed no fear at all. He responded with gritted teeth, "In that case, don't blame me for fighting to the death with you." As he spoke, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Deputy Captain Ma reached into his arms without hesitation and quickly took out a mysterious flag from his storage bag. The flag was completely black, embroidered with some strange runes, and exuded a heart-pounding aura. With the appearance of the command flag, the surrounding atmosphere instantly became solemn, and an invisible pressure spread out, making people breathless. Obviously, this command flag is no ordinary thing. Yan Xiu actually felt a strong demonic energy on it. Just as Yan Xiu was stunned, Deputy Captain Ma laughed almost maniacally. "Ha ha ha, since you can't survive, I will make you die with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved the flag in his hand wantonly, and every wave stirred up a gust of evil wind. For a moment, the majestic demonic energy rushed straight into the sky and spread with the strong wind. Although Yan Xiu didn't know what this meant, his intuition told him that he could no longer let Deputy Commander Ma continue to wave the flag. So he rushed forward without hesitation and personally executed the rebel leader, Deputy Captain Ma, who had gone insane. After waves of evil spirit spread out, everything seemed to return to calm. The sky was clear and the air was fresh, so nothing was wrong. Only Suing Yu rushed to Yan Xiu with a panicked look on her face. She gasped, "Oh no! This is the demon tribe's flag of command. Waving it will attract the demon army. Damn it! Why are they the demon tribe again?" Yan Xiu complained for a moment, then said seriously, "If that's the case, the worst that can happen is we just get out of here. You can't escape. This evil spirit is already on you and me. They will find us by smelling the scent." Suing Yu shook her head in disappointment. Then, she cast another vicious glance at the now deceased Deputy Commander Ma and explained sternly, "Things like the Demon Clan's command flag must be destroyed immediately upon capture. I never imagined that a man named Ma would dare to carry it with him and actually use it. This time, facing the demon army, we might really be finished." As she spoke, she dropped her head weakly, as if all her strength had been drained away. The originally bright eyes became dull and lifeless, as if they had lost all vitality and energy. The slightly trembling shoulders and the way she bit her lower lip all revealed the helplessness in her heart. Seeing her so depressed, Yan Xiu had to comfort her again. "Don't be afraid, we are here. It's not like I haven't seen a demon army before. Not long ago, Yue and I fought our way out of the encirclement of the demon army. We have also sneaked into the demon tribe, and we are still alive and well and can come to see you, right?" After hearing what Yan Xiu said, Suing Yu's face was full of disbelief. "Oh my god, what on earth did you go through during the time I was away?" Yan Xiu hooked her nose and spoke slowly. "Do you know why Yue and I reached soulmate status so quickly after our contract? It was actually tempered through those repeated hardships. If you don't believe me, you can ask any of them." "No need, I believe you. Now I'm not afraid anymore. Because, I also want to be your spirit girl." Suing Yu immediately felt much better. Now she had reason to believe that one can really grow after experiencing hardships. "What are you talking about?" At this time everyone rushed over. Yan Xiu touched his head, smiled helplessly, and then told everyone what Suing Yu had said. "Anyway, I have some bad news for everyone. The rebel leader just called in the demon army, and they're on their way." "Ah? Here we go again." Tang Xinyi sighed when she heard that. Song Qiwei, however, looked confident and said, "It's no big deal. Didn't we just defeat the demon tribe not long ago? Miss Song, we still can't take it lightly. The demon tribe that can gain a foothold around the provincial city may not be as powerful as we think." Zhao Changfeng said earnestly, like a veteran. Yan Xiu nodded in agreement when he heard this. He believes that although we cannot lose confidence in this, we cannot be too blindly arrogant either. We still need to have the necessary vigilance and sense of urgency. Since the demonic energy in the river valley was too strong, the demon soldiers would definitely rush there as soon as possible, so everyone unanimously decided to return the same way as soon as possible. As for Chu Ling, I will have to tell her the truth later. It would be best if we could leave the secret realm and return to the city before the demon army catches up. As for exploring the secret realm, I can only withdraw with regret. After all, it is really not worth the risk to fight against the demon army unless it is absolutely necessary. But just based on these peripheral gains, the trip is worthwhile, so there is nothing to regret. At nightfall, Yan Xiu and his group had returned to the jungle where they had been assassinated. Everyone wanted to take a short rest here to conserve their energy. I just experienced a big battle and rushed around all afternoon, and now I feel a little tired. What everyone didn't know was that the vanguard of the demon army was faster than expected. During the short time they were resting, the vanguard of the demons had quietly caught up with them. At this time, Yan Zhang was surprised by the increase in his and Suing Yu's achievement points. Unexpectedly, after such a big battle, the achievement points of the two have reached about 800,000. Soon, I will have a third spirit girl. At the same time, Li Shue's achievement points are also growing rapidly. At this moment, she may have already felt it. Ever since her talent was sucked away by Lu Li, her SS level was downgraded to B level, and then because of the ancient contract, she returned to S level. And now, her phantom has returned to SS level again. The lost talents have returned. And it is better than the previous double SS. Because she has awakened another ancient skill. Contract object, Li Shui. Phantom, Polar Ice Phoenix SS. Realm, late 3rd stage. Ancient illusion, Ice Phoenix's Fury God level. Frost Field Godly rank, summons a field of ice and snow. Enemies within the field are continuously slowed and frozen, and receive cumulative freezing damage. After a certain number of stacks, the freezing damage will penetrate deep into the bones, ignoring defense. When Yan Xiu read this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Wow, what does it mean to penetrate into the bone marrow? This means that no matter how tough the opponent is, or how high their elemental resistance is, they cannot avoid this freezing damage. Not bad, another powerful and very practical skill. But suddenly, a discordant night breeze blew gently past Yan Xiudu's ears. The faint demonic aura in the air interrupted Yan Xiu's thoughts. Yan Xiu frowned and looked around vigilantly. Chapter 87 Chapter 86 Battle against the Demon Clan Vanguard Camp. Ha 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 ha. A deafening laugh that resounded through the sky suddenly rang out. Anyone who stands in the way of my demon race's hegemony must die. The voice was filled with endless arrogance and dominance, like the sound of thunder or the roar of a wild beast. When everyone heard this, their faces changed and their bodies tensed up involuntarily. Not long after, a demon leader with a burly figure and physique as strong as an ox walked out with big strides. He exuded a powerful aura, like a moving mountain, giving people an unshakable sense of oppression. Behind him, followed closely by a group of aggressive demon soldiers. These demon warriors are all strong and powerful, with fierce looks on their faces. They hold sharp standard spears and solid shields. It is obvious at a glance that they are elite warriors who have been on the battlefield for a long time. The demon leader stood at the front of the team, staring at Yan Xiu and his group. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful and arrogant sneer. The appearance of this demon vanguard instantly made the entire scene extremely tense. However, Yan Xiu was ashamed. He didn't know whether he should say they were stupid or praise them for their upright behavior. This group of demon soldiers seem to have their own pride. They won't use any shady tricks on you, they just want to fight you openly. But it doesn't matter anymore. No matter what, the number of troops in this battle is about 20 versus about 50, and the advantage is on my side. I am Man Xiong, the demon general of the vanguard camp of the Eternal Demon Alliance. You cowardly humans, tell me your names. The demon general Man Xiong said majestically, carrying a mountain-splitting axe on his shoulder. It's actually the 10,000 Worlds Demon Alliance. Suing Yu was shocked when she heard that. Seeing this, Yan Xiu hurriedly asked, is the 10,000 Worlds Demon Alliance very powerful? The 10,000 Worlds Demon Alliance is the most powerful demon alliance in the Western China region. This demon force is even ranked among the most powerful in the entire Longhua Kingdom. So they also want to get a piece of this secret realm? Suing Yu smiled bitterly. Let's not talk about exploring the secret realm for now, let's quickly think of a way to avoid being killed by them. Don't be nervous, they are just a vanguard. Yan Xiu consoled her, then summoned the ancient divine axe and stepped forward, saying without a hint of weakness, Yan Xiu from Wuzhou City, please teach me. Upon learning the boy's name, the demon general Man Xiong was slightly stunned. So you are Yan Xiu. They said you would become a great threat to our demon clan, but today I see that you are just like that. Facing the provocation of the demon general Man Xiong, Yan Xiu remained calm. He knew very well that he had to deal with this group of demon soldiers immediately. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to fight, then fight. I know you want to delay time. Yan Xiu said as he took the initiative to attack the enemy. The vanguard battalion is enough to deal with you. The demon general, Man Xiong, smiled arrogantly. He raised his mountain-splitting axe high in the air and gave the order, "Vanguard camp, form up." As soon as the order was given, the demon soldiers of the vanguard camp immediately deployed their troops and soon formed an enemy defense formation. The demon soldiers in the front row held sturdy shields in their hands, their legs firmly planted in horse stance, forming an insurmountable shield wall. The spearmen in the back row had solemn expressions. They held their spears high, with the tips of their spears flashing with a cold light. The military formation has been formed, and instantly formed a military barrier with a morale boost. Under the double defense of the shield wall and the barrier, Yan Xiu's tentative attack was like hitting a solid wall. The strong reaction force made Yan Xiu's palm numb and bounced him back. After feeling the enemy's strength, Yan Xiu instantly realized that he had to go all out. "Yuer, the spirit of the weapon is in state." Yan Xiu's expression was solemn, as if he felt pressured. Song Chiwei realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly transformed into a weapon spirit and merged into the magic weapon. The Purgatory Realm first descended upon the battlefield, but unfortunately it was blocked by the enemy's formation and failed to exert its desired effect. Without caring about anything else, Yan Xiu rushed towards the enemy again and launched an attack that gathered all the bonuses. Bang! The ancient divine axe fell like the sky, covering the enemy's formation, and the surging force split the enemy's formation in half. Yan Xiu seized the opportunity and quickly killed the demon general. Just in time. The demon general Man Xiong was actually very excited about Yan Xiu's performance. As he spoke, he raised his mountain-splitting axe and faced him head-on. While he was running, his strength suddenly increased. He swung the axe with both hands with great force. The axe came towards Yan Xiu with the force of a mountain falling down. Yan Xiu had no intention of backing down, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. With the activation of Destroying God / boundless murderous intent burst out from Yan Xiu's divine axe. Soon, the strongest blow was formed in his hand. The demon general Man Xiong seemed to sense the danger, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. In order to prevent Yan Xiu from completing the preparations for his strongest attack, he immediately decided to strike first. But it was too late. God slaying slash did not require any time to accumulate power. Feeling the overloaded energy boiling in the divine axe, Yan Xiu could no longer hide the arrogance on the corner of his mouth. Boom! The two heavy axes collided with each other, immediately causing huge waves. The energy of this explosion can be felt even from 100 miles away. What a crappy military formation! It couldn't withstand the aftermath of the explosion. The blast wave lifted the demon soldiers dozens of meters high, and the military formation instantly became torn apart and in disarray. The demon general Man Xiong was killed beyond all possibility by this move. Yan Xiu stared at the inhuman demon leader and said frivolously, "You are a respectable opponent, but I don't have time to tangle with you. This move is my greatest respect for you." As he spoke, he stepped on the corpse of the demon general and glanced at the other demon soldiers with murderous eyes. That look seemed to be saying, "I wonder if there is anyone who is not afraid of death and dares to continue to go against me." These demon soldiers were frightened by Yan Xiu's aura. Not only did no one dare to step forward, some even turned around and fled. When Su Yingyu saw the deserter, she wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Yan Xiu. "Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Let's just leave." The previous attack consumed all 60,000 killing intent points, and only returned less than 30,000. However, such a powerful attack was only enough to kill a demon general. If the Demon Alliance army were to chase us, there would definitely be many experts among them. By then, I'm afraid that even the accumulation of murderous intent wouldn't be enough. After watching the demon soldiers run away, Su Yingyu did not forget to praise Yan Xiu. "Well, Yan Xiu, you are amazing. You defeated the vanguard of the Demon Alliance with just one move. Although this move can turn the tide, I can't use it continuously in a short period of time. I just had no other choice, so I used this move. If I encounter an enemy like this again, it will be troublesome." But just as Yan Xiu finished speaking, smoke signals appeared on the distant hilltop. There was a movement in the jungle, and it was obvious that there were hundreds or even thousands of people. Yan Xiu couldn't help but curse in his heart, "I am such a bad mouth." Chapter 88 Chapter 87 Arrival of the First Legion. At this moment, Yan Xiu and his group's hearts were in their throats. It's over, this is really a big deal. It's definitely too late to run now. The only option is to fight. This is the army of the 10,000 Worlds Demon Alliance. It is definitely much stronger than the army of the Demon Spirit Tribe. We've already escaped death many times, so this life is worth it. At least I can die with brother Yan Xiu before I die. What are you saying? What if we break through? The four girls each expressed their thoughts, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Yan Xiu remained calm and paid attention to his surroundings. He soon discovered something was wrong. If it was the Demon Alliance army, the reason would be that demonic energy was rising to the sky, but he did not sense the presence of demonic energy from this mysterious force approaching this side. On the contrary, the sensation in the blood is becoming stronger and stronger. Who else could this blood connection be but Chu Ling? Realizing this, Yan Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Su Yingyu noticed the change in Yan Xiu's expression and immediately ran over to ask, "Yan Xiu, you are so heartless. You are about to face a disaster and you are still smiling? Who said we were in danger? Look how nervous you all are. These are friendly troops coming." As soon as Yan Xiu finished speaking, Chu Ling appeared in front of everyone with a group of people. It's Sister Chu. Su Yingyu's eyes shone. The other three girls couldn't help but sigh. The First Legion has arrived, great. We are saved. Yan Xiu had already walked forward and greeted Chu Ling, "Deputy Captain Chu, long time no see." But when he got closer, he found that Chu Ling was nervous. Chu Ling simply smiled faintly, then announced solemnly, "Yan Xiu, we have to leave quickly. See those smoke signals on the hilltops everywhere? Those are the smoke signals of the 10,000 Worlds Demon Alliance." What exactly happened? Yan Xiu couldn't help but ask. "Let's go first, we'll talk on the way," Chu Ling said with a heavy heart. It turned out that the opening of this secret realm also alarmed the 10,000 Worlds Demon Alliance. They sent out their main force with the intention of taking over the entire secret realm. It was on the way that the troops of the 10,000 Worlds Demon Alliance met the First Legion. The two sides were old enemies, so they started a fierce battle right away. Unfortunately, the First Legion was defeated. The people from the 10,000 Ages Demon Alliance cut off their retreat and pushed them into the inner circle of the secret realm step by step. At this moment, the commander of the First Legion, Chu Long, is leading the First Legion to rely on the advantageous terrain of an ancient city in the secret realm to resist the attack of the Demon Alliance army. Chu Ling insisted on meeting up with Yan Xiu and the others. After all, it was she who invited Yan Xiu and the others to explore the secret realm together. She couldn't bear to ignore the lives of Yan Xiu and others just because the Demon Alliance army appeared. So she took the initiative and led a team of people to look for Master Yan Xiu. If it weren't for the Demon Clan's command flag earlier and the energy explosion just now, Chu Ling might not have found Yan Xiu and the others so easily. After hearing Chu Ling's explanation, Yan Xiu finally understood. No wonder Chu Ling had not arrived at the valley yet. It turned out that she had met someone from the Demon Alliance. Looking back at the present, Yan Xiu suddenly discovered that Chu Ling was leading everyone out of the secret realm. He hurriedly asked the reason, "Deputy Captain Chu, isn't your brother in the secret realm? Where do you want us to go?" Chu Ling showed a trace of shame on her face when she heard this. "If I hadn't asked you out, you wouldn't have been attacked by the demon, so I'm going to escort you back. It's best for you not to wade into this mess. After all, that's the Eternal Demon Alliance, a force that even our First Legion can't stand up to." Yan Xiu asked in surprise, "Then aren't you going to support Captain Chu?" Chu Ling sighed and said, "Of course I will go back, but you don't have to follow me to die." "Linger, what are you talking about?" Yan Xiu was shocked and stopped decisively, putting his hands on Chu Ling's shoulders. He stared at her very seriously and said solemnly, "Linger, you are my contracted girl. Your business is my business." There was a hint of accusation and a hint of concern in his tone. "I don't care what others think, at least I'm willing to go back with you to support your brother." "You really think so?" Chu Ling felt surprised and happy. Yan Xiu said with a determined look, "You dared to risk your life to come back to find us, so how could I run away from you in the middle of a battle? Well, then you'd better make it clear to the other companions. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Those who are willing to fight back with us can come, but I won't force you to do so. Once we get past the mountain pass ahead, we'll be on our way back to the main city. It's up to you whether to go or stay." After Chu Ling finished speaking, she left without looking back. The situation was urgent. Yan Xiu returned to the group and announced directly, "Deputy Captain Chu risked her life escorting us here so she could bring us back safely. Now she's going back to support Captain Chu, and I've agreed to go with her. As for you, I want you to go back. This battle has nothing to do with you. I know my decision is irresponsible, but I have no choice but to go." After Yan Shou finished speaking, he resolutely turned towards Chu Ling. As for what decision everyone would make, Yan Shou had no idea. Everyone was stunned, and then different thoughts arose in their minds. At this time, Su Yingyu was the first to come to her senses, and she chased after him with a smile. Yan Xiu, I'll go with you. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? The demons are our common enemy. How could the flag mercenary group just sit back and watch? After seeing Su Yingyu decided to go, Song Chiwei took Tang Xinning and Li Shui's hands, and the three of them followed together. Yan Xiu, have you forgotten our previous agreement? Why do you want to take risks alone again? Zhao Changfeng and Sun Ro looked at each other and smiled. We can't let a few little kids look down on us, right? Sun Ro stared at Zhao Changfeng. Hee, that's it. Zhao Changfeng smiled and touched his head, not daring to say a word of no. When Xu Ling saw that Yan Xiu and his group were all willing to follow her back for support, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. Xu Ling thanks everyone on behalf of the First Legion. If we can return safely together, the First Legion will be forever friends with you. The inner circle of the secret realm, the ruins of the ancient city. Xu Long stood on the high city wall, gazing at the densely packed demon army camp in the distance. His expression was solemn and his eyes were deep. Chapter 89 Chapter 88 Lure the tiger away from the mountain. The casualties have been counted. The 1st Battalion lost 20% of its combat personnel, and the 2nd Battalion also lost over half. The 3rd Battalion is in better condition, but its leader has been killed. The 4th Battalion, led by the Deputy Regimental Commander, has not yet returned, and its status is unclear. After listening to the casualties report from his subordinates, Xu Long's expression became even more pessimistic. Hasn't the evacuation route been found yet? Captain, it is now certain that we are surrounded. We must find a way to break out. Although this ancient city ruin is easy to defend but difficult to attack, if the Demon Alliance army surrounds it without attacking, we will be trapped here sooner or later. I'll go collect intelligence and find the enemy's weak points to break out. Xu Long nodded heavily, and looking at the Demon Alliance army in the distance, he felt deeply pressured. Not long after, a person in charge of investigation came running over excitedly. Reporting to Captain Xu, we have discovered an underground passage in the basement of the ancient city ruins. Upon hearing this news, a glint flashed in Xu Long's eyes. Where is the passage? Take me to see it? Soon Xu Long followed his subordinates to the basement and saw that there was indeed a secret passage in the basement. Unfortunately, there was a large-scale landslide and the mercenaries were busy cleaning up the ruins. There were gusts of cool breeze blowing through the secret passage, accompanied by thick spiritual energy. It was very likely that it led to a place with abundant spiritual energy. Seeing this secret passage, Xu Long seemed to see new hope. Now Xu Long urgently wants to know whether he can escape the encirclement through this secret passage. Even if that doesn't work, as long as the secret passage is long enough, we can continue digging and there's still a chance to escape. However, the enemy did not seem to want to give the First Legion a chance to breathe, and the Demon Alliance army in the distance once again sounded the horn of attack. While Xu Long was directing the mercenaries to quickly clear the secret passage, he returned to the top of the city wall to command the battle. On the towering city wall made of extremely hard, steel-like rocks, Xu Long stood quietly like a sculpture. His posture was as straight as a pine tree, his eyes were as cold as frost, and he stared expressionlessly at the dense and endless army of the Demon Alliance outside the city. These monsters have hideous faces, bared fangs and claws, and exude a chilling aura. Some of them are as big as mountains, some are as fast as lightning, and some can cast strange and unpredictable magic. Suddenly, a group of demon soldiers with archers appeared in the distance, and a wave of arrows attacked the city wall. The mercenaries of the First Legion displayed skilled combat skills. They remained calm in the face of a rain of arrows. They skillfully raised their shields or deployed various defensive barriers to successfully resist this wave of arrow attacks. However, the Demon Alliance army quickly attacked the city. There was a dark mass under the city wall. They were waving the inky black demon flags and looked murderous. Under Xu Long's calm and composed command, the First Legion launched their counterattack. They dropped rocks from the city walls, or shot arrows, or the female mercenaries gathered together and released elemental skills to bombard the enemies below the city. However, some of the more powerful demon army generals easily jumped onto the city wall, and then brandished their crude weapons and charged towards the soldiers defending the city. Every time this happened, Xu Long would step forward first and kill these powerful demon generals one by one. The battle soon became intense. The First Legion, relying on the advantage of the ancient city walls, struggled to resist the enemy that outnumbered them several times. At this moment, Yan Xiu and his group had already arrived at the vast wilderness outside the ancient city. They looked into the distance and saw demonic energy rising into the sky, blocking out the sun, and the terrifying Demon Alliance army was like a surging tide, continuously launching round after round of extremely fierce attacks on the ancient city. Chu Ling saw all of this and felt extremely anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. She knew that time was running out and the situation was critical. If she didn't speed up and rush to the ancient city, the consequences would be disastrous. So, she made a quick decision and gave the order without hesitation: everyone speed up. We must get to the ancient city as quickly as possible. However, just as they were rushing forward at lightning speed, an accident suddenly occurred. A group of vicious pursuers appeared out of nowhere and blocked their way. One of the demon generals was holding a rake, his eyes wide open with anger. "Hey, you little bitch, you made us chase you for so long, now you can leave your life behind." Behind him, the pursuers all had ferocious faces and exuded strong murderous intent. It was obvious that they had no good intentions. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Yan Xiu and others did not panic, but responded quickly and prepared to fight a desperate battle with the enemy. Yan Xiu's eyes turned cold and he snorted, "Humph, you think you can stop us?" There was no need for Yan Xiu to say much at this time. Yue tacitly transformed into a spirit of the weapon and flew into the magic axe. He gripped the battle axe tightly in both hands, and with a flash of his body, he rushed towards the leading enemy. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle, with flashes of swords and sabers constantly surging. The other team members also displayed their unique skills and engaged in fierce confrontation with the enemy. Chu Ling summoned a thunder tiger, which moved flexibly among the crowd, and every swing of its claws could bring about a bloody storm. Tang Xini and Li Shui also used summoning skills to disrupt the enemy lines. Su Yingyu launched another metal storm, and a large number of demon soldiers fell. With the help of the weapon spirit, Yan Xiu quickly knocked the arrogant demon general away. The demon general snorted coldly and stood up to escape. Seeing this, Yan Xiu's eyes were full of contempt and he hurriedly chased after him. When they chased to an open space in a dense forest, the demon general suddenly smiled coldly. He just waved the flag of command, and the demon soldiers hiding nearby quickly rushed over here. After a while, 3 demon generals flew out from the jungle not far away. Immediately afterwards, a group of demon soldiers surrounded Yan Xiu. The 4 demon generals smiled at each other, and then looked at Yan Xiu arrogantly. "Ha ha, Yan Xiu, you're being careless. Right now, the 4 of us can take your life as easily as taking something from a sack." Yan Xiu suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap carefully designed by the enemy, a strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He couldn't help but secretly regret how he could be so easily deceived. However, regret was of no use at this moment. The urgent situation at hand did not allow him to be distracted in the slightest. Yan Xiu took a closer look and was shocked to find that these 4 demon generals all possessed the powerful strength of the 4th level and were definitely not ordinary people. Facing such a powerful enemy, he knew that he must not take it lightly, as any carelessness could lead to him falling into an irretrievable situation. Just as Yan Xiu was racking his brains to think of a response strategy, the 4 demon generals did not give him a chance to breathe and suddenly launched an extremely fierce attack on him at the same time. In an instant, the flashes of swords and the shadows of knives attacked Yan Xiu, and the whistling sound was deafening. Each move contained endless murderous intent and power, vowing to put Yan Xiu to death. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, Demon Clan Killing Formation. Facing the sudden attack of the 4 demon generals, Yan Xiu reacted quickly, his spiritual power circulated rapidly, and various skills were activated at the same time. However, despite this, under the repeated attacks of the 4 demon generals, Yan Xiu still lost the initiative and fell into a passive defensive disadvantage. In this situation, Yan Xiu decisively activated the art of splitting himself into 2. As soon as the clones unfolded, 5 strict cultivators appeared before their eyes. It is difficult to tell whether this clone is real or fake, but it possesses at least half of the combat power of Yan Xiu's original body. With the help of exchanging clones, Yan Xiu easily avoided the successive attacks of the 4 demon generals. At the same time, he controlled his clone, trying to find a way to break out of the siege. However, these demon generals seemed to have seen through Yan Xiu's thoughts, and they immediately gave orders to tighten the defense line. When the demon soldiers received the order, they tacitly formed a solid circular defense line, firmly encircling Yan Xiu and his clones. He raised his spear high and gradually narrowed the encirclement, trying to capture both Yan Xiu's clone and original body in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Yan Xiu suddenly felt pressured. He had no choice but to dodge the joint siege of the four demon generals while using Heavenly Punishment Thundercut to try to break the formation. Finally, the demon soldiers' line could not withstand Yen Xiu's continuous attacks and soon showed signs of collapse. When the four demon generals saw this scene, they suddenly stopped and set up formations around the four directions. Yen Xiu, you're quite a character since you were able to force our four great generals to unleash their killing formation. It's a pity that with this move, your legend ends here. As the four demon generals finished their words, a formation descended from the sky and enveloped Yen Xiu. This formation seemed to have a suppressing effect, and Yen Xiu's several clones were unable to move. If it weren't for the control and defense effect of the ancient tyrant body, even the main body would be unable to move. Just as Yen Xiu was exclaiming in amazement, the shadow of a giant sword as big as a mountain was forming above the killing formation. This giant sword contains extremely powerful power and boundless murderous intent. Moreover, Yen Xiu could accurately feel that this giant sword seemed to have a head-locking effect. This made Yen Xiu feel an oppressive feeling that was difficult to eliminate. Yen Xiu knew that he couldn't withstand such a blow, so his mind began to spin rapidly. Finally, Yen Xiu's eyes tightened. He had no choice but to give it a try. Since I can't take this attack, I have to break this formation now. In a flash, Yen Xiu raised his magic axe and suddenly jumped up. With the Heavenly Punishment Thunderblade at full strength and the power of God-slaying slash, he flew up and slashed at one of the demon generals. The demon general was shocked. He didn't expect Yen Xiu to be able to move, but he was in the stage of releasing the formation and he had no time to stop and dodge. With one blow, the demon general was chopped in half by Yen Xiu, and the killing formation was instantly reduced to one less person. Having lost the spiritual power supply of a demon general, the killing formation became unstable in an instant, and the shadow of the giant sword in the air swung uncontrollably. The three demon generals were horrified and they didn't care about anything else. I had no choice but to release this unstable killing formation immediately. The giant sword smashed to the ground randomly, but it no longer had the effect of locking the head, and Yen Xiu narrowly avoided it. However, the power of the giant sword is so strong. The giant sword hit the ground, causing a loud bang. The residual force of the explosion alone shattered all of Yen Xiu's clones, and even sent his original body flying. A mouthful of old blood spurted out of his mouth, and Yen Xiu found that he was injured again. But the enemy was not in a much better situation. Looking around, they saw that a large number of ordinary demon soldiers had also suffered casualties. The three demon generals also stood up from the ground in embarrassment. When they saw Yen Xiu injured, they couldn't help but become arrogant. Ha ha ha, Yen Xiu. No matter who you are, in order to prevent future trouble, we must kill you today. Yen Xiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and thought to himself that something was wrong. The God-slaying slash just now only returned less than 10,000 killing intent points. Such a bonus is unlikely to kill any of them again. Without this killer move, Yen Xiu became less confident. Especially now that he has internal injuries, it will be even more difficult to defeat these three people. Reality left Yen Xiu no room for complaint. Three demon generals had already come to attack him, so Yen Xiu had no choice but to endure his internal injuries and struggle to get up and retreat. Fortunately, the enemy line had been broken and no one could stop Yen Xiu from evacuating. Catch up with him, don't let him get away. The three demon generals groaned and quickened their pace. However, because of his injuries, even with the speed boost, Yen Xiu was still caught up. The three men, one in front and one behind, instantly blocked Yen Xiu's way. Is this the end for me? Yen Xiu couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, he blamed himself very much for being so careless that he actually fell into the enemy's trap. Yen Xiu, you're done. The three demon generals shouted and attacked together. Yen Xiu closed his eyes unwillingly. However, the next second, Yen Xiu felt himself being pulled into the air and soaring into the sky. Yen Xiu slowly opened his eyes, and it turned out to be the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Yen Xiu, I saved you again. Isn't the one riding on the back of the Ice Phoenix Li Shui? Li Shui had a smile on her face. She was happy that she was able to save Yen Xiu in time. Li Shui's beautiful smile dispelled the fear of death. Yen Xiu smiled and responded, Thank you, Shui. You came at the right time. Soon the two returned to the ground and reunited with everyone. Tang Sini immediately came to Yen Xiu's side and started treating him. The healing spiritual power nourished his body, and soon Yen Xiu recovered as before. Now, it's everyone's turn to surround the three demon generals. You have the guts to fight me in a one-on-one fight. One of the demon generals was very nervous. Humph, damned aliens, why should we fight you one-on-one? That's right, you're so shameless. Several girls were chatting and laughing. At this time, Yan Xiu also slowly came to the front of the battle and said sarcastically, "You want to die with dignity, don't you? Excuse me, you just surrounded me, now we are going to surround you too. I kill you." The demon general became enraged and rushed towards Yan Xiu, but what awaited him was the combined attack of all the girls. Seeing this, the other two demon generals wanted to run away, but at this moment Li Shui rode the ice phoenix gracefully above them. She giggled and proudly used the skill she had learned not long ago, Frost Field. Under the slowing effect of the Frost Field, the two demon generals who were already exhausted could no longer run. "Shuier, well done," Yan Xiu praised. Then he flew to the two demon generals and saw them off for the last time. At this time, Chu Ling arrived with Zhao Changfeng and the 4th Battalion, only to find that the battle was over. After Chu Ling breathed a sigh of relief, she said anxiously, "I'm glad everyone's okay. Time is running out, the enemy is attacking the ancient city, we have to rush over to support them." Chapter 91 Chapter 90 Demon Clan left vanguard. On Chu Long's side, the ancient city was crumbling under the baptism of war. The soldiers on the city wall looked tired, but there was still a gleam of determination in their eyes. They held their weapons tightly in their hands, ready to face the enemy's new round of attacks again and again. The Demon Alliance army surged in from all directions like a tide, with their fangs bared and their claws bared, looking very aggressive. At this time, Chu Long misjudged the enemy's main attack direction. By the time he reacted, the southern defense line was already in danger and was about to be breached. At this critical moment, a phoenix cry was heard. Yan Xiu rode on the ice phoenix and held the magic axe in his hand and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Behind him was the Phantom Women's team led by Chu Ling, as well as other people and troops from the 4th Battalion of the 1st Legion. Everyone quickly joined the battle and fought side by side with the defenders on the city wall to resist the attack of the Demon Alliance. The battlefield was filled with the sound of killing and the flashing of swords and sabers. Yan Xiu led the charge, jumping into the enemy camp from the back of the ice phoenix. The divine axe in his hand was like a tiger descending from the mountain, and every swing brought about a bloody storm. His heroic performance inspired the soldiers around him, and everyone fought bravely, for a while forcing the Demon Alliance army back several steps. At this moment, the figure who hurriedly came from the south to support Chu Long happened to witness everything that was happening. His sharp eyes quickly swept across the chaotic battlefield, and then he caught a familiar face in the crowd that made his heart tighten. It was his biological sister Chu Ling. Without any hesitation, Chu Long jumped off the towering city wall and came to Chu Ling to help kill the enemy. "If I had known that we would be surrounded by enemies, I shouldn't have been looking forward to your return." Chu Long vigorously waved the magic weapon in his hand, which was a sharp sword. He chopped down the enemies approaching Chu Ling one by one, and shouted at Chu Ling, his voice full of self-blame and regret. Chu Ling's body trembled slightly when she heard this, but her eyes were extremely firm. She shouted back, "Brother, you once said that the 1st Legion would never abandon any of its compatriots. Are you asking me to break that oath now?" As she spoke, a bolt of lightning appeared in her hand. Every time she unleashed the power of thunder, it was carried with a fierce momentum, forcing the enemy to retreat again and again. However, looking at the unfamiliar faces among the reinforcements, he couldn't help but ask, "Who are these people? Why are they helping us?" Chu Ling gritted her teeth and said, "This is a long story. I'll explain it to you in detail after we successfully repel these hateful guys." After saying that, she once again commanded the Thunder Tiger to pounce on one enemy after another. Chu Long smiled calmly. He didn't care about so many things at this moment. As long as they were friendly forces, it was fine. Then he put all distractions behind him and devoted himself to the battle. He was agile and skilled in swordsmanship, and wherever he went, enemies fell to the ground. The brother and sister fought side by side, cooperating seamlessly, forming an indestructible line of defense and withstanding wave after wave of fierce attacks from the enemy. On the other side, Yan Xiu and his men cooperated very well and also dealt a huge blow to the demon soldiers. Yan Xiu even swiftly slashed with his sword, beheading several captains of the demon soldiers in succession, causing his achievement points and killing intent value to soar. The demon soldiers quickly began to flee, but suddenly a tall figure jumped under the city wall. He just roared, and the evil spirit in the air became agitated. Those demon soldiers who had been thinking of retreating were immediately inspired after hearing the roar. They became murderous and their morale was high. They turned around and fought back. "Your opponent is me." With a loud shout, the tall demon raised a 5-meter-long mace and smashed it towards Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu suddenly felt an unprecedented murderous aura coming towards him. In a flash, he relied on his keen intuition and agility acquired through years of practice to narrowly avoid the fatal blow by a hair's breadth. The mace was slammed into the extremely hard ground with the force of thunder, and in an instant dust flew and gravel splashed everywhere. What is astonishing is that such a solid ground was smashed into a huge deep pit, and the earth was shaking. What a powerful force! Yan Xiu was secretly shocked, while his eyes were fixed on the mysterious and powerful enemy in front of him. Not good, it's actually a 7th-level expert. I saw the mace in the opponent's hand flashing with a strange light, as if it contained endless power. Your divine axe contains an extremely ancient aura. I think you must be the famous Yan Xiu they are talking about. The enemy's voice sounded like it came from the netherworld, icy cold and full of provocation. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me your name if you have the guts. Yan Xiu responded coldly with determination and resoluteness in his eyes without showing any sign of weakness. Ha 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 ha. The enemy laughed wildly. Listen carefully, I am the left vanguard of the Eternal Demon Alliance Gan Lang. Today, let me see just how far you've come. Before he finished speaking, Tan Lang once again swung the mace as heavy as a mountain and pounced on Yan Xiu like a ferocious beast. The air seemed to be torn apart, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yan Xiu did not dare to be careless at all. He held the magic axe tightly in both hands and faced the attack with full concentration. However, with just one move, Yan Xiu was knocked away by the astonishing force. He barely managed to keep his balance, only to hear Zhuo Xianfeng's mockery, "If this is all you have, I'm truly disappointed. Please give me your contract partner, I will crush her too." Just at this moment, Song Chi-Wet and others also arrived here. "Yan Xiu, I'm here to help you." As she spoke, she took the initiative to transform into a weapon spirit and merged into Yan Xiu's magic axe. "Ha ha, this is quite interesting." Zhuo Xianfeng laughed arrogantly and charged towards Yan Xiu again. With the help of the weapon spirit, the power of the magic weapon increased several times. Yan Xiu continued to fight back with confidence. However, despite this, under the fierce attack of the left vanguard, Yan Xiu was defeated step by step, and in less than 3 rounds, Yan Xiu was defeated again. I'm so disappointed. They boasted that you were a great threat to the demon clan, but today it seems you're nothing special. Zhuo Xianfeng continued to mock. At this time, Yan Xiu was filled with rage. After thinking about it, he realized that the murderous intent value he had just accumulated was about 50,000 or 60,000. He had already decided to use his strongest attack. Feeling the sudden burst of murderous intent from Yan Xiu, Zhuo Xianfeng finally revealed a satisfied smile. You finally can't hold it back anymore? Come on, let me see your strongest attack. Zhuo Xianfeng spoke arrogantly, and spiritual power erupted from his body like a geyser. Chapter 92 Chapter 91 Dual Spirits. Suddenly, the demon tribe's left vanguard let out a low roar, and his body quickly changed. His muscles swelled, his bones twisted, sharp claws extended from his fingertips, and his hair stood up like steel needles. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a huge and ferocious werewolf. The left vanguard transformed into a werewolf and pounced on Yan Xiu like a gust of wind. He stretched out his claws like sharp scimitars and drew a bloody blade light in the air. At the same time, Yan Xiu also launched his most powerful attack. All his strength was concentrated on the divine axe. This energy, with unparalleled power, chopped fiercely towards the left vanguard of the demon clan. Seeing this scene, all the women thought that Yan Xiu was about to win the battle again. However, an accident happened. Although Yan Xiu tried his best, he was still unable to withstand the terrifying power of the demon clan's left vanguard. There was a loud bang, and the two attacks collided violently, instantly causing an earth-shattering explosion. Amidst the smoke and dust, Yan Xiu's figure flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. A trace of blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was as pale as paper. Obviously he had suffered a serious injury. The demon tribe's left vanguard was also repelled by the explosion, but he only temporarily lost the power of his werewolf form. He still stood firmly in the same place, emitting a heart-pounding aura, like an invincible demon. Yan Xiu, don't think you're invincible just because you've killed so many masters of my demon clan. Now, take your pride and go. Zhuo Xianfeng spoke arrogantly, and then he jumped high, holding a mace, intending to end Yan Xiu's legend. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard. It turned out to be an angry wood guard that fell. Stop! Tang Xinyi controlled the angry wood guardian and rushed to Yan Xiu. Your opponent is not only brother Yin Xiu, but also us. Just you guys. Seeing that the people coming were a few little girls, Zhuo Xianfeng laughed uncontrollably. Before he could shut up, several summoned creatures rushed towards him. The left vanguard just snorted coldly, and then he struck the Ice Phoenix and the Angry Wood Guard one by one with his stick, and they were all killed instantly. If you have any tricks, just use them. When the girls saw that all their summoned creatures were scattered, they all showed expressions of horror. At this time, Tang Xini came to Yen Xiu unconvinced. Brother Yen Xiu, let me become your weapon spirit too. Yen Xiu stood up with the help of the magic axe, and his eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he think of it? Maybe he could bless two spirit weapons at the same time. Sister Xini, you reminded me that I haven't even tried to possess both of your spirits at the same time. Well, here I come. Xini smiled and said obediently. Afterwards, she was seen silently reciting the spell of the spirit of the weapon in a strange manner. The next second, it transformed into a nimble little deer and flew into the magic weapon. I should have thought of this earlier. It turns out that I can actually bless two spirit weapons at the same time. After feeling the additional strength in his body, Yen Xiu raised a confident smile. This is impossible? Zhuo Xianfeng was shocked. He had seen many human masters, but no matter how powerful the master was, he could only possess one spirit woman. But the young man in front of him could actually possess two at the same time. At this moment, Yen Xiu has already merged with Tang Xini's spiritual power and launched a joint attack skill with her immortal fighting will god level. The next second, the fighting spirit doubled, and the injuries on his body slowly recovered. With the blessing of the dual spirits, Yen Xiu's power once again underwent a qualitative change. This growth was far greater than 1 + 2 = 3. With this refreshing power, Yen Xiu took the initiative to attack the left vanguard. The effect from undying fighting will actually allowed Yen Xiu to continuously unleash the heavenly punishment thunder cut at full power. Yen Xiu's attacks became deadly and he attacked the left vanguard continuously. As for the left vanguard, he had already shown signs of weakness after receiving the god-slaying attack. Now facing Yen Xiu's unstoppable attack, he finally couldn't withstand it and was defeated. After being knocked flying by an axe, Yen Xiu looked down at him and stepped on him. You are indeed strong, but your mistake is not talking too much. Your mistake is only considering me as your opponent. You don't realize that we are an inseparable team, not just one individual. After Yen Xiu finished speaking, he executed his life. After the left vanguard was executed, the demon army was defeated and retreated like a tide. In this round of attack, the First Legion achieved a thrilling victory. After returning to the ancient city, Chu Ling introduced her friends to her brother Chu Long and told him about her experiences along the way. After hearing this, Chu Long was deeply shocked. Recalling Yen Xiu's amazing performance in the battle to defend the city just now, Chu Long's eyes were full of admiration. Yen Xiu, you truly are a hero born young. I'd like to thank you for breaking Linger's contract curse, and thank you all for your assistance to the First Legion. Captain Chu, this is nothing. It's my honor to have such a powerful contract partner like Deputy Captain Chu. As soon as Yen Xiu said this explosive news immediately caused everyone to gasp. Did I hear it right? What did brother Yen Xiu just say? Tang Xini widened her eyes. Deputy Captain Chu, contract partner. Li Shui touched his head. He contracted Sister Chu. Su Lingyu screamed in shock. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was very surprised and said, "This is too hasty. When did this happen?" Su Lingyu then followed suit, "Yen Xiu, why didn't you tell us about such a big thing?" Facing the women's doubts, Yen Xiu chuckled, "What's wrong? Do you object?" "No, that's not what we meant." The girls answered in unison, "We're just curious about how you managed to trick Sister Chu into your life." "What do you mean by cheating?" "We signed the contract openly." Yen Xiu smiled unhappily, then spread his arms and explained, "I mainly wanted to help Deputy Captain Chu break the contract curse, and then the contract was signed." At this moment, Chu Ling's face was red and she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The fact that she, the high-ranking deputy commander of the First Legion, had been so easily contracted by someone was finally made known to everyone. And the person who contracted her was a boy who was 5 years younger than her. Where could she put her dignity as the deputy commander of the First Legion? After a brief exchange, everyone saw that the demon soldiers here had retreated, so they went to other places on the city wall to provide support. After everyone's unremitting efforts, we finally repelled the attack here. However, although everyone worked together to repel the demon soldiers, it also meant that everyone was trapped in a tight siege. Chapter 93 Chapter 92 The Core Area of the Secret Realm. At night, bonfires were lit in all directions outside the ruins of the ancient city. It can be seen that the people of the Demon Alliance have strengthened their defenses and are determined to trap the entire First Legion in this ancient city. At this time, the secret passage under the ancient city was finally cleared out. It was deep and dark, and no one knew where it led to. Such a strong spiritual energy of heaven and earth, could this be the mysterious entrance to the core area of the secret realm? Captain Chua's analysis is not without reason. Every time a secret realm is opened, there will be one or more core areas of the secret realm. The ancient city is located in the inner circle of a secret realm with abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in this underground passage is even richer than that in the inner circle, which shows that it must lead to a place full of spirituality. Captain Chu pondered for a moment, then turned and said to Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu, the First Legion is eager to know whether the secret passage leads outside the encirclement. Please lead them to explore this mysterious underground passage. If it leads to the core area of the secret realm, then I believe that with your strength, you can also gain the benefits of breaking the sky. Leave it to us, Captain Chu. If this is an escape route, we will come back to inform you as soon as possible. Yan Xiu nodded firmly. After everyone discussed it, Yan Xiu and his contracted partners finally went together. Zhao Changfeng and Sun Ro chose to stay. They decided to give all the opportunities to explore the core secret realm to several young boys and girls, and stay in the ancient city to assist Captain Chu in resisting the attack of the demon soldiers. After making up his mind, Yan Xiu took the 5 contracted girls and went into the dark underground tunnel. Not long after, this winding underground passage unexpectedly led to a mysterious river hidden in the darkness. As they continued to move forward, the originally narrow passage gradually became wider. Everyone went downstream along the rushing river. The turbulent water was like an invisible big hand, pulling Yan Xiu and the other 6 people slowly forward. Before they knew it, they were brought to an amazing place of paradise that seemed like a paradise on earth. What appeared before them was a huge sinkhole with a radius of 10 miles. At this moment, the sunlight falls between the sky and the earth like a golden veil, giving the entire scene a sacred and charming glow. The gurgling water of the underground river pours down from a great height, forming a spectacular waterfall, with splashes of water like smoke and fog. Below the Tianqing is a dreamlike shroud of clouds and mist, through which lush vegetation and strange rocks can be vaguely seen, forming a picture full of vitality and vigor. It's so beautiful. Have we really arrived in heaven? Yes, this place is simply a paradise on earth. Li Shui opened her eyes wide and murmured to herself in ecstasy. Song Chiwe beside her also had an infatuated look and echoed with her mouth wide open. Compared to the other 2 who were intoxicated, Chu Ling seemed particularly calm. She frowned slightly and examined the terrain of the Tianqing intently, trying to find a way to leave. However, after careful observation, she couldn't help feeling frustrated and helpless. Because except for the relatively flat land at the bottom of the Tianqing, there are steep and dangerous cliffs all around, and there are almost no paths for climbing or passing. Thinking of this, Chu Ling couldn't help but sigh softly. Tang Xinyi's expression was extremely strange. Her face was filled with joy, yet within that joy there seemed to be a hint of doubt. She murmured softly to herself, "It's indeed beautiful, but why does my senses tell me that these trees are clearly dead? Could this be an illusion?" Tang Xinyi was full of doubts and found it difficult to understand the huge contrast between the seemingly vibrant scene before her and her own hallucinatory perception. In contrast, Su Yingyu showed a strong curiosity. She said happily, "Such a magical place, why don't you go down and take a look and you will know." Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then they all asked in unison, "Then how do we get down?" Just when everyone was at a loss, Su Yingyu nervously picked up thick vines from the cliff. After making up their minds again, everyone carefully descended slowly with the help of vines, and finally reached the ground in the sinkhole. This is indeed the core area of the secret realm. Looking up, treasures everywhere emit charming light. The dazzling gems and precious medicinal herbs all highlight the extraordinary nature of this place. Yan Xiu was still worried and looked around cautiously. Just as everyone set foot on this mysterious land with excitement and couldn't wait to pick the precious medicinal herbs on the ground, an amazing phenomenon occurred. Everyone first saw the sky above the sinkhole. The originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. The lightning streaked across the sky, as if tearing the entire sky apart. In an instant, the lush green forest fell into darkness, as if shrouded by a huge black hand. More strange things happened one after another. The trees that were originally full of life suddenly became gloomy and terrifying, and one by one they turned into deadwood at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bare branches were like the ghostly hands of forest demons, swaying wildly in the chaotic wind, making creepy noises. On the ground, the originally lush green grass disappeared, replaced by desolate ground with the dead bones of various birds and beasts exposed. The pale bones looked particularly glaring in the darkness, giving people the chills. Everyone was shocked to see such a drastic change. What on earth is going on? Li Shui screamed, her voice filled with panic. Song Chi-wei threw away the rotten mushroom in her hand and said in shock, Sister Cindy was right. I didn't expect this was all an illusion. Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with anxiety, not knowing what terrible thing would happen next. After seeing this astonishing scene, Yan Xiu immediately took Tang Xinyi's perception seriously, thinking that maybe she had really sensed the key information. He quickly came to Tang Xinyi's side, his eyes full of concern, and asked anxiously, Xinyi, tell me quickly. What else do you sense? Tang Xinyi closed her eyes tightly, her expression focused, as if she was thinking hard. The air around her seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on her. After a moment, she said uneasily, I'm not sure. I always feel that something is seeking our help, and my phantom is eager to try. Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner nervousness. She's right here, in the center of this land. She pointed into the distance, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Yan Xiu looked at her and something moved in his heart. Okay, let's go find out. This thing might be very important to you. Yan Xiu said decisively. Afterwards, he took the lead and led everyone towards the center of the land. Chapter 94 Chapter 93 Thorn Monster. However, before the group had gone far, a terrifying sound of earth and rocks collapsing suddenly came from the ground, which already seemed very barren. The sound was dull and abrupt, as if some huge monster was about to break out from under the earth. Then, there was a rustling sound in the ruined jungle, and the sound became louder and louder, as if something was breaking out of the ground at a very fast speed and rushing towards everyone fiercely. Be careful, there seems to be something on the ground. Yan Xiu stopped first and reminded everyone with a serious expression. Everyone's heart instantly rose to their throat and they looked around nervously. Not long after, countless thick thorns, like demons with bared fangs and claws, came from all directions and lashed towards Yan Xiu and his group. These huge thorns are covered with sharp barbs, flashing coldly in the dim light. If they hit people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yan Xiu did not dare to hesitate for a moment and hurriedly led the girls to meet the enemy. At the first moment, he used the shield wall technique with one hand, and the solid shield protected one side, blocking the thorn attacks that came like a tide. He used the open galaxy technique again, and the powerful force instantly cut through the thorns on the other side. At this time, Su Yingyu also urgently summoned the metal storm. Countless metal fragments spun rapidly around everyone, forming an insurmountable barrier that firmly protected everyone. With Su Yingyu's move, she was able to resist the attack of the thorn group. Just when the girls were about to praise Su Yingyu, cracks suddenly appeared on the soles of their feet. It goes without saying that vines are about to emerge from under your feet. Oh no, let's go. Yan Xiu shouted and led everyone to move quickly. Su Yingyu said with a firm face, leave it to me, my metal storm will protect you all the way. She tried hard to control the movement speed of the metal storm so that it would always protect everyone. This method really worked, and everyone advanced hundreds of meters under Su Ying's cover. Along the way, everyone cut off countless thorns, but the thorns seemed endless and could not be cleared away at all. However, soon, Su Yingyu showed signs of spiritual power fluctuation, and her spiritual power was consumed a lot. Maintaining the metal storm for a long time and driving it to move regularly consumes more energy and spiritual power than normal use. But the good news is that everyone is getting closer and closer to the center. Brother Yan Xiu, he's right in front. Feeling the sensation becoming stronger and stronger, Tang Xinyi shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, Su Yingyu gritted her teeth and protected everyone as they pushed forward a few hundred meters. Finally, everyone arrived at the land center of the Tiankeng. Looking into the distance, the first thing that catches your eye is a towering tree reaching into the clouds. It is like a towering green tower, standing proudly in this cave. However, it is regrettable that this tree, which should have been full of vitality, is now in deep trouble. I saw that its thick trunk and lush branches were tightly bound by a group of densely packed dark green thorns that were winding around like poisonous snakes. I guess these dark green thorns are the roots of the thorn group. This thorn monster is greedily devouring the vitality and vigor of the tree, causing the crown that should have been lush and leafy to gradually become sparse and withered. Oh, it's this big tree. It's asking me for help. We must defeat this thorn monster, Tang Seni said in a worried tone. At this time, Suingyu laughed bitterly again. I suggest that everyone should quickly think of a way to resist the thorns. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiu's eyes tightened and he immediately started thinking of a countermeasure. The first thing he thought of was Yuer's fire attack. Yuer certainly couldn't resist the thorns coming from all directions at the same time, but as long as he and she activated their combined attack skill Purgatory Field, it would definitely be effective in dealing with these thorns. Thinking of this, Yan Xiu looked at Yuer, and Song Chiwei understood, and immediately transformed into a weapon spirit and merged into the magic weapon. The next second, the Purgatory Realm opens. Soon, strands of blue flames began to burn on every thorn that was integrated into the field. At this moment, the blue flames burned the spiritual connection between the thorn group and the thorn monster. The thorns soon collapsed uncontrollably on the ground and slowly turned into a pool of mud. However, as the saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes will bring new growth. There are still endless thorns emerging from the ground and rushing towards everyone. Although the Purgatory Realm managed to resist the attack of the thorn group again before Suingyu's spiritual power was exhausted, for a moment, it turned into a war of attrition of spiritual power. We can't go on like this, Yan Xiu thought, and led the remaining 4 girls towards the towering tree, trying to completely cut off the thorn monster to prevent future troubles. Only when I got closer did I discover that this thorn monster actually possessed a strength as high as level 7. No wonder it could summon countless thorns within a radius of 10 miles. Yan Xiu didn't hesitate at all, and used his full strength Heavenly Punishment Thunder Cut accompanied by flames to chop at the thorn monster. With a dull sound, the magic weapon sank into the torso of the thorn monster. This blow even made the big trees tremble. Unfortunately, the thorn monster burst out with amazing vitality. It frantically fought for the life force that should have belonged to the tree, and recovered at an astonishing speed. What was even more difficult was that a bunch of carnivorous plants grew around the thorns. They provided cover for the thorn monster and opened their bloody mouths towards Yan Xiu, trying to swallow him. Yan Xiu remained calm in the face of danger and quickly retreated a few steps. He killed the man-eating plant monster in a few moves. When he looked at the thorn monster again, he saw that it had completely recovered. Unconvinced, Yan Xiu attacked again, this time increasing the burning elemental power of the flames. Soon, a blazing blue flame ignited on the thorn monster's body. However, before Yan Xiu could be happy, he saw the thorn monster used some means to cunningly transfer the burning effect of the flames to the towering tree. It was visible to the naked eye that the dead branches and leaves on the tops of the towering trees were igniting blue flames. Seeing this scene, Tang Seni closed her eyes tightly and tried to communicate with the tree through the spirit. After a long time, she seemed to sense something inside deeply. Brother Yan Xiu, this won't do. All your attacks have been transferred to the tree. If you continue like this, the tree of life will be destroyed by you. Then this thorn monster will completely devour the tree, and it will then be invincible. I sensed it. There's a life crystal beneath that tree. This thorn monster is fighting with the tree of life for control of the life crystal and the life force within it. Chapter 95 Chapter 94 Defeat the Thorn Monster. So how exactly should we proceed? Everyone looked at each other, with solemn expressions on their faces. Can we just sit back and watch? Are we going to let these thorn monsters parasitize on that towering tree like a cancer, constantly sprouting sharp thorns to attack us? There is no doubt that this is a very difficult problem. At this moment, they were already in the core area of this mysterious area. There is a strong sense of danger all around. Even if you want to evacuate now, you will probably be unable to escape. What's worse is that once the spiritual power in their bodies is exhausted, death is the only thing waiting for them. Just when everyone was in despair, Tang Seni's clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Brother Yan Xiu, don't worry, I have thought of a solution. Her smart eyes flashed with determination. From what I've observed, this towering tree was actually corroded by the toxins released by this monster, which is why it has become its parasite. But it doesn't matter. My skill, Wind of Recovery, can help it remove the toxins from its body and restore it to its original state. But during this period, I hope Brother Yan Xiu can stand up and resist the monster's attack with all his strength to ensure my safety. When Yan Xiu heard what Tang Seni said, a glimmer of determination flashed across his eyes. Well, Seni, don't worry, I will do my best to protect your safety, he said sincerely. But then, a look of deep worry appeared on his face and he turned his gaze to the other people. Now I have to do my best to ensure Seni's safety. Can you protect yourselves? Yan Xiu asked in a serious tone. Facing Yan Xiu's concerned inquiries, Su Yingyu showed a calm attitude. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she chuckled as she responded, Yan Xiu, comparatively speaking, protecting Sister Cindy and resolving this crisis is the top priority. There's no need to worry about us. We will protect ourselves. Li Shui, who was standing by, also echoed, Yuer is right. Don't be distracted by us. I can summon the Ice Phoenix for support. At worst, I can just take everyone and hide in the sky. At this moment, Zhu Ling straightened her body and said proudly, Humph, don't underestimate me, Captain. After all, I am also a powerful 6th rank warrior. Hearing this, Yan Xiu was still a little nervous, but seeing that everyone was so confident, he had no choice but to trust them for the time being. So he flew to Tang Xini and carefully escorted her to the tree of life that symbolized vitality and hope. Tang Xini no longer hesitated and immediately used the skill Wind of Revival. A soft light emanated from her hands and slowly enveloped the tree. The light was like a warm spring breeze, carrying healing power, trying to dispel the toxins in the tree. At the same time, the thorn monster seemed to sense the danger and began to dance its sharp thorns wildly, attacking Yan Xiu and others like a rainstorm. Yan Xiu was not afraid at all. He waved the magic weapon in front of Tang Xini and cut off the thorns that attacked him one by one. He also did not forget to use his second magic weapon skill to form a solid shield wall to protect Tang Xini tightly. On the other side, several other girls were also forced to fight against the thorns at close range. Close combat is the weak point of any phantom girl. Yan Xiu was certainly aware of this, but he couldn't help but look at the girls with a worried look on his face. At this time, Su Yingyu had exhausted her last bit of spiritual power, and the metal storm became weaker and weaker. Seeing that more thorns were about to attack, Li Shui used the frost field in desperation. The extreme ice froze the ground and inhibited the growth of thorns, but it still couldn't stop the thorns from emerging from the ground. Fortunately, there is the great god Zhu Ling. She rides on the thunder tiger and flexibly covers her two sisters. A few thunders can clear out a piece of pure land. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on Tang Xini's forehead, but she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Under the influence of the Wind of Revival, the big tree began to change. The originally dull branches and leaves gradually regained vitality, and the dark green toxins on the trunks were slowly fading away. Meanwhile, Yan Xiu was under increasing pressure. The monster's attacks became more and more fierce, and his spiritual power was gradually depleted. On the other side, Li Shui had summoned the Ice Phoenix, carrying several other girls into the sky to avoid the attack of thorns. But everyone had only one belief in their hearts, which was to persist until Tang Xini successfully completed the treatment. Just when Bing Feng was about to collapse and Yan Xiu was exhausted, the tree suddenly emitted a sacred green light. The toxins were completely eliminated, and the tree regained its former majestic height. Sensing the changes in the tree, the branches of the thorn monster were trembling, and one end of the branch had already penetrated into the soil. It was obvious that it wanted to escape underground. But at this time, the big tree seemed to be enraged, and its revenge on the thorn monster came. I saw countless thick vines growing out from the branches of the big tree. They twisted and tightly wrapped around the thorn monster. Great! The tree of life is saved. Now is the time to destroy this thorn monster. After hearing Tang Xini's cheers, Yan Xiu took a deep breath. He had long been fed up with the harassment of these thorns, and now he could finally take action. He raised the divine axe high, and used a full-strength heavenly punishment thunder slash with the power of fire element. The flames on the divine weapon were visible to the naked eye, as if they were going to burn everything. And us. A friendly female voice was heard behind them, and Li Shui and the other two rode the Ice Phoenix back to Yan Xiu. They each used their own skills to aim at the target, as if to vent the anger they had accumulated along the way. Yan Xiu gave them a knowing smile, then leaped up and slashed at his target. Without the ability to transfer damage, all attacks hit the branches of the thorn monster hard. The next second, the thorn monster broke into several pieces under the combined attack of everyone. Each piece struggled under the effect of the burning flames and soon burned to ashes. As the main body was destroyed, all the thorns in the jungle lost their vitality and turned into mud. After the thorn monster was destroyed, the originally gloomy sky cleared up again, and a gorgeous rainbow crossed the sky above the sinkhole. Suddenly, the entire tree of life began to sway slowly, as if playing a silent melody of life. This movement stirred up gusts of spring breeze, and with the tree of life as the center, an energy wave containing powerful life force spread out like water waves. Wherever this energy wave reached, the originally barren land instantly grew with flowers and plants. The withered trees were also cast as if by magic, and grew green leaves again. Just as everyone was immersed in this beautiful scene, a shining green light suddenly descended from the treetops and slowly flew towards Tang Xini. Chapter 96 Chapter 95 The Heritage of the Ancient Tree. Tang Xini smiled, like a flower blooming in spring, and gently caught the bright green light with her hands. She smiled like an extremely pious child, her eyes full of awe and joy, and she gently held the green ball of light in the palm of her hand. After a while, this ball of green light shining with mysterious light slowly sank into Tang Xini's body. Tang Xini smiled with ecstasy, and at this moment, she seemed to be in a dreamland. She felt unprecedented joy and lightness, as if she could dance with the spring breeze. At the same time, the life force flowed slowly in her body like a trickle. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, and Yin Xiu also used the master's eye to check it out. Contract object, Tang Xini. Realm, early stage of the 4th stage. Phantom, Lin High Spirit Dear SSS. The power of inheritance, the legacy of ancient trees. Don't worry when you encounter difficulties. Where flowers, plants, and trees grow, all trees will listen to your call. What? The power of inheritance. Seeing this, Yin Xiu's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Tang Xini unexpectedly obtained the inherited power of the ancient tree and possessed the ability to call upon all plants and animals. Just as Yin Xiu was stunned by what he saw, Song Qiyu, Li Shui and Suingyu had already gathered around Tang Xini as quickly as birds flying into the forest. Sister Xini, it seems like you have obtained something incredible. Song Qiyue's face was full of astonishment, and her mouth was open so wide that an egg could fit in it. Li Shui came over and couldn't contain her curiosity. She urged anxiously, Sister Xini, please tell us what that was just now. Suingyu blinked her bright eyes and happily agreed, that's right, tell us about it. Tang Xini seemed unable to resist the urging of the three people, but in fact, her heart was already filled with joy. She nodded obediently, it's nothing, it's just an ability that allows flowers, plants, and trees to listen to my requests. She spoke modestly as she squatted on the ground. The power of inheritance was transmitted from her fingertips to a flower. Then, a magical scene appeared. I saw the bouquet of flowers dancing around Tang Xini's fingertips. If you look closely, you can see that this bouquet of flowers can obey Tang Xini's instructions, swaying and nodding left and right, up and down. It turns out that this is the ability to communicate with and control all trees. Li Shui's eyes were filled with surprise, and she couldn't help but praise, the ability to control plants? That's so cool. Song Qiyu also exclaimed in amazement, her words full of envy, you said it was nothing, this is simply amazing, isn't it? Suingyu was even more curious. She happily took Tang Xini's hand and walked to a tree. She couldn't wait to urge, hurry up and try to control the tree. Tang Xini helplessly covered her forehead with her hands, revealing a doting smile. Okay, I'll give it a try. She calmed down and communicated with the tree in the same way again. Then a hint of joy flashed in Tang Xini's eyes. Okay, it's willing to follow my instructions. As she spoke, she concentrated on commanding the big tree. The big tree seemed to come alive and began to move slowly. It swayed slightly at first, and then the amplitude became larger and larger. The dense branches swayed from side to side, and the leaves rustled, responding to Tang Xini's instructions. After Tang Xini discovered that she could use this power with ease, she became more confident and said, not only that, I can also make more flowers, plants, and trees obey my call. Without waiting for anyone to ask, she started showing off again. This time, the power of inheritance spread out in all directions just like the wave of life force just now. The next second, almost all the plants in the Tianqing responded to Tang Xini's call. They shook their branches and leaves, stirring up gusts of breeze. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again, and it took a while for them to come back to their senses. You're so amazing, Sister Xini. You're like the master of this world, controlling everything here. I love it, it's just like the legendary forest goddess. Humph, with such a powerful ability, I wonder who will dare to offend us in a place with flowers and trees in the future. Listening to the three sisters' praise, Tang Xini first smiled happily, then said modestly, okay, if I have to say it, I was able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient tree thanks to everyone. If you hadn't accompanied me here, and if it weren't for Brother Yin Xiu's protection, how could I have obtained such a precious inheritance? So, Xini will use this power to protect everyone. Just when everyone was immersed in joy, an even bigger surprise appeared before their eyes. All I saw were precious medicinal herbs and various treasures popping out of the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Looking at these treasures, everyone began to reap the gifts of the forest. While picking, everyone also did not forget to look for a way out of the sinkhole. But except for the side where they came down, where there were some vines that could be used to climb up and down, the other sides of the cliff were bare. There is probably no other way to climb such a high cliff except to fly up on Li Shui's ice phoenix. But it is impossible for Li Shui's ice phoenix to take away all the people of the First Legion, as they are still surrounded. Thinking of this, Zhu Ling became even more distressed, and she had no intention of picking the precious medicines on the ground. Seeing her staring blankly at the cliff alone, the others were also worried. But they had no choice but to stare at the cliff and daydream. However, at this moment, Tang Xinyi's bright eyes suddenly rolled around, as if she was struck by a flash of inspiration, and then an excited smile bloomed on her face. Oh my, I'm so stupid. I should have thought of it earlier. Tang Xinyi said to herself, her voice full of ecstasy. She glanced at the dense woods around her, and saw vines of varying thicknesses crisscrossing the ground. These vines are like giant green dragons, winding and circling among the woods. Since I can control the flowers, plants and trees in the entire forest, why not use these vines to build a unique bridge? The more Tang Xinyi thought about it, the more she felt that this idea was brilliant. She imagined herself standing on this bridge woven from vines, overlooking the beautiful forest below, and a sense of anticipation surged in her heart. At the same time, she felt a sense of accomplishment when she thought that everyone could escape by following the bridge she built. Chapter 97 Chapter 96 Building a Vine Bridge. So Tang Xinyi took action immediately. She used her magical abilities to establish a mental connection with the vines and commanded them to grow, entwine, and intertwine according to her will. As time went by, the prototype of a beautiful vine bridge was formed and slowly extended to the top of the cliff. Like a green ribbon, it lightly spans between the woods, giving people a dreamy feeling. Looking at this overpass that could bring hope to the First Legion, Zhu Ling's face finally showed joy. However, if thousands of people were to pass through it, such a vine bridge would obviously not be strong enough. Zhu Ling noticed this very point. She anxiously said to Tang Xinyi, Miss Tang, can you reinforce it a little bit? We need all the people in the First Legion to cross the Tianking from here. Of course, but I still need more time to complete the construction. How about this? You all go back now and tell everyone. By the time you return, a bridge strong enough to support 1,000 people will be complete. Everyone thought this was a good idea that saved both time and effort. However, everyone was worried about leaving Xinyi here alone, so they left Li Shui here to keep her company, and the rest of them returned. Tang Xinyi also thoughtfully used vines to send everyone back to the waterfall one by one. Yan Xiu and his 3 companions followed the underground river back to the secret passage of the ancient city. After passing through the narrow secret passage, they successfully returned to the ancient city. The moment they came out of the secret passage, they heard the sound of killing inside and outside the ancient city. Oh no! The Demon Alliance's army is attacking the ancient city again. Yan Xiu exclaimed and led everyone to the battlefield. At this moment, the ancient city was once again in trouble with enemies on 3 sides. Yan Xiu and the other 4 hurriedly climbed up the city wall. Looking up, they saw Captain Chu leading the troops, fighting bravely and engaging in a fierce battle with the demon soldiers who were trying to climb up the city wall. At the same time, Xu Long also keenly noticed their arrival. He turned around suddenly and met Yan Xiu and the other's eyes. After a brief silence, Xu Long shouted, Yan Xiu, you've arrived at the perfect time. Can you help me resist the Demon Alliance army together? Yan Xiu stared at Xu Long, their eyes met, and in an instant they conveyed their trust in each other. After a moment, Yan Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a frivolous and confident smile, and responded loudly, It is my duty. These 3 words exploded in the air like thunder, showing Yan Xiu's firm determination and fearless courage. The opportunity for battle was fleeting. With the addition of Yan Xiu and the other 4, the city defense on this side quickly beat back the demon soldiers. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Captain Chu called on everyone to go to the southern city wall to provide support. Captain Chu, where are Uncle Zhao and Sister Sun? At this time, Song Qiwei asked anxiously, because the battle had continued until now and she had not seen the 2 of them. Miss Song, it's like this. Because the leader of the 3rd Battalion has been killed, I thought Captain Zhao had experience leading troops, so I invited him to temporarily serve as the 3rd Battalion's temporary leader. They are currently deploying defenses in the south. The situation in the south is not optimistic. It should be the main attack direction of the Demon Alliance army this time, so we must go there to support them as soon as possible. I understand, Captain Chu. I hope they are okay. Song Qiwei replied uneasily. At this moment, she was always worried that Captain Zhao and his men were already surrounded, which made her look anxious, and even her steps became much faster. When everyone arrived at the South City Wall, they were shocked to find that the South City Wall had collapsed. Countless demon soldiers have climbed onto the city wall and are charging towards the city. No one dared to delay and immediately joined the battle. While Song Chiwe was using his skills to attack the enemy, he was also looking for the traces of Zhao Changfeng and the other two. At this moment, she saw from afar Zhao Changfeng fighting alone in the encirclement, and he looked covered in blood. Zhao, Uncle Zhao. But, where's Sister Sun? There was no time to think. Song Chiwe screamed and was about to go to the city wall to rescue, but was stopped by Yan Xiu. Yuer, it's dangerous ahead, I'll go with you. Well, I'll fight alongside you. Song Chiwe agreed, and the next second he turned into a weapon spirit and merged into the magic weapon. Then Yan Xiu led his magic weapon and marched forward. He fought his way up to the city wall and came in front of Zhao Changfeng. Aha, good boy, you came at the right time. Even though he was badly injured, Zhao Changfeng still managed a wild laugh. But Yan Xiu didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. He first struck back with a powerful blow, driving back the surrounding enemies. He immediately discussed business with Captain Zhao. Captain Zhao, where is Deputy Captain Sun? Don't you have any sense at all? Captain Zhao laughed dryly twice and showed off his magic weapon. I saw that there was a breath of fierce and violent wind on his magic weapon. With the help of the wind elemental spiritual power, Captain Zhao's swordsmanship and body movements became extremely fast, and every slash he made turned into an afterimage along with his body movements. Such speed is definitely not inferior to that of the troublesome beast cat demon. Yan Xiu then realized that Deputy Captain Sun had turned into a weapon spirit. But when he thought of the time when the two of them were bickering, Yan Xiu's mouth twitched again. The two people who seemed to be often at odds with each other actually reached the third contract stage of soulmates at this moment. So that's how it is. Then I'd like to congratulate Captain Zhao and Vice Captain Sun on taking their relationship to the next level. Captain Zhao shook his head with a wry smile and said, What do you mean by reaching a higher level? It's just that I'm being bullied unilaterally by you, Vice Captain Sunday. Alas, men only cry when they talk too much. No more, no more. Killing the enemy is more important. At this time, Yan Xiu and the other man joined forces. The two men held magical weapons blessed with weapon spirits and killed people in all directions on the city wall. Before long, the soldiers worked together to clear out all the demon soldiers on the southern city wall, and the city wall was recaptured by the First Legion again. After a fierce battle, everyone repelled the enemies from all directions, and the Demon Alliance's siege operation failed again. Seeing the demon soldiers under the city retreating, tumbling and crawling, everyone showed a relieved smile on their faces, and were ready to celebrate this hard-earned victory. However, at this moment, the Demon Alliance headquarters in the distance suddenly sounded the assembly horn. The deep voice seemed to foreshadow the coming of a new storm, causing everyone who had just relaxed to tense up again. Chapter 98 Chapter 97 All evacuate. Captain Chu nodded slightly and decisively ordered, everyone, quickly retreat to the underground tunnel. Everyone immediately took action and moved towards the entrance of the tunnel in an orderly manner. Captain Chu, the enemy is gathering again, we should retreat first. We have already explored that underground passage. It leads to a secret cenote. We have cleared out the monsters there. Tang Sini and Li Shui are building a vine bridge there. Everyone in the First Legion can retreat through the vine bridge. Yan Xiu slowly explained the details to Captain Chu. Captain Chu glanced at the exhausted mercenaries of the First Legion, and then looked at the Demon Alliance army that was gathering again in the distance. He then nodded slightly and gave a decisive order, everyone, quickly retreat to the underground tunnel. Everyone took action immediately and gathered towards the entrance of the secret passage. Because the entrance is narrow, only one or two people can enter side by side. Yan Xiu discussed with Captain Chu again, and finally they unanimously decided that Chu Ling, the deputy captain, would lead the way, and then the wounded and female mercenaries would be evacuated first, with the rest of the people following behind. You must follow me quickly. Chu Ling looked at everyone worriedly and stopped refusing. She took the wounded into the secret passage first. Under the command of Captain Chu, everyone evacuated in an orderly manner. About a quarter of an hour later, only Yan Xiu and his group, Captain Chu, and some personal guards had not entered the secret passage. It was at this moment that the demon soldiers outside the ancient city had already climbed onto the city wall. The demon soldiers have arrived, let's go. Following Captain Chu's order, the last group of people also entered the secret passage. Yan Xiu intended to be the last one to enter the secret passage and destroyed the entrance. This way, even if these demon soldiers wanted to chase us, it would take them some time to find the secret passage for us to retreat. When the Demon Alliance army poured into this ancient city like a tide, they originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but what they never expected was that what they saw before their eyes was an empty city. The First Legion, which was supposed to defend the city, was nowhere to be seen. The Demon Alliance marshal standing at the front of the team widened his eyes and looked around in disbelief. The First Legion disappeared inexplicably out of thin air. This sudden change made him furious and his face turned ashen. "What are you still standing there for? Search! Even if we have to turn this entire city upside down, we must find the whereabouts of the First Legion." The Demon Alliance marshal roared and gave orders, his voice exploding in the air like thunder. Hearing the marshal's roar, all the demon soldiers present couldn't help but tremble, their hearts filled with fear. They knew very well that the marshal had a hot temper, and if they could not complete the task as soon as possible, the consequences would be disastrous. So, without any hesitation, these demon soldiers immediately took action and began a carpet search of the entire ancient city. Soon, the secret passage where Yen Xiao and others retreated was found. The Demon Alliance army quickly dug through the entrance and continued to chase Yen Xiao and others. In the secret passage, Yen Xiao and others have now followed the underground river to the waterfall. The first thing that caught my eye was a neatly arranged team that snaked like a long snake. Looking along the team, one can see Li Shui riding the ice phoenix in the sky above the center of the vine bridge, maintaining order. If you continue looking forward, you can see the other side of the Tian King in the distance. At this moment, the first group of wounded and female soldiers to retreat had already reached the other side. Perhaps it was the sudden increase in weight, the vine bridge hung like a fragile silk thread above the bottomless sinkhole, swaying gently in the breeze and making a heart-pounding creaking sound. Every slight shake makes one's heart rise to one's throat, as if one will fall into an endless dark abyss in the next second. However, in fact, everyone was worrying too much. The vine bridge built by Tang Xini was not dead, but alive. Even if there is a place that is about to break, new vines will grow up to reinforce it. Time passed minute by minute, and finally Yen Xiao and the last group of people also stepped onto the vine bridge. However, just when Yen Xiao and others arrived at the center of Tingxiao, the vanguard of the Demon Alliance also caught up to the bridgehead. "Catch up with them!" The leader of the demon soldiers gave an order. Then they saw a large number of demon soldiers swarming onto the vine bridge and chasing after Yen Xiao and the others. Seeing the demon soldiers coming onto the bridge, Yen Xiao and the others had no choice but to speed up their pace. After all, no one wants to be entangled by demon soldiers, let alone at a height of hundreds of kilometers. Tang Xini, who was on the other side of the vine bridge, saw all this and her lips curled up slightly. As a mysterious energy was injected into Fujihashi, Fujihashi quickly responded. These vines were deliberately trying to obstruct the demon soldiers. Some of them suddenly broke off, causing several unlucky demon soldiers to step on empty air and fall into a 100-meter cliff. Some simply entangled the demon soldier's hands and feet and threw him into the abyss under the bridge. After Tang Xini's actions, the following demon soldiers were so scared that they dared not step onto the vine bridge. Finally, Yen Xiao and the others reached the other side. At this time, Tang Xini released one last burst of energy, and the vine bridge collapsed in an instant. They were like thousands of silk threads, slowly being retracted back to the land under the sinkhole. From then on, all the members of the First Legion completely escaped the encirclement of the Demon Alliance army. At this moment, they cheered and looked at the Demon Alliance army across the sinkhole. The cheers of the First Legion seemed like an endless shame to the Demon Alliance army on the other side of the sinkhole. All the demon soldiers fell silent, and the Demon Alliance marshal, who had just arrived, couldn't help but rage at this moment. He stared angrily at everyone on the other side of the Tian King, gritting his teeth in hatred. After leaving the Tian King, Yen Xiao and his group followed the First Legion over mountains and across rivers. Before I knew it, I arrived at a mysterious swamp area. The large swamp area before us was shrouded in thick fog, trees and weeds grew in the water, and the air was mixed with the smell of rotten soil. However, the spiritual energy here is very strong, which shows that this is another mysterious secret place. Captain Chu looked at the surrounding environment and immediately decided that the main force should take a detour, and explained the reasons to everyone. Not to mention that the thick fog would hinder effective communication between troops, the muddy ground alone was not suitable for large-scale marches. What's more, there is no need to let more people take this risk. After all, this place is also the core area of the secret realm, and no one knows whether there are some unknown powerful monsters hidden under these swamps. If a monster really came out to attack the mercenaries, the visibility would definitely cause unnecessary casualties to the First Legion. On the contrary, it is suitable for small elite troops to explore in a short distance with mutual support. After listening to Captain Chu's analysis, Yan Xiu decisively volunteered. Captain Chu's analysis makes sense. A place like this is only suitable for small groups to explore. In that case, let me take them in to explore. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Swamp Demon Crocodile. At this point, Captain Chu has already given high recognition to the powerful strength displayed by Yan Xiu, and he is very confident that Chu Ling can thrive by following Yan Xiu's side. Because of this, when faced with Yan Xiu's request, he nodded and agreed without hesitation, without any thought. On the other hand, Zhao Changfeng and Sun Rou always adhered to the idea of leaving opportunities to the younger generation and decided to give up participating in the adventure of Yan Xiu and his companions. In their view, doing so is not only to give young people more space to train and develop, but also a kind of trust and support for the new generation of power. In this way, everyone clarified their own positions and attitudes. After waving goodbye to Captain Chu's team, Yan Xiu and his contracted partners resolutely stepped into the mysterious swamp. As they continued to advance deeper, the thick fog in the swamp became thicker and heavier. It's like a thick curtain covering the surroundings, making it difficult to see the road ahead. For safety reasons, several phantom girls held hands and carefully followed Yan Xiu towards deeper depths. Time passed quietly, and before they knew it, the water in the deep swamp gradually deepened, slowly submerging everyone's ankles. At this moment, Yan Xiu's keen hearing suddenly caught a clear and audible sound coming from the water surface not far away, the sound of splashing water. The sound was faint at first, but became more and more obvious as time went on. Such unusual movements made Yan Xiu's heart tighten suddenly. He stared at the rippling water, and a thought involuntarily emerged in his mind: there must be some mysterious creature approaching them. The thought made his hair stand on end. Everyone be careful. Something is swimming over here. Yan Xiu did not dare to be negligent in the slightest and issued a warning to everyone. At the same time, he quickly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and a divine axe emitting a powerful aura suddenly appeared in his hand. It was at this moment that more splashing sounds came from all directions. It looks like there are more than one, but many. Yan Xiu was suddenly startled and called out again, "Pay attention, there are many." As he spoke, everyone stood back to back in a circle. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the water that was visible all around them. After a while, the mysterious creatures really attacked them, a group of swamp crocodiles. I saw this group of swamp crocodiles swimming very fast, opening their bloody mouths and trying to tear the prey in front of them into pieces. The realm of each of these demon crocodiles has reached above level 4, and their strength and number should not be underestimated. Everyone be careful and prepare for battle. After Yan Xiu took the lead in throwing the divine axe and killed the approaching demon crocodile with a move of opening the galaxy, the girls also showed their abilities. The Ice Phoenix and Falcon appear together, combining fireballs and ice blades. After summoning the angry wood guard, Tang Xini used the forest illusion for the first time to copy the monster alligator snapping turtle to attack its kind. For a moment, water splashed all over the sky, and a large number of demon crocodiles died in an instant under their bombardment. Tang Xini concentrated her energy and tried to mobilize the power of inheritance. Then she was surprised to find that the scope of use of this power had been greatly reduced since leaving the mysterious Tiankeng. However, even so, measured by the current visual range, the existing capabilities are more than sufficient. She shot the power of inheritance toward the water surface, and in an instant, countless water plants and tree roots surged out from the bottom of the water. These water plants and tree roots seemed to have life, strictly following Tang Xini's orders, and entwining and restraining the demon crocodiles in the water without distinction. The crazy attack of the demon crocodiles was greatly restricted, and soon they lost the power to resist like lambs to be slaughtered. "Xini, you did a great job." Yan Xiu couldn't help but praise after witnessing this scene. Tang Xini was greatly encouraged by the praise, while Yan Xiu continued to kill the demon crocodile more wantonly. Everyone worked together and quickly wiped out the group of evil crocodiles. A pool of swamp, dyed red by the blood of the demonic crocodiles, tells the story of this bloodbath. After getting rid of these demon crocodiles, a system voice came that was extremely important to Yan Xiu and Suingyu. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the contracted party, Suingyu, for completing Achievement Mission 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host and the contract partner Suingyu for reaching the third stage of the contract soulmates. After hearing this system prompt, Yan Xiu looked at Suingyu with surprise. Only her attribute panel. Contract object, Suingyu. Phantom, Golden Falcon SSS. Ancient Illusion, Blade Cage, Metal Storm. Falcon Wings God rank summons a falcon to attack the enemy. Very good. She is also SSS level. And there is another summoning system, and it is the same flying type as Li Shui's. In this way, there is an extra thug in disguise, and at the same time, everyone has an extra guarantee of safety. At the same time, Su Yingyu seemed to have sensed her changes. Joy gradually appeared in her eyes. Ha, I made a new breakthrough in the battle just now. Everyone was delighted when they heard this and asked her to show it to them. Su Yingyu naturally would not refuse this opportunity to be praised, so she summoned the golden falcon. There was a sharp eagle cry, and a giant falcon flew over everyone's heads. It was shining with sacred golden light all over, and was particularly conspicuous even in the thick fog. To be honest, I've always wanted to soar through the sky on a falcon like Schwer. I never thought this wish would actually come true. She folded her hands happily, a look of pride on her face. Song Chi-yue smiled enviously and said cheerfully, "That's great, you are. Just don't forget to take me with you when you go out riding your falcon someday." Even Tang Xinyi smiled and agreed, yeah, I like that feeling of freedom too. Don't forget to take me with you. Okay, no problem. As long as you're not afraid of heights. After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Shui with a hint of provocation. Oh, by the way, Schwer, how about we have a flying competition sometime? Let's bet on who can fly higher and farther. Li Shui scratched her head. This isn't good. I give up. I'm not as brave as you. Hearing this, Su Yingyu started to act like a spoiled child. No, we haven't even competed yet, how can you admit defeat? Well, okay, if there's a chance in the future. Li Shui smiled helplessly. As if her prank had succeeded, Su Yingyu smiled confidently. However, just as the girls were immersed in laughter, on a small island hidden in the center of the swamp, a gigantic figure awakened. Chapter 100, The 99 Battle with the Snapping Turtle King. It was an extremely huge monster, an alligator snapping turtle. Its size was beyond imagination. It was like a small island standing in the middle of the swamp, majestic and spectacular. There is no doubt that it is the undisputed overlord of this mysterious swamp. The alligator snapping turtle simply stretched its strong and sturdy limbs slightly, and the entire swamp area began to tremble and shake violently as if it had encountered a severe earthquake. The originally calm mirror-like surface of the water suddenly became rippled, and muddy water splashed everywhere. Everyone was frightened and panicked by this sudden change. They supported each other and took great pains to keep their balance and avoid falling miserably in the mud. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Li Shui said with a look of astonishment while gently patting her chest, trying to calm her heart that was beating rapidly due to fear. Tang Xinyi closed her eyes slightly and quickly collected some information conveyed by some of the surrounding aquatic plants. Then she slowly opened her eyes, looked at everyone, and said carefully, "The water plants told me that the source of this loud noise is in the center of the swamp. In that case, let's go over and find out what's going on." Su Yingyu showed no fear at this moment. Instead, she showed an impatient expression and looked eager to try, and walked straight to the center of the swamp. Perhaps it was because she had just successfully awakened a new skill, which made her extremely confident at the moment. So, everyone cautiously approached the center of the swamp. Time passed quickly, and before long, they vaguely caught a glimpse of an extremely huge black shadow in the foggy area ahead. When they were finally able to see clearly, they were shocked to find that the black shadow was none other than the overlord who ruled this swamp, the alligator snapping turtle king. At this time, the alligator snapping turtle king seemed to have noticed that outsiders had intruded into its territory. It slowly poked its head out of the water, and its cold and ruthless eyes locked onto everyone like sharp arrows. Immediately afterwards, a roar like the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex was heard. This powerful sound wave was like a surging torrent, which immediately caused a strong wind, and even the originally thick fog around was blown away in an instant. It was the first time for everyone to see such a huge monster, and they were stunned for a moment. But when they thought about such a powerful monster, which meant it would drop even more precious treasures, everyone mustered up their courage and prepared for battle. Peak of the 7th level? After seeing the strength level of this monster, Yan Xiu felt pressured. This monster was at such a high level, far surpassing him by a long way, but Yan Xiu still maintained his confidence. After all the battles along the way, his current realm is infinitely close to the 5th level. Taking into account the new weapon spirit girl Su Yingyu, with the support of 3 weapon spirit girls, his instantaneous strength may not be able to reach the 7th level or above. After thinking about this, Yan Xiu no longer hesitated. He knew that he had to end this battle quickly and with the strongest attitude. You enter the spirit state. Yan Xiu shouted loudly. Oh, okay. Song Qiwei responded immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a weapon spirit without hesitation and instantly merged into the magic weapon. Yan Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then turned his gaze to Tang Xinyi. Xinyi, what are you waiting for? Yan Xiu's tone was filled with anxiety. I understand. Tang Xinyi nodded obediently, then transformed into a spirit deer and jumped into the magic weapon lightly. At this moment, the corners of Yan Xiu's mouth rose again, and his smile was even more frivolous. Come on. It's time for us to show off our combined attack skills. Upon hearing the news, Suing Yu was shocked at first, and then an expression of surprise appeared on her face. She almost forgot about this matter until this moment when she realized that she could now become Yan Xiu's spirit weapon. I have received it, but please don't waste the power I bestowed upon you. She first said this in a proud and arrogant manner, then went through the mantra of the mental method in her mind, and finally transformed into a sacred falcon, quickly flying into the magic weapon. With the support of the three weapon spirits, Yan Xiu suddenly became fearless and charged towards the alligator turtle king. Seeing this scene, Li Shui and Xu Ling showed expressions of excitement, shock and envy. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, who would believe that this kid, Ash, could possess three weapon spirit girls at the same time? At this moment, Xu Ling was deeply shocked by Yan Xiu's strength. Although her own realm is higher than Yan Xiu's, but Yan Xiu in this state is so much stronger than her own that it can no longer be described as far ahead. At the same time, she was also extremely grateful that she could reach a contractual alliance with Yan Xiu. After feeling a surge of emotion in her heart, she unconsciously looked at Li Shui beside her, wanting to see how Li Shui would react. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy, find, book, robot choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, no pitfalls. Only then did he realize that Li Shui was looking at Yan Xiu with an obsessed look on her face. If Yan Xiu could look back, he would find that Li Shui was looking at him with a fangirl expression. Sister Shui, you must also want to become Yan Xiu's spirit girl, right? Xu Ling looked at her with a half-smile. Of course, this is the most sacred way of fighting side by side between contracted partners. In that case, what about you, Sister Chu? Li Shui asked back with a smirk on her face. Xu Ling obviously didn't expect Li Shui to ask her this, and she immediately became hesitant. Me? Humph, I'm the deputy commander of the 1st Legion. I don't want to just be his weapon spirit. What's more, we've only just signed the contract. It's hard to say whether we can develop to the 3rd contract stage. Although she said this, she knew in her heart that she had no objection to becoming Yan Xiu's spirit weapon, and she even had a little anticipation. But how could Xu Ling's little thoughts escape Li Shui's sharp eyes? But both of them understood each other tacitly. After smiling at each other, they turned their gazes to the battle ahead again. At this moment, Yan Xiu and the alligator turtle king had already fought for several rounds. After several rounds of attacks, Yan Xiu seemed a little overwhelmed. In front of the huge alligator snapping turtle king, Yan Xiu was no bigger than a piece of scales on the alligator snapping turtle king's back. These 2 rounds of battles truly made Yan Xiu understand what a dungeon boss is and what it means to be in a desperate situation. Although the alligator snapping turtle king is clumsy, it doesn't mean that it will just take a beating without fighting back. At this moment, he slammed his foot heavily on the ground, and instantly stepped out several water jets that shot up into the sky. The impact of this water column was so strong that even the huge rocks at the bottom of the lake were blown away. Chapter 101 Chapter 100 Combined Attack Skills King Kong Tyrant Body. Fortunately, Yan Xiu reacted quickly and dodged in time, thus avoiding being hit by this fierce water column. After dodging the impact of the water column, Yan Xiu quickly thought of a countermeasure in his mind. Just now, he had used the combined attack skills of Yuer and Xinyi. However, the effect of the Purgatory Realm on the giant alligator turtle king was like nothing, and had no effect at all. The burning effect of the soul flame was completely absorbed by a mysterious shield outside the alligator turtle king's body. Although the immortal fighting will gave Yan Xiu the ability to continue fighting, if he continued like this, Yan Xiu felt that even if he exhausted his vitality, he would not be able to accumulate it to the level that could kill the alligator turtle king. Yan Xiu now truly felt that this alligator turtle king was much more difficult to defeat than he had imagined. Not only is it huge in size, lying there like a small mountain, it also has an extremely strong tortoise shell. Even if the Jod slaying slash is released with the current killing intent value, it is likely that it will not be able to shake it in the slightest. It seems that it is time to see if there are any surprises in the combined attack skills with Suing Yu. With a thought, several insights emerged in Yan Xiu's mind. Winged Dart Earth Rank Weapon Spirit Status Effect. Attacks gain a gold element bonus, increasing the divine weapon's armor-piercing ability. Yan Xiu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the power of the gold element could increase the armor-breaking effect. He immediately felt that this bonus came at the perfect time. You know, at this moment, he was worried about not being able to break through the Snapping Turtle King's defense. 10,000 Blades Cage God Level, Weapon Spirit Status Effect, Perfect Inheritance, gaining the release effect regardless of body size. Seeing this, Yan Xiu couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this skill could also be applied to the Snapping Turtle King. Metal Storm God Level, Weapon Spirit Status Effect, Perfect Inheritance, gain higher defense reduction bonus. Very good, now the chances of winning are a little better. Falcon Wings God Rank, Weapon Spirit Status Effect, Perfect Inheritance. Yan Xiu felt very satisfied with this. Ancient Tyrant Body God Level plus Metal Storm God Level Diamond Tyrant Body Indestructible, increases Ancient Tyrant Body's defense, granting attacks with true damage that ignores defense. Seeing this, Yan Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you feel really sleepy, give me a pillow. The weapon spirit girl suing you seemed to be tailor-made for this battle, everything about her was just right. After understanding these bonuses, Yan Xiu opened his eyes confidently. In reality, it only takes less than a second. Without thinking, Yan Xiu immediately activated the Vajra Body effect, and the magic weapon in his hand began to shine with golden light. He did not give the Alligator Turtle King any chance to attack him. He cast a cage of 10,000 blades on it, and actually trapped the huge Alligator Turtle King, who was as big as a mountain, in the cage woven with blades. Immediately afterwards, Yan Xiu did not give the Alligator Snapping Turtle King time to break free, and another metal storm swept over. At this time, Yan Xiu thought that with so many methods to reduce defense, he would definitely be able to break the defense of the Alligator Turtle King. However, just as he was about to strike a heavy blow to the Alligator Snapping Turtle King, the mysterious shield on the surface of the Alligator Snapping Turtle King completely absorbed Yan Xiu's elemental attack, and there was a faint sign that it was about to explode. Not good, Yan Xiu thought to himself. I didn't expect that this mysterious shield has such magical abilities. Not only can it resist and absorb all elemental attacks, but it can also feed this power back. Realizing this, Yan Xiu quickly moved back and looked at Li Shui and Xu Ling and shouted, "Oh no! Everyone, be careful!" In a flash, realizing it was too late, Yan Xiu summoned a golden falcon and carried away Li Shui and Xu Ling. He instantly activated the shield wall technique with one hand and stood in front of himself. After doing all this, there was a loud bang. The shock wave of the explosion hit. The sound was like a bolt of thunder from the sky, deafening and so loud that it could be heard clearly even far outside the swamp. After the loud bang, the shock wave swept across the entire swamp, and even the water in the swamp was pushed out of the swamp. After the explosion, a big pit appeared in the center of the swamp. Fortunately, the golden falcon flew extremely fast. It carried Yan Xiu's will and brought Li Shui and Xu Ling to the woods next to the swamp, thus effectively avoiding the explosion. Yan Xiu had already been blown dozens of meters away by the shock wave. He felt a sweet taste in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This sudden change shocked Yan Xiu greatly. If it weren't for the resistance of shield wall technique, the elemental resistance bonus of immortal fighting will and the triple defense of Vajra Body, Yan Xiu would have been killed instantly by this move. I never thought that this Alligator Turtle King had such a trick. Yan Xiu sat up from the ground with difficulty, cursing inwardly. After suffering such an attack, all the skills that were previously activated were interrupted. Fortunately, when Yan Xiu looked at the Alligator Snapping Turtle King again, he found that the mysterious shield on its body had disappeared. However, since his various skills were forcibly interrupted, Yan Xiu fell into a brief period of spiritual power disorder. At this time, the spiritual power from Tang Sini began to treat Yan Xiu autonomously and gradually sorted out the disordered spiritual power. After a few seconds, Yan Xiu regained his strength. He stood up with a smile, looked at his magic weapon with a doting look, and said, "Thank you, my sister Sini." A cheerful green light shone on the magic weapon, which was Tang Sini's response. After feeling Tang Sini's kindness, Yan Xiu said no more and once again used his magic weapon to attack the Alligator Turtle King. Although this move of the Alligator Snapping Turtle King caused considerable damage to Yan Xiu, it also lost the protection of this mysterious shield when the shield exploded. Seeing that it had lost the mysterious shield, Yan Xiu used his old tricks again, and all kinds of skills were thrown at the Alligator Snapping Turtle King. With the superposition of multiple skills, the defense of the Alligator Snapping Turtle King's tortoise shell finally became as fragile as a piece of paper, and was chopped open by Yan Xiu's full-power divine axe with true damage. The powerful axe sank deeply into the flesh of the alligator turtle king, and blood gushed out immediately. The alligator snapping turtle king felt pain and showed its crazy side. It began to shake its huge body violently. Yan Xiu was not paying attention and was thrown out again. As soon as he stood up, he saw the alligator snapping turtle king rushing towards Yan Xiu with all his strength. However, it can be seen that it is at the end of its strength. Without any hesitation, Yan Xiu dodged the attack and chopped down again with the magic axe in his hand at full force. As expected, the alligator snapping turtle king suffered another heavy blow from Yan Xiu. But after all, the alligator snapping turtle king is so big that even if its defense is broken, it is impossible to kill it with one move. Unless he uses God-slaying slash at this moment, but using it now would be a waste. Fortunately, the soul-burning effect also took effect. This kind of attack doesn't matter how big you are. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, New Skill, Soul-Devouring Shield. The alligator snapping turtle king was burned by the soul flame, which made it appear even more painful. It rushed around in the depression, turning the entire swamp upside down. But at this moment Yan Xiu had successfully reached the back of the alligator turtle king. In order to end the battle quickly, Yan Xiu gripped the magic axe in his hand and chopped at its vital neck. Not long after, the alligator snapping turtle king could no longer hold on and let out a mournful roar, then fell heavily to the ground. The battle was over, and the alligator snapping turtle king was killed by Yan Xiu. At this moment, a glowing gem flew out from the broken neck of the alligator snapping turtle king. It looked like a good thing had popped up, so Yan Xiu quickly took it into his bag. I thought it would be the demon pill of the alligator turtle king. A 7th level demon pill is worth a lot of money. But when Yan Xiu looked closely, he realized that this was not its demon pill, but a piece of crystal. Yan Xiu carefully examined the crystal and discovered that it not only contained infinite spiritual power, but also seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. To be on the safe side, Yan Xiu tried to mobilize the spiritual power of his second magic weapon, the golden dragon shield, and inject it into it. It was at this moment that the crystal emitted a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from this crystal and merged into Yan Xiu's second magic weapon. The next second, a new understanding emerged in Yan Xiu's mind. Name, Yan Xiu. Magical weapon, Golden Dragon Shield S. Soul-Devouring Shield God level. After turning on the shield, you will gain a shield that can absorb various elemental damage. After reaching a certain critical value, the shield will be detonated and fed back to the enemy. The activation effect of this defensive skill's magical weapon is doubled. Wow, isn't this the shield skill of the snapping turtle king? After figuring out this skill, Yan Xiu exclaimed how awesome it was. This is a very awesome skill. You should know that even Yan Xiu himself almost fell into this trap. I never thought that this crystal could allow him to directly learn the mysterious shield skill of the alligator snapping turtle king. Moreover, his second magic weapon happens to be a defensive shield magic weapon, so the effect of activating the shield can be doubled. This way, not only will he have an additional means of defense against elemental attacks, but he will also have an additional killing move to counterattack the enemy unexpectedly. One skill brings two huge effects, directly raising my strength to a higher level. At this time, Yan Xiu was still immersed in the joy of victory, with a bright smile on his face. At this time, Li Shui had already hurried over with Chu Ling. Li Shui said with concern, Yan Xiu, are you all okay? I'm sorry I couldn't help you just now. Yan Xiu smiled leisurely, his eyes full of calmness and composure. When facing a monster of this level, your attack is almost negligible to it. Then he raised his head slightly and continued, in fact, protecting yourself is the greatest help you can give me. Yan Xiu's words are full of warmth and responsibility, which should warm people's hearts. But Li Shui didn't seem to buy it. She said angrily, what? Brother Yan thinks I'm a burden. Seeing this, Yan Xiu quickly waved his hands and explained, hey, I'm not targeting you alone. I'm saying that everyone here is someone I care about, so ensuring your safety is of utmost importance to me. When Chu Ling heard these words, she felt very uncomfortable. Although something seemed to be touched in her heart. Yan Xiu, let's clean up the battlefield quickly. Logically speaking, such a large swamp secret realm shouldn't have any other treasures besides the supernatural crystal and the 7th level demon pill just now. After Chu Ling said this, everyone started exploring in the swamp again. As expected by Chu Ling, everyone soon found a lot of goodies in the snapping turtle king's lair, a huge cave. I never thought that the alligator snapping turtle king had a hobby of collecting treasures. In one corner of the crypt, besides a turtle egg that hadn't even hatched yet, there were also a lot of high-grade and top-grade spirit stones, various gold, silver, and jewelry, and even various storage treasure chests filled with various elixirs and potions. This discovery undoubtedly greatly piqued Su Yingyu's interest. She rushed towards the treasure pile with great interest and opened the treasure chests one by one. She opened the first treasure chest and found only some expired pills and potions inside. She frowned and hit the second one. There are only some maps and task lists in here, which are of no value. She opened the third small box with disappointment, and suddenly a strong breath of spiritual energy hit her in the face. There was a small bottle inside, and the scent was coming from inside. I saw her slowly open the bottle and gently pour it out. Suddenly, 3 pills with exquisite patterns fell into his hands. The next second, a fierce light flashed in her eyes. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, look what I found, 3 creation pills." Yan Xiu was very familiar with the creation pill, and he confirmed it at a glance. "Really? You are so lucky." After Su Yingyu was happy for a while, she became sad again. "Oh, but how should such a precious thing be divided?" Suddenly, Tang Xini came over and said calmly, "The purpose of the fortune pill is to improve talent. Since we are already SSS level, I suggest that we leave it to those who need it." At this time, Song Qiwei also came over. "Xini is right, how about this, 1 for Sister Chu, 1 for Shuer, and the remaining 1 for Yan Xiu to upgrade his second magic weapon?" "Yeah, I think this is reasonable." Su Yingyu nodded happily, then slowly walked up to the 3 people and offered them the fortune pill. Shu Ling was stunned at first. She didn't know whether she should take it or not. After thinking for a while, she finally said, "I can accept the things, but when I return to the group, I will compensate everyone according to their corresponding value." "Hee, Sister Chu, just accept it with peace of mind. We don't need any compensation." Yeah. Take it." After hearing what everyone said, Chu Ling slowly took the pill, a touch of emotion flashing in her eyes. Li Shui had no worries. She nodded gratefully and happily took the pill. "Yan Xiu, this last one is for you. It's a token of our appreciation." Yan Xiu smiled slightly. "Okay then, I have no reason not to accept it." After distributing the precious good fortune pills, everyone swept through the dungeon, taking away as much valuables as possible. After leaving the swamp, everyone successfully returned to the jungle and reunited with the First Legion. Seeing that it was getting late, Captain Chu was preparing to find a place to set up camp. At this time, Su Yingyu hurried over and made a suggestion. It turned out that there was a mineral resource development site belonging to the flag-seizing mercenary group on the Rocky Mountains not far away. Su Yingyu suggested that the First Legion could go there to set up camp. So Captain Chu adopted this suggestion. Finally, the First Legion arrived at the resource point before dark. At this time, Su Yingyu was about to go to the resource point to find your person in charge to explain the situation. She was suddenly surprised to find that the people at the resource point were not from the flag mercenary group. Chapter 103 Chapter 102 Recovering Resource Points. At this moment, the unfamiliar figures in the camp also turned their eyes to Su Yingyu. Like wild beasts that had smelled their prey, they slowly stood up one after another, with a disgusting and obscene smile appearing on their faces. He. I didn't expect that in the middle of the night, there would be such a pretty girl coming to my door. One of them said with a strange laugh. The voice sounded like a demon from the abyss of hell, which made people feel creepy. Su Yingyu instantly became alert, her beautiful face full of vigilance. Her eyes, bright as stars, now flashed with a cold light. She looked directly at these uninvited guests without fear, and shouted in a cold tone, "Who are you?" "Who?" Ha. Another person laughed wildly, the laughter echoing in the silent night sky, sounding particularly harsh. "What's the harm in telling you? Listen up, little girl, we've been entrusted by the famous Su family to take over this extremely precious mineral resource site." "What? The Su family?" Upon hearing this name, Su Yingyu's face suddenly became extremely shocked, and her heart was like a raging storm, unable to calm down. She could never have imagined that the Su family would act so quickly. Within 2 days, they began to swallow up the property that should have belonged to the Jingqi mercenary group. "Little girl, at this time, I think you should consider your own safety first. Brothers, let's catch her so we can have some fun." As they spoke, they surrounded Su Yingyu. At this moment, Su Yingyu was fearless, but instead had a confident smile on her face. She has been through so much, and now she is confident that she still has the ability to protect herself. "Humph, you guys are dreaming of arresting me." As she spoke, the phantom appeared above her head. She gathered her spiritual power and waved her hand lightly. Several winged darts flew silently towards the people, and immediately one of the mercenaries was hit and fell down. Hee, it's still a rose with thorns, but this captain likes it. The slightly plump man who claimed to be the captain summoned a magical hammer, and he swung the hammer with great force. Looking at the slightly fat man attacking her, Su Yingyu showed a sneer on her face. Just as he was about to get close, Su Yingyu directly used the 10,000 blades cage to trap him. The slightly plump man suddenly panicked. He found himself trapped in a mountain of knives. Every slight movement he made would result in cuts from the blades. He flew into a rage and yelled at Su Yingyu, "Damn woman, what kind of skill is this?" He cursed, but swung the hammer in his hand and released martial arts, trying to break this cage. But his strength was obviously not enough, and the more he struggled, the tighter he was trapped. It was not until he was tortured to the point of being covered in blood that he began to beg for mercy. "Stop it, little ant, please spare me. Tell me quickly, where did the flag-seeking mercenary group that was originally stationed here go?" Su Yingyu asked viciously. "I'm telling you, we'll kill everyone except those who came to us." Hearing this answer, murderous intent appeared in Su Yingyu's eyes. "This is outrageous. If you do something like this, don't expect me to forgive you. Go to hell." After getting rid of the captain, Su Yingyu glanced at the rest of the people. At this moment, the look in these people's eyes when they looked at Su Yingyu no longer had the obscene meaning just now, but they fled towards the valley in fear. Su Yingyu snorted coldly, and only an eagle's cry was heard. The next second, she rode the golden flaming eagle to chase the enemy. The golden falcon is as fast as the wind, and its feathers are as sharp as knives. She just passed over the heads of these people, causing their flesh and blood to fly everywhere, and soon they all fell in a pool of blood. When the people of the First Legion heard the noise, they rushed over without stopping, only to find that Su Yingyu had already finished the battle. "What happened?" Yan Xiu ran over and asked. Su Yingyu sighed and answered truthfully, "It's the Su family. How dare they occupy our flag mercenary group's resource points without permission and kill our people? Damn Su family, they're taking their anger out on the Jingqi mercenary group just because I won the duel. I will never be on good terms with them," Yan Xiu said, clenching his fists. At this moment, Captain Chu suddenly walked over and said confidently, "Miss Su, as a token of our gratitude, the First Legion is willing to lend you a helping hand." "I don't even care about the Su family." "Really? That's great. I really don't know how to thank you, Captain Chu. With the support of the First Legion, the Jingqi mercenary group will definitely defeat the Su family and prevent them from ever making a comeback. Miss Su, you don't have to thank me. You are noble people who have endured hardships with my First Legion. The First Legion wishes to maintain an everlasting friendship with the flag mercenary group. Your enemies are the enemies of the First Legion." This is undoubtedly great news for Su Yingyu, the entire Jingqi mercenary group, and the First Legion's assistance. Originally, the Jingqi mercenary group had been relying on the Su family because of its lack of strength. Now the Su family and the Jingqi mercenary group have become enemies. If they confront each other head-on, the Jingqi mercenary group will not be their opponent at all. Now, with the First Legion backing us up, we have nothing to fear. After recaptured this resource point and spent a night there, they set out on their journey back to the city. Along the way, under the strong suppression of the First Legion, Su Yingyu successively recovered many lost resource points. They even occupied many resource points belonging to the Su family. In Su Yingyu's words, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Now that the Su family has broken off relations, the Jingqi mercenary group will no longer be polite. When this information quickly reached the Su family, Mr. Su was almost furious. But when he heard that the First Legion was backing the flag mercenary corps, he had to think twice. After much thought, he still felt that going to war with the First Legion was not a wise move. So in desperation, the Su family actually sent a ceasefire agreement. Upon hearing the news, Captain Su, who had been worried and unable to sleep for several nights, was overjoyed. He was not only happy about the armistice agreement sent to him by the Su family, but also about her daughter Su Yingyu. He really didn't expect that this man, who was almost forced by him to go out for young Master Su's daughter, would inexplicably establish a relationship with the First Legion and successfully make the flag mercenary group and the First Army form an alliance. The brief storm came to an end, and Yan Xiu and his group returned victorious with great harvests. And the youth mercenary competition is about to begin. Chapter 104 Chapter 103 Spiritual Girl Li Shui. It was during this period of time that everyone achieved a breakthrough in their realm. In just 2 days, all of Yan Xiu's contracted partners successfully broke through to the 4th level. And after each of them absorbed the creation pill, Li Shui and Chu Ling both had breakthroughs in their talents. Chu Ling broke through directly from the original SS level to SSS. In addition, Li Shui's talent was also upgraded to SSS. At the same time, better news came. Ding, congratulations to the host and the contracted party Li Shui for reaching the third contract achievement. Because of the improvement in realm and talent, he finally achieved the third achievement. This means that from this moment on, Yan Xiu will have 4 weapon spirit girls who can transform into weapon spirits at the same time. Inside the Su mansion, sunlight streamed onto the spacious training ground, creating a bright and vibrant scene. Shuer, come here quickly. I want to tell you a great piece of news. Yan Xiu shouted excitedly to Shuer, who was practicing not far away. Hearing Yan Xiu's call, Shuer stopped what she was doing and lightly jumped to his side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. What good news? Look how happy you are. Yan Xiu took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner excitement, and then said solemnly, Shuer, after a long time of fighting side by side, we can finally activate the weapon spirit mode. Shuer's delicate body trembled slightly upon hearing this, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Really? Yan Xiu, no wonder after my recent breakthrough, I always felt a very special and indescribable feeling welling up in my heart. Yan Xiu smiled and nodded, confirming, yes, that's why. Now the time has come. What are you waiting for? Let's try out the effect of the weapon spirit mode between you and me. After saying that, the two smiled at each other, and they could see the longing and confidence for the future in each other's eyes. Great! I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Shuer responded happily, her voice as clear and sweet as a silver bell. She had been eager to experience what the legendary weapon spirit mode felt like, just like Yuer and the others. As she closed her eyes slightly, she understood the method of transforming into the spirit state in her mind. She quickly transformed into a holy ice phoenix, and Yan Xiu's magic weapon had been waiting for a long time. When the two were perfectly combined, a hint of biting chill suddenly rose from the divine axe. As usual, Li Shui's various skill effects were also converted into Yan Xiu's bonuses and abilities. Frost Feather Blade Heavenly Rank converts to an attack with bonus frost damage. Wrath of the Ice Phoenix God Level Perfect Inheritance, the host can summon the Ice Phoenix. Ice Crystal Barrier God Level Perfect Inheritance, the host can release an Ice Crystal Barrier for themselves and their teammates. This is Li Shui's newly awakened third ancient skill, Ice Crystal Barrier. When attacked by elemental attacks, the Ice Crystal Barrier can be immune to the attacks received this time. When attacked by divine weapons, the Ice Crystal Barrier can rebound the attacks received this time. The immunity and rebound effects are affected by the opponent's realm strength. Yan Xiu was also very satisfied with this skill. Although this barrier could only withstand one attack after it was activated, it could not exist continuously. But if you use this barrier to block the opponent's key killer move, the effect will definitely be very good. Especially since it can rebound the attack from the divine weapon once, it gives you another means of counterattack. Frost Domain Divine Grade plus Ancient Domain Divine Grade, Extreme Cold Domain Immortal Grade. The effects of the two domains are superimposed and multiplied. The host's attacks can accelerate the accumulation of freezing effects on the enemy. I really didn't expect that Li Shui's combined attack skills would be the superposition of two fields. Although it was just a simple superposition, the superposition effect was doubled. The ancient realm already has a gravity field restriction effect, and now it has an additional freezing deceleration and freezing damage effect, which makes the restriction effect on the enemy even stronger. And after activating the combined attack skill, the attack can inflict deep bone marrow freezing damage to the enemy faster, and the combat effectiveness is suddenly improved by several levels. Before Yan Xiu could get over the joy of his harvest, an idea suddenly came into his mind. Only then did he realize that wasn't his and Song Qiyue's combined attack skill also the ancient realm? In that case, if we combine the extreme cold field and the purgatory field, what will the effect be? Thinking of this, Yan Xiu became a little impatient, so he hurried to call Song Qiyue and others to the training ground. Yan Xiu, why did you call everyone to the training ground? When Song Qiyue and a group of girls arrived at the training ground, Yan Xiu and Li Shui were already waiting there. Oh, nothing, I just want to do an experiment. Yan Xiu replied with a mysterious smile. Song Qiyue walked over and noticed that Yan Xiu and Li Shui seemed very happy, so she asked, "What experiment is it? You look very excited. Let me tell you some good news first. Now, I am also brother Yan Xiu's spirit girl." She announced it to everyone happily, winning the surprise and cheers of the girls. Really? So fast. Congratulations, Shuer. Everyone is happy for you when they hear the news. Everyone was amazed by her performance and Li Shui was moved to tears. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. Looking back on the day I was persecuted by Luli, it seems like it was just yesterday. It was Brother Yin Shou who forgave me and gave me a new life. She said as she looked at Yin Shou with a look of luck and gratitude, and said again, if there is an afterlife, I will still be Brother Yin Shou's contract partner. Alright, Shuer, you know I wouldn't be able to achieve what I have today without all of you. You don't have to be so grateful to me. Let's quickly try out our newly discovered combined attack skills. Yin Shou raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his eyes full of tenderness, and gently patted Shuer's shoulder. Shuer immediately raised her head, her eyes full of anticipation, and nodded vigorously. Okay, Shuer, I won't thank you anymore. Anyway, I'll listen to you in everything. Okay, Shuer, let's try the weapon spirit state again. Yin Shou nodded and shouted. Shuer's eyes narrowed, and she responded solemnly, Shuer got it. He turned to look at Yuer again. Yuer, come too. Yuer was curious. Okay, let me see what experiment you want to do. As the two weapon spirit girls merged into the magic weapon, the two forces of ice and fire met in Yin Shou's body. There was no sign of ice and fire being incompatible, they blended together like the black and white in Tai Chi. Chapter 105 Chapter 104 Perfect Fusion, a Song of Ice and Fire. It's a wonderful feeling. It is a feeling of alternating hot and cold, but strangely, this alternation of hot and cold does not cause discomfort. Instead, it brings a unique sense of peace. These two spiritual powers, which should have been completely opposite, now coexisted harmoniously in Yin Shou's body. They do not exclude each other and even show an atmosphere of close harmony. Yin Shou can use these two kinds of spiritual power at the same time, and he operates them very easily. In less than a moment, Yin Shou skillfully displayed two different combined attacking skills. At this moment, an amazing scene appeared. The extreme cold realm and the purgatory realm merged perfectly together. A brand new combined attack skill created by Yin Shou was born. This new combined attack skill not only possesses the power of the ice element of the extreme cold field, but also the power of the fire element of the purgatory field, and also has all the effects of these two skills. With this skill, opponents trapped in the field will experience what true ice and fire means. The skill experiment was a great success. You two will be of great use in the future. Yin Shou happily told the two girls who had returned to normal the result. Well, Shuer is very happy to be able to share Brother Yin Shou's worries. Great. From now on, if anyone dares to look down on us, we will make them suffer the double torture of ice and fire. When Li Shui and Yuer heard this, they nodded excitedly. At this time, Su Lingyu came over with a smile on her face. The combination of ice and fire is quite good. How about I give it a name? Let's call it, A Song of Ice and Fire. This is a good name. Tang Xini, who was following nearby, heard it and immediately said that this name was quite good. Even Yin Shou nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's do as Yuer said. This combination of skills will be called Song of Ice and Fire. After a brief exchange with the four weapon spirit girls, Yin Shou was shocked to realize that one person was missing. He frowned slightly and glanced around quickly. Finally, he found Chu Ling in a pavilion not far away. Chu Ling sat alone in the pavilion, holding a wineglass in her hand, drinking silently. Her cheeks were slightly flushed and she looked a little tipsy. She seemed a little unhappy, with an expression as if she was jealous, and a hint of resentment. Yin Shou felt strange and walked towards the pavilion. When Chu Ling noticed Yin Shou coming over, she was slightly stunned, then pretended to be admiring. 4. She stretched out her fingers, but made a 3. Incredible! Yin Shou, you are really amazing. There was a hint of surprise and complicated emotions in her tone. She gave Yin Shou a thumbs up again, her eyes a little wandering. Linger, are you worried about something? Yin Shou asked seriously, his eyes full of concern. Chu Ling smiled when she heard this, but the smile was a bit forced. Then she poured another glass of wine for Yin Shou and said to herself, come on, have a couple of drinks with me? Yin Shou was somewhat speechless, and asked again very seriously, you haven't answered my question yet? I am the deputy commander of the 1st Legion. What worries could I have? Chu Ling seemed a little annoyed by the question and her voice rose a few degrees. However, her eyes betrayed her, and it was obvious that there were some unspeakable emotions hidden in them. The more stubborn Chu Ling became, the more Yin Shou believed in his own judgment. It's already obvious that it must be related to these 4 spirit girls. Thinking of this, Yin Shou was delighted and said with a sly smile, you're not going to tell me, right? Then I guess you must be jealous of them. When Chu Ling heard this, a hint of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly forced herself to appear calm. She just snorted lightly and said disdainfully, "I'm jealous of them? What a joke! How could I, Chu Ling, be jealous of others?" However, her tone was not as firm as expected. Yan Xiu looked at Chu Ling's reaction and became more certain of his guess. He immediately shook his head helplessly, smiled and said, "Linger, don't be so stubborn. In fact, it's normal for you to have such a reaction. Because Shuer used to be just like you. But you have to believe me, you hold a unique place in my heart. I won't ignore you. After all, you are now one of my contracted partners." After hearing what Yan Xiu said, Chu Ling's heart moved slightly, but she still refused to admit it. "Who asked you to say that? I don't care." She turned her head away and stopped looking at Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu smiled helplessly. Knowing Chu Ling's temper, he stopped forcing her. He picked up the wine glass, took a sip gently, and quietly accompanied Chu Ling, waiting for the moment when she was willing to open her heart. Not long after, Chu Ling slowly turned her head. There was a bit of shyness on her face that was not common on her. She looked at Yan Xiu with a flickering look in her eyes. "Ah Xiu, Shuer told me the story between you two. It was very touching and magical." After hearing this, Yan Xiu immediately felt that there was something else behind her words, so he picked up the wine glass and took a sip, waiting quietly for her to continue. "And?" Chu Ling's voice became a little low. "I heard her say that too." She paused, then said a little embarrassedly, "That night, what happened between you and her?" Upon hearing this, Yan Xiu immediately spat out a mouthful of old wine. "What? How could she say such a thing?" Yan Xiu interrupted hurriedly. What about that night? Deputy Captain Chu, have you drunk too much?" But Yan Xiu was secretly complaining in his heart, "You, Li Shui, how dare you tell others such a thing?" Yan Xiu's face was full of embarrassment and helplessness. He didn't know how to respond to Chu Ling's words. He could only hope that Chu Ling would not continue this topic, but Chu Ling's hesitant look made him feel uneasy. After a while, Chu Ling said again, "Don't you like what happened that night?" Yan Xiu was struck by lightning when he heard this. He was afraid that Chu Ling would misunderstand him, so he quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." But after the explanation, Yan Xiu felt that something was not right. "I was wrong. That's not what I meant, you understand?" Seeing Yan Xiu's panic, Chu Ling laughed, as if she had won the game. "Okay, let's drink to celebrate Shuer becoming your weapon spirit girl." Finally, she said seriously. "Yes, drink." Yan Xiu answered decisively. "At this moment, I just want to stop talking because it is too sensitive." "Just stop it." But he didn't know that a hint of desire had already flashed in Chu Ling's eyes. Chapter 106 Chapter 105 Drinking will lead to trouble. The night gradually darkened. The girls were tactful enough not to interrupt their conversation. After drinking a few more glasses, Chu Ling's originally bright eyes became a little more blurred. She rubbed her temples and muttered, "This wine has a strong after effect." Yan Xiu nodded, he couldn't deny it. Because at this moment, he also felt a bit heavy in his head. "Can you take me back to my room?" "Certainly." So Yan Xiu helped Chu Ling up and carefully sent her back to the room. However, just as Yan Xiu was about to leave, Chu Ling grabbed his hand. "Wait a minute, I have a few questions I've been wanting to ask you. Have you ever truly considered the contract between us? You know, we entered into it with a try-it-out attitude." She asked the question with anticipation, her eyes slightly nervous as she asked the question. "That can be considered as a mutual agreement, right? Fate is like this sometimes." Chu Ling couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly when she heard that. "So you want me to be your spirit girl?" "Of course I do. What's wrong with having another spirit girl?" After hearing Yan Xiu's answer, Chu Ling was delighted. So, she pretended to be strong and said to Yan Xiu, "Well, this deputy leader will give you this opportunity today. I hope you won't be ungrateful." "Sister Linger, what do you mean by this?" Yan Xiu's eyes were full of surprise. Chu Ling suddenly stood up domineeringly, put one foot on the stool and looked down at Yan Xiu. "You should understand what I mean. You must have some special abilities, right? Otherwise, why would Sister Shuer grow so quickly?" Yan Xiu was shocked by Chu Ling's words, but he didn't know how to respond, so he just confessed to her. "I can't explain it to you. I do have this ability. What do you want to do?" Yan Xiu's tone was somewhat helpless. Seeing Yan Xiao succumbing to her dominance, Chu Ling showed a smug smile. Humph, what do you think? Why don't we take advantage of this drunken streak and do whatever we want? She looked at Yan Xiao with eyes full of anticipation. Although she tried hard to put on a fearless expression, her heart was still pounding and her cheeks were burning. Under the scorching gaze, Yan Xiao felt an indescribable impulse in his heart. Perhaps it was the anesthesia of alcohol. This impulse made Yan Xiao slowly approach Chu Ling as if possessed by a ghost, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. So that night, dry wood and raging fire, catalyzed by high concentrations of alcohol, burned fiercely. When Yan Xiao opened his eyes again, he felt a pain in his brain. However, the smell of alcohol emanating from his body reminded him of the fierce battle last night. Damn, I seem to have done something terrible last night. At this time, Yan Xiao received the prompt sent by the system last night. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully contracting an ancient girl. Intimacy plus 500. I give in. Now it's confirmed. Yan Xiao sighed helplessly. Drinking will cause trouble, drinking will cause trouble. Then, he found a bowl of sobering soup that Chu Ling had left for him on the bedside table. There was a note underneath. I picked up the note and saw that it said, just assume we were both drunk last night. If you dare to tell anyone, I will never let you go. Seeing this, Yan Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. But after thinking about it, I decided that having one more person to bond with was always a good thing, so I stopped caring about it. Anyway, it's not us who are at a disadvantage. Over the next 2 days, the relationship between Yan Xiao and Chu Ling changed dramatically. Chu Ling still looked aloof, but when she saw Yan Xiao, she always found excuses to avoid him. Yan Xiao pretended to be calm, but in fact he was very nervous when they met. Finally, the expressions of the two were noticed by the sharp-eyed crowd. What happened to Sister Chu and the others? Are they having a conflict? Yeah, I haven't seen them talking to each other in the past 2 days. Weren't they drinking and chatting together the afternoon before yesterday? Unlike Song Qiyue and Tang Xinyi, Li Shui seemed to have thought of something. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. When Su Yingyu saw it, she immediately asked, Shuer, do you know something? No, I don't know anything. Li Shui waved her hands quickly. Really? Su Yingyu asked meaningfully. Li Shui finally panicked. You know, this kind of thing must not be told, otherwise even she would be exposed. Oh, please don't make things difficult for me. I really don't know anything. There was a hint of pleading in Li Shui's tone. Su Yingyu spread her hands and said, well, all right then. How about we all go and ask them together? At this time, Li Shui refused again, I think it's not necessary. Actually, the two of them are a little strange, but it doesn't mean there is a conflict. It could also be a good thing. What do you mean? Everyone was puzzled. Okay, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, it will be fine after a while. Maybe Sister Chu will soon become like us and become a weapon spirit girl. Everyone was confused by this, but Li Shui was unwilling to say more, so they just let it go. Not long after, the youth mercenary competition arrived as scheduled. Zhao Changfeng gathered everyone together early and went to the Huaxi City Mercenary Guild. At the guild's registration desk, Song Qiyue suddenly saw many of her former classmates, and her expression became a little nervous. What's wrong with you, Yuer? Yan Xiao asked. After Song Qiyue looked at Yan Xiao, her nervousness eased a lot. Only then did she remember that she was no longer the same person she used to be. Thanks to the contract with Yan Xiao, he is now an SSS-level genius. I'm fine. I just saw some classmates who used to laugh at me. You know I used to study in the provincial capital. Seeing Song Qiyue's expression regain confidence, Yan Xiao smiled with relief. Remember the day we tested the mechanical wooden man? It's the same this time. Just use your strength to slap them in the face. After registering, everyone formed a temporary mercenary team with excitement and anticipation, and received a number plate. This competition is a mercenary competition, with single, double and team competitions. Each victory will earn points, and the winning mercenary team will be determined based on the points ranking. In the following days, Yan Xiao and his team easily defeated all opponents with their outstanding strength, and the team points always ranked among the best. A few days later, the youth mercenary competition ushered in the exciting finals, and Yan Xiao's team's opponents were none other than the powerful Su Biao and others. Chapter 107 Chapter 106 Finals are coming soon. The day of the finals finally arrived, and the mercenary duel field was bustling with people. There was also an important guest at the scene of this competition. He was a special envoy sent by the Longhua mercenary headquarters. On the rostrum, the mayor of Huaxi City loudly announced to everyone the purpose of the arrival of the special envoy from the mercenary headquarters, that is to recruit young talents from various provinces for the Mercenary Association and Yuling University. There is no doubt that the winner of this final will be appreciated by the Longhua mercenary headquarters. After the introduction of the mayor of Huaxi City, the whole audience was boiling. That's Yuling University, the most awesome college in the entire Longhua country. Oh my god, there's even a chance to join the Mercenary Association. You know, everyone who comes out of there is a top expert with a bright future. You should know that once you join the Mercenary Association, you'll even have the opportunity to become a pioneer. You can then expand your territory, reclaim new territory from monsters, and even build new cities. Yeah, I wonder which team will win in the end. Of course it's young Master Su. I heard he just signed a contract with an SSS rank girl named Lin Jiao. I also heard that his 2 contracted maids were also trained very well by him. Then you don't know. I heard that a while ago, this Su Biao seemed to be defeated by Yin Xiu on the opposite side. I don't know what Yin Xiu's strength is. I think it's just a rumor. How could young Master Su lose? You may not know this, but it's said that he has successfully mastered the power of his family's bloodline. Is this the power of bloodline that is better seen than heard? Then it seems Yin Xiu is doomed to fail. As the bell rang to start the game, the 2 teams officially met on the duel field. The atmosphere here is tense and heated, and everyone's attention is focused on the 2 teams that are about to engage in a fierce confrontation. This was a 5-on-5 match. Yin Xiu had exactly 5 people on his side, except for Chu Ling, who was unsuitable to participate for some reason. They all looked determined and full of fighting spirit, ready to face this crucial battle. On Su Biao's side, there were 3 women and 2 men. Yin Xiu looked at their realm. They are all of level 5 strength. Especially Su Biao, he has reached the peak of the 5th level. The 2 girls standing at the back were none other than Yang Qi and Yang Lin, the 2 girls who were taken away by Su Biao as contract maids. At this moment, the 2 of them had expressionless faces, empty eyes, and a servile look, without any trace of the vitality and vigor that teenagers should have. When they saw Tang Xini again, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes, as if they couldn't believe that they would see her here. Then, a complex feeling of regret and jealousy filled their brows. They must be regretting it now, especially after learning about Tang Xini's brilliant performance in a competition. They feel even worse. They might be thinking that if they had not chosen to degenerate and had not volunteered to be Su Biao's contract maid, they would now be able to shine on the court like Tang Xini. I don't know what kind of torture these 2 people went through after falling into Su Biao's hands, and ended up in their current state. But in the final analysis, all of this is their own choice, and they have to bear the consequences of their own self-degradation. The arrogant woman standing in the front position was probably the person Su Biao had a new contract with. At this moment, Lin Jiao was looking at Yin Xiu and others with disdain, as if they were not worth mentioning at all. Just as she opened her mouth to say something arrogant, she suddenly saw Song Qiwa among Yin Xiu and his group. This discovery shocked Lin Jiao so much that her eyes widened instantly, her face full of disbelief. You know, they were classmates a few months ago. How could she not recognize Song Qiwa's name? However, she clearly remembered that Song Qiwa must have awakened a D-level talent, and was completely humiliated at school, so she returned to her hometown. How come he is at the finals of the youth mercenary competition now? Just her, a person with a D-level talent? Finals. This is a joke. Wait, Lin Jiao carefully observed the lineup of 4 women and 1 man on the opposite side, and she immediately understood. I think she couldn't be the contract maid of Yin Xiu. Thinking of this, a sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she stepped forward to greet Song Qiwa. Long time no see, Song Qiwa. Her voice was sharp and harsh. As the saying goes, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Have you gloriously become someone's contracted maid? How pathetic. Her tone was full of sarcasm and disdain. Lin Jiao didn't care about the previous game at all. She was always immersed in her own arrogance and conceit. It was not until Su Biao told her that she could play in the finals that she reluctantly went on stage. Therefore, she did not know about Song Qiwa's outstanding performance in the regular season a few days ago. She was certain that Song Qiwa had come to the finals by becoming someone else's contract maid, and she was full of contempt for Song Qiwa. Faced with Lin Jiao's rude remarks, Song Qiwa did not tolerate her and immediately retorted. Lin Jiao, don't get too complacent. I'm no longer brother Yan Xiu's contracted maid, nor am I the D-rank girl I once was. You, on the other hand, actually chose a loser as your contract partner. Are you short of men? Ha ha ha, you said it well. It has to be said that Song Chiyue's retort was beautiful, which immediately boosted the morale of Yan Xiu and his men. You. Lin Jiao obviously didn't expect Song Chiyue to dare to say such a thing. You have to know how humble she was before, after she learned that she had awakened her D-level talent. However, Su Biao became even angrier than her when he heard this. His face became extremely gloomy, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Especially after hearing the word loser, he was so angry that he was shaking all over and his teeth were chattering. Yan Xiu, don't be so complacent. If someone hadn't stopped me that day, and you had made me use the power of my bloodline, I would have crippled you. He roared, his voice full of resentment and unwillingness. Therefore, he had long wanted to fight Yan Xiu again, and he secretly vowed to use all his strength to defeat or even kill him in order to wash away his shame. Su, just watch carefully and see how the contract partner you chose will be trampled under my feet. He glared at Su Yingyu fiercely, his eyes full of provocation and threats. Su Yingyu looked at Su Biao's arrogant look and felt very unhappy, but she tried to remain calm and did not respond to his provocation. Su Biao secretly swore in his heart that he would never let this game go to waste. He would definitely kill Yan Xiu and the others to vent his anger. Chapter 108, A Wonderful Showdown. Before the battle officially started, Yan Xiu carefully checked his opponent's attributes. Name, Su Biao. Divine Weapon, Subduing Tiger Blade. Realm, Late 5th Stage. Attributes, Water Affinity plus 100%. Martial Arts, Gale/Heavenly Rank, Tiger Roar Godly Rank. Name, Lin Jiao. Phantom, Wave Chasing Dragon SSS. Attribute, Water. Realm, 5th Stage Mid Stage. Illusion, Stormy Waves Heavenly Rank, Raging Undercurrent Godly Rank. Name, Li Tao. Magic Weapon, Iron Arm Fist. Realm, 5th Stage Mid Stage. Attributes, Metal plus 10%. Martial Arts, Shock Fist Heavenly Rank, Iron Fist Barrier Heavenly Rank. After learning about the strengths of these three main opponents, Yan Xiu's first thought was, no wonder they made it to the finals. Su Biao has planned carefully for this battle. It seems that defeating them will not be an easy task. Moreover, he has a trump card, and no one knows who it will be, Yan Xiu. Even Yan Xiu wasn't sure if he had any other cards up his sleeve. Of course, Yan Xiu still didn't think that his side would lose. Because, he could just use the quadruple spirit weapon to kill them instantly. But if we do this, we must first consider whether it will cause too much of a sensation. The part of making threats before the final battle was over quickly. As soon as the referee in charge of this final announced the start of the match, everyone's eyes shot towards the ring like arrows. At this moment on the arena, 10 young mercenaries each summoned their own magical weapons and phantoms, all ready for battle. However, Su Biao's team quickly attracted everyone's attention. Under Su Biao's command, Yang Qi and Yang Lin turned into two ferocious beasts in an instant. To be precise, they were two white-haired rats as big as dogs, their sharp teeth revealing their wildness. This successfully caught Yan Xiu's attention. He didn't expect that these two seemingly harmless contract maids were not so easy to deal with. Checking through the master's eye, they turned out to be two earth-burrowing white-haired rats, and their realm had reached the middle stage of the 5th level. This scene also shocked the audience, and they all looked surprised. But before everyone could recover from their shock, the next second the two white-haired rats actually broke through the ground again and quickly dived into the soil. This sudden change once again caught everyone off guard, and everyone in the audience looked shocked. Fuck, this is a concrete floor. Are these two contract maids planning a sneak attack? Is this the strategy formulated by Su Biao's team? It's really unexpected. It seems that this final will be more exciting than imagined. As the audience chattered, the tension in the finals gradually heated up. When Yan Xiu's team saw the two moles disappear from their sight, they all became serious. After all, these are two 5th-level beast spirits that can even penetrate concrete floors. I wonder how sharp these claws are. If they suddenly emerge from the ground and launch a sneak attack, the outcome will be either death or injury. However, Yan Xiu's team has not yet come up with a countermeasure. Immediately afterwards, Lin Jiao from Su Biao's team also released her skills, and a rough wave that almost covered half of the duel arena hit Yan Xiu and his 4 companions. It seems like they are going to annihilate Yan Xiu and others in one fell swoop. However, before the huge wave could hit him, Yan Xiu rushed forward and used his shield wall technique to block it. Immediately afterwards, a war was about to break out. Yan Xiao threw the magic axe without mercy, using a move called Opening the Galaxy. The magic axe flew towards Lin Jiao, who was at the forefront with tremendous force. Lin Jiao was shocked by the momentum of the divine axe. Only then did she realize that she had underestimated her enemy. As a phantom, she should stand at the back of the team. At the critical moment, Li Tao next to Su Biao jumped forward and used a shock punch to knock Yan Xiao's magic axe back. The battle got out of control. All of a sudden, there were exploding fireballs, metal storms, darts and feather blades. Yan Xiao's various skills came one after another. Li Tao smiled disapprovingly, then he put his hands together and created an iron fist barrier. Because of the realm suppression, this barrier directly blocked the attack of the entire Yan Xiao team. This scene was so shocking to everyone present that they started discussing it heatedly. Too powerful. This must be a god-level skill. He actually neutralized all the attacks from Yan Xiao's team by himself. I think Yan Xiao is doomed to fail. Not necessarily. I've seen Team Yan Xiao's regular matches, and they still have some tricks up their sleeves. So what? Don't forget that young Master Su hasn't made a move yet, and there are still those two beast spirits lurking underground. After Li Tao blocked all the skills, he did not forget to turn around and ask Su Biao for credit. Biaozi, I'll help you win the game today, but don't forget to give me these twin sisters to play with. Su Biao replied proudly, don't worry, brotherly. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yan Xiao and the others with a sinister look on his face, and then slowly said, it's time to let these two sisters take action. Yan Xiao saw through his trick, but he was not worried. Because at this moment, he already knew what these little devils were planning. Sure enough, the ground shook slightly. Two white-haired rats suddenly shot out from the soil, their fangs and claws bared, and their first target was Tang Xini. However, things are not as simple as they think. As early as when the ground began to shake, Su Yingyu and Li Shui used their summoning skills. A pure and beautiful ice phoenix and a majestic falcon both appeared in the sight of everyone in the audience. At the critical moment, Li Shui rode the ice phoenix and took Tang Xini into the sky, while Su Yingyu also took Song Qihua straight into the sky. Two birds flew together above the ring, and four girls looked down at Su Biao and others with smug smiles on their faces. This scene undoubtedly brought the atmosphere of the entire venue to a new climax. Oh my god, it's the Ice Phoenix. What a sharp falcon. I thought the trip was worthwhile just by being able to burrow underground, but I didn't expect it to be possible to fly. That's right, this ticket price is totally worth it. I say, can't you consider Yan Xiao's feelings? Yes, this way, this kid named Yan Xiao will have to face multiple enemies at the same time. When Su Biao and the other four saw the four girls flying into the sky, they all looked incredulous. But they soon regained their composure. Su Biao looked at Yan Xiao, who was alone on the ground, and smiled. In that case, let's work together to take down Yan Xiao first. After he finished speaking, he immediately drove Yang Qi and Yang Lin, who had transformed into beast spirits, to attack Yan Xiao. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, Battle, White Hot Stage. The white-haired rat burrowed into the ground again. Within a few breaths, he pounced from the ground behind Yan Xiao again. Yan Xiao had already noticed it and quickly dodged the attack of the white-haired rat. He activated various skills and started fighting with the two white-haired rats. Should we help brother Yan Xiao? Tang Xini said worriedly when she saw Yan Xiao fighting two people alone. At this time, Li Shui in front of her smiled slightly. No need for that. Brother Yan Xiao is much more powerful than we imagined. These two big white rats are no match for him. So, we should attack Su Biao and the others. Oh, I see. I'll have my tree guards destroy their barrier right now. After Tang Xini finished speaking, she quickly threw 3 green light balls onto the damaged concrete floor. The green ball of light penetrated the soil, and 3 angry wood guardians immediately grew out. Tang Xini smiled and controlled them to walk towards Su Biao and the other two. Seeing that 3 tree giants suddenly appeared on the ring, everyone on the field was shocked, and Su Biao and the other two were also confused. Because up to now, Yan Xiao and the other 5 have become increasingly confusing to them. It would have been fine if Yan Xiao was a bit tricky, but they never expected that the 4 girls around Yan Xiao were not simple either. With the appearance of the tree giant, the battle entered a white-hot stage. Here, Yan Xiao was fighting 2 white-haired rats alone. As the fighting spirit grew, Yan Xiao gradually gained the upper hand. On the other side, several girls took advantage of the air superiority and bombarded Su Biao and his men, but all their attacks were blocked by the barrier. The tree giant also smashed the barrier so hard that it made loud bangs, as if he would not stop until he broke it. The battle lasted for a while, and finally, with Su Biao's personal attack, all three tree giants fell down. Yan Xiu also successfully defeated the two white-haired rats with his absolute strength. They fell to the ground, and after losing their spiritual power, they returned to human form, but also fainted. At this time, the duration of the two big birds' skills had expired, and the four girls were forced to return to the ring. The situation suddenly became 5 against 3. The morale of Yan Xiu's side was high, but Su Biao's team could only swallow the loss with hatred. Song Qiyue came to the front of the formation and shouted proudly. Now it was her turn to mock Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao, I advise you to surrender quickly, because you are bound to lose this match. Lin Jiao was naturally dissatisfied when she heard this. She looked at Yang Qi and Yang Lin lying on the ring with disdain. Then he turned around and said to Song Qiyue, you dare to speak so arrogantly to me. Don't think you can defeat us just by defeating two useless maids. Su Biao, it's time for us to get serious. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Biao with a look of disappointment on her face. No problem, Jiao Jiao, victory belongs to us. As Su Biao spoke, he looked at Lin Jiao lovingly. Jiao Jiao, activate the weapon spirit form. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Jiao, with a look of contempt, turned into a weapon spirit and merged into Su Biao's magic weapon. What's going on? At this moment, this scene shocked the entire audience into silence. Oh my god, she actually turned into a weapon spirit. I'm still alive, but I can actually see this kind of scene. My second half of life is worth it. Even the special envoy from the Mercenary Association stood up with a questioning look on his face when he saw the scene. But that's not right. Didn't they just sign the contract? That's right, how is it possible to reach the soulmate stage so quickly? Listen to me, everyone. I have some inside information. I heard it's a magical medicine that can temporarily activate the spirit mode, and it has no side effects. But at this price, I'm afraid even the Su family can't produce 3. The fact is, just as they said, this temporarily activated weapon spirit mode has a somewhat uncoordinated feeling in spiritual power. This causes the magic weapon in Su Biao's hand to always be in a state of fluctuating spiritual power. Yan Xiu and the other 4 just laughed it off. You know, the weapon spirit mode activated between them will never cause problems like Su Biao's. Because in weapon spirit mode, they and Yan Xiu are of the same mind. At this moment, Su Biao didn't know that he had become a laughingstock in the hearts of the 5 people, but instead behaved particularly arrogantly. Yan Xiu, you will definitely lose this time. With the help of the weapon spirit, Su Biao was full of confidence and even a little arrogant. Wild wind slash. As he shouted, the tiger-subduing blade in his hand came towards Yan Xiu with a fierce momentum to kill him. At this moment, Yan Xiu's heart was filled with fighting passion and determination. Facing Su Biao's attack, he faced it without fear. The 2 men fought fiercely, neither giving in. Although Yan Xiu was at a disadvantage, he did not retreat. Instead, he became more and more courageous. After 2 rounds of fierce fighting, Yan Xiu gradually understood Su Biao's strength. Seeing that Yan Xiu was gradually losing his strength, Su Biao took the opportunity to intensify his offensive, hoping to defeat him in one fell swoop. Go to hell, Yan Xiu, the power of Tiger Roar. Accompanied by a deafening tiger roar, Su Biao's momentum increased again, and his strength also increased accordingly. Looking at Su Biao who was coming towards him, Yan Xiu suddenly smiled. Shuer, cast a barrier on me. As soon as Yan Xiu finished speaking, Li Shui waved her hand, and an ice crystal barrier wrapped around Yan Xiu's entire body. Seeing this, Su Biao did not stop what he was doing. In his opinion, with his current strength, anything that stood in his way would be destroyed with one blow. Neither of them gave in, and the next second Su Biao's strongest attack went straight towards Yan Xiu. He intended to cut off the barrier and Yan Xiu himself together. At this time, the tremendous power of the Fu Hu Kuang Dao has made some masters feel his murderous intent. This went against the principle of stop at the right time in the game, but it was too late to stop it at this point. Just when everyone thought that Yan Xiu was going to be cut in half by Su Biao, Fu Hu Kuang Dao had already seen above the ice crystal barrier. However, the scene they imagined of the barrier breaking and blood and flesh flying everywhere did not happen. Instead, the ice crystal barrier suddenly exploded towards Su Biao the moment it was hit by the Fu Hu Kuang Dao. The strong shockwave generated even sent Su Biao flying in the opposite direction. Seeing Su Biao fall to the ground, the whole audience fell into silence. After a while, someone began to question in disbelief. What happened? Young Master Su's move was actually blocked by Yan Xiu. It even bounced Master Su back. After seeing the effect of the ice crystal barrier, Yan Xiu smiled with satisfaction. Rebounding the attack of the magic weapon can indeed produce unexpected results. Su Biao stood up in a panic, with disbelief in his eyes. But soon, arrogance appeared on his face again. Yan Xiu, no matter what, I will let you see my true strength this time. Berserk Bloodline, activate. Chapter 110 Chapter 109 Why should I admit defeat? Su Biao finally couldn't hold back any longer and used his trump card. Violet red energy exploded in his body, his expression became extremely angry and belligerent, and his overall combat power increased several times in an instant. This move caused a sensation in the audience. What a terrifying power! Is this the power of the Su family's bloodline? This aura is like a god of war returning from a sea of blood and corpses. With the blessing of the Mad Battle bloodline, Yan Xiu will undoubtedly be defeated this time. At this time, Su Biao's actual combat power was infinitely close to the 8th level, and his majestic aura once again made Yan Xiu feel unprecedented pressure. His strength is far beyond the controllable range of this duel. If this continues, someone will definitely die. But even the referee of this game didn't dare to step forward and stop it. It was at this time that the special envoy from the mercenary headquarters flew onto the field and forcibly blocked the two teams. Stop, this game ends here, the special envoy said seriously. Team Su Biao was able to demonstrate such powerful strength. I think this is enough to win this competition. If they continue fighting, someone will die. Su Biao, hold back your bloodline power. You've already proven your strength. Stop it now. Yan Xiu, let's consider this a draw. Given your strength, this special envoy can make an exception and grant you entry to the mercenary headquarters. After all, if outstanding young people like you were forced to fight to the death and casualties occurred, it would be a great loss to our Longhua nation. However, Su Biao was dissatisfied with the special envoy's advice. No, I don't accept a draw, and I can't accept them being able to move into the mercenary headquarters. But in fact, what he wanted more was to get rid of Yan Xiu, even in front of everyone. Seeing that Su Biao did not accept this arrangement, the special envoy turned to look at Yan Xiu. Yan Xiu, why don't you just admit defeat? I'll still allow you to enter the mercenary headquarters. I'm afraid you can't resist Su Biao's bloodline power. As long as you admit defeat, this duel will end here. After hearing the special envoy's advice, the entire audience started to boo. With the weapon spirit mode and bloodline power, how can Yan Xiu and the others resist? I think he should just listen to the special envoy and stop fighting. Yeah, now that we've earned the qualifications, there's no need to work so hard. The special envoy in the audience urged him to admit defeat, but Yan Xiu laughed wildly. Admit defeat? Why should I? Besides, the outcome is still uncertain. His words shocked everyone, who couldn't understand why he insisted on competing. After all, continuing the competition might mean paying the price with one's life. Brother Yan Xiu is right, why should we admit defeat? That's right, if anyone is going to admit defeat, they should be the ones to admit defeat. Isn't it just the power of blood? What's so great about it? We haven't even used our full strength yet. After hearing the firm support of the 4 girls behind him, Yan Xiu was full of confidence in this duel. He turned around and said to the special envoy, "Thank you for your concern, special envoy, but we have decided to continue the game." At this moment, his eyes revealed a determination and perseverance, as if he was ready to face all challenges. The special envoy was puzzled when he saw Yan Xiu's persistence. Do we really have to take this risk? Yan Xiu rubbed his fists, ready to fight. I didn't want to do this, but I was afraid of causing a sensation. Since Su Biao wants to defeat or even kill us, he has already played all his cards. Then there's no need for us to hide it. Seeing that Yan Xiu and the others were so sure, the special envoy could not stop them. Since both sides refuse to listen to advice and insist on competing, they will have to bear the consequences themselves. Thinking of this, the special envoy left the duel arena with a look of regret. As soon as the special envoy left, tensions between the two sides became high again. Su Biao wanted to launch a sneak attack first, so he used Lin Jiao's skill Undercurrent. There was no change at first, but the next second countless water columns shot up from the ground into the sky. Even the concrete floor couldn't stop the terrifying force. Seeing this, Yan Xiu was not flustered. He immediately returned to the girls. The soul-devouring shield was activated at this moment, protecting the 5 people firmly. Ha 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 ha. Su Biao thought his sneak attack was successful. Little did he know that the power of his elemental attack had been completely absorbed by Yan Xiu's soul-devouring shield. When the moisture in the sky dissipated, Yan Xiao and the other four appeared in front of everyone safe and sound. Su, is this all you have to offer in terms of sneak attacks? Faced with Yan Xiao's ridicule, Su Biao was naturally dissatisfied. Well then, I'll show you my strongest attack. Su Biao shouted, and his magic weapon emitted a dazzling red light. Let me show you my unique combined attack skill, drawing the sword to cut the sea. As he spoke, endless energy gathered towards his magic weapon, and Su Biao's aura became even stronger. The combined attack skill drew amazement from the entire audience, and even the special envoy could not help but praise it. While praising, he glanced at Yan Xiao and others. Alas, what a pity. They are indeed a group of outstanding young people. It's a pity that they are too competitive and have ruined their own future. Even when everyone was pessimistic about Yan Xiao and his group, Yan Xiao still put on an expression as if everything was under control. Yan Xiao, let's see how you can handle this move. After Su Biao had accumulated enough energy, he shouted arrogantly. At this moment, Yan Xiao laughed. Su Biao, don't think you're the only one with the trump card, or that you're the only one who knows how to activate the weapon spirit mode. Open your eyes and see what true weapon spirit mode is. He said, turning to look at the girls. The four girls were already eager to try, waiting for Yan Xiao's call. Yuer, weapon spirit state. When Song Qiwei heard the call, she transformed into a weapon spirit and merged into Yan Xiao's magic weapon in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this scene, everyone in the audience widened their eyes. What? They can also activate the weapon spirit mode. No way, did they also use drugs? No, they are truly in the third contract stage. But, how is this possible? They are still so young, how could they have enough time to reach that stage? Even Su Biao did not expect this scene, but he quickly returned to his furious state. In his opinion, even if they were truly in the third contract stage, so what? He was confident that Yan Xiao and the others would still not be his match. But at this moment, something even more shocking happened. I only heard Yan Xiao calling a girl's name again. Schwer, weapon spirit state. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to Yan Xiao and the others. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, We are the champions. Then they saw a scene that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Right in front of everyone's eyes, they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Li Shui actually turned into a weapon spirit and merged with the magic weapon. This sudden change made everyone open their eyes wide, unable to believe what they saw. They originally thought that it was incredible that this mysterious young man could possess a spirit girl at such a young age. But he didn't expect that Li Shui was actually his spirit girl. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. What on earth is going on? Why is there still someone who can become his weapon spirit? This question bothers everyone, but no one can give an answer. This is a dual spirit weapon. You have to know that the last time this kind of thing happened was in ancient legends. After integrating with the two weapon spirit girls, the power of ice and fire intertwined on the magic weapon, and they turned into a gorgeous two-color light. Amidst the shining light, the two forces and the magic weapon merged perfectly, as if they were meant to be. At this time, Yan Xiao's magic weapon became extremely powerful after fusing the dual spirits. The aura it exuded was enough to make anyone feel a sense of oppression. Even the most powerful special envoy from the mercenary headquarters on the scene was no exception. After seeing Yan Xiao fuse the dual spirits, Su Biao's face was full of disbelief, which he could not understand. But the pride in his bones would never allow him to show weakness in front of Yan Xiao. He still fantasized that his strongest attack could defeat Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao, I don't care what you're up to, let's decide the outcome with one move. As he spoke, he unleashed his strongest attack, draw the sword to cut the sea. This sword has such tremendous power that it can split the ocean in two. But this move did not make Yan Xiao feel the slightest bit of fear. You are wrong. This is a life or death move. Yan Xiao responded arrogantly. He did not continue to summon Suing Yu and Tang Sini because his current strength was enough. Yan Xiao had long discovered that the fusion of the dual spiritual powers of ice and fire was far more powerful than the fusion of two ordinary spiritual powers. At this time, the power of Yan Xiao and the other two was far greater than the combined force of four people. It's enough to defeat Su Biao. As soon as Yan Xiao finished speaking, he quickly gathered all the available strength in his body. The fully powered Raikiri, with the dual spiritual powers of ice and fire and the added combat power of various skills, has a terrifying power. Bring it on! Su Biao attacked with almost crazy momentum, and Yan Xiao also slashed back without showing any weakness. At that moment, the two weapons collided like two bolts of lightning. The violent explosion caused by it spread to every corner of Huaxi City. Endless energy exploded in the air, stirring up a violent storm that swept across the entire arena. Even the audience seats farthest from the ring were no exception. After the explosion, the duel arena was reduced to ruins. The cement floor, which had long been broken, was now deeply sunk into the soil. When everyone came out of the explosion in strong wind, they all looked down at the duel arena. There were 5 people standing on the duel field. They were the 5 members of Yin Xiu's team. On the other side of the ring, Su Biao and his 5 companions all fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Is it over? Yes, Yin Xiu and the others won. Too powerful. I never thought that even with all the tricks Su Biao used, he still lost to Yin Xiu. Who can tell me where this team came from? However, no one responded to his words. Because from the beginning of the youth mercenary competition, they never thought that Yin Xiu's team would win. Yeah, we won. Now, we are number 1. Yes, this is all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. As long as we unite together, there will be no opponent we cannot defeat. Everyone walked down the duel arena cheering, and Zhao Changfeng and the other 2 came up to greet them immediately. I have to say, you won beautifully. Now we can proudly say that we are from Wuzhou City. Now, because you won first place, Wuzhou City can develop better. What Zhao Changfeng and the others said was exactly what Song Qiwa was happy to see. This game has made Wuzhou City famous, and in the future there will be a steady stream of people going to Wuzhou City to develop. As everyone was talking, Xu Ling also came over. Well done, sisters. This deputy leader is so eager to join us. There was an obvious hint of regret in Xu Ling's tone for not being able to participate in the competition. And also, envy towards Yin Xiu and the other 4. Sister Linger, I'm sorry. There's really nothing I can do this time. Because that's the rules of the competition. There are only 5 spots for the team competition. If there is such an opportunity in the future, I will definitely let you participate. Hearing Yin Xiu's apologetic answer, Xu Ling looked calm. What's there to apologize for? This deputy captain doesn't take this matter to heart at all. Besides, if I participate, won't they accuse me of bullying the weak? That's right. Our deputy leader is very powerful. There's no need to bother with them. Song Qiwa said with a smile. Okay, stop comforting me. Xu Ling smiled, then looked at Yin Xiu and the others and said seriously, but to be honest, you guys did really well this time. I believe you will become excellent mercenaries in the future. Thank you, Sister Chu, for your encouragement. We will continue to work hard. Well, come on. By the way, shouldn't we all celebrate? Xu Ling asked. Well. Yin Xiu thought for a moment and said, I think we should go back to the inn and rest for a while. After all, the competition is quite tiring. Alright, let's celebrate tonight. Xu Ling nodded in agreement. In the evening, the membership qualification of the mercenary headquarters and the admission notice of Yuling University were delivered to Yin Xiu and the other 4. This is not only a qualification, but also an honor. At the same time, it also means having a brighter future. As for Chu Ling, she graduated from Yuling University and had already qualified to join the mercenary headquarters. At the celebration dinner, everyone was filled with emotion. I can't believe it. It's only been a few months and we've already received an admission letter from Yuling University. Less than 3 months. But during these 3 months, everyone lived a very fulfilling life. We have experienced life and death together so many times, and have escaped danger time and time again. So, from now on, we must work together. So, when are you planning to leave for Kyoto? Chapter 112, Chapter 111, Inheritance Illusion. After everyone discussed it, they finally decided to go back to Wuzhou City before heading to Kyoto. One was to report safety, and the other was to bring back the good news of winning first place in the youth mercenary competition. Thirdly, they can go back and withdraw from school because they are now special admissions students of Yuling University. Xu Ling and Su Yingyu chose to wait for news from Yin Xiu and the other 2 in the provincial capital. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month has passed. Yin Xiu and his group of 6 set foot on the land of Kyoto. Looking back, during this period, Yin Xiu and the other 2 successfully obtained their graduation certificates from the academy, and they became the fastest high school graduates in the history of Wuzhou City. At the same time, due to the fame brought by Yin Xiu and the other 2, more and more awakened people chose the Wuzhou City Building Group, and the power of the City Building Group became increasingly strong. This made City Lord Song very happy, And he even confessed to Song Chi-wei in front of everyone, saying that he should not have neglected Yue because of her talent. Li Shui also did something she felt she should do. During this period, she specially brought gifts to express her gratitude to teacher Chenya. Because in her opinion, it was Chenya who gave her a chance to turn from evil to good. If teacher Chenya had not been willing to give her a chance, she would not have reconciled with Yan Xiu, and she would not have achieved what she has today. Of course, everyone did not forget to practice during this period of time. First of all, including Suing Yu, who was far away in the provincial capital, for weapon spirit girls successfully broke through to the 5th level through their own efforts. Then there was Yan Xiu, who also successfully broke through to the 6th level. There is also some exciting good news for Yan Xiu. That means the total achievement points have reached around 800 W. I used to think that reaching 1000 W and upgrading to SSS level was still out of reach. I didn't expect that I would be so close. Finally, after a long journey, everyone arrived at Yuling University in the capital. This university stands in the center of the capital. Its tall walls are magnificent and its ancient buildings exude a strong spiritual atmosphere, as if telling the glory of countless ancestors. Of course, along with Yan Xiu, there were also winners of youth mercenary competitions from other provincial capitals who were admitted. However, among this group of new students, Yan Xiu and his group are probably the youngest. After entering the academy, Yan Xiu and the other 6 indeed attracted the attention of many people. When they saw Yan Xiu being followed by so many young girls, they felt either envious or jealous. Many boys also came to ask them if they needed a contract partner. Naturally, they would not believe that Yan Xiu was the common contract partner of these 5 girls. Of course, almost all those who can come to the highest Yuling Academy in Longhua country have contracted partners. They are actually introducing them to brothers in their own families or forces. But they were all rejected by the 5 girls. Welcome everyone to Yuling University. I am the principal of the school. You can call me Professorin. Our school adopts an open teaching approach, and training is entirely up to you. Those who can come here are all gifted. I don't think we need to teach you anything. We are only responsible for providing various resources and venues. However, all new students who come to our school will be given a chance to challenge the inheritance illusion. It's up to you to decide when to challenge during your studies. As long as you successfully pass through the inheritance illusion, you will have the opportunity to awaken the power of inheritance. Of course, everyone can only activate one inheritance in their lifetime. But if you fail, you won't be able to gain the power of transmission, and the academy won't provide any extra opportunities. So I suggest you make full preparations before challenging the inheritance illusion. After hearing Professor N's explanation on the stage, all the freshmen showed an expression of eagerness to try. This is the power of inheritance. Different from the 3 fixed awakening skills and some bloodline powers that only a very few people possess, it is a powerful ability that ordinary people can gain extra. Yan Xiu and his party naturally understood the preciousness of the power of inheritance, and also knew how powerful the power of inheritance was. Because Tang Xini's inheritance of ancient trees is a kind of inheritance power. And now there is an opportunity for everyone to obtain the power of inheritance. How can everyone not be tempted? At this time, everyone seemed to see the change in Chu Ling's lost expression. Sister Chu, you don't seem very happy? Is there something on your mind? Speak out and let everyone share the burden. Chu Ling recalled the miserable state she had experienced when she ventured into the inheritance illusion alone 2 years ago, and she couldn't help but sigh. Oh, don't mention it. I told you I didn't have a contract partner before, so I challenged the inheritance illusion by myself. Unfortunately, I failed. Seeing Chu Ling's lonely look, everyone couldn't help but feel sorry for her. At this moment, Yan Xiu's eyes shifted, and he said to Chu Ling thoughtfully, Sister Linger, if you participate in this challenge as my contract partner, can you enter the inheritance illusion again? In theory, it seems possible. Chu Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Although she herself did not have the opportunity to enter again, as Yan Xiu's contracted party, she could enter. Because the inheritance illusion originally supports 2 people who have signed a contract with each other to challenge it together, it does not violate the rules of the academy. Then, what about us? Li Shui asked hurriedly, as if she was afraid of being forgotten. Yan Xiu patted his chest confidently, after Chu Ling and I pass the challenge, I'll lead you through the inheritance illusion challenge one by one. It sounds interesting. It seems like we are challenging the bottom line of the rules. Song Chi-wei touched his head, then smiled foolishly and said. Suing Yu was already excited. Who cares? We are just special. We haven't violated the rules of the challenge, right? Well said, it's settled then. Li Shui immediately expressed her support for this. Sister Chu, since you have participated in it once, is this inheritance illusion difficult? Li Shui asked. Chu Ling said seriously, it may vary from person to person, but one thing is for sure, they will be a little stronger than the challenger. Otherwise, how can it be called a challenge? After saying this, she looked at Yan Xiu with confidence and added, but as long as you have extraordinary strength, passing the challenge is not a problem at all. Ah Xiu, I'm rooting for you. In that case, let's go participate in the Inheritance Illusion Challenge now. After hearing what Chu Ling said, everyone's confidence increased, so the group came to the teleportation point of the Inheritance Illusion. Hello, Senior. We are here to participate in the Inheritance Illusion Challenge. The old man adjusted his reading glasses and looked at Yan Xiu and others in surprise. I see you little kids are new students, right? Have you awakened all your skills? Now it's time to start the Illusion Challenge. Chapter 113 Chapter 112 Inheritance of the Sacred Beast. As you said, old senior, we have completed all 3 skill awakenings and are ready to pass the challenge. Looking at the kind-faced old man in front of him, Yan Xiu responded politely. The old man was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the group of girls behind Yan Xiu and asked very considerately, do you all have contract partners, or do you want to start the challenge alone? You don't have to worry about this, old senior. We have our own plans. Yan Xiu knew that he might not be able to explain it clearly in a short time, so he just answered perfunctorily. Seeing how confident these little kids were, he stopped trying to stop them. Okay, then who will go first? The old man came to a teleportation crystal and asked. Old senior, I'd like to ask a question. How long does it usually take to complete a Heritage Illusion Challenge? If you fail the challenge, you'll probably be out in less than 2 hours. If you can hold on until you succeed, it'll be about 3 to 5 hours. Also, the time in the illusion is different from the outside world. Normally, 24 hours in the illusion is equivalent to 12 hours in the outside world. After listening to the old man's explanation, Yan Xiu smiled politely, then turned to look at the 4 girls. Looks like you can go back and wait for our good news. Everyone thought about it and felt that waiting here was not a big deal, so they all agreed with Yan Xiu's suggestion. Well, that's all we have to do. Brother Yan Xiu, you guys have to keep working hard. You can do it. I believe in you. Well, let's see the outcome in 2 hours. Seeing the 4 girls preparing to leave hand in hand, the old man's face was filled with question marks. He then hurriedly shouted, I say, do you still want to start the challenge? You should know that challengers are not affected by each other. Old senior, it's true that we want to participate in the challenge, but we have to wait until their challenge is over. Suing Yu replied enthusiastically. The old man became anxious when he heard this, and he immediately started explaining to everyone with saliva flying. Although I don't recommend you start the challenge so hastily, I mean you don't have to wait until their challenge is over. They challenge theirs, you challenge yours, there's no conflict between them. At this time, Li Shui smiled slightly and politely responded, thank you, senior. We understand what you mean, but this is actually the plan we made, and we want to act according to it. After hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and nodded silently. He didn't ask about any plans, but just said it weakly. Generally speaking, there's nothing to plan. You have to know that the inherited sacred beasts or ancient remnant souls everyone encounters are different. They will awaken different inheritance carriers based on the attributes of the challenger, so the experience of the former may not be useful to the latter. It seems that the old senior has done his best to persuade everyone to be fully prepared before participating in the challenge. However, you don't have to worry about us. We have our own plans. Please open the inheritance illusion for us as soon as possible. Chu Ling, who had been silent all this time, also said something at this moment. I just see that you kids are very young and you can enter Yuling University at such a young age. I can't bear to see you lose the opportunity to obtain the power of inheritance because of a momentary impulse. The old man said earnestly. After he finished speaking, he was about to open the inheritance illusion for Yan Xiu and the others. Suddenly, he felt that Chu Ling's voice was somewhat familiar, so he asked again. Girl, why do I feel that you look familiar? Chu Ling smiled a little guiltily. I was the student who participated in the challenge alone 2 years ago. Oh, so it seems that you have broken the uncontractable curse and found the contract partner. The old man smiled with satisfaction. Chu Ling answered affirmatively and then asked, yes, senior, this time I will enter the inheritance illusion again as Xiu's contracted partner. Does this not count as a violation of the rules? This is certainly not a violation. As long as you are the contracted party, the inheritance illusion will not keep you out. The old man nodded affirmatively. His answer undoubtedly gave everyone a reassurance. Because we are indeed contracted partners with a bond. If you are ready, drop some blood to activate the inheritance illusion. The old man signaled Yen Xiu to drop a drop of blood on the teleportation stone. After Yen Xiu did as he was told, the teleportation stone indeed emitted light. As expected, a flash of white light passed by, and Yen Xiu and Chu Ling disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, the old man smiled with relief, then looked at the four girls. Many questions arose in his mind. So what is the relationship between these four girls and him? Even if they were contract maids, there couldn't be more than 3 of them. What's more, their eyes were so clear, they didn't look like the boys' contract maids at all. At this moment, in the illusion of inheritance, Yen Xiu and Chu Ling woke up from their dizziness. Only then did they realize that they had arrived at a desolate wilderness. The first thing Yen Xiu and the other man noticed was the sky. They saw dark clouds and thunder roaring in the sky. A strong wind was blowing, and Yen Xiu could feel the presence of a powerful enemy. Without saying a word, the two quickly prepared for battle. At this moment, a holy beast of inheritance flew out from the clouds. Looking closely, it turned out to be a sacred tiger beast with a sacred aura. Through the eye of the imperial spirit, Yen Xiu could only see its name. Inherited Sacred Beast, Purple Night Thunder Tiger. Quality SSS. I think this is the inherited sacred beast awakened according to Chu Ling's attributes. Seeing this inherited sacred beast, Chu Ling was a little scared. Because this was the same one she had encountered before, and she still couldn't forget the battle with it. Although she tried her best, the sacred beast always suppressed her. She clearly remembered that in front of this sacred beast, even her thunder attribute spiritual power was suppressed. Just when Yen Xiu and Chu Ling were preparing to fight the Purple Night Thunder Tiger, suddenly, an astonishing light appeared in the sky, and then an extremely huge divine axe fell from the sky. The size of this divine axe was just like a majestic mountain, smashing down on them with its mighty power blocking out the sky and the sun. Yen Xiu and Chu Ling were both stunned by the scene before them, but Yen Xiu had no time to hesitate. He immediately turned around and pulled Chu Ling away. It was at this moment that Chu Ling's body suddenly flashed with lightning. The next second, Yen Xiu was surprised to find that he and Chu Ling were already several thousand meters away. Before Yen Xiu could react to what was happening, another deafening bang came from behind him. The noise was so loud that the earth trembled and the air seemed to be torn apart. Yen Xiu and Chu Ling were blown away by the powerful airwave and fell heavily to the ground. They struggled to get up and looked back, only to see a scene of shattered mountains and rivers where they had been standing. Chapter 114 Chapter 113 Savage Giant. After a distance of over 1,000 meters, Yen Xiu and the others finally saw the owner of this giant axe from the sky. The two of them couldn't help but gasp. It turned out to be an ancient savage giant. The giant was tall and muscular, wearing a majestic bronze armor. He held a huge axe in his hand, as if he had come from ancient times. His eyes revealed a wildness and unruliness that made people shudder. The two men carefully hid behind a small hill and discussed their countermeasures with serious expressions. If we were to fight both the savage giant and the Purple Night Thunder Tiger at the same time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have any chance of winning. So I should look for opportunities to defeat them one by one. Yen Xiu frowned, his tone revealing caution. Chu Ling nodded. She strongly agreed with Yen Xiu's tactics. In her opinion, this is indeed the tactic most likely to win at the moment. She recalled her previous battle with the Purple Night Thunder Tiger. The fierce scene was still vivid in her mind, and the powerful fighting ability of the Purple Night Thunder Tiger made her feel scared. The strength of the wild giant can be seen from the astonishingly powerful giant axe falling from the sky. The powerful impact just now seems to be still vibrating in front of our eyes. So the question is, how do we keep them apart? Chu Ling crossed her arms and looked at Yen Xiu seriously. She wanted to hear what Yen Xiu thought. After Yen Xiu pondered for a moment, he turned and looked at Chu Ling with a serious face. Linger, this wild giant has a suppressive effect on my magic weapon. But I have the confidence to kill that Purple Night Thunder Tiger, but I need you to lead that wild giant away from me. Your teleportation ability was very useful. Do you have the confidence to help me lure away the savage giant? Chu Ling was silent for a moment after hearing this, then slowly said, Are you talking about my newly acquired skill Instant Lightning Flash? This is indeed a good idea, but it's a pity that the lightning flash can't be used repeatedly in a short period of time. But in order to challenge myself successfully, I'm willing to give it a try. Anyway, you won't really die if you are defeated in the challenge illusion, she said with a relaxed look. At this point, this is the only thing they can do. Because the savage giant suppressed Yanxiu's magic weapon, the Purple Night Thunder Tiger was able to suppress Chuling's thunder elemental power. Therefore, there is no possibility of winning in a 2-on-2 situation. The divine level illusion Instant Lightning Flash is exactly the first ancient illusion that Chuling awakened. Possesses the ability to close or distance in an instant. It can be used to lure and avoid the attacks of the wild giants. As long as Chuling can lure the savage giant away and not be defeated by him, then Yanxiu would be able to kill the Purple Night Thunder Tiger with the absolute power of Destroying God Slash. As long as the Purple Night Thunder Tiger is defeated, the chances of the two of them winning will be much greater when they work together to deal with this wild giant. In the wilderness, the savage giants and the Purple Night Thunder Tigers are waiting for their challengers. Not long after, a young girl riding a thunder tiger appeared in front of the two of them provocatively. The two immediately attacked Chuling, but Chuling turned around and ran away without wanting to fight. At this time, a magic axe was placed in front of the Purple Night Thunder Tiger. Your opponent is me, Yanxiu said provocatively. The Purple Night Thunder Tiger immediately let out a furious roar and shifted its target of attack to Yanxiu. Yanxiu fled in the opposite direction of Chuling without saying a word. Zixia Leihu was fooled and followed Yanxiu closely. In order to expand the range of the force suppression, Chuling rode the Thunder Tiger and galloped all the way. And from time to time, he then launched a lightning attack on the wild giant behind him. Although this action was not enough to cause harm to the savage giant, it also made the savage giant extremely angry, causing him to chase Chuling even more frantically. The wild giant ran like the Yellow River, unstoppable. The ground trembled with every step. However, the heavy axe chopped towards Chuling again and again, but Chuling dodged it skillfully. Finally, the wild giant became furious. That giant axe falling from the sky move smashed towards Chuling again. Feeling the endless pressure and murderous intent coming from above her head, Chuling's heart skipped a beat. The destructive radius of the savage giant's move is so wide that it cannot be avoided by relying on speed. Fortunately, it happened at the critical moment. Chuling's instant thunder flash can be activated again. 2 bolts of lightning fell above Chuling's head and in the distance respectively. Chuling successfully escaped death through instant lightning flash and avoided the killing range of the giant axe. Chuling let out a long sigh. Luckily, there's a similar skill gap between this savage giant's ultimate move and my own skill, instant lightning flash. Now it's up to Yanxiu to decide. Thinking of this, Chuling couldn't help but feel more confident. Yanxiu sighed. After feeling that the suppressing effect of the magic weapon disappeared, he no longer hesitated. Because Chuling is still being pursued by the savage giant, he must end the battle as soon as possible. Suddenly, Yanxiu stopped running. He turned around and looked at Zixia Leihu with murderous eyes. I don't have time to waste with you, just go for the ultimate move. The Purple Night Thunder Tiger was unaware of the approaching death, and it continued to attack Yanxiu with sparks and lightning. Yanxiu smiled coldly. During the seduction process just now, he had successfully activated various skills and stacked up the ancient fighting will. The strongest state of Raikiri is ready. And now, it is necessary to add the effect of Destroying God Slash. After accumulating for a period of time, the murderous intent value at this moment has reached more than 100,000. This is a 1,000-fold power bonus. Today, I don't care whether you are a holy beast or a divine beast. With this move of mine, all of them will be annihilated. As soon as Yanxiu finished speaking, the God-slaying slash was instantly added to the divine axe. At this moment, the heavenly punishment Raikiri with 1,000 times the power confronted the Purple Night Thunder Tiger head-on. However, in the instant when the two collided, the Purple Night Thunder Tiger instantly disappeared into thin air. Seeing Zixia Leihu being killed instantly and turned into a wisp of green smoke, Yanxiu felt secretly happy. What a Purple Night Thunder Tiger, it's just a paper tiger that will burst with just one poke. After Zixia Leihu was defeated, a ball of energy shining with tiny electric lights appeared in the air. Sure enough, it was somewhat similar to the green energy that Tang Xini obtained. I think this is the power of inheritance left by Zixia Leihu. This power of inheritance is destined to belong to Chuling, and Yanxiu's touch has no effect on it. After putting away the power of inheritance for Chuling, Yanxiu wondered what the situation was like on Chuling's side. So, he decisively rushed towards Chuling. Chapter 115 Chapter 114 Ending. Yan Xiu found Chuling with the power of inheritance. The moment Chuling received the inheritance, the contract between the two parties was directly upgraded to the third stage. This breakthrough was like a spark that ignited their glorious future. With the help of the weapon spirit mode, Yan Xiu successfully defeated the ancient remnant soul savage giant. The battle was thrilling. With his tenacious will and outstanding fighting skills, Yan Xiu worked closely with the weapon spirit girl Chuling and finally defeated the powerful enemy. As a reward for his victory, he obtained the inherited power of Divine Weapon Dharma. This magical ability can make the magic weapon extremely large, as tall as a mountain, and its lethality and killing range increase exponentially. After Yan Xiu and Chuling successfully passed the illusion challenge, they both obtained their own share of the inheritance. Their joy is beyond words, as this inheritance will bring endless possibilities for their future. But Yan Xiu was not satisfied with this, he had bigger goals in mind. In the following days, Yan Xiu took 3 girls, Li Shui, Song Qiyue and Suing Yu, to complete the inheritance challenge. Every challenge is a thrilling adventure. They support each other in difficult situations and grow together. During this period, since Tang Xini had already obtained the inheritance, she did not need to participate in the inheritance illusion challenge. At this point, everyone has gained a corresponding power of inheritance, and the strength of the entire team has increased exponentially. They are no longer a group of unknown young people, but a force full of potential and hope. Not long after, Yan Xiu and his team officially went to the mercenary headquarters to carry out their mission. These days of training were full of challenges and opportunities. They traveled through various dangerous missions, fought against powerful enemies, and rescued trapped people. Every mission is an opportunity for growth, and their realm improves rapidly. Through constant fighting and training, everyone soon reached the 7th level and became the strongest young mercenary team in the entire Longhua Kingdom. At the same time, during this period Yan Xiu also successfully completed the system's ultimate achievement mission. SSS level magic weapons are born. As the magic weapons are upgraded to SSS level, all skills are also upgraded to the immortal level. This was a huge breakthrough, which brought Yan Xiu's strength to a new level. However, just as they were immersed in the joy of victory, a huge crisis quietly arrived. The Demon King broke free from the seal and led the demon army to launch a beast tide to attack humans. The entire Longhua Kingdom fell into chaos and panic. Yan Xiu was given the task at a critical moment, and he knew very well that he was shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting humanity. He united the Wuzhou City Construction Group, the flag-collecting mercenary group and the First Legion to form a coalition army to fight against the Demon Clan coalition. This epic war is about to break out. With his absolute strength and the support of 5 spirit girls, Yan Xiu engaged in a thrilling duel with the Demon King. He exerted all his strength, using his divine weapons and immortal skills to engage in a fierce confrontation with the Demon King. The Demon King was not to be outdone and released his powerful demonic power in an attempt to destroy the human coalition. At the critical moment of the battle, Yan Xiu found the weakness of the Demon King with his tenacious will and keen insight. He worked closely with the weapon spirit girls and launched a fatal attack. In the end, Yan Xiu completed the final kill of the Demon King. After waking up from the martyr's orphanage, Yan Xiu found himself in this fantastical world. After this battle, Yan Xiu successfully won the title of Pioneer. They became heroes of Longhua State and were respected and loved by the people. After that, Yan Xiu reorganized the mercenary group. This mercenary group integrated various forces and became the strongest mercenary group in Longhua country. Their mission is not only to complete the task, but also to defend the country and protect humanity. However, a new crisis has emerged, and humans are facing threats from sea monsters and demon cultivators. The strength of these giants in the sea is far beyond the reach of the monsters on land. Their appearance plunged the entire Longhua Kingdom into crisis again. But Yan Xiu clearly understood the importance of developing the ocean. The ocean contains endless resources and opportunities. Only by bravely exploring the ocean can mankind gain a broader space for development. He decided to turn his future development direction towards the stars and the sea. Yan Xiu led his mercenary group on a journey to explore the ocean. They sailed on the rough sea in a sturdy ship. Faced with powerful sea monsters, they were not afraid and fought bravely. In the process of exploring the ocean, Yan Xiu and his partners encountered many difficulties and challenges. They encountered the obstruction of powerful sea demon cultivators, but they never gave up. With their tenacious will and team strength, they overcame danger time and time again. As their exploration deepened, they gradually discovered the secrets of the ocean. The ocean has rich resources and mysterious powers, which will bring huge opportunities for human development. Yan Xiu led his team to continuously explore and develop the ocean, laying a solid foundation for the future of mankind. The first ocean pioneer of Longhua country was born. His courage and wisdom will inspire generations of young people to bravely pursue their dreams and work hard for the future of mankind.